onto someone's legs, right?
Yeah.
Put your shoulder.
Yeah.
Bruce Lee used to do them, right? Yeah. She
Yeah.
made
And
you
they
do
swing
50.
your legs out. They swing your legs out. You got to bring them up. Don't let touch the floor.
Yeah, but like she said 25, but it was 50 because she made me come down and circle to the right, come back up. So, but she'd already made us do leg raises, then lay on our side and do leg raises going up, right, like that.
Yeah.
Mate, it was complete pyramid shape training. And bear in mind,
my kids do that to me.
But then she got us in the gym, and I was doing 160 kilogram squats, and then doing like 200 kilogram leg presses. Not thinking anything of it because I've just done that. So we did our normal gym sessions and stuff after we'd had this lady. But what she had done it had activated all of the different parts of our ligaments and in our legs and thighs. She basically put us through an intensive yoga session with like elastic. You know, like when we're doing these like leg raises and stuff. She's like. We've got like elastic band boards out and that, so like, you know, it's got resistance every time. She beasted us, mate, for an hour and a half. I think she beasted us.
Yeah.
Made it like
for me. In our school, Sir William Collins School for Boys, it's a comprehensive school, so it was boys only, you see. So it was the first time that we had a female PE teacher come into the school, right? So we laughed at her because she wasn't very tall, okay? She wasn't tall, short lady. So some of the kids were making fun of her height. So we started laughing. Some of them were making fun of her hairstyle, and someone made a point of making smarmy remarks about her hairstyle, okay? While she's trying to tell us what the lesson's going to be, what we're going to be doing today. And no one really paid attention that she lost her temper. She says, okay, everyone line up. And that was it. We're going to do, and it was just like non-stop, all kinds of exercise, military style, till we dropped, okay? Till we dropped. Everybody knows no man standing, right? 1 hour. But it was only a 1 hour lesson, but it was 1 hour non-stop. And not even an hour, let's say 50 minutes, really, of hell. Of hell. It was worse than Mr. Breeze, right?
Yep.
And then the next day, you're feeling all your muscles are in pain and everything else. Yeah.
It's because she didn't know your level, bro.
Whoa, those women PE teachers can give it.
Oh, bro, they got a different powerhouse. Women have, mate. Their legs and everything like that. Women like with men, we end up being good at leg press. Bench press, shoulder press, right? Rows, like all that sort of stuff that gets overlooked by a woman because sometimes women just haven't got that strength. Even if they trained it for 2 years, they wouldn't have that strength, right? Natural strength there. Women have got that same natural strength for their legs, and because that is their most powerful part, the gluteus maximus, their upper thigh, all of that, right? They train it naturally. They incline toward training that area more because that's where they're seeing the most results. So sometimes girls will have you beat with their legs and that, mate. If they just
some of the nicest parts, if you don't mind me saying. Well, yeah, you know. I never underestimate no woman, mate. I don't underestimate any woman, mate. No. Not after that experience, that shock experience.
Bro, that destroyed my whole... Like, I didn't think she wouldn't be able to beat us. It wasn't like we were laughing at her. I think she was like an angry feminist who was like, I'm going to destroy this group of lads. I swear down, mate.
Yeah, we started making fun, and then that was it. The fun stopped. We weren't laughing. I was looking at my friend Richard, man, and he was looking like he was crying. He was so tired. He made me laugh because I'm the kind of guy, I was in the Army Cadets by this time, so she wasn't really killing me as much as she was killing the others, and it was the others that kept me going because I was just laughing all the way through. But I still felt pain the next day. You see, it's not because I was laughing that day, but the next day now I was in hell of pain, living in hell. What did she do to me? I said, man, fuck.
Yeah, it's all
I'm feeling pain. I'm feeling pain where I never had muscles. I thought, wow.
Yeah, it's in all of the gaps of your groin and all that, mate. Like,
yeah. I couldn't laugh. I couldn't laugh. All my stomach muscles were in pain. I couldn't laugh.
Listen, if you was to have chucked me in the sea, if you was to have chucked me in the sea the day after that training exercise, I would have died.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. Because someone was like, "Oh yeah, but you can float on the surface pretty easily, crack. Like you're very good at that. Like, I can float on the surface really easily. Do you know what I mean? And maintain my breathing." And I was like, "Mate, I couldn't. Because to do that, you have to keep your lungs like half full and breathe out
Yeah.
and keep your lungs half full. Mate, I couldn't keep my lungs half full, mate. So like, because I'll go into cramp and shit. So
That's
literally,
it.
I'm telling you, if someone chucked me in the water the day after that training session with that woman, I would have drowned. Unequivocally, I would have
Yeah.
drowned to death.
Yeah.
She royally beasted us, mate. Like, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow.
I remember she wasn't British. She was French. She was a French woman, so you know she wasn't a great looking woman, you know. But the thing is, we were making fun of her and everything. You know, who is this person coming in to teach us PE? You know, the audacity of the woman. You know, we're thinking that kind of mentality. You know,
See, that's the wrong attitude.
she doesn't even look fit. You know what I mean? She doesn't even look like she's fit. You know what I mean? This woman. That was our attitude, man. Anyway,
Mate, someone can be literally there, but someone can be really unphysically fit, right? But know every single exercise to do to destroy you. Like, that's what I mean. Like,
yeah. Well, I wasn't.
People think-
that, you know what I mean?
yeah, people think that about my granddad, because my granddad's a bit bigger, but like, you know what I mean? He's in the high up damage of multiple martial arts. So like, yeah, like, and then people are like, oh, wait a minute, this guy's got some serious experience behind his. Roger, you coming in, Mo? You all right?
Nice one, Roger. Yeah.
No, I thought he was trying to speak.
Yeah. It was one of those.
No, I hadn't. I unmuted myself on accident. I guess.
Okay. Well,
Oh,
welcome
brother.
in, Roger. Nice to hear your voice, Roger. But yeah,
How
I'll
you
never
do-
forget that. I'll never forget that day.
Yeah, fine. Traffic jam. Ah.
Yeah, mate, it's pretty unbelievable actually.
Yeah, from that day onwards, I always had a respect for these old ladies, or you know, women that are older than me. Because I was a kid at the time, so she might have been in her 30s, perhaps. This woman, okay. So you know, I just said, "Wow, I'm never going to disrespect any woman like that again in my mind." You know, because you know, definitely never going to do that again. Fucking hell. New respect. New respect.
Oh yeah, man, it was definitely all of the muscles that we hadn't previously used, you know, maybe. It's stuff I'd used before, but just
Let's
not
talk about
for that long.
exercising. All this conversation. Yeah, I think this conversation about exercising is good for all those who are listening and thinking, man, I've been on this computer and this for a long time. I haven't really gone out there. Can I still yeah, well then that's
I've just
it.
got back in.
Yes, you can get
just
back
come
into
home.
the old routine. Yeah, you can get back into the routine you used to have. You just need to just break in slowly, that's all. Just take your time. Exercise once every other day, even if it's only twice a week, that's a start. And you're going to notice something in a month. You're going to notice that that twice a week routine that you did for 4 weeks, that's 4 weeks in a month, you're going to notice an improvement. I guarantee you will notice that you're getting fitter already because of muscle memory. The muscles of the body remember the exercise that you used to do before. So it wants to carry on, you see. So I suggest that any of you thinking, you know, I can't get out there because everyone's going to look at me and I'm not going to look my best. Don't worry about that, man. Forget that. Go out there, do your twice a week, and that's enough for now. At least you're doing something. And in 1 month, you're going to notice something. I guarantee you. You'll notice something after 2 weeks. But in a month's time, you're going to feel really good. And then you can add on the extra day and maybe even lengthen the time period of exercise as well. And before you know where you are, you're back into the routine. You know, you're shouting louder on the Discord. You know what I mean? Yeah, but no, you know what? You know, blah. You know, you can get your point across better. Yes. Enjoying your meals more. Suddenly, all this nonsense about the lockdown doesn't seem so much of a lockdown. You know what I mean? You know, it's benefiting you, is my point. So, yeah, don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on yourself. There's no need. No need to let them get to you like that. Even if you're a person that used to exercise 5 times a week, but now you haven't even done once a week, get out there, start that once, twice a week. And before you know where you are, you know, you're on your way back to becoming super fit like you were before. And once you're
Jin,
at that level,
Jin,
no,
I've got a bad back,
Yeah, go
mate.
ahead.
Jin, I've got a bad back, buddy, and
I know you have. I'm not talking
listen,
about you and your bad back.
No, I'm
You've got to
saying,
be careful.
I'm saying, I'm helping what you're messing. I'm saying, like, I've got a bad
please
back,
be careful.
and I spar, at least twice a week with a world champion Muay Thai
There you
fighter.
go then.
So there's no
There
excuse.
you go then. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I'm out there. I've got myself a nice routine that I have, and I've got the parallel bars, chin-up bar, Olympic rings for the gymnasts. I've got all that at my fingertips. So, and I use it all. And then I go out on a cycle, and I come back and do another routine. And if I don't do the cycle, I'm running in the park 3 sets of circuit training. Love it, man. Dripping sweat, dripping. And then you hear them, some of them, were you in the army? Some of these Japanese, because some of these Japanese who are asking me, they used to be in the army, you see. So I say, used to be, yeah. So did I. You've got a lot of power, is what they said. You've got a lot of power. Power Harun here. You've got a lot of power. I said, yeah, thank you, I tried to keep it, I said. I'm trying to keep this power. That's all I'm trying to do, keep it. That's all I'm doing, keep myself in trim. Have you heard about the flat earth? Flat earth? No. Oh, okay, well, let me talk to you about let me just finish this last set. Okay, right. Now, what shape is the earth? And I start like that.
Spray paint it on your bum and then start going out doing squats, man. Don't know what else advice to give.
Yeah, and then they get like well and truly kind of like they get defensive at first, but then I said to them, you've got to be honest to yourself. You see, I don't gain anything. One, why would I lie to you? What is my gain? Am I making any money from you? No. So think, why would I tell you something as a lie? Well, what would be the point of that in our neighborhood? So start thinking. Yeah, I'm telling you the truth. That horizon is dead level. You have to have, because they're adamant it's a ball, you see. But I said to them, but you have to have a curve, physical. Then I get my mobile phone out quickly. Look, it's a round shape, man. Where's the curvature at the seaside? Okay.
Yeah.
It's not the right. In that situation, the guy was obviously defensive at that point. So the conversation lasted like maybe 5 minutes, if that. Sometimes it lasts like 20 minutes, and that's when you've got them. When you're in the 20-minute chat there.
Yeah,
but that's
exactly.
But that's them firing questions about the moon landings and stuff, though. And recently Mars. That's why it lasted.
Right, we've got snowy waves in the room. Snowy waves.
Hey, snowy waves.
1 second.
Chilly in here suddenly.
Snowy, I'm gonna unmute you a second, so you have control of your microphone. If you don't have to chat if you don't want to, so don't just run away and leave. If you don't want to chat, then I'll pop you back on mute.
Yeah. But we're here to answer your questions, basically.
Wait, did I do it right? Yeah, I did it right. Yeah, Snow, if you want to pop yourself on mute, off mute, you're more than welcome to join in with the chat.
Yeah, welcome
mate, I'm
to the
still
server.
run down, mate. I swear I've
the season's changing.
3 weeks.
Yeah, the season's changing.
You got the sniffles, Greg Willen?
Mate, yep, I actually have, mate. I've got the sniffles, mate. It's the Holocaust, innit? Come to claim me.
Oh my.
Well, all you need to do, just keep your body temperature up, mate. Just keep your body core temperature up. That's all.
Mate, I'm sound, brother. I'm all good, mate. Nothing can kill me, mate. I've had septic arthritis before, mate.
Yeah. I'm just trying to keep you
that didn't stand a chance.
Keep your body core temperature up. When I say up, just keep it constant. Body temperature. Don't let it fluctuate.
To be honest, I think a lot of it's to do with psychology as well, mate.
Sure. When people believe they can get sick, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Hypochondrias.
Yeah, I've stemmed blood flow before, bro. Roger, I've stemmed blood flow before, mate.
You what?
I've been sat. I've stemmed
Stemmed.
blood flow before. I've been sat in an ambulance with a cut on my arm, and
Okay.
it's pouring out, and I've literally just been like, right, that ain't bleeding no more, and I've focused on it, mate, and I've literally stopped my arm from like pissing out with blood. And like my heart rate's gone right down, and they're like, mate, your heart rate just halved. And they're like, how did you do that? And I was like, well, I just calmed myself down. Do you know what I mean? On purpose. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. At will, you say. At will.
just did it at will. Yeah, exactly. Like why wouldn't I? Like, if you see what I mean? Like, that's the sort of thing you've got to realize, that like all of these people want to tell you that you don't have control of your body, you don't have control of yourself.
Yeah.
It's not true. It's
Yeah.
not. It's a lie. You can't trust your
Absolutely.
senses. Your body doesn't work. Like, fuck off. Yes, it does.
No, I'm not going to allow any doctor to tell me of my condition. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well,
You doctors won't.
I've
Yeah,
got
go
a
on.
good testimony about that being all in your head. Check this, right? I had this problem for years, right, and it was really weird where I'd start burping and then I couldn't stop burping, right, and
Yep.
it was really weird. I had it for years, this problem, right, and I saw all these different specialists. They gave me all these different medicines. None of it worked.
Spasmodic diaphragm. It's called a spasmodic diaphragm.
Wait,
Yep.
wait. And then I saw one doctor, right, and he said the burping's real, but it's coming. It's all in your head. It's coming from some stress in your brain, right? And as soon as he told me that, I walked out the doctor's office, and I never had the
happened
problem again. And I
Yeah,
had
'cause
this
you don't know about it.
like 5-6 years or something. Crazy.
Bro, it's like, you know, people
Well
that get
done.
hiccups.
Well, that's a super story. Super
You know, people
story.
get hiccups, mate, forever, like years and years. That's amazing, super. That's amazing, brother. Like, that
Yeah.
reminds me of the people that have hiccups, bro. But where they've got it, where their diaphragm is stuck in a loop of doing that motion, right? Same with burping. You're swallowing air based on a psychological tick, and you keep doing it. And because you're doing it, when you burp, it basically empties you. But because you're not used to feeling empty, you accidentally swallow air again, and it can be like it's almost like a reification circular thing that happens. It's like you don't know what normal is anymore, because you're always either full of air or you've just alleviated yourself of said air. So you end up
Yeah.
like developing a tick doing it. Do you know what I mean, mate? I've seen
Yeah.
people do this.
Well, it just never stopped, and if I'd never found that doctor, I'd still have that problem today. I'm sure. Like it's crazy. I'm so
Yeah,
happy.
I can imagine.
Were you
I
Effie?
can imagine that, man.
Were you Effie?
What?
Well, if you still had that problem today and you spoke about it right now, you wouldn't have it, because I would tell you the exact same thing that doctor told you.
Oh yeah, it probably might end right now. Yeah, actually, yeah, it might end today.
It probably would have ended ages ago. How long have you been a flat earther for, mate?
That's a good point. Maybe 2015, 2014, something.
Okay, yeah.
It would have stopped
So you're a
then,
6-year
mate.
veteran.
It would have stopped.
Go on,
It
guys.
would have stopped the moment you met someone who doesn't give a shit what the doctors say. And
Yeah.
I bet that. All right, watch this. I can tell you what they gave you. Did they give you a drug called omeprazole?
To be honest, I don't know. I don't know the names of the drugs they gave me.
Omeprazole or lansoprazole?
I've no idea, mate. I had loads of different stuff. None of it did anything.
Isn't it strange? Isn't it strange? Now you've got to say to yourself, super. Imagine this, right? You've got your ailment, right, which is burping. Okay, can a drug really help your burp? What's this drug gonna do?
The only way that it can help you is if you had an acidic problem that was causing excess gas, where it would neutralize the
Right.
acid. But at
I
that
think that's-
point, mate,
Right.
at that point, it would be impossible. Like if you were burping like 50 times a day, that would be a severe acidic reaction going on in your stomach, to the extent where they would have to admit you into hospital.
I think
That
that's what they
severe.
presumed. But the doctor told me like the brain and the gut are connected. You know, like when you feel nervous,
Of course they are.
and all of a sudden you need to go to the toilet and stuff like that. You
The
know?
army marches on its stomach, literally. So same thing. Yeah, the brain and the stomach are connected. Yes.
We still have snowy waves in the room.
Unmuted, but not talking.
Snowy Waves, you want to talk to us about the shape of the Earth?
Let me toggle again just in case, mate. But I've unmuted him and I've tried to introduce it. Snowy waves, snowy waves. Are you there?
We extended the red carpet. But didn't seem to want to walk on the red carpet. So there you have it. Welcome
I
to the
just did a
server.
I did a serenadus welcome us. No reply.
Please respond to us, Snowy Waves. Can you hear us? You need to unmute your mic. And then you can speak to us. And if you have any questions, please. See, no response at the moment.
It's all good in the head.
Which is odd, isn't it? I mean, why do people do this? Why do people come in and not even say, "Okay, I just want to listen"? What's going on with that? I mean, I don't understand that.
I do get that, bro. At the same time, you know, like,
come
think about it. It could
on,
be pretty
that kind of thing is
intimidating.
just
Yeah, but Jin, you've got
still a bit rude though. Still a bit rude though. Pluck up the courage, please. Pluck up the courage.
They could be at work. They could be doing all sorts. You never know, man.
At least acknowledgement. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm working, or yeah, thanks for the warm welcome. At least, bloody hell, come on. Not costing any money, is it? Please.
And I thought I was the crack villain with a bad temper. But me.
Oh, I am the man with that when it comes to that stuff. Like I said, old school, manners. Have some manners and some respect. Respect your elders. When they're wrong, but respect them still. Even when they're wrong, show the respect and tell them respectfully you're wrong. Not you're wrong, you old codger. You old codger. Go and get that sin to die. Go hurry up and push up daisies, you old codger. And you're wrong. Some people are like that. And I'll always extend common courtesy to anyone, but when you start to show that intellectual dishonesty thing, it's all over for you, pal. It's all over. Full on, full swing, full force, full contact. Flat earth, raw energy. That's why I go into Jim Pandas for that, because you can't really, if I do it here, if I do what I do in Jim Pandas here,
you're getting banned.
I'm getting banned.
You're getting banned even though you're a flat earth.
I'm going down to bronze level, mate.
To be fair to them, at least they do take our shit when we go in there and give them some serious shit.
Well, they give a lot of shit though. They do give a lot of shit though. Come on.
But
they give a lot of shit.
I'm just saying, fair play to them for not banning it. To be honest, if they ban people, they can't ban people.
Yeah, that's love we're giving. We're giving them love, mate. We're giving them flat earth, raw energy truth, which is love at the end of the day. It's just that you have to shout because there's so much crap going on in there.
Oh yeah, have you seen how they changed the colour of a roll and everything over there because they were sick of me being like high up on the list?
Really?
Yeah, look. Yeah, listen, because my name was green. I looked like a moderator for about 6 months over there. It's hilarious. Right. But go over there. Go over there. Look at the Russian roll, right? Which is like, it is a higher roll. One of the highest rolls in there. That's why I'm like literally like.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand it. I just go in there to give them a ruckus about all the truth that they're ignoring.
Check your DMs a second.
Oh, cheers, man. Yeah.
I'll show you what I mean, right? Look at my name. Right, they changed it to yellow. It used to be like bright green, like like a moderator color.
Yeah.
They literally changed that just because of me, because they kept removing the role from me, but then I would find someone else to give it to me. Like another flat.
How rude is that? How rude
is that? They changed the colour of the whole thing. They changed the colour of the whole thing so that I wouldn't be green. Yeah.
Just wankers, man. Come on.
But they've what's that role that they gave me? It's fucking. They gave me this weird ass role. They've given me loads of weird. They did one where it's like.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. So I've got that Russian one. I've got Globe Earth Skeptic, Human, Biblical, Champion, Flatty, Blessed by an Aussie, Talkers, Gucci Coochie Gang, Post
Coochie gang. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
Coochie
no,
gang.
who was it that was in there? One of the oh, there's someone in there who's like in there every day, all day, right?
Jeremy.
No, not a flat earther. Someone that's a glober. They got so pissed off because they're like, "What? You've got more
It's not
roles
c-
than me." Like, you see how
It's
high
not
up I am.
curved.
Look how high up I am on that list, though, Jin. Like, I'm
Yeah, I'm
literally
looking.
1, 2. I'm like 3 or 4 roles away from being a mod in there, really. And then below
Yeah.
me, right, you've got all them motherfuckers below me that are like in there all day, every day, mate. Like the globers that are in there every day.
Yeah,
all
I can
day.
see that. I can see them. You can see the regulars. There they are. You see the regular faces, yeah.
But I'm saying,
Yeah,
like,
I don't want to be. I don't want to be a moderator. I don't want to be a moderator in
no,
there.
I don't. I'm
I'm
just
the
saying,
enemy,
I
mate,
find it
me.
hilarious that for like 6
Yeah.
months they thought I was like for 6 months I was like higher up and my name was green for like, you know what I'm saying? It was just funny because it's like I don't care at all, and some of them are in there 24/7. Do you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it's like it's
Yeah.
just funny that I'm being seen as, like, people were coming to me asking me questions like, "Oh mate, can I get this role?" Like, "Oh mate, can you vary?" Do you know what I mean? Like asking me for stuff like I was a moderator.
I was there when that happened. I was there once or twice when that happened, actually. And I was
And, like,
thinking, well, he's not a moderator. What are they asking him for?
Mate, a few times I've gone in there and moderated the whole chat, mate. Like, right, now you talk, and then like, mate, pop yourself on mute or I'll mute you. Like, just straight up, just feigning that I'm pretending that I'm a moderator in there, and and then I'll type in the chat like, "I will ban," and like just post, and then like I've got globers just like listening to me. Fucking brilliant. Because they're like,
Yeah,
"Oh shit."
it's hilarious. I don't mind going in there and giving them a ruckus. I love giving them a ruckus in there. They
You
deserve.
missed it last night.
They did everything that I can give them.
I had some of them over here last night, mate. I brought Branch and Kosher. Well, I didn't bring them. Branch showed up. Then I went to a different
Branch.
room with Branch to
Oh,
like speak
well
to him
done.
a second. And then instead of him being in the live stream, and then Kosho just showed up out of nowhere. Right?
Oh
So
yeah,
then it
Kosho.
was-
Yeah, Kosho is always welcome there, isn't it? But you know,
so
I was
me
one
and
of
Flat
them.
Earth Data
Yeah.
destroyed Kosho and Branch down in the. Well, destroyed, not really the right. I don't know. We had a debate with down in the arena.
Yeah, you just put them in their place. Put them in their place, man.
One bad
I
discussion.
always invite them over though. I say, why don't you guys come over to the 24/7? We treat you much better than you treat us lot. Come on, and then prove your model. What's the problem here? You're confident? Come on. Where are you? Cowards. I end up calling them cowards. You're cowards.
Model.
And then Curved is saying, don't bite on that one. Don't reply. Don't reply. It's going to turn into a shit show.
Fuck Curved.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you know
but
what?
fuck him.
You know what?
Mate, he does my head in. Mate, I've a million times I've reached out to the guy and said, "Mate, do you want a conversation then or not?" And he just won't talk to me, bro. Like, he will not talk to me. I swear he's afraid of me. He can say he's not.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm just not worth talking to. I'm like, mate, you just don't want to debate me.
No. You know why? Because he knows your level of intellect. He knows it.
Yeah,
Okay?
he knows
That's
I'll
what
destroy
that
him, I
is.
know.
That's what it is, exactly. When I go in there,
said, I was like-
I'm bringing facts to bear and sources, okay? So when I go in, it's non-stop of the facts, repeating them over and over again. And Curved actually enjoys that. He actually said that. As much as Jim Panda hates it, Curves loves it. So I'm lucky.
Yeah, Curve will not speak to me, mate. He literally, do you know what he calls me? Do you know what he calls me, Jin?
Go on.
You will not believe his fucking name for me.
Go on.
Croaky Throat.
Ah.
That's his nickname for me. Croaky Throat is his nickname for me.
His voice is all croaky.
Jin, no, there's no projection there, buddy. I'm Croaky Throat, according to Curved. He calls me Croaky Throat. Just to throw that out there.
Amazing.
That is the most hilarious thing I think.
if you could hear his voice, come on.
He's got the croakiest voice I've heard
In the
since
Welsh.
like ever.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I've not heard a voice that croaky, my friend, in ever.
That's right. That's right.
I'm like, is this guy that unself-aware that I'm croaky to him? Like, I'm like, wow, man. Like,
Yeah.
that's surreal. Like, honestly, I was like, that is surreal. Like, I'm croaky throat. Oh, okay, mate. Jealous of my accent, bro. People get jealous of these English accents, mate. Be careful with these accents.
Croaky.
Well, the British accent is something that is revered, mate. And
Yeah.
I have noticed that it adds an air of legitimacy to everything that you say, which is quite a bad thing, though. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
sometimes, do you know what I mean? People should be more skeptical. They hear a British, it's that David Attenborough effect, I think. They hear
Yeah.
a British accent and they're like, oh, this must be
Instantly,
true.
you're intelligent, you know?
Yeah, mate. Yeah. The David Attenborough effect, mate. Well, I had some guys come in here one night and it was hilarious. They were like, so for some reason it's just like everything that someone who's English says is just more valid and more true. And they said, we understand it's like a bit of an indoctrination, really, of us being Americans. Yeah. And there's, we understand it, but most people don't get it. And then they proceeded to then ask me everything about life as if I was like God. They are like they basically started the conversation off by talking about this very well known phenomena where people hold everything British people say to be true, and then and knew how that could be a bit of a fallacy, and knew how it could be a bit of a fallacy to just believe everything British people say. And then they proceeded to then ask me everything as if I was an authority on everything. It was dead funny. Like, there was quite a few people here listening, and it was fucking hilarious, mate. Because they basically fell victim to the very thing that they pointed out first themselves. It was fucking hilarious.
I can imagine.
I was just like,
We had a guy earlier on today. His name was, hang on a second, Awakening Narrative, I think it was. He's from California.
oh yeah, I spoke to him, bro. He's great.
Really intelligent guy. He was singing us praises, man. He seems to be
he's a good bloke, man.
Yeah. He seems to believe, that the British contingent, we're revolutionary. We're always protesting and fighting, which is true in itself. Yeah, but I had to remind him that the same thing going on in the US.
Yeah, he's got it half right, isn't he?
Yeah. I think you were there then. Yeah, so you were there. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, he's got it half right. Because
he's got it half of it. Yeah, definitely. Like me and you, we were both holding our tongue a bit, being like, because he's new. You know what I mean? Like the amount the Americans do is unreal, mate. You know?
Yeah.
They're the money as well. They're the money as well behind it all. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I'm saying Mecca. If I want to use the word Mecca, then flat Earth is the California, and that area is the Mecca of the flat Earth at the moment. To be quite honest, because there's a lot of stuff has gone on, started there.
Yeah.
So the Americans.
Well, even just
hooray to the Americans.
Listen, even what Indio does just by owning this place, he's doing more.
Yeah.
For the flat Earth, believe it or not, than most. Because the way I work it out is like great. Eric Debate videos are brilliant. They get people into it and that, right? Yeah, right. But the people that are here and learn the arguments from people like Indio and Quantum, when they go out into the real world, they're not putting a burden. They're not putting anything ridiculous out there where someone can instantly go, "Oh, that sounds silly," and then dismiss it.
Yeah,
they're teaching people how to argue this shit properly, bro. Right?
Properly, yeah.
So like, the people that come here are weapons in society. Like, because we might not get anywhere with individuals.
I like university. This is a university, man. Come on.
Yeah. that's
look
what I
at
mean,
the breadth of information you can gather here. So I
bro. And I've
liken
been
it
like
to
a
university.
sponge since day one of
Yeah,
coming here. I've been
yeah.
like a fucking sponge, mate.
Yeah, but when I
People
use
don't
that
realise.
word university of the highest degree, because you're being told the truth. You're not being indoctrinated to perpetuate this devaluation system of the human race. No, here we are uplifting to break down this devaluation
Yeah.
system. So this flat earth server is the university of the highest degree. Okay? You are.
No,
Fool
yeah, I
anyone.
agree, mate.
Don't be fooled, folks. Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Whenever Quantum or India are in the house, and there are a few others, when they start and Wits It Gets It, and they're like, when they're all in there, that's a time with Miggy and the rest, that's a time to learn, man. When you hear them shoot off the information, wow. It's
Mate,
just.
to be fair, there's even more that I could be saying, but I'm not willing to say because I'm not concise enough at that point yet. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, oh yeah.
do you see what I mean?
I
Like, there's
understand.
things
Yeah, I understand.
because you know, I'm willing to say what I'm willing to say as being concise. Do you know what I mean? Like trying to keep it concise, but
you know
getting
what you
into
know,
the
you know what
weeds-
you know, and you bring it into a concise measure.
Yeah.
Which
The
is what
moment I
I'm
can
trying
make
to.
something concise, that's when I'll start parroting it more, you know.
Yeah. I've got some stuff. I've got some stuff dialed down that I've got precise. When I get the opportunity from time to time, head off and let it go.
Well, this is what I've said.
You know,
Like people
I'm
need
flying.
to go off into side rooms and formulate arguments and help with different bits. That you know, some people are going to be more talented at formulating a structure to an argument. You know, like we've got to cross train each other and share each other's skills, mate, at different things.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I've noticed some people have got
That's a good
such a
idea.
brilliantly logical mind and got a really good mind for providing things like citations, and you know, and then you've got very inventive people that think differently, and you know, these people need to cross their skill patterns and skill paths together in order to provide the arguments that are basically irrefutable.
I'll tell you somebody who I miss that's not really coming in enough, and that's breaking walls, breaking down. You know, I know he's there, but he's not talking much these days. He's very quiet, which is a shame, really, because he's got a lot to give. He's always in the voice text, live stream voice text, which is great.
Oh, yeah.
But I love him to be talking as well, man.
Yeah,
He's
man.
got so much
he
to
knows
give
his
that
shit.
guy.
He's trying to work
He
certain
really
things out
does.
as well, though.
I don't know what it's like. He's put himself on a self-induced silence for some reason.
Nah, he's doing things, mate. Breaking. Yeah, the green room, mate. Right, what that's about is, let's say you're just sat there inactive and not talking, or like you're deafened. People get moved up to the green room because we started wanting to split the live stream up and that, right, into two, but we haven't ever got an accurate number, right, of like, do you know what I mean? How many people are actually in here listening and all that sort of stuff. So I guess the idea of the green rooms come up, which is to have a bot play the live stream in there for the people that just want to listen, so that they don't have to listen on YouTube. Do you know what I mean? Nothing personal if anyone get moved in there. I've not moved anyone in there yet myself.
Yeah, neither have I. Another one.
I just restarted the stream there because the stream stopped, so I just restarted it for anybody who wants to just listen in. They can move into the green room. The stream is running there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And the other guy as well, you know, Effie Batman. Now when he goes into Gem Pandas, he unleashes it's a fireman's hose. Just pour tsunami beyond belief. He just destroys.
Yeah, mate, he destroys, mate. Yeah, he destroys.
Yeah, he's a destroyer. He's a destroyer, man, and I love it. I just love listening to that going on there, man.
A lot of it's out of respect why they don't come in here and do the same, mate. You know what I mean? Because
Well, they can't, can they? They haven't got the courage. What are you talking about?
no,
They're
I'm
scared.
saying why. No, I mean why people like Batman don't just come in here and just rip people to shreds. It's because we're like you said,
no, they do.
it's a
They
university.
do.
Yeah,
they
they do
do
it on. They do it at Gems, but I'm saying it's like a university. This place, isn't it? That's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
like different vibe to it. You know?
Yeah. But FB Batman, man, when he was in Gem Pandas, yeah, he dismantles their server. And literally dismantling it. Every word. They have to mute him sometimes. They have to mute him. You know what I mean? And they mute him and that, and then they let him come back in, and he just carries on where he left off. Like me, he just carries on where he left off.
Yeah, Breaking Bad. I don't know who moved you up there, mate. Not me, but if it happens, just pop back down.
Yeah, I didn't do that. I don't do that sort of stuff.
It might even be on a timer. I can't remember.
Nah.
Is it all manual? Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't move you. I wouldn't do that. If anything, I'd rather be talking here.
Oh no,
Green
it's not a
room,
problem. Listen, Jin, it's a feature that we're using.
Yeah.
If there's inactivity, you know what I mean? People need to get practiced at doing it. I need to start doing it as well. Because it gives us a more accurate. Yeah.
Just to get a bit off topic, have you guys seen what's happening in the Crim? Ukraine?
In the Caribbeans? What's happening?
No, the Crim. That's the Ukraine.
Oh, Ukraine. Right. What's
Crimea.
going on? Crimea. What's going on?
I already know.
Apparently, the Ukraine has signed a decree, something like that makes them have to reconquer the Crimea again.
Yep.
Oh,
So
no.
there's now massive. What I can see, I don't know, right? I only see the pictures of trains with tanks going from Russia.
It's a shipping war. It's a shipping war, mate. I've said this for a long time. This whole COVID thing's been. This whole COVID thing's been a shipping war from the beginning. It started with the Suez Canal, right? Now the Suez Canal is blocked again, right? Remember, what else did it start with? Well, I said it got blocked again or whatever. You know what I mean, Roger? All the stuff that's been going on, the Suez Canal.
Yeah.
And then now, right? Think back to what happened before with the sort of paramilitary proxy war that was going on in the Crimea and the annexing of Crimea itself a little while back. But it's been a bit of a weird power grab that's been going on for a little while now. Yeah, carry on, Roger.
It's ridiculous.
No, yeah, it's just bullshit because in the meanwhile we have Russians in the ISS, right, next to Americans and what all. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and they're not breaching the Antarctic Treaty either.
Yeah,
it's just bullshit,
exactly.
right?
Yeah, fucking wankers, isn't they, mate? Mate, I've literally lost a little tiny, like, in-ear bit. You know, the little bit of rubber that goes in your ear? I've got another one, but it's like a large one. Oh, fuck's sake. I can't believe I've lost that. To order a new load. Fuck it. Yeah, I don't know. So wait, so you're saying that there's trains going towards Crimea or away from?
Yes. No. Toward.
Fuck,
yeah,
that's different. What, out of Russia or?
Out of Russia to Crimea.
Oh shit.
It's on zero edge at this moment. The headliner is as Russian tanks move toward Ukraine?
It
Or
will
as
be
he says,
proxy, mate.
the globe braces for World War III.
Nah, it'll be a proxy war, mate. You watch. It will be It'll be proxy. Russia won't put their flag to it. If they put their flag to it, I'll be highly surprised, mate. Because people have been.
I just posted the
Yeah.
article.
This is essentially, listen, as Russian tanks move toward Ukraine, the globe braces for World War III. This is essentially a declaration of war against Russia. And Zelensky would never have signed such a document without the approval of the Biden administration. Yeah, no, mate, this is, yeah, mate, this is, this makes the Russians look bad, but this is something that's happened toward the Russians first. Russians aren't just doing this out of nowhere, mate. And if it's the Russians, like I said, they won't put their flag to it. If it all go, put it this way, they didn't put their flag to the last one, did they? They just said it was paramilitary and pro-Russian and pro-Ukrainians. That's the way proxy wars, like wars with national flags next to them, are a thing of the past because you get sanctioned by the UN now and you lose money economically. So people aren't putting their flag to wars anymore.
Wait, did that happen? I mean, if I recall it correctly, the Russians annexed Crimea, right? And then the whole world went bananas, right? And nothing happened.
Well, no, that's what I mean. The reason why did nothing happen? Because Russia didn't say they did it, did they? Russia said it was pro-Russian separatists from Ukraine itself.
Yeah, that wanted to be with Russia again, right?
Yeah, so they said that it was the Ukrainian people themselves that were on the Russian border who were saying, wait a minute, we are Russian, so pro-Russian separatists of the Ukrainian state. So it was the Rush. That's why we heard no more of it. That war's still been going on. People are literally, I know people that are still fighting that war. I meet men, like I speak to blokes that go back and forth from here and Ukraine, and they go and fight there. I know a guy who's got a bullet wound in his chest, mate. He lives up the road from me. He's literally here at the minute on leave. Like literally, that war's still being fought, mate. Like still now. But the point is that war's not stopped. I don't know. People don't realise this. The war between the pro-Russian separatists and Ukrainian separatists, or the Ukrainian unionists, sorry, that war has never stopped. It's just blokes literally they email each other on like Instagram and Facebook and be like, meet me at this part of the border, and they sniper war each other, mate, like Call of Duty or some shit. Anyway, that never stopped. But the reason why we heard no more of it in terms of with nationalities getting involved was because they stuck to the narrative that Russia just said nothing to do with us, and it didn't go above medium arm fire, meaning no aeroplanes got involved really. There were a few airstrikes at the beginning just to push people back, just in case the separatists started thinking they could invade Russia. Russia going, look, that was a warning shot, that was it, just to push people back. As soon as people pushed back to the lines, it went to medium and mid-range arms, and that was it. RPGs, mortar fire, a few tanks, a few, howitzers, but nothing above that was used. You know what I mean? No, nothing above that has been used, really. And they've stuck to that narrative, so it's proxy war. There's no flag next to it to punish the people. Economically, it wouldn't make sense. Mate, wars with national flags next to them are a thing of the past, mate. If this is a war with Russia's flag next to it, this is fucking scary. That's what I'm going to say. If Russia put their name to this, then yeah, that's a problem. Because I just think Russia would prefer to say, nah, we've got well-armed militia groups that do what they want. Because as soon as they put their name to this, then other countries have got to help Ukraine. Do you see what I mean? Like that's
Yeah.
just the way these. So nowadays, everyone's going around these treaties and going around pacts of peace by basically just being like by funding terrorist groups. That's where people like terrorism. Where did that come from? Well, it came from the fact that people realised that you don't have to stick to like the Geneva Convention. You don't have to stick to treaties. You don't have to stick to any form of armistice. You don't have to stick to NATO rules, UN rules. You don't have to get sanctioned if you just pretend that the men that are shooting the weapons for you have nothing to do with your country and are just terrorists.
Right.
That's where terrorism came from. That's what the rebels are. Like, you know, what were the Viet Cong? You know the Viet Cong? Remember them guys? The very well trained special forces of the Vietnamese army, basically North versus South Vietnam. Well, the Viet Cong were seen as just like a bunch of like rebels, like, but really they were like the high top brass of the Chinese and fucking communist military. The same as Al Qaeda, mate. Al Qaeda, ISIS were the Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist party. There was something called basically what you had was you had the run into the desert, right? When Baghdad fell in the second Gulf War, you had the flee into the desert, right? So you had the flocking and flee into the desert. That Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist party, so Abu Bakr Baghdadi, right? Right? That motherfucker was the right-hand man and owner of most of the military doctrine and protectionary doctrine of Iraq itself. He was the guy that was the caliph leader, the caliphate leader of ISIS. All that was, and then you had the operation called the Breaking of the Wall. So all the men arrested in the Iraq War that were high up brass, they were all taken out of prison by Al Qaeda in Iraq in the Breaking of the Walls operation, where they went there and broke all the CIA black sites and prisons pieces and freed all the old men. And that's how ISIS took out Baghdad in 11 hours and secured it in 11 days, because ISIS were literally run and taught how to do so by the very men that had run it for hundreds of years, because the Shias had never ever even had militaristic control over Baghdad. So they came up against people, in just little Toyotas, but the people that were running in the Toyotas were literally being told what to do by the very men that had run the whole place for hundreds of years. They had all the war doctrine and the military doctrine and all of it on paper. They had all of the plans on paper. No matter how good your weaponry is, if you're going against people that, are from the area, basically. Apparently the green room thing ain't working, mate. I'll go sort it out in a sec.
Isn't working? What? Wait. Should. Let me talk here, and then you can
Going
check.
up,
Okay.
breaking. Well, will you go up and check? Just go up now.
Okay. Go up.
No, I'll be talking. Just go up and I'll be
Okay.
talking, mate. Roger, my main man, my main boy, my main gang. He's like, see it, Roger is my main man. Wait, Roger, we know the 24/7 Flat Earth radio audio station is on point and peng and pang.
Yeah, Roger's my main man. Just works. It works. So
Yeah.
maybe somebody has muted the bot.
Yeah, that's what I
Turn
can
it up.
find, mate. Yeah, nothing wrong with that, mate. Nothing wrong. Where's our bot for this room, though? We've got one still, yeah. That's alright. Because the other day we
still
didn't have
there.
one. I just realised we got one. It's alright. We were good. When I thought so much more.
Shall we play a song? One song?
Play Lulu and Elijah's one, bro. I want to actually listen to that one.
Okay. Yeah, I was more for the hole in the donut.
We'll play that as well if you want. You do what you want, mate.
Okay. Let's first the hole in the donut.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord dedicated to all the new people who have yet to fully turn into a glow pad. There's still hope for you.
You know the hole in
Shut
a
up,
donut?
Brenda.
That's
I'm trying to
space
sing
time.
here. Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? We've broken it down oh so clearly. It's a joke, it always has been. For those who see, anyway. Tripping, he's falling, he's tripping, he's balling. They blow by, he's all in. They glow burst, they don't win. Be honest, that works best. Any evidence of the curve earth crest, any evidence that it's not at rest, any vacuum next to oppress your test. There's no precedence, no evidence. That's a globe defense. Don't take offense, just don't be this dense. It's your preference with some common sense. You can sit on the fence. For a glober,
G'day.
it's tragic. He believes it like it's magic.
G'day.
You know the hole in a donut?
How's it going?
That's space time.
You're a moron.
No, that's
All
true.
good, bro. We're just listening to this
Hole in
tune.
a donut.
Shut up. Don't
It's
say anything
space
else.
time.
Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got nothing more to add. You're a moron.
Hole in the donut,
I couldn't
Brenda.
care less.
Wow.
You're a moron. Don't
The
make
hole
me
in the hole in a donut.
Shut
The
up.
hole
I
in
don't want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you.
Space
If
time.
you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up.
Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? We've broken it down oh so clearly. It's a joke, it always has been. For those who see, anyway. Don't follow the agenda. Put your logic in a blender. Or you'll end up just like Brenda, forgetting your actual gender. Think your dog bones are clocks, and that people are rocks. Stuck in a closet, mental box. This space side will Brian Cox. Just learn the essence, the basics. Without that, you won't make it. Your freedom is right there, take it. You don't have to fake it. Just say, I don't know, and your wisdom will grow. Don't blindly go with the flow. Just put it down, bro. Let the lie go.
Any evidence?
I thought you were about debate. I thought you were about fair
Fuck off
debates.
right now, you fucker. I was asking a new question. Now you don't get to take part. It's your problem. Stupid donut idiot. Donut hole is space time. What a complete moron.
Gotta love donut holes for space time.
Hole in the donut. Yeah, I can play Elijah's song now if you want.
Yeah, bro. I think someone else is in the room now as well, so yeah, play that and then we'll go back to chatting.
Here we go.
You know well what I've been through, living there without a view, asking why we missed our chance, and now I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself.
Yeah, that's such a beautiful track, that one. Beautiful. Woo. Well constructed. Do like that track.
Yeah, it's a summer hit.
Evermore.
Welcome, Alien Robot Ghost. Welcome.
Hello.
What?
Hello, Governor.
What a banger. What a fucking banger. Do you hear that? You hear that music coming out of flat earth?
Yeah.
Who heard that? Who heard it? Oi, oi, oi. My boy Elijah.
Wow.
Raw energy.
She's a right tasty bit of crumpet, I say.
Unabated truth there. Unabated truth coming at you. Live and direct. You know what I mean, like John?
Chip,
You know
chip,
what I mean,
cheerio.
like?
Chip, chip, cheerio and all that.
Wait, what are you saying, geezer? What are you
Doodle,
saying,
cowboy.
brother?
To the pit,
You
Governor.
might- Well, geezer sounds like he might be a bit of a Londoner or a bit of a straight goer at least. You know what I mean? So, what are you saying? Welcome to the flat earth.
Welcome to the flat earth, sonny boy. What can we do for you?
Yeah.
I'll get a bit of crumpet, I say.
What can we do you for? What can we do you
Get
for?
a bit of crumpet.
Who's got the salted butter? Me. So let's get the crumpets on the fucking go, man. Yeah, welcome
Yes,
to the
that's
flat earth.
I love a crumpet now and again, eh? More now than again, of course. More now than again, yo, crumpet.
I've got an aluminium Jaguar in my garage.
An aluminium Jaguar. Oh, I've heard about them before. Aluminium.
That's got to be worth a pretty penny.
Pretty penny. It sounds like he's talking about one of them new Jags, mate. It's the old Jags that are worth the bob.
Well, that's right.
Oh, in my
I thought you meant you had an aluminium old Jag.
I've got two of them
That's
in
what I
my
thought
garage.
In your
Wow.
garage.
My garage.
It's garage.
It's garage, mate.
Uh,
Not garage. Garage. You mean a garage, don't you?
My fucking garage.
Anyway, yeah, nice to meet you, mate. How you doing? You alright?
Doing good, friend.
Wait, though,
Oh, yeah.
you
Very well, mate.
welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah.
Um,
I've been here a few times. Still on the
oh
fence.
yeah.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Always
Still
glad
on
to
the
have you
fence,
back.
buddy. Still on
So-
the fence.
What's your
Still on
position?
On the fence.
Okay, you're still on the fence. Okay,
the
so
fence.
let's see. Let's see if we can get one foot off the fence at least. Get one butt cheek off the fence if we can, if you will. Do you have any questions? What's keeping you on the fence?
These goddamn simulations, man. They're convincing. They're convincing, dude. They comport.
Show
They
me
comport
one.
with reality. Well, they comport with reality. One of them is Universe Sandbox 2. Comports with reality quite well. Another one is what the fuck is Illustris TNG 300 comports with reality quite well.
Wait, have you been on the simulator that Elon Musk made of the Flat Earth?
I've not actually.
You're not.
I haven't. I'd be very
Wait.
interested in.
You should probably have a little go on that one, mate.
So a computer program, right? When
Yeah,
you're standing,
ridiculous.
when you're standing on the Earth, the only thing you will ever observe are the things above your head. They made up a story about those being spherical objects and stars being gazillion miles away, and now you're saying, well, I have this computer program that fits that narrative and it comports to reality. How does it comport to reality? When do you see
Well, it was
a ball flying through space?
it was made by highly ethical and very trustworthy individuals.
That
So-
doesn't
Yeah, but it's just a
answer my
fantasy.
question. That doesn't answer my question. So I tell you about Narnia, right? And I show you pictures of Narnia. Then I create a software program which shows you Narnia, right? And then you tell me, well, yeah, this is exactly how Narnia looks.
Well,
Look.
Wait, but
How-
somebody somebody said that there was a flat Earth simulation, and I would be very interested in seeing that
Really?
actually, because I've never
Yeah.
seen one of those before.
But meanwhile, back at the ranch, have you actually measured the ground under your foot? The bird
We'll
in
get to
hand
that
worth
later.
more than two in the bush. The actual bird in the hand worth more than two in the bush. Have you actually tried that on the ground here where you are now?
Well,
Have you
well,
tried
I'm-
measuring?
if I walk, I know
Whoa.
that
Greg, what are you doing?
there are
Correct.
people who've actually traveled in one direction
What's wrong?
long
Wait
enough.
there, wait there. Roger, what's
long-
up, man?
Wait, there are people,
Your mic was scratching against.
Is it doing it now?
No.
well,
All
there-
right,
Go.
it must have been my beard. It got caught in my beard. Really sorry, bud.
Look, there are people who traveled in one direction long enough until they returned back to the spot that they started from. That's
Okay,
another thing.
that's nice. But listen clearly. It's never been done on a spherical ball. That is circumnavigating like you would circumnavigate your neighborhood or your kitchen or your living room. Yeah, you start at one point, you walk all the way around and you come back to the same point. It's never been done north to south. That's from the North Pole, the South Pole, and back to the North Pole again. It's never been done. It's not even in the Guinness Book of World. It's nowhere. It hasn't been done.
Well, there's been balloons that have gone up into the jet stream and gone all the way around.
Sir
all the
Richard
way around.
Branson's got a record for that. But again, that's just happening on the flat Earth. It didn't go round a ball. It means the balloon would have had to have been upside down. That's what one
Wait
stage.
there, wait there. What even north? Wait there. We've never seen north to south circumnavigation, right? And
That's
what
true.
would north?
That's correct.
And also,
That's what we just said.
listen. Also, what would north to south circumnavigation even prove? I've thought about this a lot because what we have is divergence, right? And when I say divergence, I mean there
That
is
means
an
the water-
issue.
That means
Wait
the
there,
water
wait
in the
there, wait there,
toilet.
wait there. I'm not finished. Wait there.
Let him
Sorry,
finish his
sorry.
Right.
point, sir.
So the South Pole, right? For instance, okay, when we emulate the toroidal field or the electromagnetic field of the Earth, right, the thing that produces the Schumann resonance, right? When we emulate that onto a spherical model, and we try and make the vectors therein of the south of the electromagnetic field line up and comport with a globe, they don't at all. So what if we had a dipole electromagnetic system? You could technically go north to south, and all you would be doing is creating a figure of 8. If you do not know the nature of the whole piece of land anyway that you are therein on, right, you know nothing of its shape whatsoever. If you are to simply state that it has curvature and therefore it's a ball, then you will then first be able to observe or measure said curvature anywhere on said ball, right?
But why does the water circle the wrong way down the sink?
It doesn't. No, whoa. I
That's
think you
nothing.
need
That's
to-
an old
wait.
wives' tale. That's an
Yeah,
old
you
wives'
need to
tale.
think about what you're saying when you bring that up. So
Yeah.
if I send you a video right now, I'm in the northern hemisphere, right? My sink goes clockwise, my toilet goes anti-clockwise, and my other sink goes clockwise.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you know it's
an
all
old
to do with the
wives' tale.
shape. That's a wives' tale. Yeah, that came from The Simpsons, buddy. That's literally just that. The reason why water rotates a certain direction in a sink or a toilet is literally due to the design
Direction of flow.
it's direction of flow and the actual shape of the actual thing that it's pouring down.
Yeah.
This is just common sense, in fact, actually.
Yeah. I mean, that's just
Yeah,
it's a
but
whole
why do-
argument as well.
But why do hurricanes? But why do hurricanes? Rotate in one
Well-
direction. And
Yeah.
is that the same thing? Is it just?
Well,
They
okay,
don't.
wait, they don't. So
You have
They do
cyclone, anti-clockwise cyclone. So there you go.
Yeah.
So it just
okay,
doesn't-
so how do wait there? How do hurricanes work on the globe?
well, some of them are, supposedly the ones that happen in the northern hemisphere, they rotate one direction, and if they happen in the southern hemisphere, they
Nah,
rotate the other direction.
not true.
Yeah, but anyway, if I may just interrupt here, I'm totally not satisfied with your approach or your argument, because I did say to you, have you not measured the bird in hand, the curvature of this earth? That's what we need to do. Okay? That hasn't been done yet. No curvature to be found. You've never experienced it. Have you now?
But if it's a really, really big ball, then
Oh,
That
it
doesn't
doesn't
matter.
matter how big the ball is, mate. You're still going to experience that ball. It's a ball, yeah? You're going to experience it. Make it as big
We've
as
got
the
the numbers.
universe.
Whether
You're
we've got the
still
numbers.
going to-
1 second. Let me just ask one question if you guys don't mind me interjecting here.
Yeah, go ahead.
You've mentioned a few different clever sophist arguments as to why it's a fear. And you do have the role on the fence. What argument is leading you on the fence? Like, what argument do you find that's convincing that it may be flat? Let's hear that side.
Well, it's the accumulation of simulated models of the universe and the Earth that comport with reality, that have convinced, or that have almost taken. Well, I would say that they've taken the lead so far in my journey to find the truth. So really, globular Earth theory is just barely in the lead right now. So I'm still on the fence, but globular Earth has just taken the lead.
What?
Okay,
It's a close race, though.
That's not what I asked.
It's a close.
That's not what I
race.
asked.
Sorry. Yeah. Well,
You just said at the beginning, like the simulated models of flat Earth. Where are those at?
I've never seen a simulated model of flat Earth.
Okay, so my question is, what arguments make you on the fence? Like, what arguments have you heard from the flat Earth side that make you on the fence? What's convincing to make it be flat? Because you've mentioned your simulations, you've mentioned all the other sophist arguments about hurricanes or toilets or whatever else that doesn't make any sense.
The
But go
fact
ahead.
that I can't see the Earth, the fact that it's possible that the images that I've seen, that the people's arguments that I've heard are all erroneous, and that I can't know really for sure. So, I mean, that would be my it's basically my uncertainty of.
Oh wow, you're lucky I'm tired right now.
Yeah, it's my uncertainty for the globular Earth side, or that amount of
Skepticism?
the potential for misleading.
Wait, is that what world D? Is that what world D?
Yeah, what's up, Crack?
Oh, ideal. Fuck you, Uriah. All right, I'm not so because I'm too tired to have the conversation. So
You're always tired.
yeah.
You always sound tired, man. Get some sleep.
Don't say that. That's a bit of a. I'd never say that to anyone. Yeah. I don't sound tired. I'm on the fucking mate. I am one of the most alert people out here.
Dude, I watched that video by somebody sent me a video. Let me see if I can find it. By
Which one?
it was some doctor. It was a.
How long have you been looking at this topic?
I mean, have I been? How long have I been like actively like trying to figure it out?
Sure.
I mean, I guess not that long.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just curious the way you're thinking. The way you're thinking and reasoning about things. It does seem like you're fairly new, so it's common. But I just want to say that if you're not interested in the esoteric, right? This is just like a self-initiation. Like you may be on the start of self-initiating yourself into a mystery school. Like you may find a whole lot of hidden knowledge, but you have to have the critical thinking and reasoning faculties to use your discernment the arguments you brought up previously about toilets and hurricanes and starting in one place, going around and coming back in the same place, those are clever means of rhetoric to
But they're rudimentary.
be convincing to the layman. But in all actuality, if you want to figure out the shape and nature of the ground you're walking on, you have to directly measure it. And that's where you need to start from. Not simulations, not clever rhetoric arguments, but
I'm not capable.
Go
of
out and
doing-
measure.
I'm not capable
Sure you
of
are.
doing that.
Sure you are. You got a tape measure. You got your 5 senses that are not being deceptive.
Oh, Dr. John D. That's the videos that I was watching.
Yeah, he's awesome. Brilliant man.
That's a good place to
I
start.
watched, but I found an anomaly on his video, peer-to-peer to results in observations at 24 minutes and 11 seconds into the video. There's an anomaly that I wouldn't mind discussing with somebody if they were familiar with the video. Yeah, so it's just a hiccup, I think. It might just be an editing problem, but there's an issue at 24 minutes and 11 seconds into the video that I would like to discuss with
Which
somebody
one?
the one that says peer-to-peer 2/ results and observations. It's 43 minutes and 22 seconds long. Also watched viewing Rampion Wind Farm from Celsius through a telescope, and then I went down a huge rabbit hole of superior mirages, and because I've never heard of a fucking superior mirage before, I had no idea that was even a thing. So I went down a rabbit hole of trying to teach myself about mirages and why they exist and what they do to your brain. So
Peer-to-peer results and observations. What did you say the timestamp was?
24 minutes and 11 seconds into the video. Exactly.
It was 24 minutes and what?
11 seconds. And to explain, they're shooting lasers across a span of water, right? And he's instructing somebody to block the laser and then unblock the laser and block the laser and unblock the laser. And at exactly 24 minutes and 11 seconds, you see the laser is blocked, but you can see the light. If you watch the sequence, you can see at 24 minutes and 11 seconds there's an anomaly.
It's still going to be an attenuation through the atmosphere of the light source itself.
But
just because you block the main beam.
But all of the other times, because they do it repeatedly, and
It depends how well you block it.
Well, every time they do it, it's the same thing. But it's not that it's blocked.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I just watched the little part you're talking about. So you're watching something desynced from where it's filming Roxanne block the laser and him on his side calling for the laser, and they're not synced properly. So it's an editing thing, not a incongruency.
All right, well that explains it then. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's an interesting catch, though. I mean, that kind of catch, right, could be considered almost like a movie mistake.
Right. Well, I mean, I figured that there was a reasonable explanation, because it seems like he seems like he's very thorough and in what he does, because he goes to great length to make sure that the videos and live streams and stuff are synchronized
sound
properly. Right. And so it was surprising whenever I saw anomaly, because he does go to he is very meticulous about about accuracy, and it just seemed like
Yeah, that's
I'm glad
it's
to
one of
find-
those it's one of those things where, you know, as you start to open up your mind and engage your critical thinking and your discernment, that's one of those things in your discernment where you're like, yeah, that's just a unsynchronized edit, but it is, you know, still that in no way impacts the credibility or the validity of the findings or observations of the data.
Right.
But yeah, man, I would encourage you to you know, stay on your search. I mean, nobody can teach it to you. Nobody can, you know, convince you. Only you can do that. Like, I can't go out and experience the world for you or measure it for you. But if you do that, you can find the truth.
Do you think that it's possible that an airline pilot would would actually be convinced, or let's say that an airline pilot, he knows, or he believes for a fact that the Earth is round, and then but he's mistaken, and he doesn't know that he's mistaken, or does
Yeah.
or does
Yeah.
he have to be okay? Cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Because-
I think that's absolutely true. Much like
If I
a
could
lot of
sh-
other people in a lot of other
Yeah.
professions, they can be mistaken. They can have a justified true belief that, you know, what they're doing involves it being a sphere. They could go up and you know, up really high in the planes and, you know, think they see curvature as part of the
What if we showed them the
microsolar
opposite?
indoctrination. What?
What if we showed him the opposite? I literally
Well,
personally
he's just-
know
he's-
someone.
Listen, Crack,
No,
if you
no, I'm
listen to what
just
he
saying,
said,
just to play. I know, I get what you said. I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm not. I know. I'm
Alright.
saying, like, if we look at it the opposite way, do you believe a pilot who knows the Earth is flat? Like, this is the point. That question, it doesn't comport, right? So, like, the people that think it's a globe, right? They only think so because they were indoctrinated to think so. And reality, they're in afterwards, right? With your convex windows in your cockpit, and your cockpit itself, and your fuselage.
weak argument.
With yeah, it's a weak argument, like I was saying. Anyway, it's weak because of the fact that you're going to see the world the way that you were taught to see it. You know, if I show you a flat earther who is a pilot, right? A commercial pilot, and he sees the Earth flat every day from his perspective, right? That's just because he knows what he knows, right? So it's the sort of same thing, really. Yeah, you're right, dude. Like, could he be incorrect? Of course, the pilot could be incorrect that the Earth's a ball. You know, he just sees what he expects the
What
world to be.
Yeah, what the eyes see and the ears hear, the mind believes, and I can tell you that for a fact from myself personally. Is that, you know, before I came across this information and worked through my own cognitive dissonance, like, I saw curvature of the Earth from a plane. I saw it from a high mountain when I went snowboarding. I saw it when I was at the beach.
Same.
Right.
I saw it, and I never even believed in the globe, and I saw curvature.
Right. Have you seen those videos like this team took like a weather balloon and they put like a GoPro camera on it, and they
Yeah.
just fucking like released it up into the air,
Mhm.
and like it goes way fucking up there.
Yeah.
It looks.
I've paid money towards doing our own ones. I've personally put money into doing those on our side. Sorry, carry on.
So what do you think is underneath? Like, if I were to dig into the ground, like, and just keep digging, just hypothetically, if it's, like, pretend that I'm actually capable of doing that.
Well, stick with the
But-
balloon thing first. Let's stick
Let
with
him
the
ask
balloon.
his question. Let him ask his question.
Like, what would happen?
Well, it
if,
sounded like he went from one to the other. That was
He did. That's exactly
I
what
did.
happened. But let
Yeah,
it let it
shouldn't have
ride.
done that. I shouldn't have done that.
It's
I do
okay.
apologize.
It's okay, man.
But if I were to dig down and just keep digging, like, am I going to run into lava, or am I going to run into is it just going to keep being dirt?
I don't know. How would you know until you'd actually dig?
Oh fuck! I guess
I
I
can
won't.
tell you what we do know. The deepest we've ever been is 7.8 miles. You can type this
That's
up.
enough.
Super koala deep borehole, right?
It's not koala. It's
Um,
cola.
I thought they were deeper than
Koala,
that.
koala. I can't pronounce it. Well, it's either 7.8 or 8.7.
You're
Like I
thinking
said,
of
that's
the
the
Marianas
deepest.
Trench. You're thinking of the
But
Marianas
that's
Trench.
not digging.
No.
No, that's not
yeah,
digging.
I know, but that's exactly how deep the Marianas Trench is.
Well,
So I
and
think
that's
you
how.
might be getting the numbers confused.
No.
No, I'm not.
And I've heard of holes being dug way deeper than that. So
No.
No. This is the deepest. This is remember, dude. This is
You may be
what I
mistaken.
do.
maybe I am.
Like,
I'll look it up real quick.
The deepest natural
Type it
hole
up.
is the Marianas Trench. The deepest man-made hole is the Kola super deep borehole.
In Russia.
KOLA.
Let me just tell you a little bit of what we found, right? So seismologists, the same seismologists that tell you that the Earth has a molten iron core that is made of iron and nickel, that how deep the crust is, how far down it is, how thick it is. These same people, they obviously did that off of the back of what Newton hypothesized, which is that the Earth had 3 main layers: a core, a crust, etc., etc. Anyway, the same seismologists actually got all predictions wrong, just down to the depth of just a little bit less than 8 miles. So they said basalt salt at a certain depth. They said there would be zero life form. They said that the material itself would get denser and denser and denser. They said they'd be able to go deeper, and they didn't do any
They
of
found
those
fossils
things.
in granite. They found fossils in granite. That's freaking crazy.
Well, my point is if you think about that, dude, right? The people that tell you that Earth's core, right, is a certain temperature, has certain constituent parts, as in it has iron and nickel, right? That same group of individuals, right, got all of the predictions just down to 8 miles, just to below 8 miles, right? They got all predictions wrong. When they got to about 7.8 miles, the actual Earth itself, instead of becoming more dense as they had actually predicted, the Earth's substance became something like honey. A lot of people say the drill bits just broke. That's not entirely true. What happened was the drill bits got clogged with a substance that was warm and runny like honey. So every time a piece was excavated and removed, it would just fill back up, as if it were lava, but in fact not as hot, but more like honey.
Right. This is that
So
they found
we sort of
microbes.
know what would happen if, yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. Continue.
Well, no, microbes you were going to talk about then as well, because go say what you were going to say.
Well, this says that they found the because I'm the Kola super deep borehole. I'm reading about it right now. It says that they found microbes all along the borehole the whole way down. That's crazy.
Seismologists, what they said beforehand, one of their predictions was they would find no microbes.
Yeah.
These are the people that are telling you what's going on all the way in the core. The same field of scientists know nothing just down to 8 miles, but yet they will assert exactly the nature of everything from here to 8 miles.
Where do you think that the lava from volcanoes comes from? Do you think that it's just like pockets because in Yellowstone they said that there's a caldera in Yellowstone.
How would you create lava? Think about it.
What do you mean? Do we think they're just pockets? What do you? What?
Where do you think it comes from on the globe?
That's what they are. Like, what do you mean?
Okay,
they're like
okay.
But that's how it's described on the globe. Like, the lava doesn't come from magma, bro. It's two different things.
Yeah.
Lava and magma are the same thing.
No, they're not.
They're not. That's
no.
Nope. Well, this is the thing: is that like someone came in yesterday and said, "How do you explain the phases of the moon on a flat Earth?" And I'm like, "What the fuck has that got to do with the globe?" And they're like, "Well, the globe causes them." And I'm like, "How?" So like the issue is people conflate often the claims of the globe itself.
This is that magma is just lava that's still underground. It's just lava once it comes. It's just lava once it gets up to the surface.
So what's the difference?
They're not the same.
There is no difference. It's the same thing. It's just it's the location.
It's not.
Yeah. It says
Can you verify that?
It says the distinction.
Wait there. Listen to what we're saying though first before you go into that, because I know what you're going to say. I'm saying, have you ever sat next to a piece of lava, or magma, should I say, that then ends up coming up to the top of a volcano and leave?
No, I have not.
So what's the difference between lava and magma?
This says the distinction between magma and lava is all about location. When geologists refer to magma,
There you
they're
go.
talking about molten rock that's still trapped underground. If this molten rock makes it to the surface and keeps flowing like a liquid, it's called lava.
So it keeps flowing like a liquid, right? So think about that. They're completely different, right?
Doesn't sound like it's still
Well,
molten rock.
listen.
It's
Well,
still
no, because
still molten
right.
rock.
Let me break it down to a chemistry level, right? Like this. So it's like me saying to you, right, that it's like me asserting that morphine is the same thing as diamorphine.
Crack, it sounds like you're majoring on a minor here.
Magma
like opium
Magma
is
and lava, magma
opium
and
is
lava
different.
are magma and lava are similar in that they're both molten rock, but one has reached the surface, the other one hasn't.
And that's the same thing with the other. You know what I mean? Like,
So what's the point here? Why are we arguing about the difference between magma and lava?
we don't need to. I want him to understand why we say there's a difference. That's all.
He understands the difference.
Because-
He read it off.
Yeah, but I think he thinks they're the same thing still. Like,
Similar.
Well,
So you guys are
yeah.
talking past each other and arguing over nothing.
I'm not arguing with him at all. I get on quite well with him.
Let's go back to the main point, right?
Oh,
So-
wait a minute.
His question is, how is there volcanoes, or how is there lava, or where does the lava come from, right?
Right.
It has to deal with what he thinks of plate tectonics on a globe model, right?
Right.
So
And
what about-
earthquakes, too, and stuff like that?
earthquakes, okay, so what about, this thought or idea of plate tectonics and, large layers of the Earth's surface underwater or above water moving and colliding together and creating high pressures of molten rock in certain places? What about that dictates a certain shape of the Earth?
I'm not sure. That's a good question.
Okay, so if it doesn't, necessitate the Earth shape being one way or another, it's really not a valid point for one or the other. It's kind of working on both, right?
Well, that's kind of
It
where
just
I was
seems like-
getting to. Is
Sorry.
that like this idea of convoluting like magma and lava, two different things? Well, what does it matter? Because you've never been down to said depths to even verify what either of said things are, or the proceeds in which lava comes from to even assert that magma even exists.
Well, the
This is
last
my point.
the last
you
couple
know,
of days,
overall.
honestly, the last couple of days, I've been watching the volcano in Iceland erupt live on video on YouTube, and I see molten rock coming up out of the surface of the Earth. So at one point, it had to be underneath the Earth, right? So yeah, there are places where there's molten rock underneath the Earth because it's
Oh
coming
no,
up
I mean,
onto the
I know,
top.
but magma has a causality attached to it. If you right, so whenever I'm talking in language, right, myself, right, what
Sure.
people think of when they think of magma, they think of deep, deep, deep pockets, right, of something being created in a certain format or way, and they usually relate it to the Earth's core itself, right? And this
Sure.
is why I like to try and pull that apart from people, because they really need to start thinking in all terms, basically, away from these ideas of these deep reactions, in fact, that they know nothing about because they've never even validated any of it ever, and neither is seismology. Remember, seismology are the people that got all the predictions wrong down to
Right,
just
I
a
understand.
mile. Yeah.
So on a flat Earth model, is plate tectonics not viable on a flat Earth model?
Why would you think that?
I mean, I'm asking.
Oh, okay. Well, I look at it like, hey, you know what? Plates are level and flattish too, aren't they?
Right.
So
I
why
mean,
wouldn't it
yeah,
work?
Yeah, I would. I mean,
Well,
but they could be round, but they could be curved, though, right?
Right, if we measured them that way, but we don't.
Right.
We don't measure any curvature at all.
So since we can't, since they could be either one, then we just have to throw that point out because it kind of cancels itself out.
What did he
We're
just
doing
no, hold on. What was his point and what did he just say to you that you responded to? What did he say?
Who are you talking to?
You.
You.
What did he just say to you for you to say that that point
He's-
can be thrown out?
He said that it could be flat.
No, I didn't hear.
plate
Well, I
tectonics.
mean the latter
plates,
part of what he said when he
Right.
said it could be round.
or plates could be flat. There's nothing that says that plates couldn't be flat. And when you think of plates, like typically they are something that you would consider flat. But then I brought up a point of, but they could also be like plate tectonics works on either with either model to get thrown out because it cancels itself out.
And then he said,
I don't remember what he said after that. I'm sorry.
he said, but yeah,
We don't measure the plates or the surface of the Earth being curved.
Oh, right.
If we are in a sphere, right, the Earth isn't completely flat. It's got topography, right? It's got mountains and valleys, right, with topographical features. But if it is a convex sphere, the water sticking to it, that's a whole nother thing. But if we take that the water is sticking to it somewhat uniformly, right, then that curvature is going to be the best expressed and observed and measured over large bodies of water, either large lakes or at the beach looking out into the ocean. Correct?
Right. But
so when we do that, and we take the mathematically prescribed boundaries of the Earth, like the spherical Earth has a certain radius. All right, we take that radius, and using spherical trigonometry, we can work out how much of the ball should be curving away from you in all directions, because metaphysically you're always standing at the top of the ball, right?
Right.
So if we take observation and measurements using those observations of things at known distance, we can calculate where we should see the geometric or physical horizon of this spherical Earth. We shouldn't be able to see any farther than that. And the thing is we see a lot farther. And that's where the idea comes that it's a much larger ball. But you have to comprehend that the radius that was given, right, the known agreed upon radius, is the linchpin of the whole entire thing. You have to have the radius of it is, to have the gravity to hold the water, to have the orbit, to have the speed to get into orbit, to go to space. All these things are predicated on that radius, and that radius has been debunked. Thus, there's no ball. So there's really no need to be on the fence at all. It's just lots of questions of how this, that, and the other thing works.
Exactly.
When the answer to all those questions is the answer to all those questions that you have is that it works the way it works because that's the way it is. We may not always know how or why, but we know the shape of the Earth for a fact.
It blows me away how so many highly intelligent people could be fooled.
Wrong.
I mean,
Oh, it blows me away too. I see a whole bunch of highly intelligent people under the effects of mind control, and they don't know any better because that's all they've been taught. That's all they've been known.
Who has ever been given the time to think differently to what's presented anyway? So this is the issue. When we're educated in school, right? We're presented. We're not presented always with two ulterior, or should I say, alternate forms of facts. They don't say to you, "Here's French and here's true French." They don't say to you, "Here's English and here's true English." You have to delineate between the two of which is correct. You have an authoritative body that says, "Here is a topic. We have the truth of said topic, and this is what you should learn. And when you've learned it, you will be socially accredited with a degree that will actually allow you in order to practice something in relation to said, authenticative process that gives you a certificate."
Crack, you broke up.
Yeah, you cut out for me too.
Yeah, we lost you, bro.
bruh.
Anyway, Alien, I think he's trying to say that. Yeah, you probably come back, but basically, it's like you were taught this from a very early age when you were a child, right? You're taught Earth and space and planets and the heliocentrism probably before you knew your left from your right. And we call that the conditioned phase of life, where you don't have the reasoning or critical thinking faculties to rebut anything that's given to you. You're just a sponge gathering input, right?
Right.
And then in your later childhood and early adulthood, that's reinforced through movies, TV, school, the authority figures around you, your parents, your peer group.
Are they doing it on purpose, though? I'm sorry to cut you off. Are they doing it on purpose, though? Like, that's what I'm...
Well, I look at it like, if you ever read Kings Dethroned, it's basically back from the Greeks with Hipparchus, who failed to get a baseline for triangulation to the stars, and thus he said the stars must be infinitely distant away. And everybody's been working off that same assumption since then, which is a complete blunder. And there are a lot of observations that we can do that, seem to make sense as a sphere, because we look up into the sky and we see circles and we see what appear to be spheres, or what we see as a celestial sphere. So I think it could be common that people could think that, but in all actuality, when you get down to the nitty-gritty, the fine minutiae and the details, there's no curvature to the surface of the Earth, so something else must be going on. And perhaps some few people at the top, who knows who they are, decided that, they were going to go out and explore, and maybe they found something, maybe they found more land, or maybe they didn't. Who knows what they found, because without, truly independent coordinated exploration or a credible disclosure of what they found back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s with military operations doing those explorations, then, we may never know. But what we can do is we can measure the surface of the Earth and know that it's not curving like a ball should.
Yeah, it's not these people aren't lying. They don't know. So if they don't know, like you don't know, like we didn't know, then how would they be lying? So it's not exactly that at all. It's just that there's a chain of command, and as far as teachers are concerned, the people who love you and care for you when you're a child, what they have is a curriculum dictated by the democratically picked school board, right? And so this comes down from somewhere, but ultimately most people aren't lying. The people who, well, yeah, I wouldn't even know where to begin to tell you who's lying, other than the people who are doing lives on the ISS. Because again, you would need the radius of the Earth that they utilize to have that in orbit.
I think, I don't even think the astronauts nowadays, know. I mean, I know they know they're, not doing things for real. So, yeah, they could know that they're lying. But what reason, whether they're threatened, whether they signed a non-disclosure agreement due to national security reasons, I'm not sure. As far as the astronauts back in the day, I think they got these guys into these models and had them run these simulations, and they recorded it, and then they just released it as that's what they did, and the guys had no choice but to just go along with it because, hey, we were in the middle of a Cold War against the Russians, and it was national security. So they were surprised just as anybody else. But, at some point, they also knew what they were doing was a gross misrepresentation, and they haven't come clean about it. And I don't know why that is. Well, some of them have, like Buzz Aldrin has, to some extent.
Well, it's kind of like the same thing with the Egyptologist. Some people have done these investigations and have found credible evidence for civilizations that existed before the Egyptologists. The story that they give, and they won't let this new information come out because they don't want it to discredit their life's work.
Right.
They've done all this work, all this time, and all this effort and all this money into developing this story about history that comports with the evidence that they've discovered, and
Or
they
the
don't
story that they want to tell.
right, and so they'll kind of squash anything that doesn't that kind of makes them look bad almost.
Anything else, anything against the consensus is heresy.
Right.
That's what makes flat Earth so punk rock.
Right, but which is a travesty, though, no matter what, because we deserve to know the truth, right? I mean,
I think we
But
deserve to know the truth if you go out and actively seek it. If you expect it just to be handed and fed to you spoon by spoon, then you'll just accept anything. How would you know if it's truth or not?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I was gonna share like a similar sentiment because, like, deserve, like, how does deserve apply here? Like, who deserves to know the truth? The people who often come in here and argue us down for
Damn
an
it,
hour
you guys,
straight.
You guys stop making good points. You guys are fucking with me.
Like I said, this gets crazy. It's like a self-initiation to a mystery school. Like you're dealing with hidden knowledge here, and it's hidden from the unwashed masses because there's got to be something to wake up from. Some of the people in that system are literal monsters, and there needs to be a system in place to control them and keep them contained or rehabilitate them. But for the thinking few with discernment, there's this knowledge, there's this other path, this other way that it is what it is. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it.
Well, it's steadily.
But yeah, it's
freaking me out.
This topic isn't for everyone. Like, if you freaked out and scared, like, do you want to take a red pill or the blue pill?
Not scared. I wouldn't call it scared, but just freaking me out, man. It's just it's crazy.
It's a trip, dude. Definitely a trip.
I'm glad you came in during the with the morning crew, because I appreciate or understand like that feeling. Like, I haven't forgotten, and I often remind everyone here that we are extremely out of touch because, number one, so they're staunch believers of, and I know people come here thinking we have a belief about, but anyway, so they're staunch believers who come here and they've been in this for 5 years arguing just because, like, committing logical fallacies, just obfuscating, not answering any direct evidence whatsoever, justifying contradictions and doublespeak for the last 5 years straight.
Yep.
And it's like, damn, what was my point?
It kind of reminds me of that part in the Matrix. When in the Matrix, when he finally he's in the Matrix and he like freaks him out, and he like he basically snaps. I mean, that's
yeah. So it's like, yeah, I try to remind people that, like, when we're arguing with them and people who are purposely not trying to have a linear conversation where everything gets truthfully unpacked, we become insensitive to genuine people who actually need to be handled with care, like we wish we could have, So welcome to the server. Again, we definitely have citation, we have examples in reality to back up what we're saying, because all we're doing is looking for verifying what the globe is and the I guess the observations and the tests that we've done, it's just coming up not that.
Right.
You
Well,
know.
that's what the one thing that I would hope that I would get from like this server or people like you guys is like, if it did come out, if there was some kind of like evidence, if something actually happened tomorrow that proved for a fact that the Earth is round, that you guys would be honest with yourselves, right? You would be like, okay, that's it, like, but it would have to be known, undeniable, unmistakable, unfucking questionable proof without a doubt that the Earth is fucking round, and you guys would be like, okay, well, that's it, that's that.
And you know what that proof would have to be?
What's that?
Tomorrow, the Earth would have to start curving somewhere.
Literally, yeah, that's the issue.
Yeah,
Like, this is what people don't get. It's like, yeah, you could show me north to south circumnavigation. You could show me quite a few things, and I would still say I don't care. What if we've got a dipole situation here, a figure of 8? You can go north to south, believing you've been north to south around the globe. No, mate. You would literally have to start showing me measurements of convexity. Or
It's
concavity,
like how many?
whatever.
I like to ask this question: how many types of curvature are there on a ball or on a sphere?
2.
Well, you would consider
Depending on
like
whether you're inside of it or the outside.
No, there's just one. There's just one type. It's in all directions.
Exactly.
Right.
So that's the type. That's the type of curvature we'd have to see tomorrow. And then that curvature, then there also has to be proof of spin.
Right, but is it possible that the only way that you would be able to observe that would be if you were not on this planet, this Earth?
Yeah, that would make sense if it was really, really, really big, right? Because
Right.
it's so big, right? It's a proven fact of non-Euclidean geometry calculus that large section or small sections of large curved surfaces always appear to be flat due to the small creatures that walk upon them. Quote Neil deGrasse Tyson, 2015, the Nightly Show on Comedy Central. But the thing is that since we have a mathematically prescribed boundary of the Earth, we know how big it is, and it seems like it's really big, but it's not that big.
Ron Jeremy fallacy.
Mathematics.
It must be a grower, not a shower, because it's not showing.
Yeah.
the Earth is
Followed by the Snoop Dogg, right?
as it is, but the predictions of the globe itself, is that model itself really having the predictive capability that they boast? It's ultimately that question, not it's so big. Is the model predicting my reality? Which, I mean, if we were on a globe, everyone should be jumping to say, yeah, sure, of course, here's how. But that's never produced.
Like, what's the strongest kind of feedback? Like I can imagine that there are people who would come into this server and just be total fucking, I'm sorry if my language is shitty, that's just the way I am, but there would be people who would come into this server having the arrogance that many people have in regards to this argument, that they would just come in here and not be pleasant.
Decimate us?
Yeah, they would be assholes. That's
We
that's
deal
what
with them every day.
Oh, okay.
Every day we get true believers and absolute zealots in here for the state-sponsored sun worship religion, but we deal with them one way or the other.
Good. Glad to hear that.
Yeah, it's a state-sponsored sun worshiping cult.
Well, I'm gonna go shoot some zombies in VR. You guys have fun. It was a pleasant talking to you, and I will be back.
Pleasure
Dude, if
speaking
you
with you
wanted to know about the Flat Earth Simulator,
Oh yeah. I want to know about that.
Right, so-
huge.
Walk outside.
I'm
Uh,
big into these computer simulations. I think that there's some value in these computer simulations. I just know it. It just depends on who's developing it and whether or not they're open with their source, with their code.
But-
But if the simulation is built upon a lie, wait there. If the simulation is built upon a lie, it is worthless, right?
But if they're open with their code, if they're open source with their code, then you can
So
you can analyze the code for yourself.
So
you can see-
what does that matter? Wait there. What does that matter? You can look at code, but code doesn't.
It
So
does.
if you can show me, no, code doesn't comport with reality,
It
right?
does though. It's the only.
Wait, so
thing that
wait there.
comports with
So you have code, right? You have code of a spherical model on a. Let's say we're talking about a game, for instance, right? Mass Effect or whatever fucking game it is, right? Where you have spherical and orbital mechanics on said game, right? Okay. You cannot show me, right, the line of code that talks about the parabol or the curvature
I can.
that then that then fits in with the reality that we live on.
But I can, though. That's the thing. Like
So
No,
you've got
there's no-
curvature. There's no curvature on our Earth, though, mate. That's what I'm saying.
well through trial and error, or through fuck, what's it called? Fuck, I'm forgetting the term.
Yep.
Where you deduct until you
Through deductive reasoning,
Yeah,
but the issue is right. So that doesn't tell you anything though, because if I can create a code line that applies a 8 inches per mile squared value, right, to the curvature of the emulated graphical model that I'm allowing you to play on, right?
yeah, but if
But
it's
the
not,
issue is,
sorry,
if it
sorry.
doesn't, if you cannot measure 8 inches per mile squared, right, in real life, then that set of data and that set of code, therefore, does not comport with data. The data doesn't comport with reality of what we actually experience. So therefore, yes, it's a simulator and you can learn from it. I'm not taking away its value. What I'm saying is you cannot learn from it in terms of within what we know to be true inside of reality. That is why all real flight simulators act as if we are on a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane, like DCS World, for instance.
I mean, that makes sense, but the thing is if they mess with the code, then the command interpreter will not be able to process it. So you'll know right away if they're fucking with the code.
I'm not saying they're fucking with the code.
I'm gonna
You're
say
not
this.
getting my point.
Let me say this, and I think, Crack, you bring up a good point, because you're both talking about simulators and which one best comports with reality, correct? So we can use these hypothetical models from Alien here to think that it's a globe, or we can use these three-dimensional real world simulators that people use to be certified to carry goods and people all different places, like a flight simulator, and have it perfectly match reality. So which one is a better simulator of reality? Hypothetical globular model, or one that's used practically, commercially, and in effect just everyday practicality?
I would submit that one of them is constrained, though, to
How?
one of them is constrained to the parameters of flying an airplane, and the other one is much less constrained because it includes external.
What about
dynamics.
Armor 3? Armor 3 then? Like you can
don't know
leave
what
the
that is.
aeroplane. Well, you can leave the aeroplane in the simulator, and as if you're walking around, you can you can go to Armor 3 is another military simulator that's used by the military.
Have you played with Universe Sandbox 2?
Yes.
It's pretty crazy, dude. Like I have to give it credit, dude. Like if they're
It proves nothing, mate, though. It doesn't prove anything, though.
I mean, it's so far it's pretty strong. Like it's the strongest. It's
So
the
how do you
strongest-
How?
let me ask this, just out of curiosity, how do you in that simulator, how do you travel through space?
I mean, well, you're basically you're God. You just.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like reality.
Okay.
That seems to comport with reality really well. Let's go with that one.
I know, but it's not that. That's not the part that comports with reality that I'm talking about. But I get it. I understand. You know, I do.
But it doesn't, Alien. It doesn't, because you have never been to the moon or to a star. So they told you this, and they built software around this, and they told you, well, look, this is the reality, right? And then you're like, okay, yeah, the reality. The story conforms to the software, so it must be real, right?
But they're open source with their software. We get to get to look at the code. We know
they created these rules, right? They told you.
Hold on, I'm sorry, Roger. Can you tell me what Roger's central point was?
What? Who's Roger?
The person you're talking to now that you're about to respond to or attempting to respond to.
Yeah, he was saying that I've never been to the moon and I've never been to the stars, so I can't really compare that. I can't really definitively compare the what I'm seeing in the simulation with what's happening. And to an extent, he's not wrong.
Well, and not an extent, just absolutely. Because again, like if I told you about Narnia and then I gave you a model about it, you're like, oh yeah, this is exactly like what you told me. Like that doesn't mean it's real is what his point is. Like it, because you have no way to verify or experience. You're just like, this shit is fucking cool, man. Okay. And
I mean, I guess it's because of that I have the label of on the fence, and I guess that actually is accurate for now. But we'll see how it goes. I do have to go though. I really appreciate you.
Just type in Microsoft Flight Simulator and download the one that Elon Musk uploaded, a flat map.
Okay.
There's also a flat Earth simulator as well.
I will.
If you want me to actually, do you want me to DM you?
If you could do that,
of it?
If you could do that, that would be.
All it is Microsoft Flight Simulator, and there's a flat map that like Elon Musk himself was the one who uploaded it. He said, "Well, I uploaded it because he said actually, it's just might as well because he said we have to actually. This is just the original simulator that all of it's based on. Then we just emulate around the ball. He said, so I might as well just emulate like what we do before the ball. He said, I'm just putting in. You know what I mean? Right. He even said that himself. That.
Either way, I will be checking that out. But if you could send me the link just to make it a little easier, that would be awesome. But yeah, that's huge in my book because that's what I'm told. That's what I've been looking for. So yeah, if you could send that to me, that would be huge. But if you don't, If you don't, I'll be tracking it down myself. So
just DM me now. Just DM me now if you could. Click Crackville and just put send me simulator, and I'll find it
right
on my laptop. No worries, dude.
Yeah, good speaking with you. Good luck in your search, man.
Hey, thank you. I'll be back.
If that's the thing that proves the Earth's flat to him, this simulator, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck?
No, he'll get it.
I'll be back.
He'll get it or he won't.
Until then, I'm on the fence, so we'll see. Y'all be good.
I'm just saying that would be hilarious, though, right?
Yeah.
We have an untaken name joined us.
Again?
Is he verified? An untaken name.
Yeah.
Joined us. Hi.
Chuck.
Welcome.
Hey.
You've been here for a week now? Few days?
Wait, I think 3 days, I think. 3 days, I think. Yeah.
So, what did you found out? What did you learn?
What did I learn?
Yeah.
I don't know. Didn't about how the flat Earth works. I didn't learn much
You didn't learn much. Okay.
about how the flat Earth works. Yes.
How about how the globe Earth doesn't work? Did you learn a lot about that? Did you learn enough to be skeptical?
I want to discuss it. I want to discuss the flat Earth more, not the globe Earth,
Why don't you want to discuss the globe Earth?
because this is the flat Earth Discord now. I mean,
Right, but we can talk about all different types of cosmology, right?
yeah.
So why are you here?
So listen
If
to the
not to-
conversation, man.
Okay, so just to listen to the conversation, not to challenge any of your own ideas or concepts or beliefs. Just other people's.
Yeah, to see what
Okay.
how you convince other people. Mainly as
We
well.
don't. The thing is, we don't convince other people. You can't be convinced. Like I can't convince you of the Earth. You have to do that. I can't teach you
All
about
right.
the Earth. You have to go out and measure it yourself, right? You have to do the work. You have to initiate yourself into this mystery school. If you're not willing to do that, you're not here to learn. You're just wasting everybody's time, including your own. So why are you here?
Because I'm actually learning more about the globe Earth and how the globe Earth works.
Okay, so what do you? I thought you didn't want to talk about the globe Earth, but since you've learned about the globe Earth, what have you learned?
I learned about how on airplanes, the airplane movement,
What about airplane
stuff
movement?
like that. I don't know. It's not stuff that certainly proved the Earth is round. Just general around how stuff works.
So
It's not like I'm
airplanes they point their noses down to correct for curvature.
Nope. I've learned that they don't need to.
They don't.
Why? Why don't they
I can
need
send
to?
you. You can Google it, man. I'm not here to explain stuff. You can Google it yourself, man.
What?
So an airplane which has its
So
artificial so an airplane who has its artificial horizontal horizon straight, right? It flies straight. It automatically curves
It
down.
flies according to level. It flies according to level. There's a difference.
Horizontal, right? Horizontal. So level is curved. Is that your position you want to take? Level is curved.
I'm not gonna argue with you guys, man. Like,
Is level curved?
what?
Is level curved?
Nope. Level is parallel.
So it's
Bomb has been
flying
planted.
Straight. So it's flying straight, right?
Yep.
Straight.
Flying straight.
In a straight line, right? Not pointing its nose down to conform to the ball, right?
Look, man. I'm not. I don't know aerodynamics. I don't know how the atmosphere works, right? So how would you know? I don't know.
Pretty simple,
So I'm not
right?
gonna argue.
If you have a basketball
How do you
and a
know?
toy plane,
How do you know it's pretty simple? How do you know it's pretty simple though? But there is a difference between a toy and
so
a basketball.
when
to the
I
Earth.
have a basketball and a toy plane and I act as if the plane is flying around the basketball, I need to
But that's a pretty bad analogy.
point the nose down. Why is it a bad analogy? Why?
Because it's a basketball.
Right.
There's
And I
a
have a
pretty big difference in size. You know that between
And
the
I have a
basketball
toy
and that toy
plane.
airplane. Yeah.
Right, but it still needs to point its nose down, right? To conform to the ball.
To the basketball.
Any ball. Curvature, right?
What? I mean, I don't know. If you're talking, if the ball you're talking about is the Earth, then I don't know.
You would have
But
to
if you're
negotiate. You would have to drop in altitude enough to cover the curvature, right? You just would have to do that.
All right. Yeah.
So why don't planes do that constantly? Why wouldn't we feel when the plane is dropping? You
You
have to
can
do
Google
like
it, man.
a lot.
I don't know. You
We
want to
have-
Google it
oh,
with me?
for 5 years now, we have no one thought to Google it here. You guys, no one here thought to Google it. people.
What the
We need
fuck?
to get on that.
Wait there. Why did we forget to fucking Google
Man.
this? Oh my
Man,
god,
I'm
dude!
glad I'm
How
here,
did
man.
we forget?
I'm glad I'm here, man.
What would we do without you here?
We're
to
glad
tell
you're
us
here
to
too.
Google it?
Man. So happy that I'm here, man.
But for real, like the plane would have to go down a certain amount, correct?
All right, wait.
We don't need your answers from Google. We just want you to think about it on Take It, Dave.
I mean, there's nothing to think.
What do you mean? But I don't know. I don't know how aircraft works, though, right? Wait.
If an aircraft works over a non-rotating stationary plane, then I mean, whatevs. But if it's working over a curved surface, then the airplane would have to deviate from straight 8 inches per mile squared.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay.
Tell us if you find that in your Google search.
Bro, I'm not here. I'm not here to look for those stuff, man. I'm here to ask about questions about the flat Earth.
Well, that's cool, but no, that's what we never wanted to.
That involves investigating your globe.
Exactly. We started out
How does that? How does that?
the globe to be correct.
What does the globe have? What does the globe matter, man? How does the globe matter?
Because if I put a globe in your hands and it falls apart, what do you have left?
Find that planetarium director that.
What? No, my question.
Listen, wait there. Stop being rude and stop being snarky right away, okay? We need to dismantle the very reality you believe to be fucking true before you can probably take on a new one. Unless you're saying your mind's eye is so wide, you will simply take on the objective information that we can show you right now and therefore accept it and be able to digest it.
But how can I take a new reality if you don't show it to me? You don't explain it to me. What am I supposed to take?
We
show me how
break down the old one. We're trying to
But you
wipe
can't
the
just
table
break-
clean. And you can't. No, we're trying to dismantle what they've already taught you to be true. What we all learned in schools, we're trying to undo that so that we can start fresh. Because you
So
can't.
you're basically
square a round
brainwashing me,
hole,
man.
right?
So
Exactly.
So you've already been brainwashed. We're trying to
Right, wait there, guys, stop, right, guys, stop, right. Say that one more time that we're basically brainwashing you. Say one more time that you decided to join the Discord. You
Wait, one
decided to
second,
come
sorry,
here.
sorry, 1 minute.
Shut your mouth now. You decided to join the Discord, okay? You decided to come here. You decided to talk to us. Talk one more time about fucking brainwashing or any of that, and I will ban you.
Wait, did you ask your teachers when you in school whether or not you're being brainwashed? You didn't. You didn't. You just accepted what they said in the textbooks, right?
Well, here's
That's
the
all.
thing.
I said I'm going away from
Hold on. That's not. He needs to know why.
Well, he just stepped away, so Crack, you might have to tell him again.
I said I was going away from it before you screamed for no reason. Because my brother
I
was in
didn't
the
scream
room.
for any reason. I simply stated, you decided to join this Discord, okay?
Mhm.
Do not mention the idea of brainwashing one more time, okay?
Is it against the rules, man? Like what?
No, I will ban you. I don't give a fuck about the rules. I'll ban you. That's the rules right there. This isn't a democracy, alright?
So it's not democracy. Okay.
You're in my house.
I see. So I have a question, right? About.
Well, now that Crack is done, I actually wanted to also address you directly about wanting to know about the flat Earth. So here's the bare bones of it. I'm here because I was told it's not a globe. And the first thing I did was seek to verify that it was a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. Why? Because I don't experience that. I was told it, I'm showed it on a TV. I'm told that satellites are in space. I'm told that space is this thing. I don't observe that. I don't observe curvature in real life. I don't feel movement in real life. So obviously I'm like, okay, what have I learned to verify that it's actually the globe that I've been taught that I lived on? So
All right.
there's no curvature. That's
Can I give you an answer?
That's the pretty much where I'm at. There's no curvature.
All right. Can I answer?
There wasn't a question there. He was just telling you his story.
Yeah,
Okay, so can I respond? Can I respond?
Sure.
You also don't feel the plane going 600 miles per hour when you're flying on it.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you
But
do.
no. That's cute. But like I said, I was looking for the affirmative and it being a globe. Not justifications for why I don't experience the globe.
What the fuck?
Well said. Well said.
Also, the plane is a closed system.
Elijah. Why can I hear myself?
Yeah, that's not me. I don't know.
No. I was trying to speak to you, and then I just I wasn't saying it was you. I was like, yeah. Yeah.
Untaken name. You need to switch your.
Yeah, Elijah,
Go
can
to
you
push
say
to
that
talk.
again? When someone says you don't feel the like you said it so well and so concisely.
That's what I was asking too. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna ask.
Well, I mean, like with the
about
plane
about the aircraft.
the plane analogy. It's reported as analogous to experience or not.
We need to sort this out. We need to sort this echo out.
He recognized it and muted himself.
Guys, untaken name. His sound is coming back through. So all of our voices coming back through his mic or audio device. So he needs to check his audio settings. We've muted him.
Or use headphones.
You might have got that worked out. And no, he hasn't. Somebody direct message him, please.
Yeah, he knows.
Elijah, can you repeat what you said again? That you're not looking for the affirmative, or you're looking for the affirmative, not the
right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm
that was
looking
dope.
for the affirmative in the globe, not justifications for why I don't experience the globe.
That's well said.
Exactly.
I like that. And Elijah, by the way, did you happen to find that planetarium director quote or statement or link?
Yes.
You did. Can you send that to me or post it somewhere so I can? Someone said something to that effect the other day, and I'm like, oh, if only I had that. I looked, but couldn't find it.
Yeah, it's on Indio's channel. Hold on.
Would you be able to DM that to me also?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
And about the aeroplane thing flying over a spherical ball Earth, an aircraft traveling at 500 miles an hour would have to nose down a full mile every 2 minutes in order to follow the curvature of the 24,000.
You're lagging.
500 miles an hour every 2 minutes, 1 mile long nosedive, or a nose down anyway. Okay, it doesn't happen. Airplanes don't fly like that.
So the point being is that it's not the world that NASA and the government agencies of the world claim it to be. So it's got to be something else. We can test what they claim it to be. We don't know what it is, all the answers, but it's not what they say. Does that make sense?
He said his headset's not working, so it must have come unplugged or something and started going through the speakers and feedbacking through his mic or something.
Oh right, I did DM it. Is he saying it's gonna work now or
trying to work it out?
Yeah, he's just cut off anyway, so he's not here now. He's left.
Guys, when he said that his claim to prove the globe Earth is airplanes, he did not even make a claim. You guys just jumped on him. Let him make his claim and then destroy his claim, right?
You're right, Royal. Give him the rope.
Always let him. Let him.
Did we
hang
jump on him?
himself. You know.
I don't remember that part. Sorry.
Give him the rope and give him the bucket of paint. Let him paint himself into the corner or hang himself with the rope. One of the other.
He said he thinks it's fixed now anyway, so
Yo, it's fine now?
well, I believe I heard myself again, but well,
No,
no,
it's
no,
perfect.
wait there.
It seems
Yeah,
good now. It seems good now.
seems
Yeah.
good, brother. Yeah, it seems good, man. Seems good.
So Untaken. That's one thing. Untaken.
Yeah.
You were talking about the airplanes, right? How can these airplanes prove the globe Earth? Can you tell us? I still didn't hear that from you.
How can they prove the globe Earth?
Yeah, that's what you said earlier.
Okay. Well, that's why I was wanting to ask questions about the flat Earth model because it's
That's fine. After you make your claim, right? How can they prove the globe?
It's not
Earth?
more
I'm very
about how
interested
they
to know.
prove the globe Earth. It's more
We will
about
go
how
back
they
to flat Earth.
debunk the flat Earth model.
There is no model for flat Earth. man.
Explain how
Trust
that
me, there is
works
no
at least,
model.
anyway.
So,
Well, no,
how
explain
do-
at least how it would debunk a flat Earth then.
Yep.
Go on then. Do that instead.
Because let's like take a flight from like Sydney to New York, I think it is.
Okay.
On a flat Earth, those two cities are clearly like really far apart. Really far
How
apart.
do you know that? How do you know that?
From models I've seen, I don't know what you believe, but from models I've seen online.
So models disproving models, right?
Wait,
There is
so
no flat Earth model, man. There is no flat Earth model.
what do you mean there's no? But so you're saying
Like
there's
I
no
said-
model.
We don't have a model, man. We don't have a
We
model.
just
It's
know
that simple.
we only know
So
that it's
the
not
flat
what
Earth
their model claims. That's all we know.
Mhm.
It's just not
And
what
you know
they
what?
say it is.
Two things Untaken. Just keep this in
Okay,
mind.
look,
I look at Globebusters. Wait, but I
stick
look
with
at
the Sydney, Sydney to New York.
look at
Sydney to
Globebusters.
New York. It's 19.
Time for a straw man.
What?
Time to tell us you
Our
the
plot.
Globebusters and they
It's
have a
not a-
model.
Carry on.
That's ours. Go talk to
Sydney to New
Globebusters.
York, 19
Okay,
hours. What about it?
you guys are talking over each other and not understanding.
Yeah, hold on. Look, the maps that we have, like people would say that they're just globe projections anyway.
Yep, exactly.
So what are you disproving? Like that they all come from one set of data. It's not like, okay, here you have one set and here's like something totally different from another existence. You're dealing with the same thing. And
Mhm. So two things Untaken. Just keep this in mind.
All
We don't experience curvature and we don't have models. It does not mean that the Earth is flat according to the model you have in your mind. Okay, just keep that in mind.
All right.
We say the Earth is flat because we don't experience curvature, not because we have some kind of a model you have in your mind. Okay, please keep that in mind. Don't keep bringing that up
Because
again.
I'm a guy who is interested in
that's
science.
the reason
you know?
that's the reason I interrupted him to say everything that I said in the first place.
Yep.
Because as far as having the conversation you want to have, we're not flat earthers that hold models in mind and pretend that they're real. This is not what we do here.
Actually, we do have a model.
So what do you do here?
Untaken.
You
Let me help
disprove.
you. We do have a model. You know what model we use? It's the reality we
Yes.
live in. That's our model, man.
The reality model.
The real life you live in. That's the model we use.
All right. So, okay. So what
So
do you
if
do
you want
here?
to do
Exactly.
something, just go out and experience it.
All
Test
right,
it.
right.
Experiment with it.
So you said that discussing the flat Earth model is not what you do here. So what you do here is basically just debunk the globe model.
No, we do discuss the flat Earth, but not in the way you thought. You thought that we discussed the flat Earth as a model. We don't have a model. That's it.
So how
It's
the
that
flat
simple.
Earth works?
I told you,
what do
there's
you
no
what do you
curvature,
think
man.
is reality?
There's no
The
curvature.
way-
keep saying
yeah,
it.
we-
I keep
we-
saying it.
We just talk about the way we've
But you're
always
saying-
experienced
Don't mean-
life.
Why do you need a model for reality?
You're saying is because there are still many different phenomena and so many different physics is still a thing, right?
Right,
Many
okay,
different things
sweet.
that are-
Listen, wait there. Dude. Listen, just slow down a second, okay? Right. I think what the issue is you're conflating that you need a model in order to maybe explain certain phenomena, etc. One way I would elucidate this point to you, can you provide a heliocentric model, like right now. Show me a globe model and a heliocentric.
Yeah, a working
For
scientific
what?
model.
Thing in its
Working
entirety.
scientific model. Yeah.
Well, guys,
That
it's
explains
alright. Well, just
that
show me
explains
show me one agreed upon heliocentric model or globe model. Just provide it for me, a PDF, a file, an image, whatever. Because I feel like people have tricked themselves into believing that there are these models out there that explain reality. They don't exist, neither within flat Earth or within heliocentrism.
All right. Well, you're right. There is no PDF model I can just look up.
No, of course there isn't.
Heliocentric model, right? Because that's okay. So I see what you mean.
Because that's
So I'm
yeah.
gonna
So
rephrase.
we listen. The point is look, listen. What I'm trying to get at is we are just on the starting off of basically saying that we have measured the Earth. We observe it to be a certain way. We have measured it to not be what they tell us it is. Right? We talk about flat Earth, but we're not at the stage of creating some form of model. Why would we do that? That would be doing exactly what we are claiming the other party to be guilty of.
We don't have positive claims.
What do you mean guilty of?
Meaning it is we are here currently stating that the model that you were provided while you were at school and the model that most people in society are provided, right, is incorrect and doesn't comport with reality. So we are not about to start to create or make a model to show you, to explain reality to you.
Yeah, I got it. So
that's what we're not gonna do that. So let's get past that and move forward. Elijah,
I have an idea, Craig. Let's do this. Let's hold on. Let's do this. Give me an example of something that you think the globe Earth model explains. Like whatever you think that is. Give me an example where I would have to then explain it on what you also think is a flat Earth.
All right. Let's say day and night. Pretty basic thing.
I love it.
Okay.
Why? Yeah. Why is day and night?
That's brilliant.
Okay. Wait, but
so the observation, the observation,
it's a basic thing, right?
So the observation is that the sun appears by the horizon, then it goes overhead, and then it appears to disappear or leave your view at the other end, 180 degrees. That's what we experience. That's what we see. Okay. Okay. What else can we?
How it works on the globe model?
What else can we glean from that?
What do you mean? Well, that's it. That's your simple explanation of how it happened.
No. That's just what we all observe here, living on Earth.
But you're saying you have a positive claim using the heliocentric model as to why this observation occurs.
I do, and you guys already probably heard the answer. If you want me to repeat it, I can. But
well, yeah. Well, we all went to the same schools.
Right. So I can repeat it, but I mean, you guys know what answer you're gonna get, but I don't know what answer you're gonna give me.
Right. So why is it that when we leave the Earth that's supposedly spinning, when when you're in an airplane, helicopter, drone, you still see the sky moving above us, and the Earth not rotating underneath you?
Because you keep the momentum of the Earth.
My point kind of is not to get into like a long drawn out debate about that. Hold on about things that are not important.
Yeah.
Like I'll give you an example. Lunar eclipses. It's like, okay, well, we know how it works on the globe. How does it work on a flat Earth? Actually, you can't confirm that lunar eclipses work based on a globe Earth model, because a globe Earth model doesn't predict eclipses, number one, and number two,
it does though.
No, it doesn't. It's the Ceracycle, which has been doing it long before the globe before the globe Earth was
Yeah, but the solar cycle does not predict the pattern and
Dude,
the movement.
His sentence.
But anyway, but here's the main point. Lunar eclipses in reality aren't related to what the model claims. Because in the model, it's supposed to be a syzygy, a line between the sun, the earth, and the moon. And that's not what we see in reality. It makes more like a V shape, which is why they tell us, well, it's actually below the horizon, the sun and the moon that you're looking at. And it's projected up because of refraction, but it also doesn't answer for the shadow being on the top of the moon or sometimes appearing on the side of the moon rather than the bottom. So this is something that is unexplainable, but people say, well, we know eclipses work on a globe, but how does it work on a flat earth? No, this is just a question about things that happen in the sky that no one can verify because no one is going to the sky.
I see. Okay.
Well, let's reason that out a little bit more. Now, we can argue about models and what predicts what or what observations match which model, but if you're talking about observations in the sky, an untaken name, this is for you. Can you give us some logical reasoning to satisfactorily explain why we should even correlate that what we see in the sky dictates what the shape of the ground is? Like, where's the logical reasoning bridge there? And can you elucidate that for us?
Well, 2,000 years ago, right? The ancient Greeks. They
Yeah, how
didn't
do you
have
know?
wait, let me finish. I just say, how do you know without even letting me finish? They predicted
I'm
that the Earth is a sphere. They predicted the Earth is a sphere, right? They just assumed, not predicted, I mean, assumed the Earth is a sphere by looking at the skies.
He assumed many things, right? Untaken?
Yeah.
1 second.
Yeah.
He assumed the distance to the sun, the size of the sun, the way that light reaches Earth through the medium of space. They assumed a ton of things. Dude, it's a religion. They made up a religion that you are following right now. It's that simple, man.
A religion?
And can I start untaken it where they're an untaken name? So
the science is not religion.
whether the Greeks who, like you said, they presupposed it was all actually that directly comes from Greek mythology. That's where it comes from. You know, the lifting of the Atlas stone, man himself, with the weight of the world on his shoulders. You know, the ceremonial act of the man lifting the stone in the gladiatorial games. You know, just in general, the sphere, metaphysically and metaphorically, right, being the most perfect shape of them all, and the shape to sort of rule them all, as it were, right? It being completely the perfect shape. It's anti-radar. It's ricochet. Every arrow ricochets off of a sphere at all angles, right? This is like goes deeply into mythology and actually religion of the Greeks. Believe it or not, you know, the chariot. Yeah, Helios, the chariot that pulls the sun through the sky. All of this stuff started in mythology before it was curvature was presupposed. So yeah, carry on. Just that.
But do you have the primary documentation for that from ancient Greece? 1,000 years ago, where's the piece of parchment or documentation that actually says this, or is this all just a story that we all learned in school?
1,000 years ago.
Here's the thing. I'm taking name. Here's the thing, right? We can spend all day like debunking NASA and the fact that they didn't go to the moon, and we can show you how they didn't go to the moon. That doesn't mean we have to tell you what the moon is. We didn't go there either. We're just telling you, we're trying to illustrate that it's not what their bullshit claims are. It's something else.
Let's go back to this reasoning on why what we see in the sky has anything to do with the shape of the ground. So, untaken name, you admit then that you're basing your core belief system off of 2,000-year-old Greek philosophers that thought the
No,
sphere was in perfect
that's
shape?
not what I said. Now you're just taking words out of my mouth. So that's not what I
Okay,
said.
so what are you basing that on? So let's continue down
belief?
this logic and reason of this sphere from 2,000 years ago. How did they make the leap from what we see in the sky is a globe? Can you elucidate that for us?
You can see different stars in different parts of the hemisphere, stuff like that. I didn't really dig into it, but stuff like that.
So you don't know. It's okay if you don't know.
No, I don't
Maybe
know.
these stars are, listen, I'm taking, maybe these stars are too far away for you to see, and that's why you are not able to see them. Is
Yeah,
that logical enough?
If you're in a big warehouse and there's all these lights above you, are you able to see the lights at the end of the warehouse a mile away?
If I have line
Or
of
the
sight,
ones directly above you?
if I have line of sight on on all of them, then I should be able to see all of them, though.
Untaken within a city, let's say within a city, you cannot see the lights at the end of the city if you are in the beginning of the city, right? Because light does
Sorry,
not
what'd you say?
travel infinitely. Listen, the gist of the point is that light does not travel infinitely, okay? Light diverges through the medium. Depending on the medium, it either diverges more or less. Through air, it diverges about 1.2 or 1.3. In water, 1.5, and so on. So it's impossible for something to travel millions and millions of miles away. No such thing, unless you can provide such evidence. And that's exactly why I'm telling you, stars that are far away, far enough away from you, you will not be able to see them or observe them at all until they rotate and reach the cycle in which they will become above you, or in your line of sight. It's that simple.
Think of it like this. Think of it like this, right? You ever in a big Vegas hotel, you got those long hallways. Have you ever been there, or do you know what I'm talking about? Any long hallway.
Yeah.
Right. If you're at one end of the hallway next to the stairwell, you look up above you, directly straight up above you, there's an exit sign, right? And you're straining your neck, looking straight up at the exit sign, correct?
Okay.
Right? If you were to go to the other end of that hallway, all the way to the end, right, and look back at that same exit sign, where is your neck? You're not going to be looking straight up anymore. Where are you going to be looking?
Straight out. More straight
out. Right? Now, if it's a long enough hallway, do you still think you're going to be able to see that exit sign, even though you have direct line of sight straight down the hallway? The size of that exit sign is going to get smaller the farther away you get away from it, correct?
So I can use a telescope and bring it to view?
Correct.
Let's say a telescope. Right? So I can pull out, I don't know, a strong zoom to pull it back to view. No?
So if I were to have said, so if I were to say that this hallway is so long that it bends with the curvature of the Earth, and that's why you can't see the exit sign, you'd be like, okay. But then you'd pull out your telescope and say, actually, see, look, it's a straight shot. Does that make sense?
I don't know. I mean, if you give me some measurements
that was really
so how
good.
long is the hallway? So how long is the hallway?
No, don't try to quantify it. It's just two positions, right? And this is perfect. So if you don't see it, and then you pull out a device that increases the angle of view and allows you to actually see that exit sign, it obviously wasn't a curved hallway, right?
Yep, I guess.
Okay.
I guess it wasn't, was it?
Yeah. So the people who said that it was curved would have been wrong, correct?
I guess.
Okay.
All right, so what are you confused about? It's a yes or no question. What are you confused about?
Yeah, it's not I guess, it's yes, isn't it?
Yeah, right. Let's not jump on him for his use of language, though.
You're asking a bunch of theoretical questions, man. I just don't know.
Okay, let's take it back to the let's take it back to the logic and reason then of what we see in the sky has anything to do with the shape of the ground.
Can I take it to can I take that example to the real world? If he wants a non-theoretical or hypothetical example.
Sure, I'm sure you're going the same place I am. So go ahead, Fuzzy. You're going the same place I am.
Well, right. Okay. So exactly right. So if okay, so instead of this hallway, you and I are on the beach, right? We're on the beach and we're looking out at the ocean. And you say, well, obviously there's the curvature of the Earth, right? Obviously things are disappearing over the curvature, correct? That's what we all learned, right? That's what the Greeks said. That's what we all.
I already know what point you're gonna pull out. So I mean, you can
Right.
keep
So,
going.
but there's a real world example. There's a real world example of people saying that over there is a curve, and that's where things disappear over. And here's a real world example of saying, look, with the telescope, that's bullshit. I guess.
Do you have such an example over land, not with a body of water in the middle?
Why does it matter? Does liquid usually curve in large bodies?
Nope, but what I learned.
So this would be the better example. This is
I can tell you one. Wait there. I can tell you one right now. Bolivian salt flats. Boom.
What?
Bolivia.
So you don't. So you don't.
The Bolivian salt flats is 100 miles of flat area.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Fuzzy. It wasn't quite where I was going to go, but I was just talking about the logic and reason. And we can go back to the black swan and the long distance observations here in just a minute. But getting back to the logic and reason between what we see in the sky has anything to do with the shape of the ground we're on. Right now, untaken name, in the room you're in, is it carpeted on the floor or hardwood?
I'm sorry. Do
you have carpet in your room or is it hardwood floors?
No carpet.
Hardwood or tile?
Just tiles, yeah, just tiles.
Okay, so you have your tile floor. Say you have won a sweepstakes, right? And there's a professional expert carpenter going to come remodel your room, and you're going to get nice carpet put in, all right? And when this expert carpenter comes in to your room to measure your room to put carpet in, he starts measuring the recessed lights in the ceiling to get the measurements of your floor. Are you going to trust this expert contractor when he's measuring your lights in your ceiling to do your floor properly?
But I just don't think it's a good example, though.
He's looking at the ceiling to figure out what to do with the floor, right?
Did we ever look at the stars and through the stars have a measurement on the Earth? No.
Well, according to Hipparchus, an ancient Greek who failed to get a baseline triangulation to the stars, he made the assumption and declaration that they must be infinite distance away.
Well, it was, I don't know, 2,000 somewhat years ago, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, and that could have been a mistake, right? That could have been a blunder.
Probably could have been a mistake.
Yeah. What if the whole operation?
It's not like the beautiful thing about physics that the concept evolves. You know. Maybe
mistakes happen, but mistakes happen. I agree. Mistakes happen. Blunders happen. But you'd have to agree that there's no logic or reason to say what we see in the sky has anything to do with the shape of the ground. Fundamentally, you'd have to concede that point, right?
No, I still just don't agree with you. But we can move on
well, it's not an agree-disagree thing. It's basic logic and reason. So if you can't agree with that, then I don't know. I don't know what else to do for you. You're just here to waste time and trigger anger addicts.
Well, am I triggering anger at anyone here? Not if so, not intentionally, obviously, but still.
Take a name. My name is Gin.
The broader.
Remember, I spoke to you the other day. Yeah? You got to be honest.
Yeah, the broader
so you think I'm lying?
The broader point is if you're not going to accept the logic and reason, then what can we do for you?
What do you mean? Yeah. There are plenty of logic and reason. You're just
that was
not
his main point. Like, so are you answer it then?
Was correct.
One second. I'm taken.
I wanted to.
You said there's plenty of logic and reason that we don't accept. Can you just say mention one, please? One. I just want one.
Bro,
you made the same. I would love to hear one example, please.
Okay, what example? Gravity. Yeah, we got a quick one.
That's logic. There you go. Guys, always let him mention the logic.
Fundamentally, hold on. Fundamentally, okay, logically, right? Let's think logically. So, the Earth back in the day, right? well,
Yeah.
not the Earth, the entire universe was packed into one very small area, right? And then it divided up into all these pieces and expanded throughout what we now call the universe,
Yeah.
right? So gravity is this force or this energy, right? That comes out of
Force.
nowhere to explain why we live on what people to believe is a sphere.
It
But
doesn't
again,
come out
if
of
you think
nowhere.
about the creation story and you think about energy and the laws of thermodynamics, and you have matter moving into a frictionless environment,
Yeah.
why would gravity what's logical about gravity? Where's the energy coming from to form spheres if everything is expanding from each other in frictionless environments?
Well, you're talking about the expansion of the universe and the gravity, right? Those are two different
I'm
things.
talking about the creation story.
The creation story.
I'm talking about how we came from one very small area to this area we now call the universe and experience the universe. Within that belief, at some point, the things did the opposite of expansion. And the justification for this belief is gravity.
So that's why
energetically
I believe
energetically speaking, where did the energy come from to create a sun and earth and anything that you believe is a body in the sky or the earth itself?
I don't know, man. It's a good question. It's a very good question.
Yeah, like, yeah, are you saying like what came first, the mass to attract the gravity, or the gravity to attract the mass to create more mass?
Well, I'm not. Well,
no, I know. I'm just saying that.
That's also a good question.
If everything is going out from a single point, how did it all coalesce at some point? Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, where's that energy coming from if energy can't be created or destroyed?
Well, the issue.
Well, my answer would be the Big Bang, I guess.
Do I sound strange all of a sudden?
But the Big Bang is what we're
correct.
talking about.
Yeah,
Yes, you do. You sound fuzzy.
Fuzzy. Great.
No pun
Fuck.
intended.
Say, what's happened here? No worries, guys.
Well, because Big Bang is considered an explosion, it released a bunch of energy with it. That's where all the energy came from. at least. Yeah.
So if you think that someone that could be wrong 2,000 years ago about this curvature and all this stuff.
What? Did you ask a question? Or,
do you think that anyone could also be wrong about what you're talking about right now?
Could also be wrong. Potentially. It's not like we know everything for sure. Right? The science keeps evolving. We keep discovering new things, and maybe in
so how did we discover this? How did we? What's this? There's no science in this. You're not testing this. You can't experiment with the Big Bang. It's just a story someone made up.
That's what you expect to happen. That you're going to be able to test every theory and everything.
No. The Big Bang. No, the Big Bang was when I said creation story. That's kind of what I was referencing. Even though the Big Bang is just one idea of many out there. But
from a Catholic priest.
What I'm saying about the Big Bang is that at some point it was a singular, like at some point everything that we experience was in a much more densely packed area of space, right? Everything in existence expanded out, right, into an area that is frictionless, void of matter, void of anything.
All right.
Right? So where did the energy come from, i.e. gravity, to do all of this magical stuff you're talking about? Because obviously that would be a violation of the first law of thermodynamics.
It's not something I'm talking about. The scientists are talking about it. I don't know. You can ask them.
Okay, the scientists. Why aren't the scientists talking about? Oh, that's right. They are talking about it.
What?
Yeah, pick up the Scientific American or one of these publications. They'll tell you every week a problem with the cosmology. Yeah.
All right.
Pick up one of those.
So, what does that prove? That they have problems with the cosmology, that it's stuff that they can't figure out.
Well, you brought up gravity, and I said on a fundamental level, it makes no sense if you believe in the creation story, and I outlined why. And now you're saying, what does that prove?
Cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
Can you play that again?
I mean, it's not an attack on you. It's just like, I mean, it's just things that we've come to think about. And we invite you to think about these things with us. It's like, you know, we're not attempting to attack your identities.
You don't want to think about those things when I ask you. You say that you're not here to... okay, I'm going to rephrase.
We all used to believe everything you say.
You don't want to make a model, right? It's not like about a model, but explaining different stuff. Like I know it's not going to be like, explain gravity, right?
Whether do I
If you were
sound
to explain what is gravity.
We went over this before. We don't need to come up with another theory or story just to. I don't know. Just to undo.
Listen,
right?
wait there, dude. Listen, falsification is independent of, right, replacement. We don't need to replace anything in order to falsify it. Do I sound better now, guys?
Yep, that's
yeah,
much better.
Okay, thank you, sweet.
Yeah. What he just said, falsification is independent of replacement, right? So what you're trying to jump over the second hurdle of the race. You got to jump over the first hurdle of the race, which is it's not what they claim it to be. Okay, once we've understood that and established that, then we can start moving on to other things about what it might be or could be, or how we would even test it, or other ideas or concepts that it could be to explain the same phenomenon. Does that make sense?
How do you know that what they're saying is wrong?
Well, because we've measured it. Like you already said, you know about the black swan, so therefore the horizon is not the leading edge of a sphere of 59 mile radius. Therefore, it's not what NASA says. Next question, right? Like, or do you you're not sure? You said, I don't know. You said that you guessed.
NASA is responsible for measuring the curve. It's not only NASA.
No, but they're the ones using that. No, again, they need that radius to tell you everything about even how about the day and night cycle is utilized based on the number 3959, because that's what they reverse engineered the things that we see. The sky moving above us, right? They just
but they've been reverse engineered the sky above us. The fuck?
No, they saw what's happening. The clock above us, right? A farmer's almanac is accurate enough to tell you what's going on. He just repeated the same cycles over and over and over again. It has nothing to do with sphericity, right? We don't have to explain what it is. That's the second hurdle. Right? We have to understand that it's what they claim it to be is false. Then we can move on from there. Does that make sense? So when they make positive claims saying that we know, not only do we know that this is what the Earth is doing, here's the direct measurement. 3959, not 3954, not 3960, 3959 is the number. We go and test that number and we come up short every time. Not every time, I mean, enough times to know that it's not what they claim it to be. It's got to be something else. Now, the second hurdle is what it could be, and that's a whole different story. But right now, we haven't jumped over the first hurdle. Does that make sense?
Talking about the curve, but you're talking about the curve, right? How did you falsify gravity? Is my question.
Well, again, when did you prove gravity? When did you ever prove gravity?
Yep, the cause of gravity.
When did I prove gravity?
It has never been.
Yeah, when did you prove the cause of gravity? And which gravity are you even talking about?
I don't know.
I mean, I guess I'm just appealing to authority then, because I don't know. I just look up a definition.
That's exactly it. That's it, right? It's a mass attraction again, but we went over the whole: did mass attract mass, or did you have to have mass to attract it in the first place to create enough mass to attract mass?
That's not the question. That's not the question. You're just now.
So again, what's the cause?
Yeah, what's the cause?
But again, you're not doing.
What's the cause of gravity?
Yeah.
Gravity, there is no cause. It's a simple force.
It's not a force, man. Wait a second.
There is a cause. Wait there. Gravity's caused by. Oh yeah, gravity's not a force, but you can think of it as a force. It's a pseudo force, right? Gravity is caused actually by gravity itself, right? Remember the actual mass, right? The mass that somehow was first coalesced together via gravity itself. So everything has its own individual gravitational well, right? The mass that's coalesced together then presses on the fabric of space itself. That pressing on the said space of it warps the fabric of space, and thus the displacement therein creates the emergent force of gravity, right? But then the issue that we have with everything having its own individualistic gravitational well, in order for this whole narrative to be true, is that at the beginning part and start of the Big Bang itself would be when said individualized items that have their own gravitational wells would be in terms of proximity to one another at the greatest point of attraction would be at the beginning of the explosion. Yes, velocity and speed would counteract for this, obviously, if they're going too fast for their attraction rates to be strong enough, but there's no resistance in space, so said things with gravitational wells are going just as fast today as when the beginning of the explosion started. And we know by the evolutionary story of the Earth's manifestation in this paradigm that the Earth didn't instantly get created as soon as the explosion happened at the Big Bang, and neither did all the other planets. Actually, in fact, it was hydrogen. So the issue that you have here, in fact, is that this is so convoluted, it's unreal.
So that's why you don't believe it, because it just sounds
I don't.
Because it's
it doesn't sound
the first law, like
because it sounds too complicated.
But like basically, in broken down terms, what Crack is saying is all of the pieces of the Earth that didn't explode from the Big Bang into the Earth. At some point during its expansion, something called gravity turned the matter that is expanding in all directions away from that initial point.
Yeah.
And fell back on itself towards other particles. That doesn't make any sense.
All right, so that doesn't make sense.
Not only doesn't it make sense, but there's no scientific evidence for gravity either.
All right.
It's a similar thing with Newtonian gravity.
So what's keeping? Is the guy listening to the video?
We must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case.
So I do agree upon that. I saw some explanation that the flat Earth accelerates upwards in a 9.8.
No, that's Einstein with the Earth rising up to meet your feet. But how would that happen with the sphere? That's the mess that we're talking about. Like, I know that there's a version of flat Earth that appears to have used the model to explain or say certain things, but at the end of the day, that's exactly what Einstein's saying. What's wrong with it? That's what you believe gravity is. Actually, it's not Newtonian where we're being pulled to the Earth. It's the Earth rising up to meet our feet. That's the current understanding of gravity.
What? That's not the understanding of gravity. But the Earth moves upwards in 9.8.
Stop saying the Earth moves upwards.
Brian Michael Cox. No, I'm saying Brian Michael Cox. Brian Cox. He explains it, right? Vertasium. They got a video on it, right? So yeah.
So
Yeah,
when
the,
you
the
say
idea that Earth is moving through space is you don't. That's absolutely a thing, correct?
I just love it the way this kid goes, oh, because it sounds too complicated. I'm just like, dude, I can't even speak to you in the terms of Einsteinian terms. You don't understand it yourself.
We end up having to explain the heliocentric model to them for them to argue against it.
It's kind of hilarious.
Hey, ready for an easy one? So you got 5 balls in a circle and you put a firecracker in the middle and they all blow apart. What causes them to come back to be a ball again, or to a group of balls? Is that gravity? When they all blow apart in all directions, how do they get attracted to each other? That's the end of the Big Bang Theory.
Shit, I need to turn Radwin down. His microphone's way too good.
No, that is annoying when you have to explain people's belief system to them so they can try and destroy
Defend
you.
it.
Yeah, it's so funny.
You're giving them the ammunition. Right. Well, but here's the thing. By the way, did you know that the Big Bang? I mean, what is your take on religion? I'm guessing you're not very religious. Did you know that the Big Bang Theory was
created by a Catholic Jesuit priest?
Made up by a priest?
Catholic Jesuit priest, in fact, yes.
Nope.
Oh, now you learned something. More you know.
Look at that.
No.
Ding, 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 ding,
You
ding,
guys are saying like you think I came here to disprove you all, and that's
You
definitely
did.
not what I'm
You didn't come here to learn anything.
I'm learning
All
stuff
right,
right now.
guys, let's
I'm
slow it
learning
down a
stuff
little
right
bit.
now.
Let
Okay,
him
good-
hang
good for
himself.
you.
He's gonna hang himself, don't worry.
All right, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt if you're trying to learn stuff.
Cool. What have you learned this far?
Yeah, guys, we gotta give him the rope. Oh yeah, fraud. Can I put your name back to normal?
Crack villain, why do you have a generic icon?
Yeah, that whole Indio crap people were doing.
So the first thing you should have learned is that you came here with an understanding, and under that understanding, you come up with questions, and we told you those questions might be invalid because we don't live on a model. So that was like the first thing we told you. Second thing we told you is the reason we're here is because we don't have evidence that we live on a sphere.
All right.
What else have you learned?
I don't know. No.
That was my point.
Yeah.
I guess the balls blowing apart.
Yeah.
I guess the balls blowing apart kind of sets something in your head, huh? When you have an explosion of nothing and it blows out in all directions, it cannot come back together.
Yeah,
It doesn't magically form gravity. It doesn't form gravity, and something 100 million miles away attracts something 100 million miles away, and they come back together. That sounds like a story.
That sounds like that bullshit right there.
All right, so what does he know? What does he know? What do you know? How can you educate us to help us educate you?
It's out of this this haze that we're in, a flat Earth. Bring us back to globe. Prove us something.
Man, I already said at the start. I'm here to talk about flat Earth, so I don't know. You guys are forcing me back to globe.
Well, no, but that's the thing, is that we're all here. We all here.
Sorry?
Fuzzy's about to say this.
Yeah, we all thought that the flat Earth was the stupidest thing we've ever heard. I thought it was. I could have started looking into this years prior, but I thought it was the most ridiculous thing ever. That invalidates other conspiracies that are being perpetrated upon us every day. And then you go, and you don't even know what you don't even know.
Yeah.
We know what you don't know, though.
So, right, but the point is that so we're trying to prove the globe
know what
to
I
be
don't know?
correct, and we can't do it, and therefore society calls us flat earthers.
Yes, we know what you do not know.
Yeah, when it comes to where we
Yeah,
live,
I kind of doubt that.
we know.
Man. Yeah.
No,
We've
no.
forgotten
There
more
are a lot of
than you
stuff.
know
There are a
about the
lot of stuff
heliocentric
that we
model.
don't know. About the
Yeah, we've
heliocentric model,
forgotten.
that's something else.
Dude, wait there. Did you know that your whole existence requires that 4.5? Wait there, did you know your whole... Why can I hear my own voice? Weird. There. Can I be heard? And my mic check.
Sounds good.
Right, so dude, did you know... Right. An untaken name. Did you know your whole reality and everything that you're experiencing right now is all dependent upon Thea, the Wayward Planet, 4.5 billion years ago, replenishing the Earth's molten iron core that was about to actually die out? And also, that's where we got the moon from, because the actual debris from the collision of the Thea, the Wayward Planet,
created the moon. Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah, exactly 400 times the size to distance ratio needed that we can experience eclipses. So we're fucking crazy, but the moon came from the very location 4.5 billion years ago that was the very thing that allows for us to still have gravity and still have an atmosphere to this day. Luckily, that planet crashed into us, right? Luckily.
You know what I want to see? I want to see two eggs crash into each other and the yolk transfer from one to the other. That's what I want to see.
Anyway, what form of gravity are you actually prescribing to? Like what one has the doctor prescribed you? What?
What?
He's claiming mass attracts mass. In a big bang, the balls fly apart, and then they come back together because they magically turn into gravity balls.
That's an interesting theory. Does anyone have any evidence for
Now, I've tried to my balls to attract each other, and they don't.
that? Oh.
Saturn.
So do we actually have a globe in here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
An untaken
I
name.
dropped my pen. And look.
Therefore, gravity.
Yeah, I threw a ball to my dog and it landed on the ground. Poof.
Gravity.
Yeah. Dude, it just proved
Not relative density or anything. The ball's not heavier than the air.
Not at
Gravity
all.
pulls
That's why,
it down.
that's
The
why
ball
that tennis
just
ball,
the air.
that tennis ball floats on the water in the lake, but on the ground it just sort of falls into what is that? I think it's called equilibrium.
Gravity pushes. Gravity holds the ball up in the air.
Weird.
It is.
But it's weird. I threw the ball under the water. I brought the wall. I brought the ball under the water to the bottom, and it floated up. Does that mean that the moon's gravity pulling it up? I got it. Yeah, that makes sense. Or it could be the sun's gravity pulling it up.
Oh, the moon's gravity.
Everybody's talking
to the
about
surface
up
of the
and
water.
down, but what's this lateral stuff going on? Like what's this sideways movement happening? What force is causing that?
What sideways movement?
Wind.
Yeah.
Gravity.
Oh, you mean convection, where the air circulates?
No, it's
Do we actually?
Jupiter's
Hold on,
gravity.
do we actually have a globe guy in here? Do we actually have a globe guy in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Crack,
so
you've been talking to him for
maybe we
about
can.
10 hours.
That's crypto.
Okay, because I haven't heard him speak once. That's I legitimately didn't know. So maybe he can.
Yeah.
Well, what happened was I explained to him why an explosion doesn't explode apart, and then the particles come back together in little balls, and then he stopped talking.
Okay.
Bro, because you guys
So
are
maybe-
talking non-stop.
Yeah. What's your name, sir?
And then you can call me Untaken.
Sorry, second.
Untaken and Untaken name. You can call me that.
And Untaken name is under A.
We've spoken to you before. So why do you believe in gravity, Untaken?
I already told them before. I guess appeal to authority.
Okay. So you're aware that that's a fallacy, right?
That's a fallacy?
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
I told you.
I mean, it's one of the most famous fallacies.
Yeah, where do you think that phrase comes from? Appeal to authority. It's from the appeal to authority fallacy. It's a logical fallacy. So that's the point. Do you have anything for yourself? Otherwise, all of these stories that we've been talking about are all appeals to authority. You read it in a book. Teacher told you. The media explained it to you. Neil deGrasse Tyson lied to you. That's all. That's it.
I guess, man. I guess.
Welcome to Flat Earth. You're a flat earther now.
So do you admit then that there's no logical reason to believe in gravity?
No logical reasoning?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't know, man. It's not like it's my expertise about how
I'm
gravity
still
works.
here, so I'm still here. So don't lie, because we were talking about the logic specifically, or lack thereof.
You explained it to me in a few minutes. So that doesn't cover the whole subject, though. What, like talking about it for 10 minutes and you're suddenly an expert about gravity?
You mean like
Maybe you are. I don't know.
Bedtime story? Is that what you mean?
I don't know, man.
Well, I mean, look,
It's gonna keep me up all night.
They're either, there either is or is not a logical reason to believe in gravity, right? So a logical reason might be that there's an experiment that confirms it. You know, you could then say that it's scientifically validated or experimentally validated. It is illogical, however, to say that someone was on TV and said so, therefore it is true. Like, that's illogical.
I mean,
and it doesn't matter how many times they say it.
I saw an experiment the other day about that I guess you're not going to say it proves, but how mass attracted mass works. I guess.
Okay.
Except it
Go on,
doesn't.
Oh, you want me to
which
share
experiment
it?
was this? Yeah, please.
They measured some sort of weight, and then they took a heavy lead ball. They put it close to that weight, and the weight they put it beneath it, and then
It's a black
the weight
and white
of that
movie.
like could be, man. I don't know. And then the weight increased by like a 1 grams or something.
Do you know what the independent or dependent variable was in that experiment?
The independent variable? What other variable could affect it?
Well, that's the point of the demonstration. You have
air pressure, wind, heat, all kinds of different things can affect that. What's the matter with you?
I mean, he didn't do it in like a time
Didn't
difference.
do
of
it
like
in a vacuum
hours.
chamber, that's for sure. Because I watched it.
What? You
Didn't do it in a
the
vacuum chamber. Didn't do it where there's a controlled environment.
All right.
You're roboting crypto.
I guess in a more philosophical sense. Oh, sorry.
You're fine now. You can talk.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to talk over people. I didn't hear anyone talking. So, cause of that effect is gravity.
You're cutting out. I don't know if it's only for me, crypto.
Yeah, you're cutting out there, cracked villain.
Yeah, one more time, crypto.
Yeah. How do you know that the cause of that effect is gravity? The effect that you observe.
How do I know it's gravity?
Yeah.
Like what it is?
I don't know, man. Appeal to authority. I guess it all comes back to that.
Wow.
So
it's all circular reasoning, isn't it? So it's all circular reasoning, and there's no logical reason to believe it's gravity. Fine.
But this is
It all comes down to.
It's great that he's saying that he recognizes it. It's great that you recognize this, for real.
Honestly, I don't really see what's so bad about that. Appeal to authority.
All right, so okay, no,
Here comes the laugh.
I got an answer for you. I got you. So if I was growing up, I was a little kid in Germany in the 1940s, and I went to school, and I learned about our great Lord and Savior, who's running the government. Do you see any problem with that? Appeal to that authority?
Yeah, I do see a problem.
Yeah, we were taught it in school. I mean, all the schools were teaching it. So, I mean, how would the whole country be lying, right?
Well, we can even do it in this server. I mean, I'm a lead mod here, right? So is whatever I say true because I'm I have a certain position within a certain structure? Like, does that mean that everything I say is true?
Depends. What is your position? Like, what is your position?
Yeah, the position itself matters,
What?
right? It's
Who's
not the
saying, "Oh
fact
my
that
God"?
I'm saying it. It doesn't matter how important or powerful I am. What matters is whether what I'm saying is true. Right?
I mean, not necessarily true.
What? So the truth of a claim doesn't matter?
Well, what did you say again? I'm sorry.
Oh, whatever crypto says is true from now on, guys.
I wish that.
Yeah, I thought that all mods would believe the same thing.
Like the position that somebody holds, in terms of the truth of the claim that they make, is far more important than the power they wield or the status they have. Surely you admit this.
Just because Donald Trump is the president, everything he said is correct? Or Bush? Or Vladimir Putin? Just because they're president, they're obviously correct, right?
Of course, that it's not correct, though, right? You know, I'm already going to say it. But
so, why are you so hemming and hawing?
But you're saying as if scientists, there's a single scientist saying everything, and we all believe a single scientist. It's not just one single person.
Well, it's a single thought school of scientists who are all educated in a similar way. So,
and where is that?
To be scientist, you need to prove something through the experiment to be scientist.
Don't graduate unless you check the correct box.
If you fail in the science test that they themselves created, you're not going to be part of their club. Because they are the ones who created the test, yeah?
Who's them? The education system?
University.
Yes, the education system or indoctrination system.
But there are a bunch of education systems, and they're all teaching pretty much the same proofs, the same stuff.
We don't teach that here.
The education system in the US is similar to the education system in Switzerland.
Exactly, that's the point. I thought you were trying to draw differences or some kind of
right.
Hey,
you're supposed to be showing us how they're different, not the same.
Do you know that how many Swiss people went to the space? Do you know how many Swiss people went to the space?
Can y'all hear me?
It doesn't matter. They're still being taught.
Doesn't matter.
Yes.
You know how many Croatian people?
Yes, meme. Yes, meme.
I can appeal to Meme now because he's the admin. Meme, what's the shape of the Earth?
Meme knows everything.
Penis.
It's a penis. Okay, so Meme is the authority. Therefore, we all have to agree with Meme that the Earth is a penis.
Yes.
Okay, it is penis.
If the Earth is a penis, so what's your anus, man? That's poor planet, man.
Hey, he's good job.
Very good.
It's your anus.
That was vaguely amusing. Well done.
Why are you gay?
Thank you, man. Thank you.
They always go back to penises and assholes.
You are gay.
They always go back to the dick.
So in 1958, the United States came up with something called the Defense of Education Act. All right, and over 50 countries took that, copied it, and instituted it within the same 2-year span, including the Soviet Union. That's why everyone teaches the same thing. It was right after the geophysical year.
But this deception started way before NASA was founded, right? Because it's not like in 1958.
Yes, no, you're right. The deception started way before NASA. NASA just was solidified. It just was able to be televised now.
But the education system before the education system before that.
From 1957,
you said something key.
From 1957 to 1961.
You guys are talking over each other, man.
Yeah, it was from
ahead.
1957 to 1961. The government essentially gobbled up the airspace, water, and education. Gobbled up.
Also, the last printing in the encyclopedia in 1959 was talking about the dome. Then they didn't print it anymore.
About what? The dome we're living in?
Yes.
In what year?
1959 was the last printing we can find.
Okay. But my question was that, so before that agreement, it's not like the education system, that they still taught in the education systems that the Earth is a globe, right? It's not like before that, nobody was
Regardless, it's not science.
No.
It's not science, bro.
Actually, they
That's not
didn't
the point.
teach you it was a globe.
The point
back
is,
then.
who forced those educational systems from the start?
The government. Do you not know that all the curriculum is set forth by government mandates?
So the government is to blame?
Well, they're the
wow.
They're the most public. Are you for real? Like,
that is a
who
question.
should we blame for all the war? Should we blame the government or someone else?
Wars is one thing, though. Do you
Well,
think the
people who create the
government?
war, they create the war.
Do you think the government
Wow.
controls all of the monopoly, all of the economy in a democracy?
You think that you vote and it actually matters?
Yes.
How did you fall this far down the rabbit hole without knowing that the government lies to us?
Yeah, I guess they lie about certain stuff, man. The question is,
Okay, so how do you certain things? How do you know about which ones they're lying to you about and which ones they're telling you the truth about? How do you determine?
He have connection.
How do I determine?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you're
how do you
saying
determine
all
whether or
of
not
the
they-
governments, of the world,
No, my question very specifically was how do you determine or differentiate when they're lying to you, whether or not they're telling the truth?
I guess that when they lie, they leave a trace, leaves people that the people that actually know the truth. Maybe they're gonna expose it. Maybe I don't know. There's probably
You think what are we doing?
You think all those people committed suicide?
I'm not saying.
What do you think? What are we doing? What do you think? What are we doing?
Let me explain. I'm not saying there is a scientific way. They could be lying about some other stuff, not only like science, right?
Right, but how?
They are lying also about
How do you determine if you know right now, as of right now, which means you probably knew yesterday that the government is lying to you also? When do you determine whether or not they are lying to you? How do you investigate? How do you validate it for yourself? How do you know when they are lying to you and when they are telling you the truth?
So you assume all governments are corrupt and lying about everything?
Yes.
Yes, I do. Because there's vast evidence for that opinion.
But regardless,
You're all wearing masks, aren't you?
Right, but I mean, how do you do it? How do you do it?
Guys, regardless, this doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth or with gravity.
Well, no, I know, but I think here we're talking about appeal to a third authority, and I think this is
anything to do with the deception.
But we know that's illogical. We can move past that. Like he can trust the government if he likes. That's stupid. Whatever. Regardless, there's no scientific reason to believe in gravity, and there's no scientific or philosophical reason to believe that the Earth's a ball, and that is as far as we need to go.
Exactly.
Well, my point is there is no logical reasoning to believe that there is some secret society that knows the Earth is a globe.
I never made that claim. Never made that claim, so I don't need to back it up.
Okay, so I'm not gonna. Okay, so maybe my words aren't like 100% true.
Wait a minute, no.
Yeah, it is.
No, that's a stupid statement you just said. There's no logical reason to believe. There's no. What did he say?
What?
Secret society. It's a separate conversation.
No,
If
it's
you want
appeal to
talk about
authority.
secret societies, bro, if you want to talk about secret societies, go to a secret society discussion server, right? We talk about it fleetingly here, but what really matters is whether the
Not
Earth's a
secret
ball.
society. Okay, so you're gonna come for me from a usage of words. I get it, man.
No, I'm just saying that the Earth isn't a ball.
Yeah, no, yes, because I said secret society, and now you're stuck to that, man.
No, man, this server, it's called 24/7 Flat Earth. We want to speak about curvature. I appeal to curvature now.
Appeal to curvature.
Show some science for the globe.
Yeah,
that you're talking
appeal
about.
for the sphere. It's curvature.
Bro, so you don't want to talk about the deception, I guess.
No, I want to see how we are spherical.
I don't know.
Yeah, we walked up on a dead body.
Maybe you-
Damn, it's
Yeah,
dead.
I understand. I really, I really don't understand.
I don't know a lot of stuff.
Hey, that's how we got into this whole argument about secret societies, because he doesn't know shit about the damn fucking shape of the earth. That's the problem. We were questioning him on that, and he had nothing for us. So we bent off into secret societies. So he doesn't know anything. If there's someone else in here, that would be more.
What?
Well, fraud. Can I just say to fraud? Can I just say to fraud quickly? This is why I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole, because he won't know anything about it anyway. So it'll be a waste of everyone's time.
Right.
Sure.
Exactly. He's a waste.
All right.
You know, true, but I still don't understand why you understand that the government can and does lie to us all day. Yet on this certain topic, no,
I didn't say all day.
100%.
I didn't say all day. Wait.
When don't they lie? When don't they lie?
I don't know, man. Am I the government? Do I know when they lie? Of course I don't.
But again, you can't even answer when you determine whether or not they're lying or not. So I don't understand. You know that they're lying to you. You know that it's appeal to authority. Almost everything you know. What is the next logical understand? I don't. You're so close. You're so you're hanging on by your fingernails to try to.
I mean, the individual scientists. Are the individual scientists that go ahead and do science?
Which one?
They part
Which
of the
one?
government?
Yes. Eric Valander, right? He says that we've known gravity is not a force for a long time. It's time for us to yell it from the rooftops.
No.
That's an individual
he said that
scientist.
we've known gravity doesn't exist for a long time.
Oh, right.
Specifically.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And he also talks about how the heliocentric model is not only false but impossible, right? And this is a PhD in quantum mechanics. Yeah, he's a theoretical physicist. So it's not some random dickhead on the internet.
All right. So what's his name though?
Eric Valander.
Can you type it? The last name, Eric.
I can't type it because I'm driving, but maybe someone else can. But regardless, I mean, it doesn't even matter because it's still just an authority, right? What matters is whether there's an experiment that proves gravity, and I'm yet to find one.
DeGrasse Tyson says it's flat.
Does he?
Really? Oh my god, man! I'm convinced, man. I'm convinced.
What would you believe when they tell you? What would you believe?
I choose to believe who I'm programmed to believe. Right?
If I would believe him, that's your question.
Obviously, don't trust yourself. You don't trust your own senses. You don't trust your common sense.
I have the freedom. I have the freedom to believe whatever I was programmed to believe.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a good way of putting it.
So we agree then. There's no scientific experiment that verifies gravity. We're agreed.
Do you agree? I guess. I don't know.
Well, I mean, otherwise you couldn't provide it. So this is what's called a true dichotomy. Either you can provide the experiment, or the experiment doesn't exist.
You're talking to me, man. Like I represent all. Okay. So I don't know. I guess there is no such thing, man.
Okay. So there's no reason to believe in gravity. We agree. Good.
On flat Earth.
But you're going to believe in gravity anyway, even though there's no reason to. I can tell.
But if I tell him that it's specific space dust, moving every 100 years, specifically.
So when an explosion happens in space and there's super duper tiny particles, do those also attract to themselves when they're blowing apart? I'm not sure how that works. It hurts my head to think about it.
Right.
That's all.
But here's the it is
very good question.
It is a very good question, and the fact that you're asking them and you're still here and that you're at least calm is encouraging, because you yourself are even admitting that there's an appeal to authority going on, which a lot of people in your shoes would never have admitted to. So you know, I don't know. It's going to take a while to undo all of the indoctrination you've currently been programmed with. This is not necessarily going to happen overnight, if that makes sense. But I feel like you're at least on the right track. I don't know.
Right.
I just think about the fact that everything you're saying is an appeal to authority, and that you also know that the government can lie to us on a mass scale. Just sit with that for a minute, you know?
I think gravity is the only thing that they have to make a ball form, right? Without that, you can't have planets and all that.
What
stuff.
about you got solar wind? That's a huge thing.
Wow. Can you put a sail up and use it?
Yeah, they were going to do something like that in Armageddon, but they came up with a better plan.
Neato. So photons are a thing and they push things?
If photons are physical, then how come I can put photons through a window?
Ooh. Smaller than glass, maybe? They wiggle their way through it? Wiggle their way through it?
Oh, well, I just think as a logical framework of thinking, when we talk about the physical, the metaphysical, it would just logically, deduction would tell you that for photons to be physical, they would therein instantaneously break glass. Well, I like to look at it like this, like light in and of itself. Light does change things over time. This is why I say it's not that it's not physical, but it's also that it's not immaterial. In essence, what I mean by this is it's metaphysical in nature, the same way a sound wave can quite easily, if powerful enough, push over a door. The same way if light passes through a lens onto a negative piece of film, slowly over time it burns an image into said film, right? A chemical reaction reacting upon said light. Light reacts with things of physical nature, but is light in and of itself physical? Well, like I said, how do I pass photons through a pane of glass?
Well, I mean, the thing is, though, is that sound waves also go through walls. So,
of course.
Well, they actually don't go through the walls. The walls re-vibrate them, I think.
But that's what
very very low bass actually does go through things. I don't know why, but it does.
Well,
that's
because
kind
the
of my
frequency
point.
is lower, so it encounters less resistance.
Yeah, I mean it's
exactly.
Yeah, I mean I know why, but it's high pitched stuff. You will never make it out of a room.
But that's kind of my point, guys. That's what I was trying to elucidate to, is that what is light? If light is physical, then it passes through mediums affecting them. Let's say it's light that is a heat source, it will burn through layers or whatever of, chemical lasers, for instance, will ignite, or burn through layers of gas before it ignites the things that it ends up on. It ends up hitting at its end. But again, same with sound. Sound itself vibrates through things, but in and of itself, is it actually physical? Like, this isn't posing like an assertion, asking genuine the room, what are your thoughts?
Well, I guess first you got to look at the cause of sound, like the cause of light, and then go from there. Really.
Well, yeah, I see what you're saying, but regardless of cause, we know that light exists. We know that light reacts in certain ways. We know that it has varying ways that it reacts, in fact. But I'm just saying, this whole idea that photons are physical in nature, we don't have any validation therein of a actual photon. If they're physical in the way that they assert that they're physical, then surely they would smash glass up and touching it, right? Or am I misinterpreting? This is more my question.
Yeah, I have a weird question about light speed. Just a random question. Do you believe that light speed is like 300,000 meters per second? What is it? Do you believe that, or just a question?
What was the question again?
If you believe that the light speed is what they, I don't know if you say measured or.
How did you measure it?
In which medium?
I don't know. I'm saying that.
Hold on, guys.
If
Hold
you
on,
believe
guys.
it.
How do you measure light speed?
Yeah, me.
Bro, you can Google it. I'm not gonna explain it to you.
No, when you
I'm just
Google it,
asking.
you
I'm just
only get
asking. I'm just asking a simple yes or no question, man. No, wait. I'm just
It's
asking
not a
a
yes or,
simple
but
yes
it's
or no
not a
question.
yes or no. That's a fallacy. It's not a yes or no answer.
All right. All right. Thank you.
No. The speed of light is theoretical. It's never been measured. You don't have a equipment that would be sensitive enough to measure that. It doesn't exist. It's predicated. The speed of light is predicated on the sun being 1 astronomical unit away. That is what it's predicated on. It's not predicated on actually measuring the speed of actual light. Because for all intents and purposes, here on Earth, we only experience light instantaneously. Literally instantaneously.
So, all right. Another question. Do you know? Do you have an estimate of the distance of the sun in the moon?
No, that's an intangible object. You can't reach it. You can't test it. You can't measure it. You can't physically test it.
So it's outside the dome? What do you mean you can't test it? Why would you not be able to?
We don't know. I don't know what the sun is. I don't know.
You guys said no?
I don't know anything about a dome. I've never seen it. I only know what I see here on Earth. That's the only thing I can test and measure.
All right.
Well, you can't really even tell like a rainbow. How can you test the distance between you and a rainbow?
How can I test the distance?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's a good question as well. You're not asking someone who knows much about physics.
I know, but you just did. Conceptually, you can't. It's not a thing. It's just an optical illusion, right?
The distance? What do you mean? The distance there, right? The rainbow is just an optical illusion.
Can you?
Untaken name. I have a question for you.
All right.
Do you vote?
Yep.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
What's the cabinet minister of Croatia?
I don't know. I don't live in Croatia, so
You don't know, but you vote, but you're not an expert on geopolitics?
Well, on geopolitics, I vote.
Yeah, you vote, but you're not an expert on geopolitics?
Do I need to be? Does everyone need to be an expert on geopolitics to vote?
Yeah. How do you know? How do you know that the person you voted for is going to represent your opinion to the person in Croatia?
Fuzzy, he's on a line of reason here. Just let me finish his line of reason.
Sorry, I agree. It's a great question. I love it.
Yeah,
you're asking if I vote in the government, right?
Take a name. What I'm saying is, you don't have to be an expert on something to know it, right?
But
to be able to reason on something, you don't need to be an expert, right? All the great philosophers say that you don't have to be an expert to use your reasoning capabilities.
Mm-hmm. All right, but you assume that the experts probably know the best, probably more than you.
I don't assume that.
Fuck is an expert?
Can you name an expert? Can you name an expert?
I mean, I'm gonna name you guys' favorite Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? That's the name.
He's not an expert.
No, that's
so.
He's an expert in. What's he an expert in? What's he an expert in?
I don't know. I can go ahead and research his degree. I guess he's an expert in
theoretical astrophysics, right?
Naming an expert.
Y'all can take it.
All right.
So he's an expert in imagination.
I've got
okay.
a question for this.
No, all right.
If you're
You're cutting off, Crypto.
On me actually, but hello.
You were choppy then. Loading.
Am I coming through? I can't hear anyone.
You are now. You are.
Yeah.
You are.
You're now,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
sometimes you're not.
yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear anyone. I didn't mean to talk over anyone. But I've got a question for this guy if no one else was talking to
You can talk. That's fine.
Go ahead.
Okay. I just didn't want to cut Meme off because I know Meme was going through some questions. So what's Bill Nye an expert in?
Man, I can Google it for you, man, as well, I guess. But,
Well, I know what his degree is. I don't know if you do though. That's the thing.
No, so
I know that he's a comic. He's in
Well, he's an
comedy.
engineer. He's
Yeah,
a qualified
alright.
engineer. So
Mechanical
what's that got to do
engineer.
with space? Yeah,
Science
is he an
communicator.
expert in space? Science.
But you're giving me specific examples that represent the
I mean,
entire
we're
scientific
science
community.
communicators because we're
Space-
communicating science, right?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's the really what they mean by science communicator. I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
so okay, yeah, I
It's
mean,
a
I
bit
don't
like
know.
being a bread technologist or whatever, the Subway sandwich artist. It's like being a fucking sandwich artist. Doesn't mean anything. Meaningless.
How dare you, sir?
Priest.
Those people are
Oh, I'm a
artists.
science communicator. Fuck off.
You just embarrassed a bunch of sandwich artists for no reason.
Yeah, how dare you?
Come on, Rico, what
How
happened?
dare you?
How very
How
dare
dare
you? Those bloody poor sandwich artists.
What happened
know
if
that-
you put too much salt in the dog? Come on, Crypto.
Are you denying the artistry
You don't
of sandwich
know that.
making?
I'm denying that agency.
Have you guys ever heard of this? You guys ever heard of a starving artist? Do sandwich artists starve?
No, they don't.
Wow.
Because they can make
that's very
sandwiches.
Crypto, I was fucking baker.
No, I have no problem.
20 years.
Because I'm not trying to shit on
No,
bakers.
man.
What I'm saying is
No.
that
That's
if you work at-
That's
I'm saying if you work at
Because
Subway,
somebody-
you're not a sandwich artist, right? That's what I'm saying.
yeah, but he can say moon, and I can say yeast. Yeah, you know, it depends. You know.
No, actually,
Right.
no, but see, actually, that's how they do it. They claim that people are an artist, just like when someone who works at NASA looking at a monitor of someone else's data, they're a technician. It's very high. I mean, it's just a nice way of saying, like my friend of mine back in the day, he was a hydroceramic engineer. A hydroceramic engineer, guys. Okay, it's a very it's a fancy. It's a.
What did he do?
Fluid.
He was a dishwasher. He was a dishwasher.
What about waste technician?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The garbage man.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, science communicator is a title on par with a hydroceramic technician. It's nonsense.
All right, but you're giving me only Bill Nye as an example. But I mean,
Can somebody post him if somebody has that QE5 citation about gas pressure about 5 scientists?
Well, this directly applies to Neil deGrasse Tyson also. Neil deGrasse Tyson is also a science explainer.
Since he,
Smoking grass.
since he said those two didn't count or whatever, can we get somebody that's an actual expert? Then go ahead and give us a name.
an actual.
Well, I thought Eric Valinder was a good shout. But
No. He gave us Neil deGrasse Tyson. He said that's his expert.
But
He
he's
said
an
that
expert
was-
in imagination.
But
We weren't
it doesn't
talking
make
about
sense.
imagination.
I'm just
And
saying-
he earlier said that Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong because about the spin of the Earth and that the things rotate. I'm trying to.
in the inertia.
So yeah, he said earlier that Neil deGrasse Tyson's wrong by saying that the football would retain its angular momentum. So is he an expert in that field also, or were you wrong earlier?
What you're
He's just
talking
an expert.
about, man. I kinda lost.
He's just an expert in that field goal. Remember?
Ah, very good. And he wants to touch down his information to other people.
Yeah. Oh my!
Wow, you just scored a full try and a conversion.
Yeah. Because he wants you all to hold that information safety.
I don't know if that will hold up in the scrum, but I don't know.
Shit, wasn't it? Sorry.
I don't know if that would hold up in the scrum. Well, we can wheel the scrum. We can wheel the scrum back, and we can put the ball back in, and the hooker's hooked it, and it's back to the number 8. Back to you, Crypto.
You just said a bunch of words. That's all I know.
Something to do with American hand egg?
Or words.
Well, they were English hand egg terms, actually. So how many? Yeah. So how many globers does it take to prove a globe?
That is a good question.
Apparently nobody. They're all citing Bob as proving it, who's not a glober.
And didn't prove it.
And didn't prove it, yeah, right.
Because if he proved, he could get Nobel Prize for sure.
So, but does that make sense? Untaken name. Like you say that some person's an expert, yet you would disagree with them.
Well, I don't know what I disagreed with them on, but okay.
Yeah, when you said earlier that the things that leave the Earth retain their angular momentum on speed of the rotation.
I could have been wrong.
No, but I'm just saying because Neil deGrasse Tyson says that that's incorrect.
You need to appeal now to him.
That would mean if Neil deGrasse Tyson is correct, doesn't that mean when you launch a rocket, we should see this thing curving with the Earth, like actually making some kind of weird right hand or left hand curve, not up and over.
I mean,
when you kick a football, you should see when you kick a football. When you kick a football, you should see it move a little bit.
Yeah, Earth should be moving underneath
perfectly
the football.
straight. It should move over. Right.
Yeah,
goalpost. You could literally not aim at the goalpost, just at the one upright of the goalpost. Aim straight at it, and by the time the ball gets there, it should be through the goalpost.
Is it, what was it that made sense? You just said you said something makes sense.
I said that it doesn't make any sense, man.
On that go. A calculation.
Wait, what? Yeah, here it goes.
The winning field goal in that game.
What?
Was aided by a 1/3 of an inch.
You guys are waiting for me to talk.
Oh, do you not hear Neil deGrasse Tyson talking right now?
Yeah, you have to unmute the bot, bro. So if you see Groovy, just unmute that bot, and then you'll hear.
I muted him.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, it's not your fault, bro. It's not your fault.
Yeah. I mean, maybe whoever played it, can you play it again so he can hear exactly Neil deGrasse Tyson saying what he's talking about?
All right, let's hear it.
Did a quick calculation, and I tweeted the winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right.
Oh, it should be. It's playing now. Do you not hear it?
Is it coming through the bot?
No, I hear it.
I hear it just fine.
Who's playing? He might have that person muted.
Unmute creation.
I don't know. The bot is as a red mute button.
Where the unmute creation bear. Unmute creation bear. Sorry if I come in incredibly loud then, guys. Sorry.
How dare you?
I leant forward and my microphone was pulled directly toward my mouth through my beard. You hate my
It was
microphone?
because of gravity.
How dare you? How dare you?
Do it differently next time, Crypto.
It's cracked.
That was Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, "How dare you?" Oh my God, his voice is lifted.
No. Oh, but you heard that though. You did hear that?
Heard that one.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So you should be able to hear it now.
We're gonna play
Neil
the other one.
deGrasse Thunberg.
Everybody, quiet.
Did a quick calculation, and I tweeted the winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
So we're wrong.
Right. Yeah. So when you say earlier, so if that's true, that same thing should happen with a drone or a plane or a helicopter, hot air balloon, glider, whatever you want. Whatever leaves the surface of the Earth is going to have the Earth rotate underneath it while it moves in its own free will, right?
I
So
mean,
why is that not the case with drone? Like, I can show you the drone. Earth is not moving underneath it, and the sky is still moving. Neil deGrasse Tyson is either wrong
and the aircraft,
or he's lying. Which one is it?
I don't know. It's a good question, man. I don't know.
And
It's one or the other. It's a lie or he's wrong.
The aircraft would have a hard time landing. Aircrafts in particular coming into the airport runway. That's going to be moving.
You'd have to start landing like at some weird angle away from, and hope that you hit that runway correctly so you don't fling off it sideways.
There's something that's a little bit more common sense about this as well. There's something a bit more common sense about this as well. Like, so American football kickers, football players, and I mean football, not soccer. All of these people who have balls in the air, tennis players, all of these people, I mean, they winning a game is worth millions of pounds to these people. Yeah, they would have to know if there was a deflection of that ball. They would have to know where it is and how it's going to affect what
you think Tiger Woods isn't going to take that into consideration? Tiger Woods would absolutely think about that per shot.
Tiger Woods, Ronaldo, Messi,
maybe he is.
All of these people would have advanced. They would have advanced knowledge of. I swear I was talking. They would have advanced knowledge of this, right? Can you think of a single sports person who takes Coriolis into account before a game? Like, even one?
I don't know, man, but
they don't.
I don't think there is one.
They fucking don't, do they? Obviously.
No, they don't. No.
Yeah.
Coriolis is
would have
alive.
to study. They would have to figure out where the golf course is on the world and figure out what rotational speed it is per. They would have to do all this research ahead of time, just to know, just to be as accurate as possible.
And
none of them do any of this shit.
They're doing it in the equator or the northern hemisphere, just the different effects, right?
Yeah, there'd be hundreds of miles an hour difference. That could be the difference of the speed of sound. And you think
Bear in mind, these guys, right? They get their diet perfect. They train 6 to 8 hours a day. These people are meticulous. If there was an advantage to be had because they were taking Coriolis into account and their opponents weren't, they would take it. But they don't. So there's obviously no advantage to be had.
Coach on the sideline would be calling plays depending on where they're at on the on the earth, because the Coriolis effect is different depending on where you're at. Also, the caddy for the golfer, he would have to have the Coriolis calculator on him so he could whisper to his golfer, hit it way over this direction, because by that time the Earth's gonna spin if you hit it way high up in the air.
Yeah, but they don't do that, man. They don't. Well,
exactly, because it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. All right.
It doesn't exist.
So was Neil deGrasse Tyson incorrect, or was he lying?
Wow, that's a good question. I don't know.
The answer is he's lying.
He's lying. Oh my god. Okay, so he's lying.
But you just claimed he's an expert.
Mm-hmm. So it's a problem, man. That's a big problem.
This is. I'm glad you recognize it as a problem. This is what we all think is a problem too. We think it's a problem, and the Earth, the rest of the people think of us as flat earthers, just because it's not what they claim it to be. We're pointing out the lies,
Dude, this is a whole argument. This is literally a whole argument. The things that are claimed by so-called scientists or science explainers, these theoretical astrophysicists, right? The things they claim do not comport with reality as we know it. Therefore...
But not all physicists. Wait, you said physicists or the hemisphere?
Yes, some of them are lying. Some of them are telling the truth.
Well, unless you can tell me one physicist actually that disagrees with gravity, then I would say they're all lying, other than the one that knows gravity is not a validated or proven assertion. Other than that, they're all lying.
We have a physicist that said gravity is just bullshit, and he's now kicked out of the physicist club. Forget what that guy's name is.
He's still here? Like, does he have a degree in physics or something?
Well, physicists usually do.
Yeah, I guess that's how it works. Is he still here, or?
I don't know who the guy's name is. We have it in here.
By the way, this wasn't right now. This didn't occur within the last few moments in the past. Just stating for clarification for the record. In fact, we have debated many physics professors.
Well, alleged physics professors.
Oh, alleged, yeah, alleged. Sorry, I should preface it with that. To be honest, I prefer that they are physics professors. In fact, I would say some of these zealots actually are of a higher understanding than the physics professors that I have cornered outside university. They haven't got a clue.
All right. Man, you got a lot of pictures on Neil deGrasse Tyson now.
Like what it is?
All imagination.
Like what it is? I don't know.
Turns out there is a magic speed.
A magic speed.
Ooh. It's everything magical.
Do you believe that there's a magic speed at which something can hit the moon, and if it hits the moon at that speed, then it doesn't matter what angle it comes in?
What do you mean exactly by that? I don't know.
So when Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked, why do all of the craters of the moon look as though the rocks impacted head on and weren't like glancing blows, if that makes sense, he said that there's a magic speed at which the angle of the rock doesn't matter, and that it will always appear to have hit head on.
Oh my God.
It will never appear to be glancing. Does this sound like someone making up bullshit, or does this sound like an educated science man who's telling you truth and knowledge?
I don't know, because I really don't know.
Keyword is magic in there. Said it's magic. Do you believe in magic?
Magic speed.
Magic.
Magic
Science communicator. So he's coming up saying, yes, it's magic. Believe me. Oh, okay. If you say so, liar.
Let's put it another way. Let's say that I T-bone your car, so I hit your car head on, and then I say to you, no, actually, that was a glancing blow. That was a glancing blow, but it's just that I hit your car at a magic speed, and it appears to have that I've hit you head on. Does that make any sense?
No,
sideswiped them.
The magic
you barely touched them, sideswiping them, going next to each other, but you got a gigantic dent in the side of your car.
Yeah.
Straight in like you hit your head on.
Can you illustrate any example in which someone answering you uses the word magic and you treat it as though that person's not crazy? In a legit, especially
or
scientific or not. Yeah, no, I wasn't eating the cookies, mommy. It was magic in your eyes that made it. What example in the world would magic be an acceptable response?
Well, in science, which I guess you're like, yeah, I guess in science it doesn't make sense.
If I said that at work, that it's magic
science or otherwise, science or otherwise. So if not,
no, he did just say.
Answer.
No, to be fair though, he did just say. In science, it wouldn't make sense, and he's right. It doesn't make sense.
Where does it make sense?
So why the fuck is there a science communicator communicating science, quote unquote, by saying that there's a magic speed that explains things?
Maybe it just doesn't know what that speed is. It's just a theory.
It's obviously nothing to do with the speed. It's the angle, clearly.
Or an
angle. But he's explaining away the angle with the speed.
It's just a talking head on TV. He doesn't have an office he goes to. He doesn't have a university he sits at. is a magic figure on television. That's all he does.
He has a magic qualification.
Yeah, but he's not the only scientist in the world. Just I said before, it's just a face.
I'm a scientist, and I say it's flat.
Okay.
Now what? I wear a white lab coat.
Why is he
Regardless,
the
who
most
cares?
famous one on TV? Why is he the most famous one on TV?
That's a good
No, but
question.
this doesn't matter anyway. Look, none of this matters.
Making you famous on TV.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Everyone knows he's an actor. Like, we don't need to go there. The point is that there aren't any actual scientists who are bringing any scientific evidence for this. Yeah, because that's what matters. It doesn't matter that there's a talking head on TV who makes up bullshit about magic speeds, or there's a guy with a bow tie who says, "Oh, boats are going over horizon," even though he can't prove it. Like, none of these things matter. What matters is if they can actually prove the things they say. Can they?
Right. So let me summarize.
They can't. Is the answer. Sorry.
Let me summarize. So there's a moon, and in your creation story, it's a physical object with craters on it because of impacts from rocks in space. The thing is,
all right.
See, the craters are line of sight to us, and the Earth is bigger than the moon. So how could the rocks be directly hitting straight ahead from our vantage point? There's no logical explanation other than it just is what it is.
Yeah, Elijah, I like that. I like that a
Next
lot.
thing they'll
Because
say-
if it's going straight in, why didn't Earth's gravity push it away or pull it away in a different way? That's a great
Well,
question.
it would have had to have passed past the Earth in order for it to have a head-on blow. This is Crypto's whole point he was elucidating to, is that how is it that it escaped the gravitational force of the Earth itself in order to travel past at this magic speed in order to create said impact on said moon? Not only that, what would also be a very, very, very big issue, in fact, is that, the moon itself is within inside of the Earth's atmosphere. I believe meteorites and as such actually burn up now inside of the atmosphere. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, well, so they say.
So
But
say,
actually-
but
to just answer the question, Craig, no, it's actually a secondary argument to the argument I was making, which is that the angle itself isn't explained by the observation, right? But there's also a tertiary problem with all of this, and that's if the sun is making the Earth orbit, then how comes the Earth's gravitational pull overpowers the sun's when talking about the moon? Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
I mean, I can give you an answer for it.
What's that?
Simply because distance is also a factor.
Yeah, but we're talking about distance. So the sun's gravity is supposedly so powerful that it can hold the Earth in its orbit, but not the moon, even though the moon's at the same distance.
Because the mass of because between the two forces that pull each other, the force of the pull is determined by the mass of the object that is pulled and the object that pulls.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Can you prove that?
I think it's in the
Can
formula.
you prove that? Okay, it's in the formula. Can you prove it?
Yeah.
Go on then.
I mean, you have M1, M2, two masses, one of the objects.
Yeah, that's a
Of the two
formula. Can you prove it?
Again, you know I can't prove it, man. I'm not a physicist.
No, it's not because you're not a physicist that you can't prove it. It's that it's not true that you can't prove it.
All right.
It doesn't happen, dude. That's why you can't prove it.
Even if you could prove it, you would actually just be proving something that's already been disproven by a hostile witness, Einstein. I.e., you're actually sort of outlining formulas, in fact, that were actually superseded by Einsteinian warping and bending of space-time. So I really have no clue What do you mean? Yeah. Well, that's what you just spoke on.
No, but because what you're saying is the formula I used was made by Newton, right? And Einstein something else. The formula I'm talking about is like force of the pole.
Yeah, but what was the premise and what was it in relation to? You don't remember, do you?
You said that. No. Never mind.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just gonna give up.
No, this is my point, buddy. This is my point. This stuff, right, is like toxic to the brain. What you'll notice is that everybody that's dropped this ball shit, right, somehow all of a sudden can memorize things going back at least 4 or 5 sentences. The individuals therein that are trying to think in the paradigm of the globe, which obviously has no validation or portion or parts to its counterparts, i.e. axial rotation, curvature itself, it being able to exist next to the privation of gas, which would be obviously space itself. What we have is individuals that implicate themselves into the belief system of the heliocentric model. They have 50 million different varying things that have to be true in order for said things to be true. I.e., you have tangent points upon tangent points upon tangent points that are all part of your narrative. That's why you just vapidly sort of stated when I said, well, yeah, it needs to be true 4.5 billion years ago that Theia, the Wayward Planet, had a glancing blow of the Earth, and also at the same time, in some form of glancing blow, was able to deposit its molten iron core, which is why we're able to have gravity and also have an atmosphere today. And you're like, well, yeah, of course. Do you not see how ridiculous this narrative has pinned you into a framework of a story that is so ridiculous in nature that you have to basically, for the whole dependence upon what you currently believe, you have to believe in a narrative that states a wayward planet deposited its molten iron core into our Earth, replenishing it so that we can experience gravity and being able to breathe, and also the debris in which from said wayward planets, said glancing blow, created a form of debris that eventually coalesced into a mass that was cast away, that eventually allowed to be 400 times the distance to size ratio that we can now experience eclipses. You have to accept that narrative just to be able to have a globe.
Hallelujah! It's a miracle.
I hope that.
Sorry, I was waiting for everyone to say that.
Like, if that was a true narrative, like that would be the biggest proof of God ever, for one. But the whole point in the actual globe is about nihilism and about this idea that you're infinitesimal, tiny, a mere happenstance, chance, that basically means that, you are but a mistake, right? You don't matter. You do not matter, exactly, right? You're not the center of the universe. You're nothing. You are, a mere consequence of expansion of gases, and somehow hydrogen created everything.
So you think we're the center of the universe? No, I know it.
The universe as you know it, I'm not going to say that we're the center of that. I'm going to say that I know that we are the floor of existence, and that all things in the sky revolve around or orbit around myself. Well, the center point, which would be Polaris, which seems to line up with the North Pole.
Polaris? Oh, I see. So what's the southern star? I think it's in the southern hemisphere, right?
It's not a star.
No, but so it's a point. What is it exactly? I think it's a star.
Yeah, it's called the magic southern point. It's an imaginary point in the south.
It's a cross.
It's an imaginary point.
Yeah, Southern Cross. It's just a point. All right.
Imaginary point.
All right.
Just like the horizon. Or a rainbow.
Or a
the tip of
rainbow.
the unicorn.
So how come you
Or
can't see
ray.
Polaris? How come you can't see Polaris from the northern hemisphere?
Oh, who says you can?
Polaris is there.
Yeah, no. I think he
From
meant
the
the
northern
southern.
hemisphere?
Yeah, that's where we
from the
see
southern.
it.
No, you can't. Hold on. You can't see
southern
Polaris
side.
from the northern hemisphere because there is no northern hemisphere.
No,
Correct.
from the southern hemisphere. No,
See it
so
from the northern
according,
plane.
No southern hemisphere either.
according
No
to the
spheres.
Atlantic
not a-
Mountain.
It's not a
No
sphere.
spheres.
Well,
To
wait
answer
there.
your
Wait.
question, to answer no,
You get the question.
he already answered the
It's fuzzy.
question.
It's okay.
earlier-
Fuzzy,
earlier
I can
today.
answer it. Fuzzy, I can answer it. It's cool.
Yeah,
So,
but I already got there. Ah,
No, but he already answered it earlier.
in your face.
In your
No, but
in your flat face
Oh.
pie.
yeah, I get it that he answered it earlier, but if you said it centers all around it, so what? We don't see the center.
Center of what?
Like you said that
Center of
all the things in the sky center around Polaris, right? You said that earlier.
They rotate around Polaris.
That's what we observe.
That's what I observe.
Yeah.
I said. That's what I
Right.
observe. That's what I said. Am I wrong? Is that not what I observe?
You
So
are not wrong.
So in the night sky, you look up and you always see Polaris, right?
Depending on where you
What,
are,
in the north?
and if it's
Yeah.
cloudy.
Yeah, in the north, if it's clear, then you should always see Polaris.
I was up on the moors the other day and I couldn't see.
But-
6
but-
foot in
but
front
if
of
you're-
my
but
face,
if you're-
so-
But if you're
Just
in
to
the
be
south,
pedantic.
okay?
Yeah. Sorry, dude. Yeah, carry on. Pose your question. I'm sure it's
Yeah,
going to
okay.
destroy the globe.
Alright.
I mean, destroy the flat Earth.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm gonna totally debunk you. Just wait for my next sentence, man. I got it.
We're waiting on
Alright.
the edge of our seat.
I like your sportsmanship, dude.
All right. I'm gonna be honest. I'm in more to learn about physics than you to debunk you, because you guys research your stuff as much as we don't have the same beliefs. Believe it or not.
Why would you
I don't
even
have a
want
belief.
to debunk? Like, why would you even approach it in that way? Like, are you saying that you've got like a certain worldview and you need to destroy our worldview? Like, why not just
For
say, okay,
yours
these guys have got a
to
good point.
exist.
It's not-
Maybe they're correct. Like, has it even crossed your mind that we might be correct?
Like,
Yeah,
even if you
fuck
can't
man.
listen, wait there. Even if you can't
Currently,
get on
wait.
Can he answer, Crack? Can he answer the question? Has it
get
ever
that,
crossed
but-
your mind
First of
that
all-
we might be
first of all-
correct, bro?
First of all, you said that I think you've misunderstood me. I didn't can't come to debunk your opinions or in any sort of means, because I know I don't know enough about physics to do that. Just came here to ask questions. I don't know.
Okay,
learn stuff.
but my
That's
question hasn't been answered. Did it cross your mind that we might be
Oh,
correct?
yeah, all right. That question, okay. Yeah, it did cross my mind.
Okay.
Yet I'm still,
So are
yet,
you still considering that a possibility?
yet there's stuff I just don't understand, but you guys didn't want to talk about that.
Can you just answer the question? Are you still considering it a possibility that we may be correct?
I don't know. I really don't know.
You don't. You don't
Bro,
know.
I'm only,
one
I'm
second.
only here 3 days.
1 second.
Come on.
You don't know if you're considering that it's a possibility that we might be correct.
You don't
You're the only
know.
person in the
Sorry.
world. You're the only person in the world who could possibly know the answer to this question. I mean, it's a
You
yes or no
don't know.
question. You either are considering that we could be correct, or you're not considering and you think it's ridiculous, and you know, then therefore there's no point talking to you. So for me, I need to know the answer to this question.
Crypto, say what you just said again because you broke completely out. You broke out, dude.
I mean, I'm just repeating the same question for like the 500th time. Like, are you
No,
considering
I
that
heard
we
it.
might be
Yeah,
correct?
I heard it. I heard it.
Okay,
And
can
yeah,
we get an answer?
Yeah. I'm still kind of considering it, but there are still stuff I just don't understand.
So, right. So did you
That's
learn
fine.
everything in school
I
in the
can
first
accept that.
week? Did you learn everything? All the
Fuzzy,
questions you
fuzzy.
have?
Whether wait,
Take a while. That's the point.
One sec. What's that clattering sound? If someone's got a bit of a hot mic, if you could sort that out, please.
Yeah, that's me, I think.
I would like to
Alright.
jump in. I guess. it would be
Can
fair
I
to
just
do
say
it
one
after
thing?
Crack was
Can I?
first.
Yeah, sweet. So, I just want to say one thing. I just wanted to add on to what Crypto was talking about. Can you hear me? A nameless name guy.
You can call me Untaken. Untaken simply.
Yeah, I'm just making sure you can hear me. I don't, because I can hear like clunk, clunk, clunk.
Alright.
I don't know what that is. So,
That's me.
so yeah, no. What I was gonna say, I was just wanted to add on to what Crypto was just saying there, right? Where he was asking you, have you at least sort of considered that we might be correct? Let me reframe this for you.
All right.
Don't think of this as us being correct in the sense of that, oh, we are correct, you are wrong, and therefore the Earth is flat, globe, dead, right? Think of it like this instead, right? Have we at least got a point in terms of being skeptical from your own point of view in looking from now at the actual globe itself and understanding that there are a multitude of issues therein within inside of the narrative and within inside of the confirmed and non-confirmed scientific theories that lie within inside of the whole heliocentric model and the different varying points that need to be true for it to be what comports with reality and how it doesn't comport with reality as you know it. Can you admit at least that we have a point there? Can you at least admit there we have a point that we're sort of not wasting our breath, that we are sort of showing you there is a problem here, right?
All right, so I'm gonna tell you how I view it. All right, so you guys do have good points, first of all, of course, but I don't know much about physics, so I don't know whether the points
you don't need to listen. You don't need to know anything about.
No, look, listen. The points you're giving me, I don't know if maybe expert scientists could convince me otherwise, because I still kind of appeal to authority, and I still don't get it how. Right, so
I'm still trying to. That's why. I'm going to address what you said. So I'm going to take it back to what you said. You're going to go away and try to figure out how to debunk what we said. Let me reframe what we said. The Earth isn't a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. And practical demonstration as to why. You would have to find another reality in which that's not true.
Yeah, right. we haven't black swanned him yet either, or if he called him or anything yet.
No,
by the way.
yeah,
So
I already saw those, and I looked up at Google, and I saw people that
but
contradict those and explain those.
Yes, but you haven't.
Of course, there's going to be people that contradict it.
All
of
right,
course,
so
they're going to be. But do they have legitimate criticisms of it, or are they just saying nah?
Yeah, I mean, when I looked at the EFICOR experiments, they had pretty good points about it. The PDF file didn't show any pictures from the actual experiment. They don't have any.
Yeah, no scientific paper ever comes with a cartoon book attached.
All right, so how do you know?
Have you ever read Can I ask? Have you ever read a scientific paper before?
No. Okay, so
no, they don't come with pretty pictures. Studies don't come with pretty pictures. They give you data.
Yeah, and there wasn't much data, GPS data about that confirmed.
Why would you need GPS data?
GPS? What the
Why
fuck?
would you need GPS data?
No, wait, listen. To confirm that they were at the positions they actually said they were. Otherwise, how can you not get updated?
The point of you clearly don't know anything about why scientific papers exist. The point of a scientific paper is that you can go and do it yourself to verify that the results they got are repeatable and verifiable. Yeah, so you don't need any of that stuff. What they're saying is, here's our methodology. These are the results we got. You can do it yourself if you don't believe it.
What would it matter? What would it matter?
But I'm not going to go over to a lake in Hungary. I'm not going to go over to a lake in Hungary.
Yeah, but you can't go to space to verify that, NASA is orbiting around the planet. But you believe that. But when it comes to something you could verify, that's too much trouble. It doesn't make sense. Like, none of your position doesn't make any sense. Because there's the one thing you can verify that you don't believe in, and there's the one thing you can't verify that you do believe in. How does that make any sense?
Well, all right, so let's take the ethical.
Wait there, dude.
Well, let him answer.
I'm barely talking.
I want him to answer. All right.
Because I look up at the EFICOR experiment, right? Which is one of the experiments we send a lot here. and it is done by the Flat Earth movement, right? So I already know what their agenda is. Doesn't
Okay, so NASA doesn't have an agenda.
No. Tell him what.
Who else is going to do it?
Because you usually do that, Crypto. Tell him what FE stands for. Field engineers, guy, not flat earthers.
All right. So regardless, their agenda is still. They still said.
Who cares?
The proof flat
Who
Earth.
cares? It doesn't matter what their motivation is. It matters what the results are and whether they're verifiable. I've got a motivation to, I don't know, eat. It doesn't mean that because I ate, I don't know, because I claim to have ate that I didn't eat because I had a motivation to eat. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's like saying murderers are like, because their motive is to murder, they're shit at murdering. Come on.
No. It's like saying if Neil deGrasse Tyson tomorrow proved curvature, you wouldn't believe him because he's only setting out to prove the globe. Right? He's got an agenda.
Yeah,
it's actually a good point. Yeah.
Exactly. It's like honestly, another good point to make here would actually be that well, people keep saying, well, oh, if the Earth were flat, there would be whistleblowers, there would be people from NASA coming out and talking about it. Well, I have two personal friends, just me myself too, that are whistleblowers on this who have worked for NASA. One that still works for NASA. Okay, you know. I can cite his name even right now, David Beverly Sr. You can type him up on Facebook. But anyway, so these people are asserting that the Earth is flat. They work for NASA, right? We are sat here in a group of 19,000 people nearly. The old server had more than this. We have pages and pages of pages with hundreds of thousands of views, with millions and millions of views on each thing. We have books. We have people writing books. We literally have a movement, a wave of people literally whistleblowing on the false pseudoscience that you would call the heliocentric model, right? But people just like to pretend as if there is nobody whistleblowing this stuff currently. Well, there is. We are the whistleblowers. The whistle has been blown, right? Okay, so what we need to understand is, and what I need to understand is, we said about the Black Swan, we said about FE Core, right? I don't care about anybody's agenda. Evidence, right, and experimentation speaks for itself, right? The location they're in with GPS wouldn't remember the location they're in with GPS wouldn't have mattered, okay? Because a laser test is either done over a body of water or it isn't. Right, so that speaks for itself. Yes.
Well, okay. So,
can I? No. Hold on. Because we have to stay down a line of logic, right? So you said we showed you the Black Swan. So in order for someone to debunk the Black Swan,
I already know.
No, listen to what I'm telling you, and listen very closely. In order for someone to have debunked the Black Swan, that means the model predicts the curvature of the Earth. Right?
We haven't personally taken through the Black Swan. This is my point. He's said he
said he already said that he went through it, and then he typed it in and looked up how people have debunked it. Okay, so you're telling me that there is a method, or there is a way that the model predicts curvature at the rate it's supposed to. That's what you're telling me.
Well, the model, I mean, I'm saying that there are physics that could explain how it happened. Not everything. I mean,
you said it was debunked. You said it was debunked. So what the black, listen closely. What the Black Swan is, it's in logic form, the modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if it was a sphere of the size that they claim, then based on that size, the distance to the horizon would be at a specific, calculable, predictable distance. Are you saying that is the case?
What? That because so you're saying that because we can calculate the horizon, we should know until what point we will see those oil rigs, right? At the Black Swan.
What did I just say? Because you
I don't
just
know,
you,
man. It's
you
hard
said
for me to
I'm
catch up in
saying,
English.
and then you said something that I didn't say. I said
I
it
don't think
very
he understands the
slowly.
black swan.
I said it very slowly. I told you to listen very carefully.
Yeah, okay.
So
Take
what I'm
the black swan out of your head.
what I'm saying is there is a way to validate that the horizon is where the model predicts it would be.
All right. So I guess there could be experiments for that.
No, you said the black swan was debunked. So I'm saying in this debunk, they've shown you exactly why the horizon isn't the argument.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. So then if that's the case, then they haven't dealt with the argument.
That's my point. He's misunderstanding everything you're saying. He hasn't been to the black swan correct.
No, I don't. Okay, fine. So go through it with him.
No, Eli, you're better at doing it than me, I believe. So.
No, can you understand the point? Maybe because sometimes.
No, because I know he does understand. I know he does.
Do you think?
Like he was here before. So.
Oh! I thought this was his first time here. Sorry, guys.
This is what I'm saying. Your elevation is 1.2. I mean, your elevation is 1 foot off the ground.
Yeah.
So, based on that elevation and the size of the Earth, the horizon is predicted to be at 1.2 miles. That's it. End of story. Are you telling me that is the case? Because the black swan, so-called, is showing how that isn't the case. And I'm asking you to make it make sense. You're saying that what I just told you is wrong somehow. It's been debunked. How so?
I can send you a video that explained it to me how it could.
Yes, please. Is it called refraction?
Yeah. You know, you already heard the answer. You see, that's why.
Okay, this is why I said you haven't had us take you through this argument. That's why I said
You need the radius of the Earth if you're going to use that.
Yeah, Radwin, 1 second. Dude, this is why I said you haven't had us take you through this black swan correctly, because if you had, you would understand the argument itself is refraction. Okay? You do get that, right? That is our argument.
So you're saying refraction couldn't have, even with refraction, it's going to be possible.
That's the point. The whole point is that you cannot derive geometry, okay, from a horizontal line, okay, where the sky appears to meet the ground. How are you going to derive geometry from a line like that, or measure to a line like that, which apparently moves, okay, based on the atmospheric conditions of the day? Because apparently the radius was established via measurement of dip angles to the horizon by Al-Biruni, right? Going back to the Greeks. So if he did so, right, for a start, he was already presupposing the Earth was already a sphere because he was already performing spherical trigonometry because he was trying to derive a radius of something beneath his feet that he also didn't already know the shape of. So he was already begging the question. Now what we have an issue with is that we're asserting that terrestrial refraction is the causality of why the horizon itself is moving, which is 7/6r, which again is the radius value needed inserted into that for that formula, which means that again it's a double begging the question fallacy based on the fact that obviously you need the radius first in order for you to be able to explain why the radius itself is somehow being manipulated, or should I say refraction is conforming to the refractive index itself, which needs 7/6r. And then the issue again therein is that we have a homogeneous image of two oil rigs, right? I don't care about the heat shimmer left or right, that makes it worse for you. We have those apparently, if the globe and was comporting to the globe and how it should appear, half of them about therein should be distorted, or should I say covered up by the curve of the Earth. Well, they are not.
the horizon is pushed back behind them to at least 10 miles. We know this because we know how far away the oil rigs are. We can test how far away the oil rigs are with infrared laser viewfinders. This is a methodology which they use for JDAMs or, munitions guided, by soldiers on the battlefield. We know this works. It's accurate. So we know the distance to them. We know the horizons behind them. So in this image, if we're going to assert that refraction is the causality of the observation that we're seeing, we're going to then have to assert that all in the same field of view and reference, that we have two oil rigs being loomed up over the very horizon that is also in the same frame of reference being terrestrially refracted behind the very things that are being loomed up over. So we now have a form of refraction that not only moves locations, i.e. the horizon, further back, but at the same time pushes things or looms things up over the horizon. We cannot have a transition of light that goes forward and backwards all in the same field of reference. So it's either true that the actual oil rigs are being refracted, right? Or all is being refracted. We cannot have the actual horizon itself being refracted because that's not explained by any effect or form of refraction within inside of any, and I mean any person who's an expert on refraction. No one talks about this. Mirages, for instance, superior mirages, Fazio Morganas, whatever it is, bro. It shows things flipped upside down and mirrored images, etc., etc. We never see horizons being pushed back or forward, right? While we also have images being loomed in opposite directions, all in the same frame of reference. This is impossible with inside of all refractive models.
All right, I see your point now.
Right. So the point is that because we know refraction does affect the way that we see the Earth, i.e. where the horizon is, because refraction exists and things are continually being refracted, and because things do not comport to what we should see as a globe, based on refraction, the very people that gave you the radius value in the first place must have lied to you about how they derived the radius. Because nobody can go out and get a radius value using the same methodology today, and the person that did the said radius value in the first place shouldn't have even been doing spherical trigonometry in the first place because they didn't even know the shape of the Earth that they were looking at, that they were measuring. Makes sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've kind of understood you. Yes.
Right. Someone's coming in very, very low. Sorry. We can't hear you. No.
That was me talking to my dog.
All right. I tell your dog I said hello as well. But
he heard you.
So you get our point, right, dude? That the argument is refraction, right? You cannot derive geometry from a location that is not geometric in nature. It is apparent. It is one that moves continuously. And remember, the radius is needed. Like literally needed before you go out to space. Well, you need the radius. People could say, well, the radius has been derived now by satellites. Okay, cool. Well, how did the satellites get out there? Because the satellites rely upon the radius value for the circumference in order to know how much fuel to use, in order to be able to use orbital mechanics, in order to be able to slingshot out into space to leave the gravitational force of the Earth. So we need the radius value before any of that takes place as well. So this is kind of the point. Is that the radius has to have been measured at some point. You cannot find said measurement of the radius. But people like to try and debunk the black swan and say, well, it's just because of refraction why we see the observation. Well, thank you very much. You've just given us the argument. Yes, it's refraction. Well done. That means that you cannot derive geometry from a sagittar and this so-called leading sphere edge, right? We do not have a measurable horizon or geometric horizon because it doesn't exist, which means no one ever measured anything to it.
Untaken name, do you see the refraction image I put in there? Do you think that land is moving up and down in reality?
Yeah, I see it.
It's refraction.
It's just being distorted by the water.
By the atmospheric refraction.
Yeah. All right.
It's heat. Heat and cold. Shit like that. So, still there. The horizon is still there. Didn't go anywhere.
But the line at the back, you mean?
So that's what you're claiming is causing the horizon to show up behind the oil rigs, and that's not what's happening. The Earth is flat. That's why we're seeing behind the oil rigs. It's all. It's pretty simple. Explained it to a 5th grader, and he was just like, I get it now. But that's because they're not indoctrinated yet.
All right. Well, I got a question as well, because you put up a lot of pictures that debunk that the Earth's curve, it says it's flat, because it's not going to be able to see that if there was curve. But you didn't do. I never saw a picture of it happening on land. It's always a body of water in the middle.
You've never been down a road and saw wavy roads in front of you when it's really hot outside?
Wavy roads when it's really hot.
Never been on a road when it's hot out, and it way off in the distance, the cars look like they're floating. Refraction.
But does that refraction debunk the curve, or like what? That's my question.
It doesn't do anything. It's refraction. It's optics.
No, I'm not talking about refraction.
Yeah, that's the thing. But that's an example of refraction. Those are the parameters you have to work with, because your claim, because you went away and saw a video that had to do with refraction debunking the black swan, right? So these are the parameters you have to work with. Obviously, it still doesn't explain what's going on in the images or the photos from the video that we're talking about, and named the black swan.
Yeah, well, you didn't get my point. I said, forget refraction. I'm saying,
right. That's the point. Not forget. If we forget refraction, okay, great. Forget refraction. What was the debunk of the black swan?
So forget the black swan as well.
Not forget the black swan, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the horizon not being the leading edge of the sphere. If we lived on the sphere the size they claim, then it would have to mathematically be predictable. So that's where all of this started. That's why I brought up the black swan. That's why you said, well, it was debunked. That's why we had this long ass conversation. But at the end of the day, the reason we are here is because we can't find curvature, because it doesn't exist in reality the way the math predicts it should.
So my question is, if you have an experiment that goes on land, it's like, let's say they take a far object, like a mountain or something.
For what?
That should be hiding. If you put up a telescope.
What? Why?
I'm gonna go and explain it.
No, don't explain why. Why would we need this?
To debunk curve on surface.
We already did with the black swan.
Earth is 70% water. What do you need?
I meant where there is no body of water in the middle. That's what I'm.
Well, you have hills and valleys. Other than what did they say? Kansas is flat as a pancake. You can Google the flattest areas on the earth and how big or how expansive those places are. But it's still going to have hills
Mexican
and
salt flats.
Who cares?
Well, Mexican salt flats, for instance, like we have salt flats. Bolivian, we've got ones in Mexico. We've got ones in Bolivia. We have salt flats all over the fucking flat Earth. Wait, the Earth is flat, right, guys? Did I say that right?
Pretty sure it is.
You almost convinced me it's a globe with all that mishmash.
Fuck! I nearly thought the Earth was a globe for a second. Nearly had me there, dude.
Did you guys know that everyone in this conversation is currently moving at 1.3 million miles an hour?
Yeah, I'm trying not to feel sick right now. So
It explains why sometimes when I wake up, I feel nauseous sometimes.
Oh no, that's your dog breathing in your face while you're
Yeah.
asleep.
No, actually, he likes to put his ass in my face when I'm sleeping.
Oh,
and that explains it too.
Bit TMI.
He growls now at people.
Reminds me of an old joke. If you guys want to hear a shit joke?
Is it
Of course. All right, then
yeah, of course.
And then I'm gonna summarize again afterwards. Go.
It's kind of a dad joke, and then I'll allow Elijah to get back on with what we're actually here to do. So yeah,
dad jokes.
I woke up at the crack of dawn, and I said, "Dawn, get off my face."
Well, guess what? That's actually a form of rape, believe it or not, because unless you gave
Oh
him
my
permission.
God.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I didn't hear at any point where crypto. I don't. No, I'm being serious. I didn't hear at any point where crypto gave said Dawn permission to said crack.
Right.
My dog raping me.
All right, so there's no consent. It's a shame. It's a bloody shame.
Anyway, Elijah, go ahead.
So
consent's not
sexy. The point is, you see where we asked to keep it logical and keep it linear, and so again, remember, you asked us. You said that you wanted to understand, why we're thinking what we're thinking. Well, what is our evidence? Well, I just told you the evidence that we sent out to actually validate was the curvature of the Earth, and then could not do that with the method that would be it should the one method that I say is very reasonable to utilize, people say is unusable because of refraction. Therefore, I have no way of actually proving that I live on a sphere, because if I do live on a sphere, everything that I see that's beyond the geometric limitations are just holograms, because they're not in their actual physical locations. So I'm asking you, if we can't determine on a personal me and you level, if we can't figure it out for ourselves ever, what would you call that? You tell me.
I don't know, man.
A fucking simulation of some sort. I don't know. Like, can me and you shoot each other from 5 miles away? Yeah, we can, while laying at 1 foot off the ground. Like this happens. This occurs. We're not shooting at holograms.
Is it like where, in the Matrix, like if you die in the Matrix, then you die in real life sort of thing? Like if someone shoots your hologram, then you die.
Yeah, like that, literally. And I've never ever had to shoot in front of a target, ever. In fact, actually, with a high velocity round. Like, I've never had to shoot exactly 400 meters in front of it. Based on its timing. Let's say the shot would take. Let's say it was a shot that was, let's say the bullet was going 500 meters a second, right? And it was 1,000 meters away, right? I didn't have to aim 800 meters for correction in front of it because the ground beneath it was traveling at 400 meters a second. I've never had to shoot in front of deers so that their heads rotate into the bullets. I've just never had to do that.
Have you ever been in this awkward position where you're shooting against the spin of the Earth and the bullet never reaches its target?
Actually, yeah, I remember the other day I was shooting at a target and I just missed it by, I think it was, about 200 meters. It rotated just Just to the west of me.
I know that's not what I mean. What I mean is like that the Earth is actually spinning faster than the bullet's traveling, so the bullet never actually reaches the target. It just kind of hovers in place.
Oh yeah, no, that's we need to go into this crypto one day. Yeah.
So there's something that would be extremely embarrassing, like, you know, if the Earth were a sphere that was rotating. Like, so you ever piss on yourself to the east, or spit on yourself to the east? Like you spit
all
to
the
the
time.
east and just.
Well, Elijah, you know my German 88 sort of like breakdown of my physical black swan. That like literally whenever we say it to a Glober, they just shut up and they don't know what to say. And they genuinely do. This is the one that I want to make more concise with just a few images or whatever. I've been struggling to do it. But basically, they're asserting that somehow, even on the Maginot Line, when we had all these different grain values and different weights of rounds and different barrel lengths and different velocities, that somehow all of these artillery pieces and recoilless rifles are adhering to 8 inches per mile squared, right? Well, if this is the case and this is true, if I get a railgun, right, that can shoot east to west and I go to the northernest point possible, that's a UK siren.
Yeah, sorry.
You're right, Crypto.
I didn't realise I should have.
No. I just wanted to know you're okay, mate. I don't really care.
Yeah, I'm all good. I think so.
All right. Hopefully. All right.
Sorry, go
So, if I go to the northernest part that I can go to, basically then I shoot east to west, i.e. I shoot with the rotation of the Earth, right? Okay, or against the rotation therein of the Earth. If they're asserting that these recoilless rifles, or let's say I get a railgun at like 12 feet off the ground, and I'm 12 feet off the ground myself, and they're asserting that for some reason the drop of said gun is adhering directly to the curvature of the Earth, which is what some of them have said in relation to when I state that German 88 shooting at like a 2-foot elevation and is hitting targets over and over and over again, out to 10 to 14 kilometers, right? Well, then what they would have to assert is actually that I could shoot any gun or a rail gun that would be able to travel in a concentric circle east to west with the Earth's rotation. I could shoot it in a straight line, and I actually could shoot myself in the back of the head. Genuinely. If they are going to assert that it's directly adhering to the convexity of the Earth. And that is why we're able to shoot at holograms. They literally have to make that claim. I could shoot myself in the back of the head if I was far enough north and I shot with the Earth's rotation, and I stayed at the right altitude.
Only have one shot at this guy, okay? A little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No, god damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the Earth, and how to come at us. We're gonna miss. There's no spin of the Earth. Take the shot.
Also, we have the round. Also, we have the round of the actual bullet, right? When it leaves the actual muzzle, okay? We have conservation of motion because it was spinning with the Earth as it leaves the actual gun. But then it starts to defeat the atmospheric spin of the Earth's speed. At this point, this is where they say that the Coriolis effect is now enacting underneath said ballistics, right? Under the ballistics of said projectile. So, at the point of it slowing down, once it loses some of its velocity, and it's no longer defeating the Earth's rotation, is it then held in lockstep again with the atmosphere, and thus is now on a trajectory and course that cannot be differed or changed, dependent on any variable whatsoever? These are the issues.
But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They suck. They missed the shot. I guess it was.
Wait, no. Just wait for it. Just wait for it. It's gonna hit you in the back of the head. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. Just wait. It's gonna hit you in about 4, 5, 6. I'm joking. So no, this is the issue that they have, right? Is the moment that guns go past musket, as in the moment that guns actually are able to defeat the atmospheric spin of the Earth, i.e., so that they become objects that now have to account for the spin of the Earth and the Coriolis effect, and directionally so, i.e., the direction against either with or against the Earth's rotation, or north or south, or northwest or northeast or southeast, whatever, right? At the point when bullets became self-contained cartridges and started to go so fast that they would defeat the atmospheric spin of the Earth, therefore having to put in for this formula, that would be the point when you would stop making bullets go faster. Why? Because actually now you create so many formula inputs of data that you would have to effectively put in before you shoot said projectile. You would start to make all guns and all projectiles and all pieces of artillery less accurate, the actual more effective and faster they are in velocity.
Ran him off. Ran him off. Oh, cross Crackville, Indiana. Cross. Oh shit! Hey, my daughter that's in California, the nurse, just sent me the COVID-19 vaccination record card that people are holding up on Facebook, and she asked me if I can make these for us. I said yes. So we're all going to get vaccinated now.
Hey, Crack. You there, Crack Villain?
Was here. He's probably doing something.
Globe, Earth, Sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him. Like, every sniper just shoots people. If that's a fucking mirage, that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, Sniper.
Is anyone talking right now?
You are.
Why is everybody quiet?
Who the fuck is that guy?
You're so quiet, Creation Bear. I have you up full blast.
I'll turn up a little bit. Sorry.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Are you guys playing something over the Groovy Bot or whatever?
Creation Bear plays it right through his system.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore.
Perfect.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Yeah. This got to be the most fucking crazy thing I've ever heard. Chugga chugga chugga. Since that's public, you know, NASA's public, can I get the prints on that? Where would I go to get the blueprints for how that thing works? Chugga chugga chugga.
Wait, you don't want to drink your own shit? What's wrong with you?
I do. I want to drink it, but I want to know how they're doing it because maybe I can enhance it a little bit better.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm always looking to better mankind.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, that's basically my dream, is to drink my own shit.
Well, I'm thinking if they can give me the prints, I'm going to build one in my house, and we're all going to shit and piss in it, and that's going to be our meals.
Nice. I mean, that sounds really nutritious, and you know, I fucking love science.
Dogs eat poop. Oh. It's a globe.
You know, even like normie globers take the piss out of this kind of... You know, there's like a Facebook page with like 1.3 million followers called I Fucking Love Science. Right?
Yes.
Even like normie globers take the piss out of that, saying that there's no actual science on the page.
Yeah. Oh, we have
Which
branch,
is true, because there isn't. It's just funny that they notice it, you know? It's basically all just soy boys trying to sound clever.
Branch, no, crypto, yeah, me and Crypto are afraid to debate you, Branch. We are.
Does Branch think I'm afraid to debate him?
No, yeah. No. I'm just shit stirring.
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
No, I'm shit stirring. He stated.
Hey, my bad. I just.
I'm just shit stirring. Remember, you said QB's afraid to debate you. So
yeah, I'm pretty fucking drunk right now. Do you
How are you still awake? How are you still awake?
Fucking drunk I am. I'm pretty drunk, bro.
Yeah, we don't like that.
Well, do you want to just
exactly
put yourself on mute then if you're drunk?
Pop yourself on mute then.
Yeah, I had myself on mute, and yet you guys wanted to fucking talk.
I didn't believe.
You're stop being so angry that you don't live on a globe anymore, and get rid of your tag.
Branch, I didn't think you'd still be drunk.
You know what? Regardless of being drunk or not,
I didn't think you'd still be drunk. I wouldn't have addressed you, House. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I go on missions when I drink, bro.
As I have borne witness to.
Definitely. I mean, that's life for me, bro. So I do it.
Tell me about these missions that you go.
I literally
you go to the gay bar, right?
Yeah, let's hear about these missions actually a little bit.
I like to hear about the missions.
Yeah.
So.
Well, sometimes the missions I do, right? I try to seek out some dumb fucks who believe the Earth is flat.
Oh, don't fucks think the Earth is flat, do they? Okay.
Oh.
Pretty much.
All right. Even though it measures flat.
No, I mean like the most retarded fuckers in the world think the Earth is flat.
Oh right, even though it measures flat, so real life is retarded. Like reality.
No, I'm not calling you retarded.
Yes, you did.
I'm just saying that retarded people think the Earth is flat.
Oh, but there's retarded people who think it's a globe as well.
Yeah, but don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, bro. I'm not calling you retarded.
There's more retarded globers than there are flat earthers, aren't there?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome to retard land.
If you know anything about Branch, I actually swing both ways.
I don't care.
I know too much about Branch. I wish I knew less.
No, you don't. You don't know nothing about me at all.
I would like
I know
to
you're
debate
called
you.
Branch.
Yeah, if we're gonna have a debate, they're probably gonna have to be.
Now, hold on. I want a concession. You said I don't know anything about you, and I said I know you're called Branch. So that's something about you.
Good job.
Yeah, so I do know something about you. So I would like a formal retraction of your false statement that I don't know anything about you.
Hey, you know what? You have a formal retraction. Great job.
Thanks, bro.
Get wrecked.
Hashtag wrecked. Hashtag Tyrannosaurus Rex.
You see, it just proves my point. How fucking retarded your fucking flat earthers are.
Yeah, but we're not though, are we?
Hey, a little bit.
No, not really.
Well, you believe the Earth is flat? That's pretty retarded.
I don't believe the Earth is flat. I know the Earth is flat. It's based on measurement.
Seriously, guys, come on.
Ah, the Earth measures flat, right? Sorry that the Earth measures flat and that you think it's a globe.
Okay.
I do apologize.
You know, here's the thing. I can probably still out-fucking debate you dumb cunts.
Can't even make words. How are you going to debate anybody? You need to make words
yourself. I can barely even fucking talk, but I guarantee that I will be able to fucking debate the fuck out of you bitches, show you it's fucking flat. Because that's what's up.
I'm just going to call you Jazza. I hope you don't mind.
I'll tell you what, if you can form a full sentence, we might let you debate us.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Don't worry.
I don't think your sentences, bro. Have you heard Brash talk?
I don't need sentences.
I don't know about that shit, bro. What the fuck is a sentence?
Don't know, mate.
What?
Hey, is a sentence?
What are you talking about, man?
Is a sentence fucking flat?
Branch wins debates via basically inculcating himself into a position of being allowed to be ignorant.
No, you know what? I'll tell you what. The next debate I have with someone, I want someone to debate me, right? And I guarantee you, I'll win this debate as a drunk ass motherfucker, purely on intellect.
We're going to pick our worst flat earther for you, okay?
All right, let's do it.
You can't be drunk.
Me, right?
No, let's do it. Your worst flat
Just pick random numbers. We'll all sign us up a number, and you pick a number, and that person will debate you.
PMAC. PMAC drunk would destroy you.
Okay, so let's go. PMAC, you want to fucking debate?
Oh God!
What have we done?
We won't even be able to understand it.
I'll tell you what. No motherfucker would want to debate me, ever.
I mean, I've been trying to for the last 10 minutes, but apparently you don't fancy it, so I don't know. It's weird.
All right, PMAC. Apparently you're the shit.
Well, I'm not PMAC.
Well, what about you? You
either.
I'm talking to you right now. Do you want to have a debate? Me and you. Who the fuck you is?
Well,
I mean, it's
Branch,
not really
yesterday,
debate, though, is it? The Earth measures flat. I mean, that's
no. It's not that. Let's have a debate about it.
It's just that you deny that it's true. I mean,
no. I want to have a debate. Formal debate. Let's do it.
All right.
Just formal. We can do it here if you want. You
can't compete with drunk logic.
You're just gonna agree to fucking, go the way, You can't be like, oh, I'm gonna have a debate and then piss off 20 seconds.
Bro, we debate here all day, every day. Are you gonna bring anything up?
If you want to debate, you got to make sure you're gonna stick around.
Yeah, bro, the Earth measures flat.
At least 3 minutes of me telling you why you're a dumb fuck.
I mean,
well,
technically,
you can have an opinion. You can have that opinion, but it doesn't need to be. It's not true just because you say so. I can call you a dumb fuck, and then is that true? Because I said it.
Probably.
Oh, woke up the Beastmaster.
No, obviously not. So, like, who cares? The Earth measures flat. The end. I mean, you can deny this if you like. And
Stole that from me.
It'd be illogical. Sorry?
Stole that from me. It measures flat. The end. It's the end of the debate. It's my debating skills. Okay, go. The Earth is flat. The end.
I mean, that's a five word debate ender.
He fucked up.
He's going to steal my there's no 8 inches per mile squared of observation argument next.
Are you guys trying to say that you're scared to debate me?
Yeah.
Bro, I've been trying to debate you for 15 minutes.
I am drunk as fuck, and you are still fucking afraid to debate me?
I've been trying to debate you for 15 minutes, and you keep...
Let's go. Let's go.
Fuck. Are your ears drunk?
It measures flat.
All right, so we're debating now?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You can't just throw out a question and assume the debate started.
Branch.
It started right now.
You gotta say,
debate started.
No, hold on. If we can have a debate, you gotta say the debate started.
The debate has started.
Wow.
You're debating an unarmed man.
All right, go ahead, brother. What you
The
gonna
Earth
say?
measures flat.
No, wait.
Turn.
Just say. What did you just say?
I just said the Earth measures flat.
Fucking hell, bro. You're a dumb fuck.
Fucking hell, bro.
It's your debate? That's your answer?
Yeah. If you fucking tell me the Earth is fucking flat, I'm gonna respond by saying you're fucking dumb fuck.
Logic.
I said it
over
measures
here.
flat.
Can't
That's an
respond to
equal
the fucking
fucking
argument.
It's the measurement bit that's mattering.
All right, well,
That you keep
I'll
missing.
personally say, blood, that you should dumb fuck.
Allow it.
Allow it. Hey, allow it, Branch fam, man. Listen, brother, you know what I'm saying, man?
Man said Earth's a globe.
Man said Earth's a globe, and now Earth's globe, like.
Hey, no, blood.
you-
Man said.
Hey,
Look, next
comes to
nigga
me,
right
bro.
here.
I can't listen. This the end way we understand it slip out, and that, you know what I mean? Because like man's on the ends and that, but like, come, like.
Crack. Have you? It sounds like you've become a transhuman.
Bro, I've listen. I'm just going. Listen, I'm trying to make at least one claim of Branch is actually true. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you understand me? Because Branch claimed that man's actually from South London, so I'm just making sure that one of Branch's claims is actually true, so that we have an axiom to start off said debate on. You know what I mean? And guess what? The debate has
I can
started.
barely hear you, blood.
Did Branch claim that the Earth measures flat?
No,
because that would be true.
Stick, please.
All right. Are we back on the debate?
We never left.
So, Mr. Crack Villain, yeah. What was that little interlude that you just proposed?
Introlude. Yeah, the introlude doesn't matter.
What the fuck is introluding, bro?
You know what bartenders feel like now.
Yeah, okay, so you know what? Right now, right, is me and this crypto, bitch. Crypto.
Wait, you wouldn't say that to my face.
No, you know, regardless of
tell you that for nothing. You wouldn't say that shit to my face.
Hey, hey, I definitely would. I'm a big motherfucker.
I doubt it.
Hey.
Yeah, you haven't seen me then, have you?
Well, you know what? We will probably have fun then. We'll probably get along.
I'm sure we will. Are you sure about that? Who cares?
I don't care about like.
Regardless,
it doesn't.
Regardless,
like
you
calling
do
people
look
a
little
bitch isn't relevant, is
right
it?
now,
Like,
right now, Crypto, in front of me, you are the bitch.
I don't think so.
Why would you say something so controversial yet so brave?
The bitch. Crypto, I don't care what
imagine,
you look like
imagine
outside.
thinking that.
Crypto,
Imagine thinking that's a good argument. I'm going to call my opponent a bitch.
No, hold on, Crypto.
Nice one,
Here's
mate.
a question, Crypto.
Yeah,
Why have you allowed me to make you my bitch?
No, you haven't.
You've done it. There's no way out of it now.
No.
There's no way out.
That's a loaded question, bro.
That's what's up.
Well, yeah, but
So
it's,
you know what?
It's not even true.
Even before we debate flat Earth and shit.
The funny thing is that this is just obvious
won.
obfuscation.
You're my
This branch guy has zero evidence for his claim. He has absolutely no way to debate it, and so instead he's trying to win some kind of weird social dominance over the internet, which is just kind of weird.
No, it's not weird. It's not weird at all. If you actually,
the actual subject matter.
If you actually understand flat Earth the way I. Right?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
I've known flat Earth.
Measures flat.
I'll tell you one thing.
Come on, man.
I've known flat Earth for many fucking years, right? You can ask some of your people.
It measures flat.
Look, your bro
measures flat.
Indio knows me. Your bro Indio knows me.
I know Indio knows you.
But anyways,
we all know
anyways.
The Earth still measures flat.
What I am trying to say.
Yeah, the Earth still measures flat though, Branch, doesn't it?
Okay, no. What I'm trying to say is this. Look.
Well, it does.
You little bitches want to sit around, fucking
right. So, Branch, regardless of whether you want to like call names like a 5-year-old, like this is what 5-year-olds do. They call people stinky pants, right? This is what you're doing. But what I'm interested in is the shape of the Earth. I'm interested in whether the Earth measures flat.
A real debate.
And the Earth measures flat. Whether you think I'm a stinky pants or not. Bro, whether you think I'm a bro, I didn't finish.
I didn't realize you're so
I didn't finish. I didn't finish. Right. Whether you want to call me a stinky pants and pull my hair doesn't affect whether the Earth is flat, right? The Earth is objectively flat.
It doesn't, but
whether you like it or not.
Debate, you know what? I do respect you. You stood up to the fucking shit I proposed to you. You stood up and you instigated a debate. I do appreciate.
Come on, man. But we're still waiting for you to refute the fact the Earth measures flat.
Okay.
Measures flat. Go ahead, you're next.
Okay, so if we're gonna have a debate about this, right?
Trying to debate about having a debate. It sounds like.
Shut the fuck up. For 20 minutes. Shut the fuck up. We're having a debate about the Earth. Right? So here's the deal. You are saying the Earth is not round, right?
It's not a globe.
You're making the argument that the Earth is not round.
I'm saying it measures flat, yeah.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Tell me why you're making an argument to tell me the Earth ain't round. That's what I'm asking.
It measures flat.
Can you give me a little bit of depth into that statement, please?
That was a tough word.
Only 8 miles. That's as deep as I can go.
So basically, what you're trying to say is because you haven't dug.
No. What I'm trying to say is what I'm really actually saying. You don't need to repackage what I'm saying. I'm saying that the Earth.
No. Okay. So let me. Do you want to re-answer your question? If you do, please go.
Well, no. There was no question. Like you tried to repackage my words.
You did a very poor job, my brother.
I did a poor job of you repackaging my words.
No. Okay. So basically,
how does that even make sense?
What I'm hearing is this: the Earth is flat because you haven't dug more than 8 fucking feet. Right?
No, the Earth is flat because it measures flat. The Earth is flat because it measures flat.
Hey, you know what, bitch? Why don't you get a fucking shovel?
Does anyone know who Branch is talking to?
Oh, it's a stick. He's a stick anyway.
He was talking to a bitch, and I don't know if there's no bitch in this chat, so I don't know.
Bro, that was your fucking answer. That was your at a debate. Your answer towards it was, well, you know what?
This is a really pathetic straw man. I've said about 15 times it's flat because it measures flat.
All right, okay. You want to have another go? You want to have another go at this, Crypto?
I can do it the 16th time. Yeah, it measures flat.
All right, round 2.
Time.
Round 2.
It measures flat.
Round 2.
Maybe
round
18?
All right.
What do you reckon, guys? Do you think I need to get to 20 before he gets it?
We're going
do you reckon,
round
30,
2
50, 100?
All right,
how many times do I have to say it before you
round
get it?
2. Crypto round 2. What's
you didn't even make it to round 1.
Crypto, what's your second reason, blood?
Bro, you only need one reason. The Earth measures flat.
Crypto, I'm asking for your second reason. Can you give me?
No. The Earth measures flat. We're talking about how it measures. It measures flat.
Oh, that's Kosho. What's up, Kosho? Anyways, Kosho, just calm down for a bit, bro. Okay, Crypto.
Trading prices.
Crypto. Second. This is your chance to redeem yourself, Crypto. Crypto, this is your chance to redeem yourself. You've already fucking proved to be a dumb fuck.
It was very nice.
I've already hit your ass 20, 21 times.
Kosho, shut up.
Can you?
So as I was saying, the Earth measures flat.
Now it's your turn. Stick.
Wait, the Earth measures flat?
Yeah,
You're done.
You got it. Only took me 21 repetitions.
I'm sorry, bro. Yeah, I do apologize.
Just said it.
There was some other confirming background that was annoying.
Flat.
But
well, now that he's got it, we're done with him, right? Like now that he finally got it, he finally figured it out.
He said the Earth is flat, so
yeah, it's
that's it.
over.
We win the debate.
He's right. He's demoted to Stick. He's no longer Branch. Whoever said that.
Oh, that's right. Fucking Stick.
Next, he'll be demoted to Twig.
Or just Bark. He's probably still talking to himself.
Yeah, probably.
Probably arguing with himself.
Yeah, probably that as well.
So is that it for Branch today?
Yeah, basically.
Oh man.
Oh, you guys can unmute him if you want to. I'm just.
I don't think that he's going to be saying any more than what he's already said.
Was it? Did I hear him right? Free real estate. Wasn't he calling Kosho or something in the background?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like when you're in a debate, you gotta like ask a friend, so you get to phone a friend.
Hope me Kosho.
I
find it really funny how people. Sorry, go on.
I was gonna interrupt and tell him to use the same logic and tell you to prove that you're not a bitch. That shit was so fucking funny, dude. I've literally laughed out loud so many times at work. People probably think I'm insane.
I do find it funny how people like, act the big man on the internet, and it's like damn well he wouldn't say that to most people's face, let alone let alone mine.
Especially in a bar, he'd be laid out on the floor.
Yeah. Well, it's not even because of the consequences. I'm not trying to say like, oh yeah, because I'd beat him up. I'm not even saying that. Like, I don't even think he would have the guts to say that in the first place. Like, regardless of consequences.
Yeah, I agree. I've had problems with people in the past, and it turns out that when you like get them alone and you really check them like against the wall, they're not all that. They just you break through their facade like in seconds.
Yeah.
Oh, our toy is gone. That's good.
Oh.
Need new ones. It's Friday.
It's
actually good.
Friday.
It's a good Friday.
It is a good. Is everyone getting down on Friday?
And what?
I said, is everyone getting down on Friday?
Oh, down. Not too much to do around here. We're still in the club of Halloween in this area.
All right.
Like Halloween in Ohio.
You're pretending that everyone's lepers still.
Yes. That's the fun part. You can tell the telescope they're using is refractor. That's unfocused, destroying the detail. This is what's happening in the lobby.
We should get some people from the lobby to get in here.
They're so afraid. I play lobby and jailer all day long, and I can't get them in here. And I'm nice to them.
You know what's really funny is that they always say that they're too smart to talk to us in the chat.
While you guys are waiting for somebody,
Oh, what? Did the guy cut out?
did I cut out?
I guess so. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, we just heard while you guys are waiting for somebody, and then nothing.
Yeah, while you guys are waiting for somebody, if you guys wanted to, could you explain refraction and why they use it in the globe Earth argument and why it doesn't work? Just like briefly, so I can understand.
Oh yeah, I can easily do this for you. So it depends on the exact argument you're talking about. Are you talking about the black swan?
I think he's talking about it in general.
Yeah, I mean,
kind
there's no answer.
Kind of in general, because I'm talking about probably the black swan. It's mostly when fucking QE goes off and goes, oh, refraction, this, and so it's probably the black swan.
Okay, so I can apply it to the black swan pretty easily. So the black swan is there to prove that there isn't a physical geometry to the Earth. So if the Earth is a ball of a certain size, then it would appear to be a certain size. So then they say, as a counter to that actually you wouldn't see the geometry because the light is bending. But of course they don't realise that they need to be seeing the geometry in order to prove that the Earth's a ball. So when they say refraction, they actually concede the argument. They actually say, oh yeah, you don't see the Earth. And they don't realise it. And that is philosophically even admitting that refraction acts in the way that they say it does. So it doesn't even matter whether they got refraction right or not, because philosophically speaking, they've already accepted that they're not seeing physical ball curve. Does that make sense? I could explain it another way if they didn't make it.
No. I'm on push to talk and I'm at work, so it gives me a sec. You have to give me a second to respond, but I mean, kinda. I'm not super.
Shit.
I'm not.
Let me put
super
things another way, right?
word savvy like you guys. I mean, I've watched all the videos growing up, since they first started coming out with Eric Dubay and Mark Sargent, and then so I get and they have a way of explaining shit in such a simple way, so that people like me can understand. But then you guys are fucking super, super nerdy with all the words, and I guess that just comes with time. But I really, it's hard for me to understand a lot of the words, and especially with refraction and this and that. You guys just use a lot of technical words. It's probably what gets me.
Yeah, you probably do. That's probably true. I can put it in super simple terms, right? Let's say that I owned think of a really shit car. Tell me a shit car, any shit car, doesn't matter. Just tell me a shit car.
A Nissan Altima.
Okay, so let's say I own a Nissan Altima, right? And I say, oh yeah, that's actually a Lamborghini, and the reason that you're seeing it as a Nissan Altima is refraction.
Makes sense, though.
But it's actually a Lamborghini in real life. Right? That's literally the argument they're making.
Okay, and the next part is they always try to explain and say that something's refraction. You know how QE then goes like, no, you need to have two.
Yeah, he talks about the double begging the question fallacy. So the first one is that terrestrial refraction, which is what they are knowingly invoking, requires a radius. Does that make sense? So the calculations for refraction require the Earth to be the ball that they say it is in the first place. So in order to prove that it's a ball, they need to assume that it's a ball. Right?
Right.
So, but you can't just assume that something's true to prove that it's true. That's fallacious. Begging the question.
Okay. I get what you're saying now. That makes
It's like, I know that my Nissan is a Lamborghini because I assumed it's a Lamborghini, therefore it's a Lamborghini.
You assumed it was first.
Yeah, exactly. So you might even say, like, actually, let's use the word Ferrari instead of Lamborghini. Ferrari is easier to make this example with. So I can say, well, I mean, it's a red Ferrari. I mean, everyone knows that it's a Nissan Altima, but I can say it's a red Ferrari, and I can tell that it's a Ferrari because it's red, right? But of course, that's not the benchmark for whether it's a Ferrari or not. Just a red Nissan Altima. Now, the second begging the question fallacy, I would have to actually ask him why he says that there are two, because I can only think of one in. The second is probably just that they're assuming it's a ball to start with, and that based on the observation, there's no reason it's a ball. That's probably what the second. But I'd have to ask. But I mean, regardless, like, there's no reason to believe you're on a ball. You know, no one's measured it, no one's observed it. There's no observation that would confirm curvature. There's no experiment that verifies this. You know, it's just literally repeated rhetoric in the news in school. It's the only reason
for years and years, yeah.
For years. And that's why people, one of their first questions is like, why would they lie? Because they have this experience of being told this over and over for years. And so it's hard for them to understand why this whole system would be full of shit. But of course, they don't realize that most people in a system don't actually care. They're just doing their jobs. So like, if your science teacher taught you that you live on a globe, it's because they've got bills to pay and they're not that interested. It's not because they're like actively lying to your face.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, once in a while it'd be cool. I know you guys do sometimes, but when there's no debates, if you guys could just talk about stuff like that in simpler terms, so that, you know, maybe me and some of the other people that are maybe not as smart like myself, it'd be easier for us to understand. Because when you guys get into debates and start yelling out refraction doesn't work because of this, and then a bunch of more yeah, I hope you understand what I mean. Like,
yeah, I get you. You want to be able to kind of have a grassroots understanding of the argument. But bear in mind that a lot of the people who say things like refraction, they don't understand it either. So just because they're saying it doesn't mean they understand it. They're just parroting what they've heard.
Can we go over that real fast? Can we break that down?
Go ahead.
All right, so if they say refraction, right, well, what do you mean by refraction? Because there's several different things that could mean. So if they say terrestrial refraction, well, we've already went over that one just now, right? Or let's say they choose one of the 5 types of refraction, which I doubt they ever will, right? But maybe that's the other thing that they're talking about. Well, if you look at the definitions of those other 5 types, it's in reference to an object in reference to the horizon, right? So what they're saying is that the horizon is refracting, right? And that's not where it's supposed to be. So basically, their argument is that because there's refraction, the Earth's still a globe, right? And that's like they're out. Does that make sense? Am I online?
Yep.
Are you there?
Okay. Right. So let's say that you actually get them to choose one of those, which they won't, right? Because you ask them what they mean by refraction, they go, light bending, right? It's always something bending, right, with these people. But either way, how do you verify that the light is refracting at 8 inches per mile squared, the exact same curvature rate as the Earth, in order to make it appear to be flat? How do you figure that out as a glober? Like, if I wanted to verify that the light's bending at 8 inches per mile squared, how do you test that? Is there a way? No.
And by the way, I can't talk. I'm running a pressure washer at work, so it'd be super loud if I came off push to talk.
It's all good, bro.
All right, man.
Yeah, it's a rhetorical question. How do you test the light bending at 8 inches per mile squared? Right? You basically can't. You have to assume that the Earth is bending, therefore the light is also bending, and you have to ignore your senses, which tells you that you're looking across a flat surface, and say that, well, I believe the Earth is bending, therefore the light must also be bending. Would anybody here disagree with that?
No.
So is there any way to verify these claims? No? I can't think of a way. Unless you can turn into a light beam and see if you're flying straight, which means curved if you're a glober, right?
So don't they often try to throw out mirage as being a way, or am I confused?
Yeah, that's one of the things that they might say. I doubt it, though, but it's still kind of under the category of refraction. See, refraction is kind of like a category like, okay, let's say you saw a guy, like, oh, I saw a guy at the bar. Yeah, he worked for the NFL. Like, oh, the NFL, huh? Which guy? Was he like, just some guy who worked at the stadium selling hot dogs, or was he like the star quarterback for the Cowboys? You got to be specific, and that's the thing. They won't be specific. They just say refraction. Well, can you be a little more specific? Like, what kind of refraction are we talking about? It's just refraction.
It's kind of like saying food, isn't it? Like, oh, I had some food. Which food? Oh, just food.
Yeah, it's like, could you please be more specific so we could, further this conversation? And they won't. They won't, allow themselves to be pinned down on what kind of refraction, because they know as soon as they do, it's game over.
And with the black swan, it's game over anyway. They concede the argument at that point and they realise it.
Yeah, because for years we've been saying there is no geometric horizon. There's no hard Earth curve that's, made out of earth or water, right? That's not there. What we're seeing is optical illusion due to refraction. And then finally last year, early 2020, they finally conceded and said, yeah, it's refraction. And then, that's what we've been saying, right? But they still feel like they're winning the debate by saying refraction. They're like winning by repeating what we've been saying for years. That's an optical thing. It depends on how far you can see with your eyes or binoculars and the conditions of the atmosphere. That's where your horizon is going to be, because it's an apparent location where the Earth meets the sky, right? Apparent meaning not actual, not physical Earth curve. But they've been telling you for 500 years that boats go over horizon. Well, we straight up debunked that shit. They better not ever tell that lie ever again, because if they do, somebody's going to pull out the black swan argument, and we're going to say, oh, really?
That's why they're staying out of the room now, because of that argument. You know that, right?
Yeah, they can't contend with it.
Oh. That's why they don't come in here from Gems anymore, because we're going to throw it in their face. Now, go ahead, debunk it. Fraction. Okay, R. I need to know how you measured the radius of the Earth. And then they fall apart and they spiral and they cry.
Wasn't Alberuni at the top of a mountain who looked at the
sticks and shadows? You know, sticks and shadows measure it, and then we show divergent rays, and you know, there's no reason for that. So you don't have an answer.
Yeah, wasn't Alberuni on top of a mountain looking at the refracted horizon? And that's how they got their radius.
Yeah.
And they're the ones that say the horizon's refracted now. So somebody needs to go rewrite the history books that Alberuni wasn't looking at the actual horizon. He was looking at the refracted apparent location where the Earth meets the sky.
So I went upstairs to see what's going on, and I saw a costume there, and I said, "Oh, look, I'm going to be the Easter Bunny this year." And she said, "Nope, couldn't find one. You're going to be a unicorn." That's what I got, a unicorn costume for Sunday. The babies are only 2 years old. They don't know the difference. They're twins.
Well, I hope you have
unicorn.
I hope you have fun being a unicorn.
I had fun being Santa. Well, they're almost 3 now. I guess they'll be 3 at the middle of the year. Grandkids, twins. Blast. You're not twins. Born at the same time, one boy, one girl. They don't really look alike. I don't consider that twins. Never did.
Yeah, good grandpa. You terrify them with a giant unicorn or a giant...
Oh, you should have seen them. Should have seen when Santa Claus came in. I thought they were completely just like, I was trying to hold the opposite poles of magnets on me while they were pushing away so we could get a picture.
Yep.
Because I had to come in and go ho 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 and do all that shit. Sit down really quick. Each one grabbed a kid, sat them on my lap while they had cameras ready, because it was a shit show. As soon as they saw me, they wanted nothing to do with Santa Claus.
Yep. They know, don't they? We know when it's like the wriggly baby that crawls up your arm around the back of your head and leaps for the nearest photograph on the wall to get away. It's incredible. But hey, we love them. That's why we do it.
Oh, the jail is spiraling out of control.
Where are you, Cogdes?
Yeah.
Shit. Did Branch beat Crypto in the debate? Is Crypto right? Is Crypto okay? Can I be heard, please? Is Crypto okay? Or did Branch destroy him in that debate?
Destroyed him.
Oh.
Crypto is probably wondering what he's going to do now. He has to give
Where
up
is
his
Crypto?
lead mod rights.
Is Crypto alright?
We can't listen to Crypto because he's been kryptonized.
Fuck. I feel like this is my fault. Like, I sort of set that debate up in a way, and like, just server in general, like, just guys. Fucking so sorry. Alright.
Who was doing the soundboard when he was talking?
I don't know, man.
Creation Bear.
That
Could have been any
that
other
cracked me up.
DJs. Was that you just say crack me up? I mean, I didn't even address you, bro.
they did a sound where it was from what was that video game? God, what that really shrieky sound? I
What's
forget.
that got to do with the shape of my mum? What's that got to do with how big my mum is?
You're talking about Metal Gear Solid, aren't you?
In the lobby,
Yeah,
they
I
always
was,
talk
I
about
was.
my
It
mom.
was the Metal Gear Solid sound where he enters the boss scene or whatever.
Now you're laughing about the size of my mum.
No, it's when he
Like,
gets.
what the
It's
fuck,
when he
bro?
gets discovered by the enemy.
Yeah.
So, Crypto's still alive then. Maybe
I
we're.
am, yeah.
This is proof of
Just woke
resurrection,
up
maybe.
from fainting because he got smoked in that debate.
Or proof
Oh
of
yeah, I did.
resurrection.
Yeah. I mean, as we all know, I am Branch's bitch now.
Yes, I heard.
Like, I don't know how I'll recover. So,
You
do
know,
guys want
he's,
to talk to
he's
Clouds?
drunk enough to actually let his ego inflate from what you guys are saying.
Yeah,
Like right now, he's actually getting hyped up, and he wants to come back in if he's listening. Guarantee it.
Yeah, has anyone spoken to Clouds? sorry,
No,
I'll do
mate.
it.
I've just been cooking.
No. On you go.
No, on you go, old dude. How about that?
No, I was only going to decry Branch for the Energizer bunny that he is, coming here to steal energy and then going jumping into the world like. No. Hiya, Clouds. Can you talk?
Yeah, Clouds, you should be unmuted if you want to talk. If not a problem at all.
I keep getting gold members telling me, "Go, no, don't unmute people. They're meant to be VC checked in." I'm like, shut up. Hello, mic check.
Check, baby. 1, 2, 3.
No, Mike isn't here at the moment.
Oh what? Oh well, we'll be alright. with that
Mike's busy. Mike's busy right now.
then. He hasn't Batman been in biblical like all night? Is he alright?
He's just dedicated.
Never seen this
Just loves
happen
God.
before. Hmm.
I do not have any questions.
Right,
Hello,
yeah, I've got one.
Clouds.
I've got one. How old are you? That's
I
the
am
question
20.
I've got. Pardon?
Yeah, as long as you're over 13, it's all good.
Yeah, as long as you're over 13, that's fine. As in terms of service, not anything else. Fucks.
Okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't really an answer, but I mean, as long as you're going by the terms of service, then otherwise we'll have
She said 20. She said 20 years old.
Oh, did she? Okay. Whatever.
Well, I heard 20, or did I hear wrong, Clouds?
I think you probably didn't hear that because I don't think anyone else did. But anyway, Clouds, can you confirm that you're over 13?
Yeah, my
take
tripping
that.
then.
I don't know what's happening. Anyway, whatever,
I
doesn't
dunno.
matter.
My headset's really loud, and I just heard, I'm 20. Like, you know what I mean? Like, really faint.
I just heard it's okay.
Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, Clouds, if you would like to speak, either DM one of the moderators, like me or Crypto, and let us know and we'll unmute you. But yeah, it'd be nice to know that you are of the right TOS age. And yeah. Danka?
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
only 7.
Okay, so Clouds, how can you confirm that you're over 13? Did you say 20?
I did.
I knew I heard it. I knew I heard her say 20.
Why are you talking like this?
Why are you talking like this?
Why? Oh no, I was literally being nice and cucking just so that I could reaffirm that I heard what I thought I heard, because I wanted to know whether I was tripping.
Tripping. Yeah, so I guess Clouds doesn't have any questions. Maybe once. No, that's not.
Clouds.
Anyway, yeah,
clouds
the
work
Earth's
on a
flat.
globe.
Yeah, the Earth's flat, Clouds. Just to let you know. Yeah, just saying.
I already know.
Awesome.
You already know.
Did you know that there's a ladies' night on Fridays, i.e. today, where all of the Flat Earth ladies get together and talk about knitting, how the Earth's flat. They don't really, but they do.
Yeah, he means that, by the way, that he's not being facetious. Just genuinely is a ladies' night. Yeah. So like, if you're a tiny bit intimidated to speak with us, load of overbearing, brutish males who like, and I mean that genuinely, like we are a bunch of twats. Sometimes, and it's hard to get a word in edgewise. But yeah, Clouds, it's ladies' night tonight. So yes, it's ladies' night.
That's why Crack Villain is here, because it is ladies' night.
Well, morning for me, night for you, maybe. Wishful thinking on your part that I might be a lady. The proposal.
You sound like a lady. Sound like a nice English lady.
How's it morning where you are, Crack?
Dude, just play along with the illusion, man.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's morning in England.
Only noon here.
Hmm?
Interesting.
It's not
Must
morning
be-
in England.
Did you say?
It's not morning in England. It's just that Crack got it wrong. So now I'm backing him up because English, so I have to.
He's backing me up because we're the same person.
Yeah, that too. So anyway, Clouds, yeah, we've got like a ladies' night where they chat about the Earth, and then Globers come in, try and argue with the FE ladies, and the FE ladies always flat smack them, and that's basically that for 3 hours. And sometimes we get some Flat Earth music introduced, and it's generally a really good evening. If you want to take part, I can give you the role if you'd like.
Okay, I'll make sure to join.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Well, I can give you the lead role. Let me do that.
Did you ask for consent?
No, I don't need to.
Ooh, sexy.
Ladies' night. You have the ladies' night role. Lucky you. I'm also gonna give you.
That's like the one role that I want above any other.
Alright.
I know I can just give it to myself, but it wouldn't feel real.
It's not the same, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Clouds, I have a question for you. It's very important. Do you like mayonnaise?
This isn't a trick question.
Wait, you already told her to watch out for. You already told her to watch out for Mary Mom, right?
No.
Mary Mom.
Or what's her? That is right? Mary Mom or something like that.
She's called Dandelion now, but why would she need to watch out for her?
Oh man, she is terrifying. Extremely mean.
Who?
Did Dandelion just pop in the room by any chance?
Wait there, I purposefully...
Dandelion, show on the dial where Dandelion hurt you.
Wait there, I purposefully make Dandelion shout at me because it's, like, just hilarious. I love it. What, seriously? Like, don't you find it, like, I don't know. I enjoy it. Fuck knows. Maybe I'm weird.
I have no idea what we're talking about. Anyway, yeah. So Dandelion's
Some guy just said she was terrifying, and I was like, what? Well, she's not terrifying. She's cool.
Oh, I see. Shout at me. I thought you said.
Yeah, I just said I don't mind it when she shouts at me. I like, fine, yeah. That was
She's
the
too nice
the
to
first,
shout at anyone.
The first time I met her, she shouted at me, and yeah, I enjoyed it. Then still,
Oh, you
enjoy
probably
it to this
deserved
day.
it, to be fair, if it came from her.
I actually didn't. She ended up apologising to me. That's why I liked it, because I was like, oh wow, someone did something wrong, and then they actually apologised for it. I was like, oh what a great level of integrity. I can respect that.
I'll have to apply the scientific method to this story and see if it's verifiable.
Yeah, when we next see her together, we'll talk about the first time we met. You'll find it quite funny.
Okay, cool.
Because it's quite funny because she tried to tell me off, right? And I got really wound up because a different moderator deafened me while she was trying to tell me what not to do, right?
Oh, okay.
So then there was
did she check you in?
No. But then, like, so she's like trying to tell me not to do something, and then she got really. It's hard to explain, but like, I sort of remember what happened, and then it was like, well,
Okay.
yeah, I was like, yeah, well done, you're brilliant, deafening me to have a go at me, and then now you're having a go at me for like doing the thing wrong that I didn't know what not to do because like that, and she's like, I didn't deafen you, which she didn't. Some other shit stirrer did. I think it was like
Probably
Geo
me.
or someone. No, it was literally someone like Geo or someone.
Hey, does anybody want to hear about my new troll project?
Yeah, please.
Well, I'm going to submit a paper to an astrology journal or an evolutionary journal and propose that the reason that life began on Earth is bacteria was carried by Theia when it struck the primordial Earth.
No, this is not fair. This is something that I'm already writing out, and now you're
No. You didn't start writing it until you heard him say it.
me, yeah. Until we heard
Yeah.
him say it.
Yep. No. You didn't start writing until you heard him say it. So I
How
don't
many
believe
words have you
now.
got written? How many words have you got written? I'll paste it right now into the live stream. Got 600 words written. How many have you got written?
I don't. No, you
I've
don't.
already written the paper.
Well, I know I can
mate, that's
throw all
awesome.
my
Listen,
stuff
wait there,
out
dude.
now.
Are you actually going to write that paper? Because that is pretty cool if you are. Because I've been banging on about Thea the way we're planning.
I would love to
Banging,
see you do that.
And you know,
Yeah,
guys,
yeah.
that's
Just put a
awesome,
little
dude.
tiny lowercase FE somewhere on that page.
Just put a little tiny lowercase, CV, and add it to your CV.
Oh yeah, I might put a bibliography note for a 24/7 Discord Nathan Oakley show
Yeah.
in there.
Or a little QR code, even. Little QR code. Scans right through to my my OnlyFans.com for me.
Brilliant.
But yeah, how funny would that be if a flat earther submitted that and it actually got published?
Well, you'd only have to tick their kind of philosophical boxes, and it probably would get published. You know that there have been studies done on this. R.C. Meisty thinks this is a meta study, but it isn't. Where when you do like a study of studies, and so what happens is that you can say, well, did these 10 studies conform to the same objective standard? You might have 5 that agree with the general philosophical principles of the paper or the publisher, and then you'll have 5 that disagree. And what you generally find, and this has been replicated multiple times, is that the people who are judging the paper are more likely to judge things like spelling and grammar more favorably, like objective things like spelling and grammar, more favorably if the paper itself agrees with their worldview. So it's that's an interesting thing to know. And so what you can do is you can have kind of general principles that they agree with, but throw in loads of things that disagree with their worldview that they aren't aware of. Does that make sense? So as long as your conclusion is kind of, what's the word?
As long as your conclusion is fitting to their
mirroring
narrative,
worldview, yeah, then
you'll be great. You'll be Gucci,
Well,
baby.
Well, I've already got a start to it. It's I ain't got it in front of me. I'm actually driving, and I shouldn't be talking on the phone, but I'm doing that anyway. But the start of it
I'm going to
is,
mute you now, so
Oh,
shut
man.
your mouth.
Breaking the
Don't
law.
tell us then, because if you end up crashing and dying, and then I know about that, so just wait until you're not distracted, because I can't, mate. You know what I mean? I've had a lot on my conscience in my life where I felt like I could have stopped things from happening. I've stopped more than I've caused, and I've caused none. So, yeah, just tell us when you get home, please. Just for my peace of mind, buddy.
Mic check.
Yeah, we hear you.
I was wondering, is this sort of like a subliminal flat Earth paper we're talking about? Like putting some flat Earth stuff subliminally into the paper? Idea?
No, he's just going to submit it because it's fucking retarded.
He's just going to submit something that's patently false that has no evidence, but because it fits their narrative, they will want to publish it. So basically, life started on planet Earth due to bacteria, or let's say amino acids being carried by a Theia, the wayward planet. The glancing blow allowed for the recharging in a flux state of the actual core that it deposited, which created lots of electromagnetism, which electromagnetism helps transform amino acids into proteins. The field was in a state of flux, and therefore we had the fuck's sake. I better not give him any good ideas.
Well, the problem isn't it's the specified ordered sequence complexity of life. You know, you can't randomly. There's no natural process that will do that. You know what I mean? Like, so what they need is life to beget life. They need biogenesis, but they're trying to push abiogenesis now. So if all you gotta do is kick the can down the road for them, and they'll jump all over that like a psychopath.
Yep. Wait, all I needed to find psychopaths was shame I don't have a road. Yeah, dude, it's like I said, if you continue to talk now, that's on you if you crash and die. Like, I already warned you. You can do what you want from here on and out. My conscience is clear now. I just had to warn you, that was all. But you can carry on talking.
No, I'm in my neighborhood now, so I ain't gotta worry about it as much.
Yeah,
but
you're
then again,
invincible in your neighborhood. Yeah.
Yeah, well, most people die within 5 miles of their house, right?
Do they?
Yeah. And car wrecks.
That's some good snipers out where you live.
No, they just fire a lot of bullets.
They all have Marduces out there. Bro, yeah, I get it.
I had a silly idea a few years back to start up like a fake satanic band, and the subliminal.
Yeah, that's
message.
a silly idea. Well done.
Hold on, you gotta let me finish my idea. There'll be subliminal messages in there like, "Help that old lady with her groceries. Open the door for that man." Like, you know what I mean?
But that's actually just a really good comedy sketch. And if you ever want to do it, no, seriously, if you ever want to do it, I actually have a comedy sketch YouTube channel.
Oh, cool.
That I'd be willing to upload it to. Because that's actually a very funny sketch, and yeah, and it got 100 videos on there. Actually.
You could.
So do you guys know? Do you guys know Doom, the video game?
A punk
Yeah,
teenager
mate,
with a
Doom and
mohawk.
Quake. What do you play Doom?
No, I'm not. I'm not talking about playing it. I was asking the guy who said about the satanic stuff. If he's Doom.
Oh no, I'm not a gamer much. The one game I was sort of a bit addicted to for a while was the Splinter Cell.
Ooh.
Okay, cool. Well, anyway, I wanted to talk about Doom just because it's got it's got like a similar vibe to what you're talking about. So there's a guy, I forget his name now. But he did the soundtrack for Doom. Mick Gordon. So Mick Gordon, what he did is he put in there was like a creepy sound for one of the bosses, like just before you fight this boss, and you just hear this like whispering, and it's obviously like words that have been flipped around to be played backwards. But it just sounds really creepy. And what it actually was is, everyone assumed that it was satanic until they actually played it backwards, and it's just this girl saying, "Jesus loves you."
Oh, cool. Yeah, I've seen the game.
The fucking makers of Doom are like biggest evangelical Christians ever type thing. Like it's just fucking.
No, he's not actually. I think he Mick Gordon is just like a typical metaler in that he likes to have fun with all of that stuff. So he's I think at another point. So there's a piece of software. So there's a piece of software that's like a plugin. Okay, there's a piece of software that's like a plugin that can take a shape and turn it into a sound. I don't know how it does this, but for another part of the soundtrack, he took the number 666 and turned that into a sound that he then used with the soundtrack just because he thought it was funny. And at another point, he used a piece of software. Sorry, I'm quite passionate about music productions. That's what I'm talking about. There was another point during one of the songs. There's a plugin called Morph, which can actually morph two sounds together. So what he did is he took a chainsaw and he mixed a chainsaw sound with like a heavy distorted guitar sound. So he literally had like a metal song where there was literally chainsaw in the guitar sound.
So I love that idea.
If you hear it, it's just like it's such a unique sound. It's great.
I bet it sounds good, mate. Like I would like to hear Purple Rain or something like that, or like Dragon Age, Dragon Age.
If you guys like really heavy but really cinematic kind of sound, check out the 2016 Doom soundtrack. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Oh yeah, I love the Doom soundtrack. It's fucking brilliant, bro. Mate, do you not remember Quake Wars and their soundtracks? Fucking brilliant. Quake.
Yeah. I mean, the main thing that interests me about a lot of these games are the soundtracks. To be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I don't play games at all. I own all the games, but I don't play any of them.
I like games. I'm just saying that with Doom, especially, like the soundtrack is actually better than the game. The game's good, but the soundtrack's actually better.
Yeah. If I had to choose between the game or the soundtrack, just fuck the game off.
I'm more of a game observer these days. I got a handful of friends that game. I just think they spend too much time doing it. That's just my personal opinion, though.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, some people do. Some people do spend too much time playing games.
They tell me I spend too much in FE 24/7.
Listen, your personal opinion is actually correct. People do spend too much time playing on games. The difference and main thing to alter between the two is actually gaming nowadays can be sociable in the fact that you do speak to people, right? Okay. But you're always speaking to the same fucking people. It's not like it helps rotate who you're going to talk to. You're always in squads and all that shit, right? But but gaming, unfortunately, if there's none of your friends online on gaming, you can continue to game. On Discord, if every server you were on, there was no one else in it, typing or in the chat, you would probably stop being on Discord, right? You'd probably stop doing it. So that's the clear distinction I like to make. Well, that's how I justify my usage anyway, in the sense that, I can
network in that respect.
Yeah, I've got relationships that I've developed at the same time as I'm doing other things, and using it as a way of even to do with work, and there's loads of things you can do on here. And not only that, I can literally I sprayed a car 2 days ago while I was on Discord the whole fucking time. So it's I've never been able to play a game of Call of Duty while spraying a car. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I like that angle too. You can just listen in and learn.
Oh no, I was talking as well.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'm just saying that. This is
participate
funny.
when
I
you
just
want.
realised. Yep.
Eat pot.
Oh.
Out.
Huh?
Eat pot. I'm out. It's the holiday
Rad.
weekend.
You should check your DMs in a minute. I'll send you a photo, mate. You should see what I've got, mate.
Oh my god.
Mate, I don't smoke weed, do I? But I made some of these things, man. No, I'll just DM the image to you. Crypt.
Smoke weed every day.
Smoke weed every day. Mate, smoking weed messes my back up, bro. But, like, I can eat it.
What kind of weed you smoke?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. It started happening to me. It's probably because I smoked it from, like, too young. I don't know. No, it happens to my mum also. And I suffer from, like, bad hypertension. So, like, to stop hypertension myself, I have to, like, just regulate my muscle in a certain way. Which,
Yeah,
to be
I've never
honest,
heard of weed doing that to someone's back.
I've heard of it now over 100 times, actually. Over.
Or was it you saying it each one of those 100 times?
Nope. Nope. I have deep, in-depth conversations and speak about symptoms that they are blind as they get a reward and they pleasure smoking cannabis. And then before you know it, they're like, wow. And I was actually involved in a study, in fact, also in the UK to do with.
You've got a link to them?
Yeah, I can grab the link for
You
you.
link me,
Yeah, I actually can. And it's actually to do with the cases of people that have damaged their lungs by smoking cannabis. Huh? Pardon? Pardon, buddy? When I say I was involved in the study, I mean I was like literally one of the patients.
I just said
in that
Danko.
study.
Thank you for.
But yeah, no, I will send it to you. Yeah, let me try and find it. I can't remember how many people they actually tested, but there was like people that had like holes and everything in their lungs and shit. You know, it was really bad. But yeah, I know that my own scans
you were
of my
saying
own chest.
that the study proved that people could have back problems.
Oh no, yeah. It's so basically tearing of the lungs, etc. Speeding up of the heart rate itself is directly linked to obviously vascular constriction. Vascular constriction is linked to vascular constriction is directly linked to fatigue.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yeah, and all of those things can be like shown quite clearly. I'll try and find this study for you but that study is more to do with the damage that can be done therein to your like lungs and stuff anyway. Because you remember everyone was saying like you smoke weed and it can't damage your lungs, but it's like, well, it's still carcinogenic.
Yeah, I'm sure smoking.
That's why you gotta vape it, brah.
I don't smoke it at all, mate.
What? I wouldn't light it on fire either.
Why would you need to? I mean, hash cakes, bro. Hash cakes are a thing.
Get a great vaporizer.
Yeah, it costs quite a lot of money to prepare edibles in the UK, and for some people can't afford to do that. Well, when I was younger, that was definitely not an option. You know what I mean? But that's what I was going to DM you. I was just going to show you something. You find it quite funny. In my car.
think I have a guy I want to bring right into the live stream.
Well, is that like a threat, or are you gonna do it?
I'm going to try. Hold on. Said, would you like to go live on the air right now and debate me?
Just make sure he understands that.
I'm going to take him in the green room. He won't know the difference.
Well, no, like. Oh, what do you mean? No, just get him to come in here as long as he knows that he's being live recorded.
He said okay.
Bring him in.
I'm going to get him into Cogdis voice real quick. I come in there. I can't give him tags or anything.
Oh, what, you want me to pull him from Cogdis or something, or take his Cogdis away?
Yeah. Take him from Cogdis right into the live stream.
Tell
and then
him.
we'll just
Well, I'm not going to drag him into the live stream. What I'm going to do is write in Cogdis now and say a moderator is going to take away your Cogdis tag if you come into the live stream and debate me. But if you renege on said deal, you will be server banned. Now, don't have to write like that. Just say a moderator is going to come and get you out of there in a sec so you can come in and debate, alright?
Right.
Give me 2 seconds. I just have to unlock my laptop and pull it out of my bag.
Enemy spotted.
You're so quiet.
Are we still talking or waiting right now?
I'm just about. Well, did someone else do it or not, buddy? Radwin.
I was just making sure my Discord wasn't glitched.
We're hunting
Radwan.
rabbits.
Oh yeah, your Discord's not glitched, dude. I'm just trying to get someone. Literally, Iggs is like, "Where have you been, bro? Mate, I've been sat in the live stream. You're you're. I think he doesn't realize that he's been sat in biblical all night. Like he has no clue. It's hilarious. Right, I'm gonna go follow Radwin. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Hopefully that brings some entertainment with me. Alright, yeah. You can all start talking shit about me now.
Fuck you, crack.
Yeah, who wants to talk shit about crack just before he goes?
Fuck crack.
Wait there, wait there, wait there, wait there, wait there.
Wait there, wait there, wait there, wait there. It's like I'm sat here the whole fucking time.
It's surprisingly effective.
Can I just say, Chocolate? Chocolate, is that you?
Yo. What's up, brother?
Can I just say that I am, as usual, I just want to mention that the performance, of course, the rap was fantastic as well, but it's especially the mixing and the mastering that I think was absolutely on point.
Bro, the mixing and mastering was exquisite. I mean, I don't
It's like
even know
11 out of 10.
I don't know where it came from. It was like heavenly.
Has that tune got viral yet? Have you got like butt mad responses from everyone?
Nah, Dr. Dre hasn't hit me up yet. I think Ludacris might win a beef for me. I don't know. Maybe sometime in the future. I don't know. We'll see what happens, man.
Luda.
Okay. It's working.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Well, I was here to debate someone. What's he called? Radwin?
Radwin?
Yes.
You're here to debate. Where's Radwin?
I don't know.
Go. That doesn't make any sense. Got you in here to debate and he's not here?
We can be Radwin.
Brilliant. Please get rap beef with Ludacris. That'd be amazing. Just shit talk him in every song and just see if anyone picks it up. Did you see the video where he was shitting on Flat Earthers? Shit,
Yeah. I saw the Eric Dubé response to it. I didn't actually watch his thing, but yeah, saw Eric Dubé response to it, so it was pretty funny. He's like, the Earth is a globe like my afro. I was just like, oh my god, bro, you serious? Anyway, where's our boy Radwin over here? He's got a special guest and shit.
Radwin, he's normally in cold death.
Well, he's not joining.
Yeah, he is. Radwin's in cold death. Hang on.
Couldn't one of you guys theoretically go over to Jim Panda's server and bait somebody over for a debate?
They don't want that smoke.
That's why I said bait. You kind of play like naive, act like bait. You know what I mean? That way they'll follow you. And then we give them the smoke. Make PMAC do it. No, I'm kidding.
Did anyone here learn? I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but apparently the Earth's flat.
Wait, where did you hear that?
Don't know. Just heard it on the street. You know.
What? You've heard that from somewhere?
Yeah.
I heard something about that as well.
Wow.
Surely it wasn't the same bloke who said it as well.
Yeah, it was some guy called Chocolate Saiyan.
What are you saying, Chocolate saying?
Wait, you're here.
My guy was called Saddam Hussein. Wrong guy.
Oh, right.
Different guy.
So you're telling me there's two people?
There's two.
Oh,
Two.
God. Here I am.
Unless we can confirm Chocolate Saying and Saddam Hussein are different people or not. Right now, we can say it's at least one.
Yeah.
So, if it's a real Super Saiyan, then...
What about Redwin saying?
Go ahead. Tajin, you're on the air. Go ahead and debate me.
Tajin, you actually already won the debate because Radwin ran away from the debate.
Oh, I did? Oh, fuck. I had to piss. Shit.
Did he bravely run away like a brave son?
Yeah, I was going to pee my pants, but...
Okay, so
I
tell
don't
me
like
how
sitting in piss.
density explains gravity.
There's no gravity.
We got a glow bar.
Yeah, that's what I've just been setting up, dude.
Who the fuck you want to debate? Two flat earthers?
Yeah, I can debate you if you want. I think
I mean, two flat earthers between each other. No.
No
The debate's Radwin unlucky, mate. Radwin unlucky, mate. The debate's been stolen.
I'll shut up. If you've already set it up, go ahead.
No, I want to hear. Go ahead. What were you saying? Gravity and what? Density what? You need to start digging a hole so I can
say
get out of
that
it.
Our normal gravity is explained by density, and that's just stupid. Explain it.
Correct. I'm stupid. Okay, so have you proven gravity yet?
Yes.
Okay, when did you do that?
This is not an argument you can make.
I need to know how you proved gravity so we can use it in a sentence.
Well, it's been proven by experiments that mass attracts mass.
So mass attracts mass now?
Yes.
Wow.
Always has been.
Checking my calendar. No, it's not 1915. So
it's been 106 years since they've used mass attracts mass.
Yeah, that was superseded, bro. That's the old and busted.
Is this the old coldness that we're going for?
This is the old and busted that he's talking about. I don't know what he's
just
about
don't get this.
Newtonian. We don't get it. Oh, what? We don't get Newtonian gravity as opposed to the supersedary one that's called Einsteinian warping and bending of space-time. We don't get that. Oh.
That's also a part of gravity.
That's also
gravity is a force.
Parts of gravity.
Okay.
It's a similar thing.
Oh.
Between
Radwin, wait.
Why don't you just
let's let
talk over
Radwin
me
have
while
it. Yeah, sorry,
while I
dude.
explain
I'm sorry. Right, you explain yourself. Go ahead.
Well, gravity is more broad than just a force. That's the thing. Yeah.
So gravity is
More
everything.
broad
Gravity is just everything.
But you can think of it.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Ah.
Maybe we can get a bit more. Maybe we can get a bit more like pointed. So, which experiment proved gravity?
The one with two heavy balls.
Heavy balls.
And they went to each other a little bit.
Heavy
Sounds
balls
like you're...
went to each other.
Why are you gay?
This sounds like an equivocation of what your mother saw between my legs, buddy.
Oh God.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was
anyway,
quick there, wasn't it, guys?
It was exceptionally fast. It was like, so rapid that the Flash is jealous. Now, do you have an experiment that could only have been gravity? That shows that it can only be.
No, but there's multiple all explaining that it's gravity.
Do you know how an experiment works?
There's multiple where you've observed an effect and called it gravity, and then just shaken hands and walked off. Basically, no one's actually.
No, there's been made
That
a
is-
formula with big G in it.
We
Yeah,
know
you
that
know
maths exists. Yeah, I know about
Yeah,
that.
and
Everyone
it
here
works
knows
for
about
everything,
formulas.
so
Yeah,
that's
but
kind of
I could
proof.
call it big M, and then it's magic that causes everything, right? So magic
No.
causes things to fall down because I put M in a formula.
Yeah, gravity could be called magic, but it would have a different definition.
No, I could
Just a
define.
name.
I could define it as I could define magic in the same way as you define gravity, and put an M in the formula, and then suddenly magic causes.
So,
So magic is it.
So magic causes things to orbit, then, right? And magic causes things to fall.
yeah, you
and
can call it that if you want it, but it doesn't
Okay,
make it
I'm happy
true.
with that. Exactly my point.
What?
You can call it gravity if you want, but it doesn't make it true.
That's funny because I know an editor for Scientific American who calls it magical too. That's pretty funny. He also says gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as one.
No one
if
has
you
ever
want.
said that.
Are you sure?
What?
Creation Bear, you want to play that for us real
I
quick?
told you to Google
Hold
it.
on,
Is
hold on.
gravity a force? And
Wait
you
there, wait
didn't
there.
do your homework.
Let's calm it down so he can't run away.
Wait there, wait there.
Let's chill.
Google it.
Wait there.
Gravity.
Hold on.
A force.
Everybody relax.
Wait
Creation
there.
Bear has a Creation Bear, you there?
Gravity is
The answer is gravity, an invisible
Be
force
quiet.
that pulls objects towards each other.
Dude, relax.
Right,
Give it a
dude,
second.
be quiet a
Somebody's gonna
second.
play you a
Someone's
call.
gonna play it. Yeah.
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force. It's a similar thing with Newtonian gravity. We can and do, and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
That,
who
that
was it
sounds
that-
like a shame.
And whose
Now you're
voice?
just
Does that-
misrepresenting him.
Whose
No,
voice was
that's
that?
a direct quote. How can you misrepresent someone when it's him saying it?
Them saying it.
He's not saying that gravity is not a force.
He literally said that.
Literally said that in the
Said
soundbite.
gravity is not a force.
He said we have
Play
to
again.
think of
Play
it.
again.
Yeah,
Creation
yeah.
Bear,
Play it one more time. Sure.
It's because it's not only a force.
Shut up.
What? Shut up.
Gravity.
Listen.
That's what he meant.
No,
Yeah,
what I'm
he's
saying
trying
is
to play
when
the
we
clip
listen.
again so you can hear it again. So
Yeah, so
everyone
when we
just
say
shush.
Gravity is not a force.
What?
Yeah, play the whole clip. Play the whole clip.
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
Yeah, gravity is more than just a force.
But he says it's
Where-
not
specifically
one.
says-
Wait there. Can we just play the
specific words
whole
that are
thing
used.
again?
No, you don't have to.
You
No, listen,
understand?
I
now.
wanna hear
He's
the
gonna
whole thing
continue
again.
to deny that he just said that gravity is not a force. And you're going to say that he said that gravity is more than a force
Okay,
when
calling-
everyone just heard him say it's not one? Are you kidding?
No.
Do we take you seriously now
Okay.
or what?
For
Can
the
I make an
audience, who was
analogy
that?
so
Or
you
are you going to be a
understand?
clown?
Maybe.
Are you going to be a clown?
No.
Yes.
Because the guy just said gravity's not a force. So why would
you
you
at
say,
least
oh,
admit
but he
that-
said that it's more
Let
than
me
a force?
explain myself then.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Go
but
for it.
before you explain yourself, can you at least admit that what Chocolate is saying is true and that George Musa said that it is not a force? You don't have to agree with him, but can you at least admit that that's what he said?
Yeah, it's not just a force.
No, he said
So it's not a force. But part
He didn't
of it
say
is a
it's
force.
not just a force. He didn't say that. Things that George Musa didn't say, not just a force. Things that George Musa did
Yeah.
say, not a force.
Has
It's
to
not
be
a force,
thought
but
of.
part of it is a force.
Oh, it's not a force.
He didn't say
So you
that.
just conceded it's not a force, but then you're going to say it is a force now. So are you
Listen
crazy?
to my whole sentence,
Wait.
not just the first part.
Alright,
Can
let's
No,
slow
can I
down.
just get an honest answer to the question that I asked him? Did George Musa say that it's not
Yes.
a force? Perfect.
Thank you.
Can I weigh
Yes,
in
Jenny.
real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so the key word I'm hearing here is, but you can think of it as a force. And the reason why he said that is because you have to make it work in with the model rather than doing it the correct way according to the scientific method. You observe a natural phenomenon starting first. This is not happening here. You can
he's
think
backward
of it as a
engineering.
force.
Yeah. The backward
That's
engineering.
some funny
right?
logic. So if
You're
I
too
think of
smart
my
for your own
car,
good, young
if
man.
I think of my car as an
No,
airplane,
the
does
definition
that make
of
my car an
gravity is
airplane?
not that it's a force, it's more than that.
Hey,
but
guy.
it's also
Hey,
a
guy.
gravitational force, and that's a force.
Hey, buddy. If I think of my car as an airplane, does that make my car an airplane?
No, just like gravity is not a force.
Just like gravity is not a force, but thinking of it as a force
But there is a
doesn't
gravitational
make
force.
it one, does it? Are you
Yeah,
serious?
but there is a gravitational force, and that's
Where is
not
that?
something you
How has that been validated? Where is that?
Elijah.
Show us that. Show us the scientific experiment validating the force of gravity. Go ahead.
Just a fucking skill.
Wait
Oh,
there.
you mad, bro?
Guys, can we just slow it down just a tiny bit? Like, just right, dude.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is what's being said to you, right? You can try and say that gravity itself isn't a force, but gravity, as a proponent of gravity itself, there is a force created. That would be all in the same as basically saying that gravity itself is a force. Like, I don't care at the end of, like, it's like saying that the punch that I throw through the air is only something that can break your nose at the point of when I touch your nose. But technically it would have still broke your nose even if you put your face like a couple of inches forward and I was to have hit you 1 second before in the nose. Like, it doesn't matter that the force is apparently at the end, right? It's a force.
You're lagging.
Jump out and jump back in, man.
Yeah, your mic's absolutely fucked.
Okay, let me make an analogy. I can think of my room as a house, but that doesn't make my room a house.
Yay!
So my room is not a house, but it can be thought of as a house.
Well, I mean, you think
So
of it
part of the house is a room. So part of gravity is a force.
Did you notice the bit where he said we're not looking at the really is level, we're not working at the really is level? Like, doesn't that tell you something? They actually aren't analyzing reality. Now, we in this server are concerned with reality. We want to know what's real. He's not.
Hey, can I give him the quote real quick? The quote goes like this: "We can, we do, we must consider Newtonian gravity as a force. It doesn't mean it really is one, but we don't necessarily have to work at the really is level."
Whoa!
That's because like relativity is with a fourth dimension, and well, that's
so
like
now we go into Star Wars land, and that's where we're going to talk. Is that what we're doing? So we're going to the. We're literally going to go to the not really is level and talk about your fantasy of gravity being a force, which he just told you is not one, unless you go into a fantasy. How are you going to work that out?
4D.
Okay, let's just move on and tell me
Let's
why
move on
things
because
fall
we
down.
have no validation of gravity. So, do you have any validation of the spherical nature of this ball we're
No.
supposed to live on?
You fucking explain what gravity is
Who
then.
the fuck are you talking to, bro? You out your
There's
mind?
like 5 people talking to one.
I was
guy.
talking to you. I'm not 5 people.
Can this be one-on-one?
Jesus Christ.
Who the fuck is that guy?
You can if you want chocolate. Do you want to one-on-one
Yeah,
with
go
him,
ahead, because
chocolate? Go ahead.
I'm at work. I can't be getting crazy.
Well, I'm kind of
Go
at
ahead.
work as well. Look, I can do it in about 2 minutes.
Okay, can someone explain how buoyancy explains why things fall down?
I don't think anybody made a claim for why things fall down. We're only focusing on the shape of the Earth here.
Okay, and just a minute ago you were like saying the Earth's flat because you don't get gravity.
No, it's not that you don't get gravity. It's the gravity only exists. Gravity only exists in philosophy and in maths. It doesn't
it does
exist
not.
in reality.
Hey, a fun fact. I have a fun fact. I do believe the heliocentric model was created before the quote-unquote theory of gravity was discovered. So that's like a huge problem right there.
So,
Well, because the whole thing about the heliocentric model is based on gravity. How can you imagine something before you know what something is? You know what I'm saying?
just thinking logically.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So
trying
you
to do.
thought logically about something that never existed?
What?
Okay,
That's what you
you got to
said.
connect the dots because there's a lot of coincidence theory running around, sir. Just to let you know. So you could have two different conversations. You could talk about how the heliocentric model doesn't pass the smell test. And then you can also measure the Earth. You can also measure the Earth as well. So we see too
And it's
far.
measured to
We
be
see
around.
too far. We see too far all over the
That's
place.
like the worst argument.
It's not.
Really?
So
Yes,
we're
it is.
talking about a ball.
You're
We're talking
saying
about a
that
ball.
something what is
And you think that the ball being flat is a bad argument against the ball?
The fact that things disappear from the bottom up,
Opa, here.
not possible on a flat Earth.
Well, it is.
As simple as that. No, it's
So,
not.
so the problem is that you're coming into this with full ego, right? You're all about the ego.
Oh, yeah.
You think this
I
is
second
dumb.
that.
You don't understand our arguments. You don't understand why gravity is philosophy and not reality, even when your experts tell you it. Like, you need to drop the ego and actually just start hearing what we're saying.
Yeah, a more
Because
of
otherwise
an open mind.
you're not going to have a good time here. You're going to have a very bad time here if you don't drop your ego.
I second to what he's saying. You need to have a little bit of an open mind. You have to have
It's not ironic. The irony of you saying irony is that you're actually currently
That's
in
ironic.
Dunning-Kruger and don't understand it.
Oh, so you're saying you're like the one with a lot of knowledge and a lot of confidence.
There's loads of
Bro,
loads of us
that's
saying
not
the same.
even how Dunning-Kruger works.
You don't even know how Dunning-Kruger works.
Dunning-Kruger works.
He's
okay, then define it for me. One second. Define Dunning-Kruger for me. What is it?
Well, people with not a lot of knowledge.
Wrong.
At first, okay.
Wrong. Start again.
I was like in my first sentence, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it was
let
already
him
wrong.
finish. Let him finish.
yeah, my English was wrong maybe, but okay. People with less knowledge,
Let him finish. So
with
can you
like
define
very
Dunning-Kruger?
little knowledge. I mean, they think they have not much confidence, but then
No, that's
oh
actually
well,
wrong.
just show the graph.
Well, no, Dunning-Kruger is, and I'll tell you what it means because I talk about this all the time. Dunning-Kruger is the idea that someone who's less talented than average tends to overestimate their ability in that field.
Yes.
And someone who's more talented than average tends to underestimate their ability. Now, you are on the bottom of that curve. You think that you know a lot more about this than you actually do, and this is demonstrable because I've asked you a number of things like what's the experiment that proves gravity? We've gone through the philosophy. You don't understand that either. Now we're talking about the ball shape, and you're asserting that it's measured to be a ball, and yet you don't have any data, you don't have any measurement, you don't have any evidence. Who's the one with Dunning-Kruger, bro?
You.
Based on what?
You being a flat earther.
Right, okay, so again, you need to drop the ego and start bringing some evidence.
No, you bring evidence
This
of a
makes you
flat
sound
earth.
cool. You think this makes you sound good? I think this is a good form of argument here. First thing we asked you when you came in here was that, did you validate
Yeah,
this
just
gravity
talk,
nonsense? You laughed and said, yeah.
Talk
and then
through each other,
never, we haven't gotten anything yet from you, guy. What's going on?
He's saying the onus is on us to give him information. And
Yes,
he
it
doesn't
is.
understand how that works. He
Because
doesn't understand how that works.
spherical Earth is established science, and flat
No,
Earth is.
No.
Well, now you're
Define your terms, dude.
Yeah, am I right?
Rhetoric.
Einstein is a fucking idiot.
very quickly?
It's commonly understood, but it's not established and it's not science.
Thanks, Crypto, yeah. Exactly. Dude, remember what you just asked for? Wait there. Remember what you were just asked for, which was which would be one of the founding things that would be needed for the globe model, which would be gravity. Therein, you cannot provide any form of experimentation that would prove that that would be the cause of an effect that we see, this agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second, right? Okay, this agreed upon at rate of fall. You don't have any validation therein of that. You don't have any measurement of curvature, right? So you can't assert that globe science, okay? You don't have anything that follows the scientific method to prove it said globe. Then you can't say that we are the ones with the onus on us to provide proof to you when the burden of proof actually falls with the person with the positive claim. The positive claim currently, unfortunately for yourself, is the globe because it's contrary, or should I say, it is antithetical to what every single one of us on every day of our lives get up and experience. We get up, we look at the horizon, it's horizontal, i.e. meaning it isn't curved when we look at it, right? So it's antithetical
exactly
to
how
what
the
we
globe
experience.
predicts it.
We see
Right,
too
okay.
far. We
So
see
how about
too
this?
far all over the earth.
You don't see too far.
Yeah, we
Okay, let's speak about distances and how much is big and everything.
Man.
Oh my god, guys.
Okay, so you understand that predicting things. Okay, let's put it this way. If I have 10 mansions, then the sun will rise tomorrow, right? This is a prediction. What's wrong with this prediction?
It's unrelated.
Yeah, it's completely unrelated. So when you say that a moving, curving Earth would predict no movement and no curvature, that's ridiculous.
It's not.
You're insane.
Well,
That's the only thing I can say.
It doesn't
You have to be insane.
predict
The more you
feelable.
speak, the more clownish you sound to me.
Yeah.
Bro, if
Because you're
it's
denying
moving
literal
and
reality.
curving, there must be movement and there must be curvature.
The curvature is something you can see easily.
How?
From where?
When you're looking in the distance and like you can see the bottom of things.
Bottom of things?
can
Is
see
that
the
the bottom of curvature?
Oh
The bottom of buildings
Is that-
is blocked by the curvature.
Oh wait,
How is
so you
it?
see the
How do you
bottom
know
of
that it's the
buildings
curvature?
being blocked. You don't see the curvature actually. Sorry, Chris. Go ahead, man.
No,
Yes,
just
you
like, how do
see
you know
it
it's curved?
in front of the building.
Okay.
No, but how do you know
far
it's the
was that
curvature?
building?
Yeah, I just want to know. You're making a claim. Yeah, you're making a claim that it is the curvature. How do you know that?
Well, because like water is on sea level. So
Okay, so water is sea level, therefore.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
if something is blocking a building, that's
Yeah, but how do you know it's curvature?
what else
You
is
don't. That's the answer.
You
You
do.
don't know it's curvature. That's why I asked you that.
Nah, that's why you just breathed real hard just now, because you were like, "Fuck, I don't know how to answer this question."
No,
because
it's just because I'm fucking
can't
annoyed
see
with you guys.
curvature. Oh, so what the fuck are you doing here, clown?
Let me
What
slow
are you
this
doing
down
here,
a little
then?
bit. Dude.
Yeah, what we're gonna do? Yeah,
Chocolate, he
if
is
you're
annoyed,
here-
but I want to hear his knowledge.
Yeah. There's too many of us talking. He is right about that.
I know.
So one person needs to take this on. Chocolate, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. I just want to take the combative nature out of this guy's voice a second. Dude, we're actually trying to help you, I promise you, dude. This isn't a fight of ego or vitriol, please. Let's try and if we're not like if we take the emotion and the ego out of it, we can be more objective about the information and we can maybe learn from one another. And whoever wants to take it from here, take it. Chocolate, Crypto, anyone, and I'll shut up now.
I would like Chocolate to go ahead.
Yeah, same. I haven't heard him speak in a while. Yeah, I want him. Yeah, I haven't heard him speak in a while. Chocolate,
I think
you're
he
up.
said he was at work, guys.
Yeah, start mine.
Yeah.
Like, Chocolate, do you want to go ahead or not? Otherwise, someone else. Not 6 people. That doesn't work.
This is what.
He's not talking. So I don't know.
Crypto, are you able to take it?
Yeah, I
If
suppose
you
I can do.
don't, if you don't want to, then you know what I mean. But
Well, is there anyone else who doesn't talk a lot who wants to go ahead?
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Is Jenny not free?
Elisha, do you want to go ahead?
No.
Yeah, Elisha.
I want to hear Jenny talk.
Jenny, do you want to go ahead?
I am on lunch break. I'm not going to be here very much longer. Sorry.
Fine. All right, I'll do it.
Bit
If
Dave.
there's anyone who
Bit
wants
Dave
to,
can
if
do
there's anyone who wants to come in, yeah. If not, I'll do it.
I can take it off you in 5 minutes.
You will
But,
speak.
no.
Presenting now. I can't take this, guys.
You want to go ahead?
Yeah. So,
Yeah, go ahead.
what point is he talking about?
We're talking about curvature.
Curvature? Has he presented anything? Which person is talking? A person? No.
No.
What's his name?
It's
His name is Tijmeen.
Tijmeen.
T-I-J. Yeah, Tijmeen. Yeah. We've literally just got up to the point of showing that obviously he has no validation for
And he got triggered.
gravity or anything like that. And
yeah.
he's
Oh,
got a little bit annoyed, but we're trying to wind it back.
Ignore it.
Yeah, that's cool, dude. Right, let's go. Carry.
Yeah, it's cool
So,
that you just ignore science. But go
Do
on.
you have any measurements for curvature? Like anything at all? Throughout history?
Yes, the bottoms of buildings and boats being blocked, boats going over the horizon.
That's dude, I said measurements, not an observation. Do you have any measurements? We can go to observations next. Let's start with measurements now. You have any measurements? Not calculations, measurements, if you know the difference.
And what the fuck you want me to measure?
Not you exactly. You don't need to do any measurements. Can you present any measurements?
About
Of the
what?
Earth curvature. Earth curvature.
That's just a stupid question.
Oh boy.
So I need to take a measuring lint all around the Earth and then
You
it's a
can
measurement.
measure with many things. You don't need a measuring tape, man. You can measure with laser. You can measure with
Mirrors.
through any other method, you know. The one I'm familiar with is with lasers, for example. You can do that. Has that been done? Where you can prove curvature of the Earth consistently over
I don't think you can prove a curvature with that
with what?
laser or disprove
Why?
it.
That's fine. It's okay. Tell me why. Continue.
Well, you probably can on a road, on a flat road.
On a flat
And
road.
then
Why
eventually-
not? Why not water, for example? Don't you think? water
Because
is the
light
best?
goes through water, you idiot.
Oh my god.
Okay. Name calling will not help you. It will only weaken your argument. Just keep that away from the argument.
Okay.
So let's go back to the laser. Do you think what's wrong with lasers? They use it in military ships, right?
They
Over
use
100
it over
miles.
water.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it is very consistent, right?
Yeah, but it goes through the water, so you can measure
It does not
curvature
go
with
through
it.
the water, man.
Light
That's the
travels
point.
through water.
Oh my god, what do you mean? Let's look at force level FE core laser experiment, laser test or laser measurement. Can you see it? Open the link, and we will instantly go to the measurement
What
7.
link?
Okay? On the live stream.
41 minutes.
That from Old Dude.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We can go to measurement 7 instantly. Wait, I will get you the official site. Wait, it's more clear, honestly. I can't open it on the other side. Okay, just open my link. I just sent it.
Yeah, I'm watching it now.
Okay, so open it. It's much easier to browse. You can scroll down to measurement 7, and then you will find the distance between the target and the laser, about 40 kilometers, 25 miles. Okay, this was done in the Netherlands, in Lake Ijssel. Okay, so at 25 miles, do you know what's the curvature at 25 miles between the two targets? There should be at least 100 meters. at least 100 meters. So a building
You can
of
literally see the
33
laser coming closer and closer to the water. So this proves curve.
Nope. Where? Show me which slide are you looking at? But it doesn't matter. At the end, it hits the target, right? And lasers travel in straight lines.
You know that light can travel through another medium
Water?
than air.
No. Nope.
What?
It cannot. It will not reach the other side. If it did, it will not reach the other side. It will
So if
diverge.
I'm watching
It will
through a
diverge.
glass with water, I cannot see the other side.
The ocean is different than a glass of water. Please, man. Wake up. If the laser goes through the ocean, it will not go back.
Don't let him even get you there because the FE core laser doesn't go through the ocean at all. Anyway, so don't try
How
and
do you know?
strawman my brother here because we know the people who did said measurement.
So?
And there are images
Multiple of them.
therein.
We have them on the Discord. We know them.
You flew over it with a drone and see that the light didn't touch the water? You do?
No, it hit the target on the other side. That's the point.
Yeah, but did it hit the water?
No, dude, listen for a second.
It can hit the water and still the target.
Are you gonna listen or not? Hold on. Like if you try to go from, if you give the example of a basketball, can you go from the top to the side in a completely straight line?
Is there
you
water
can't,
on
right?
the basketball?
You can't because the basketball's in the way. Exactly. So if you shoot the laser over the surface of the Earth, and the Earth is either curving down away from it, that would mean the laser is going higher and higher from the surface, right? So that's not happening. The distance of 25 miles, the laser
This
would be
clown just
100
literally
meters in the air.
said that the laser would go through the water and come out of the water.
Yeah, but it's even more nonsensical.
Wow.
Yeah, but look, if the laser goes through the water, then it's only going to go through more and more water because of the curvature. So then what the hell? It's never going to reach the other side.
I mean, it refracts.
Oh, well done.
It comes back at another angle.
See what? Cake and you wanna eat it too, yeah?
Much.
So which way does it refract when it hits the water?
That's never happened.
It didn't hit the water, so
Light.
this is neither here nor
What?
there. No, we're not doing this because it didn't hit the water. Right? Okay? Right?
How do you
I'm
know?
not trying to take this. How do I know that? Because I've done these experiments myself. I've done these tests myself. I have observed the landmass of Wales coming out to my right, okay? While I've also observed Ireland off in front of me and also France to my left also. The furthest distance being around about 59 miles away from me at this point. And I was at an elevation of about 10 feet. Are you going to assert to me, therefore, then, that the Germans made 200mm lights after making the 100, then the 150, then the 200mm centimeter light, sorry, in order to be able to shine lights out at night time to 8 to 10 miles away, because for some reason they needed to see further than what was possible as comported by the sphere, because we know the size of it with a radius of 3959. We know that at a 1 foot observer height, right, the Earth itself should have a sagittal leading edge of the sphere, i.e. the sphere, the curve that should be blocking me from the observer or the person that I am looking at 1 foot would be 1.2 miles away. At 8 foot, they would be 3.48 miles away, okay? So, right, your issue is this. You're going to have to state that all of the Germans in World War II shooting German 88s at an elevation of anywhere from 2 feet to 6 feet on their mountings, because that's exactly the differentiation between the elevations that they fired. Their direct line of sight, German 88, which were flak guns that were repurposed for straight line of sight recoilless rifles. Were they shooting day in and day out at what you would have to say were forms of mirages or, forms of projections that didn't exist, that were being loomed over the horizon, but 10 men on each gun observed said actual round hit said target time and time again?
At what distance?
At what distance? All the way out to 14 kilometers. Michael Whitman, in fact, actually.
And on the
knocked
land or over sea?
On land. On land. On land.
Yeah, so you won't have that much refraction. Like
But
barely any.
you realise, but at 2 feet off the ground, the barrel of the gun, right? Okay, it should have what between it and its target? Actual Earth curvature, i.e., a physical obstruction, right? But somehow, and bear in mind, I said straight line of sight, recoilless rifle, not artillery piece, right? So, what should have been in the way? The Earth's actual curvature, right? Yeah. Remember.
If you can see it, not.
Well, then where's the Earth curve? Where is the Earth curve? Why did the Germans create a 200 centimeter light that allowed them to shine their light out at night time to 10 miles away? Why wouldn't have the 150 centimeter light been enough? Why did they make a bigger light to see out further? Are you asserting then that the light that they used, the spotlight, was actually in order to shine at things that they couldn't see before, but they shine it now, and it now looms it up over the horizon? Is that what you're saying? Well, what are you saying, buddy? The Earth...
I don't know what the hell you're saying.
Exactly, because you don't understand, because you're feigning intellect, because of your Dunning-Kruger. You're currently under a Dunning-Kruger effect. That's why I say drop the attitude, my friend, okay? We understand the measurements therein of the globe.
So ironic.
Wait there, the radius...
Yeah, it's so ironic that somebody who thinks they live on a fucking ball with a radius of 59 miles that actually has measured curvature has no measured curvature. That's definitely ironic, buddy. That's a terrible
is
shame
a
for you.
picture of Earth from space not enough?
Oh, pictures from Earth.
Oh, wait there, how did they get to space? Tijmean, the radius itself, right? You would first need to know the radius of the Earth, right? And the curvature of the Earth itself in order to be able to get to space, right?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Would you not? Why would that be needed?
Yeah, kinda.
Well, yeah, because you would need to know exactly how much fuel in order for orbital mechanics, right? If you understand that, you'd need to know how much fuel you would need in order to be able to slingshot out of the Earth's gravitational force in order to put the ISS itself even into a position where it could stay in a lockstead orbital trajectory, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, can you tell me when the radius itself was measured without using said satellite first?
It was done before Christ. But then you'll just laugh and say that's fake.
So, are you asserting... I think you're messing it up, but you're sort of asserting our Rooney. So, dip angles to the horizon measured, therein we get the radius value. I understand how that works. That's cool. Okay, you can go along with that, right? So, issue therein would be this. Would you state then that the horizon where the sky appears to meet the ground, whether on land or sea, would then thus be the edge of the sphere, i.e. where the sphere itself, where things fall behind it? If something goes further than it, I can't see it because there is a geometric horizontal line in the way that's blocking it, because that's the leading edge of the sphere, the sagittal.
Yes.
Yes, okay, sweet. So, if I can just show you even one example, or many examples even, where it doesn't comport with what we know, because we can do a little bit of simple spherical trigonometry right now. A radius of 3959 would give us an equation of how far away the horizon, or should I say the sagitta, the leading edge of the sphere itself, the curve, where it should be, right? Based on our angle to resolve said curve, meaning how high we are depends on how far away the horizon is. Same way if you lift your head higher up from a basketball, the line is going to get further and further back, right? So, like I said, at 1 foot of an observer site, the horizon should be, so if you're laying on the beach, right, with your head like that, the horizon should be 1.2 miles away. If you're 8 feet tall over the ground, it should be 3.48 miles away, right? That's just based on your numbers of your globe, okay?
Yeah.
Well, we know that that doesn't comport with reality, because we can show you multiple observations where the horizon itself is 10 times that distance. Or we can show you observations, let's say, from Dover to France, which is 23 miles away, or show you distances of 100 miles, laser tests of 30, 40 miles, right? So if it's not
Yeah, but
comporting,
those won't be the same heights.
yeah,
Like
no, I
that's
can
then a
give you
mountain
I can give you an
in
observation at
the
1 foot,
distance.
10 miles away. 1 foot at 10 miles away.
Okay, show it.
All right. You looking at live stream voice
Hopefully
text?
in the live stream.
Right, it's already there, bro.
This one.
Yep. Someone, yeah, right. What old dude posted right there?
You're really still using that.
So what? Well, you don't know the full argument yet, so don't worry.
Yeah, I do.
Right, so listen.
You
wait,
see
no,
how
no,
distorted the back one is.
Listen, it's a Modus-Tollens argument, right? If P, then Q. So, not Q, therefore not P. Basically meaning, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 39, 59 P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's Q. Right? So, do you understand?
Yeah.
Not Q. Okay?
But your
Horizon
optical
distance
horizon
greater
can be
than
different.
9.41. Oh, your optical horizon. Oh, so we're asserting then that it's
Welcome
not
to
a geometric
Flat Earth.
location. So it's an optical horizon now, right?
Ah,
So-
you just don't get anything.
No, bro.
No,
You've just given.
both,
No,
he's
you've
not
just.
going
We're on the same
over.
page. Wait there, guys. We're on the same page. You just said there's an optical horizon, right? That's what I'm saying.
And a
as well.
geometrical.
Yeah. Well done, bro.
Uh-oh.
So, okay, show me where the
Nice.
geometric horizon is. How do you delineate between? Or
How can you show
differentiate
something
between-
that's not optical?
What?
Oh,
You dumb.
how do you have a horizon that's not optical? Do you know what the definition of a horizon is?
Because it's horizontal.
Dude, do you understand what you just said? An optical
Do you understand you
horizon.
just destroyed your own argument?
That is their argument, by the way, that you cannot derive geometry from a location that is optical because it's not
And
what.
And you just said the geometric horizon is not optical.
Thank
So,
you.
rest in peace, my friend.
Gotcha, bitch.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks on the back, toilet on the left. Hose out the back.
There was a
but I doubt
system
any of them will
failure.
go near you. Get wrecked. But listen, the point is this, mate. Look,
Mate,
how
he
did
had a
anyone?
system failure and he
wait
tapped
there.
out.
I get it. Is he gone? Yeah. Is he gone?
Yes, I believe so.
You get wrecked. Anyway, listen, this is the point that we don't understand, right? Listen. How are you deriving geometry from an optical location? Why is this motherfucker Alberuni even trying to find out the radius on this fucking thing he stood on in the first place? Because he's begging the question twice over. Like, dude, you don't know what you're stood on, so why are you doing the spherical trigonometry in the first place? For two, these motherfuckers are... How are you asserting refraction, what, terrestrial refraction that pulls the horizon back 10 times further than what would be expected by the confines of this physical geometric ball, but at the same time is looming up the habitats, Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat. It's looming them up in the same field of reference, yeah? It's not only pulling things forward and up over the curve, it's also pushing the actual geometric horizon itself back and behind, optically, behind the things it's looming up. We have a form of refraction now that is pulling, and then they can talk about the heat shimmer effect all they like. That makes it 10 times worse than you, because now you not only have these two habitats looming up over the horizon, you now have to assert that the actual light path that it's taking is one that's being blocked, which means that the heat shimmer effect is happening over the curve, and that actually it's being loomed up over while distorting left to right, not actually in real life, what you're looking through, but from where it is, so that you can experience it being lifted and loomed over the horizon with a shimmer effect left or right, all at the same time, while the horizon is being lifted up over or under, back behind them 10 times further than what we would expect. We have 3 different effects of refraction.
That light reaches straight to your eye unless there's some sort of thing in the way, but it forgets about perspective. So it's based off of really questionable premises, because stuff will appear to merge, converge, and disappear, whether or not it's above or below you, so it's not going to be solely geometric with light just going straight to your eye. It also has to be interpreted as long as it's beyond angular resolution.
That's the ball's got now. Just to come in, say something, and run away.
Sorry, I took that off you then. But like I feel really bad because it's like, so this guy is he's a complete weasel. I was the one who got him in here for Radwin to debate him, but I knew exactly he's just a cocky little twat, and like I hate it because there's humble people. People are really humble in here, and like you get people like him who are just cocky little pricks.
It's the beauty of those cocky little pricks that'll come in thinking they know what's up, and then as soon as they're presented with the black swan, they can see the optical horizon. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth, buddy.
Yep.
That's been our argument for 6 years now. Thanks.
Yep.
Anybody else?
When they all think they know the argument.
And then right after that follows up with, how could you measure from a horizon you can't see? Oh, you can't see the geometric horizon, which we have a measurement for, apparently, somehow or another. Oh, yeah, again, welcome to Flat Earth.
Like I always
It's like a weed. You've got to get down to the root and really pull it out completely.
Well, the horizon is the compression zone, so there's a lot of objects and angles that are smushed in that aren't being interpreted by the eye. So automatically the angle's slightly off, and probably going to be increasingly off as you get further and further away from the observer.
Well, the issue is what they don't understand about is like, well, why don't we see? They say we see things disappear from the bottom first. Or okay, what about the angle of incidence to the very floor itself that you're talking about? That things apparently disappear behind. Imagine if there was a ceiling, right, that was also equidistant to the observer, i.e., you had a ceiling that was 10 foot high and your eyes were at 5 feet. Well, guess what? If something was held upon that line at 5 foot high and was pulled out long enough, the top and the fucking bottom would disappear as well.
Yeah, you'd expect.
Yeah, ask him how planes disappear when they go up in the sky.
Yeah, why doesn't the ISS always disappear behind the horizon? Why doesn't the ISS
I wonder why the
always
plane
disappear behind the
disappears.
horizon?
Could it be that it's just too far for me to see?
Sorry, Lemon.
No problem.
You're a little quiet, Lemon.
I was just saying I agree with you guys totally, but you'd expect the floor to ramp down. The floor to ramp upward and ascend, and the ceiling to ramp down and descend, and for these two zones to merge together. It's pretty simple,
Yep.
But as you get higher, you get a wider angle, so the horizon's moved out. Objects tend to disappear before they reach that far out horizon due to angular resolution. When you descend and get closer to the limiting flat surface, the opposite is true. The horizon's brought in from compressed angles, and stuff like the sun, moon, and stars and mountains set and disappear early while appearing to maintain angular size, but they're saying that it has to disappear down to a pinprick always, but that doesn't appear to be the case.
I think this is getting way too complicated. They got a claim of a physical horizon, and then the first thing they say is optical. Well, that's like trying to say, well, how far do I got to walk to catch the rainbow?
One thing they don't have.
You go walk about 22 leprechauns.
One thing they don't have as well is a 24/7 globe proof channel.
Well, with it not being physical, you'll reach for the rainbow and there won't be anything there for your hands to touch. But it will be an image that's localized in some degree in space. But if you reach for the train tracks at the level of the eyes, it's actually going to be below you on the floor. So you have an optical representation that doesn't quite match what we want to do to reach out and touch the thing. That's all.
I loved when he brought up photos of the Earth from space too. That was great proof.
excellent that we have curving lenses, NASA's CGI, and a questionable understanding of perspective to back up this globe.
Where'd my
Well,
guy
how
go
you gonna
at?
get it? How are you going to get into space if you can't determine a radius value for your orbital mechanics? That ain't happening. Even though it's the second law of thermodynamics
That's
violation.
my argument
Like,
every day.
Yeah. It's funny because he agreed to that. So that was
Hey,
the
I had
funny
to go
part.
pick up my car. What happened to him?
He destroyed himself and his own argument. Said the horizon's optical.
Then he
so we
left?
just welcomed him to flat Earth. I don't
Then
know
he
what
left?
happened right after that. I took my headphones out, so I'm not sure. But I came back like 2 minutes later, and he's not here, so I don't know.
Sweet.
He ran away shortly after. He ran away really fucking quick.
Yeah, he
That
had
Black
a fit.
Swan, baby.
He had a fit because you weren't here, Radwin, and he kind of spiraled. But we contained him for a little while, but then he just kind of hopped out the window.
But hey, he's gone now. So anyone else?
Next.
Man, there's no one else here.
We're real
carry on back to the
gentle.
guy, I guess.
We are
Anyone
gentle.
Try
with the
to
new-
give us any proof.
We are, yeah. He brought up photos of Earth from space. We are gentle with the new ones too. I don't know. He ran off fast.
Oh, did our friend run away?
Yes.
Yeah, I destroyed
Roughly
him.
speaking.
I
If any of
had
you
to
got-
jump in. I had to jump in and destroy him.
I kind of heard what you were saying. I was picking up my car and I turned on the phone and I was listening to you for a second. And he was still there. And then I got home and he's gone.
Oh.
It was so. I was an idiot and everything he told me. Oh.
Yeah,
He had a brick wall.
I was supposed to leave it to Royal,
Sorry
but
about
I
me.
took it off of Royal, and I'm really sorry to Royal. But he was just being so dishonest and disingenuous that I just take the mic and I destroyed him. I had to. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure
Well,
Royal
the-
can handle himself then.
The
Sorry,
globe
go on.
is
No, Royal sort of gave it to me anyway. I didn't.
Yeah, Lemon, you were saying, mate?
I was saying the globe's an assumption to guide exploration. They're hoping that they're going to get actual evidence of it, but it doesn't look like the evidence is really coming. And so it's a just so story that's saying it would be really nice if this globe were a ball that we could assign, geometry to figure out its dimensions, gravity, and all that other stuff. But we haven't drilled through the thing. We haven't tested it with a laser or a straight standard or anything.
No.
At some point, he said the laser would go through the water and then come out the other side of the water.
Oh,
What?
Dude.
I missed that.
I
Yes.
must have missed that.
Yes.
Ah,
Yeah.
brilliant.
Yeah, I was
Just
gonna
reach
say
for
that.
anything these days.
So
And then I think after he realized that, then he said, no, it would refract over it.
It was a really bad case of he doesn't get it. The irony
Yeah, I can
in
tell that.
every statement he made was profound.
See if I
It's like he
can
missed
find
the
him in the
Feinstein
lobby.
Kruger.
Yeah, you killed him
And
with
then
that
accused
point.
me of getting it wrong.
Yeah, you killed him with that. It's like literally what you're doing, buddy. Especially with you coming in here with your snide laughing and shit. Like, come on, man. Just come in here with some type of intellectual honesty. Like, just why does it have to be all that? I don't get it. Why are you mad? Because the floor is not a ball. I don't
You
get it.
got somebody in BC check in. I would do it, but I got to run upstairs.
Okay. Who wants to check someone in?
Creation Bear's already on it.
Sweet.
What a gangster.
He is the gangs.
Just gonna sound clip them.
Yeah, he's
Just
literally
gonna
just
sound clip
adding
him.
to his soundboard.
That's why I love when he's here. I can be like, yo, throw that clip up real quick. That audio, that George Musso audio came in clutch, bro. just so that we can hear that guy just completely deny. Oh, he didn't say that. We just played it for you.
Yeah.
Are you
Not
okay?
even 20 seconds ago. He's like, no, he's saying it's not just the Force. No, I don't think he is.
No, I didn't hear that. I don't know. I've been
if
quoting
he
that
meant
for like
that-
2 years now.
Yeah. It's like he meant that. He probably would have said it. Just a hunch.
I love it when we play the voice clips like the Michelle Thayer. I think of myself as a very complicated rock and shit. That stuff's hilarious.
Yeah, because of course, when you see a rock on a mountainside, those are your cousins too.
Well, my fourth cousins, but cousins.
Yeah, did you hear Michelle Thaler keeps rocks in her head?
She keeps her family close.
She does, yeah.
Well, if you continue,
To be honest, that was like a throwaway bar, man. I didn't like it at first, but I was like, ah.
Yeah. It was a good casual rinse.
Yeah.
If you keep,
John,
if
go
you
ahead,
keep
Brendan,
that
sorry.
logic, yeah, I was just gonna say, if you keep Michelle Fowler's logic going, then all non-animate material is our cousins. So it's actually it's actually a form of incest to use any kind of play toys in the bedroom. Yeah.
And I thought you were going to tell me my TV was my great uncle or something.
I mean, does that mean as well that eating everything is cannibalism?
That is correct. It is a form of cannibalism, yeah.
And
If you think
therefore,
rocks are your cousin.
can you even be a vegan or a meat eater? Because it's all kind of related anyway.
Yeah, you're related to that banana.
All the
What are you
same
doing?
shit, man.
Imagine thinking Michelle Thaler knows what's up about anything. Jeez.
You know what? I really love about my cousins is they're really stable, but they don't say much.
A solid foundation, huh?
Yeah. Exactly.
Hold on. Can you prove that Michelle Fowler is not just like some kind of puppet that they're like making dance on stage? Can anybody prove that she's actually a real person, or is? Because I can. I tried to. I think she might just be a meat puppet or something.
To be honest, it would make me feel better if we found out she was like some dysfunctional android or something. Like that would give me a little bit more hope for the human race. But yeah, we're not there yet. So I don't know, man. Go find that video.
Well, didn't 10th Man talk to her online? Or did her
Michelle
minions
Fowler?
attack him?
No,
Yeah,
you might be confusing Dr. Becky with Michelle. Michelle Thaler is the NASA lady.
Yeah, and I think in one of the
Or just complicated rocks.
Yeah, the complicated rock NASA lady.
Damn it! I had them two as being the same person.
No.
Sorry.
Dr. Becky is like the YouTube scientist who does science at her computer while listening to iTunes and stuff. That's what.
And didn't in one of the Red Flag Media clips say she started one of the Terminators? Was it the first one or something?
What?
In Red Flag Media, he says, "Here's NASA's Michelle Thaler. She was in one of the Terminators, apparently."
She's another SAG card holder, just an actor.
Actress,
She might
I
have been-
guess, before she became a NASA spokesperson.
I seen her. I seen her in the Terminator. She was the one that like was carrying the big gun and looked like a skeleton robot. I seen her.
I'm gonna go watch that movie again.
I was just curious if it was the first one or the second one, or was it just? It must have just been a small cameo or something.
No, man, she was the Cyborgs. She was one of the Terminators.
Too much.
Honestly, though, it is really weird that all of these kind of science communicators are all failed actors. That is really weird. Genuinely.
It's like somebody picked them up and said, listen,
I think it's because,
you're not going to make it in this industry. We have something else you can do.
Promote Mars travel.
Can you imagine not being good enough to be a hypocrite?
Like, literally, science communicators, it's like, you are too ugly to be an actor, so we're going to make you be a science communicator.
Their manager called and said, listen, got a spot for you. You're not going to be in a TV movie or anything, but you are going to be a spokesperson for NASA. You'll get paid the same.
If we ever figure it out, we'll send you to Mars for free. No charge.
They got it figured out. I saw the video. There's a helicopter on Mars right now.
Oh, that's right.
Are y'all talking about Michelle Thaler?
A girlfriend. Don't talk mean about her.
To me, she looks like a female version of Dave Mustaine from Megadeth. Could be just me.
Holy shit.
Well, to be fair to Michelle, she does like rock, so that makes sense.
Maybe she's a guy. Because that would not put it past anything.
Well, those that can't do
First,
teach.
we got to establish
those
whether
can't-
that thing's human or not before we talk about whether it's male or female.
Those that can't do teach, and those that can't teach become science communicators.
I like that.
Mate, this is a production, and this is what this
Oh,
person looks like.
Am I coming through?
Yeah, a little quiet.
Horatio, you never seen that video?
Oh, I think I've seen it once, but it's just
You did. If you haven't, you
ridiculous.
need to take 5 minutes to watch that
my
shit.
brain cells are precious. But no, just look at that. This is a production, and they got makeup wizards and that, and this thing still comes out looking like that. Disgusting.
Yeah, that's her at her best. That's her at her best.
Mate, the beard lady at the
I've
circus
literally
is
seen
fine.
more feminine men.
Right.
Isn't she the one that said it's not okay to think the Earth is flat or something like that?
Yep, she's one of them. She said it, and then some other chick said it in that Behind the Curve doc on Netflix too. It's not healthy. It's not a good thing to think the Earth is flat.
Okay to think. It's not a good thing to think.
We're going to
Think of
Mars.
myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
What a tit.
I still love how that she says the word manganese as if she'd only just learned the word.
So if you throw a rock, is that a cousin once removed? Sorry, Chris.
That's family abuse.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
Ooh.
No such thing as life.
No such thing as life, really. We're just complicated rocks.
Yeah, she looks like one.
Imagine introducing her to your parents.
Or him, whatever.
Imagine people who believe in they live on a globe, who you've shown this lady to, and they try to debunk you when you tell them this lady works for NASA. Imagine that. You're sitting there laughing like, this is your shit. Why are you trying to debunk me? I'm trying to tell you how this is fake as shit. How are you debunking me? Are you kidding me? her and Don Pettit have that effect on people, man. People who don't know these people, they listen to them. They're like, hell no, that this person doesn't work for NASA.
You're pronouncing it wrong.
How do you listen to Don Petit and take him seriously?
Yeah,
as an
Don
astronaut?
Petit in the membrane.
Why don't we try a new approach? We get like a Don Petit clip or whatever, and then we tell people that he's a flat earther, and then people will be like, "Yeah, that guy's retarded." And then he's like, "Yeah, he is retarded." Oh, did I say flat earther? I meant he's a NASA astronaut. Sorry.
Hold up, I'm gonna post a video just for that. Thanks. Hold.
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah,
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Polka dots.
And that's the bit where he sounds literally like a retarded child, doesn't it? And he's like, "There's planets.
There's a diagonal light."
And there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of
You see the Magellanic Clouds.
Magellanics, I just went to Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
Is that the actual speed he's talking at? Or
Yes, that's what he
was it
talks
slowed
Yes, it
down?
is. Yes, it
It
is.
sounds like it was slowed down.
Nope.
No, he just
Sound
sounds
like
so
he's
stupid.
asking a question. It sounds like he's asking a question.
And he went to
The guy's
he went to
retarded.
school,
The
right?
guy's pants on head retarded for sure.
Oh yeah, he's definitely got some kind of condition.
Yeah, he works for NASA.
Here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. COVID-19 virus.
due to not being fit for outside excursions.
That clip is from the video I just
Danger
posted.
to myself and others.
Isn't it cool? There's planets.
Whoa. This guy is the best of the best. NASA only takes the very top of the line, guys. This Don Pettit guy is the top.
What the fuck's going on in America if he's the best you've got? Like, you Americans are in big trouble.
You forgot Joe Biden's the president, right? Like, do I need I say more?
They want us to believe, and you to believe, that these are the best people in the world, or the best people in the country for these jobs. It's so ridiculous.
Well, when the jobs are nonsense, yeah, they're not too wrong.
Yeah, well, true.
Hey, at least the American president can count.
I wouldn't. I would need to.
I don't know.
Debatable.
Yeah.
Guys,
Do you think
I
he can
found
count the number of hairs on his hairy leg?
guys, I found a gif of Don Petit at work when he was younger. I'm putting it in the live stream now.
When you are an engineer designing a spacecraft, you need to be able to work a few pleasantries into it that are an ingrained part of our human culture.
There's something wrong with this guy, man.
Human
Bro,
culture.
you have to get the part where he's talking about going to the bathroom. Make yourself. Yeah.
What?
You need
Coffee
that.
time.
Coffee.
Somebody please drop that.
I haven't heard that.
A toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
That's exactly what
It's
you're
coffee
thinking.
time with Don Petit.
Truth
Best
is
and brightest,
definitely
lad.
strange.
Best and brightest. Best and brightest.
Truth is
We gotta do that. Coffee time with Don Pettit. I like that.
chugga.
Don't go to
Someone
his
should say
house
to
for
him-
coffee.
Someone should say to him, like, you're not just talking shit, but you're also drinking shit.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to deal with a few unpleasantries, man. Don't worry.
One would think he's full of it.
I mean, you just have to go chugga, and it's all.
Right. In Narnia, shit and piss taste like water and biscuits. In Narnia.
Bro, everybody try showing that clip to somebody in real life and look at their face. It's the greatest thing on earth. It's so great. I ran around like a maniac at my job, like, hey guys, look, this NASA guy. NASA guy is telling you what to do with your in the morning. And they listened to it and they were like, nah, bro, nah, all types of nah. I'm like, what, man? For science, bro? You would have drink your own dookie in the morning as coffee for science, man? Come on, guys.
But I can back you up. I've had at least 3 people in real life deny that he even works for NASA. They think I'm just playing some clown video for them. Like, no, this is really your astronaut. I promise.
Yep. Somebody did that to me with Michelle. She was like, she don't work for NASA. I was like, Google Dr. Michelle Thaler right now. She did it. 20 seconds. She just looked at me like, no.
Guys, can I ask a question? Has anyone in here ever heard of a song by Weeble Stuff called "Rotate Your Owl"? Does anyone here know that tune?
Nope.
I can't say I've heard it.
Never heard it.
Nah, I don't know it.
Okay, if you guys look up "Rotate Your Owl," yeah, just watch it whenever, and then I've got an amazing idea for a parody involving Don Petit and that song. But it doesn't make any sense if none of you guys have seen it. Yeah, just look up "Rotate Your Owl."
I'm going to be starting a GoFundMe. It's going to be called "Send a Flat Earther to Space," right? And then I'm going to take all that money and just fuck off with it.
You can lay low at my place, brother.
I thought it'd just be funny to see how many people donated to it, just to be, like, well, we'll show them, so. Because I ain't sending nobody to no place that doesn't exist.
That's actually a good idea if you're unethical. I'm just saying.
Well, right.
If you put in the notes, assuming this place is real, otherwise I keep it all. Something like that.
Well, no.
Then it's all. Then if they give it to you, it's their business.
Well, I was thinking like with Virgin Atlantic, they were going to fly into space, all that bullshit. Like, I just say that I'm going to buy a ticket for the first commercial flight into space for a flat earther, and, that'll never happen. So it's just my money anyway. So I fuck off with it.
Poor owl.
Why would anybody rotate an owl anyway? I don't understand. Why would you need to rotate
I just watched it.
Now I'm going to have to go watch it.
It's only like 1 minute and 15 seconds. But I imagine you can do something cool with it.
Photoshop a globe over the owl's face.
Who's gonna do the rotating?
That's Glober's trying to rotate it and it not rotating.
Oh, the owl's just sitting there, but you can imagine it's rotating, right? It's actually not moving, but you can imagine it here.
Yeah, the head is still. So everyone's watching it now.
I think there's some people starting to go fund me to send a flat earther to space. If I wasn't driving, I might be doing it. Just kidding.
Nine hundred thousand subscribers. Really? 900,000 subscribers for Rotate Your Owl.
Did you see the comments?
No, I didn't read the comments. The 900,000 subscribers blew me away. I'm ashamed of humanity.
Somebody has watched to give me a little context. Why would you ever rotate an owl?
In this experiment, you will require one sterilized, standardized, scientificized owl. Rotate your owl. Rotate your owl. Rotate your owl. Rotate your owl for science. This lab ain't for fun, so we leave our fun owls at home. This lab is for science, so we need a science owl. We got our owls from the shelf over there at the top with the other birds that are used for science. Yeah, me, I prefer a peregrine hawk, but every now and then you need a bird that can squawk. Yeah, hawks are great and eagles too, but when you drop your mad science, only owls will do. Rotate your owl. Rotate your owl. Rotate your owl. Move your owl around until you break new ground. Give me an owl, I move it up, I move it down, I move it side to side, I move my owls with pride. Yeah, but if you want something more special, come see me. I move my owls really professionally. But I paid all my bills for college by using all my owl rotation knowledge. Come on, y'all, stop with the back chatter, cause the owl-based science is all that matters.
I'm amazed that none of you have seen that before.
My faith in humanity was misplaced once again.
But yeah, anyway, I was thinking we could do like a Don Petit version called Rotate Your Bowels.
Hey, who does the parodies? Is it Heliot? Who is it that does that?
Wow, I just got that. Amazing crypto.
You could even make a beat out of the Chugga Chugga.
Rotate Your Owl is hilarious.
Is he gonna speak as slow as he does?
Don't know. Rotate your bowel.
Chugga chugga chugga.
You need a sterilized, sanitized, scientific turd.
I'm actually okay, thanks.
That was dope.
Chugga, 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 chug.
Oh, there's a chug on the end, right? Okay, so it's chugga, 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 chug. Brilliant.
You make yourself a cup of coffee. That was so funny.
Anybody see? I don't know if it's a spoof or not, but it's on YouTube. This guy was like trying to filter piss so you could drink it. And, like he took a sip. It was supposedly for NASA. He took a sip of it, and he's like, "Oh my god, that tastes like piss." And it's like 5 shots.
I love that video. He's just retching for about 30 seconds, and then he runs.
I'm sure the Dookie is much better.
would go to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed the technology, and it is a painful process to build back.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
No, they're supposed to be going to the moon this year, so obviously somehow they did it, right?
Oh, they're going again.
2024, right? 2024?
No. They're sending a unmanned thing, probe, whatever, this year.
Oh, right.
Two of them. One to drill and one to find the site. They're drilling for water. They're looking for water.
So they've almost completed that painful process to get back there. Good way to go, Ness.
I guess they did it. They did it without telling us they did, right? Wow, check that out.
No, he's not.
The Van Allen radiation belts couldn't hurt you if you didn't know about them, guys.
And then after you're reminded of that, then you remember the side effects that you had that you didn't remember, the thing that caused the side effects that you have now that you remember. Yep, that's how that works.
Yeah, because I close my eyes all the time and see sparks flying through the back of my eyelids.
Yeah, it's funny because depending on the astronaut that you ask, you both can and can't see stars in space.
Mm-hmm.
I think according to one astronaut, you can and can't see stars. It's
what, the same
extremely black. Yeah, I think what's his name?
The Chinese dude in the same sentence.
Not the Chinese.
You can and can't.
Chris something.
Wasn't it Bean or something? Jim Bean?
Hadfield.
Chris Hadfield.
I think he said. I think he said both of them. If my memory serves correct. He said it's black.
I mean, when no one's scrutinizing what you say, you just fucking say anything. Who cares?
Yeah. Except those crazy flat earthers. Like, oh my god, it's insane.
Looking at this from the other side of the argument, like I have for the past year, I just I didn't realize how stupid the argument was. Like, I don't know how it ever progressed to this point. You know? Like, how did it get so out of hand?
People lit it.
Rockefeller education.
Like the tools that we use to debunk it existed 500-600 years ago. That was when this shit was like first really getting pushed. Like, the people that had reason and knowledge didn't like what the hell is going on? I feel like I've eaten crazy pills or something.
But humans like to imagine and dream, right? They want to create a dream for themselves and then work towards it, right? So I kind of think that they took advantage of this this thing humans have, right? To imagine and think big. They gave us a dream, right? Space.
I think it might be like one of those things. Like, have you ever been watching on the internet and you see somebody say something, especially here recently, and you're like, can't tell if they're joking or not because society's become so outlandish, you know? I think maybe that's how it progressed to this. Like, everybody was just knew it was a joke at first, but they just forgot.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics.
The thing about Carl Sagan, billions and billions of stars. There really are billions and billions of stars, and you can see it.
Uh-oh.
Those seem to be contradictory statements.
They're only
Are you trying to tell
contradictory
me?
if you believe in contradictions.
Are you telling me that a paid liar has lied?
Wait a minute.
I guess that's the point in it. Who would have ever thunk it?
I mean, why would liars lie? I just don't get it.
Well,
Why
I
would
was
people
thinking about that.
whose jobs depend on a lie carry that lie on? I can't see any reason.
You know, I was thinking about that. Like, the priesthood has always been about talking about the heavens. You know, the Mayans, they kept their priesthood kept track of the celestial movements. The Catholic Church tried to control the calendar, which is based on the stars. Like, I think there's a control to claiming that you know something someone else doesn't. You know, it gives you an authority over them in a way. I think that's what it's about.
One of the things that really bakes my biscuits with it all is there's like pregnant women working for way less than whatever that knob's getting paid. Hopefully some of them are getting paid a lot more than he's getting paid, but
Like, has anybody ever wondered about the resources at NASA? Because they're paying people to sit around and do calculations for things that don't exist. Like no kidding. The way they do it, and this is from what I understand of just talking to engineers, is you have a group that designs the supposed spacecraft. Then you have a group that will hypothesize problems that spacecraft could run into, and then you'll have another group that comes up with ways to get around those problems. So, like, all they're ever doing is math problems.
You know where it comes from? The education system. What did they get you doing all this time to pass your maths exams? Solving problems that didn't exist.
it really bothers me too when like Globe people and stuff say, well, they're spending the money here on Earth, like, you know, it's going to CGI animators and stuff. Yeah, there's still homeless people on the streets. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, this is the difference between doing something real and doing something imaginary. So that's why it's all indoctrination. So yes, you can learn mathematics, but if the whole precept of it is surrounded around nonsense problems and nonsense ideas, that's how they can convince these engineers later down the line to be completely absorbed thinking they're doing something productive when all they're doing is just doing another exam for another imaginary problem. But then you have the guy that just decided to not go to school because he either hated it or because, you know, his parents cared about him a little bit more. And they're like, you're going to go and do an apprenticeship. So yeah, they're doing similar level mathematics, if not higher. But what are they doing? They're actually building something. They're actually solving a problem that they need the answer for, because otherwise something will break or they're going to get in trouble or someone would die. You know, all those kind of things. That's the difference.
Well, I got a funny gravity story from that. Like, I'm an instrumentation technician. I'm a field engineer. pretty much. And anyway, like there was this new engineer fresh out of college, and he thought he had come up with this great idea to save the Husky refinery, like all this money. And what he was going to do is he figured the force of gravity holding down the gas. So he said that they didn't need any tops.
Oh my days.
The vessels. It was like all this material. It was like, and he proposed the idea to the head of the engineering department, and the dude, like, I was waiting in line to go, like, get my paper signed off so I could go run a test on the instruments, and like, he got his ass chewed for like 10 fucking minutes straight.
A house without a roof is what he was proposing.
Well, yeah, like I can't remember what gas was going to be in it, but yeah, he was like, "Well, it's a heavy gas, so it won't come out."
Oh my days! It hurts my soul. Man, every time I hear things like this, I'm suspecting that maybe these monkey men scientists are actually legitimately descended from monkeys.
Yeah, it's like a lot of these people, they live entirely in the theoretical, and at no point do they actually consider reality to even matter. It's really weird.
Michio Kaku.
Well, it's not that kid's fault, you know. He was in his field, you know. He worked within the mathematics for a downwards vector. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't technically his fault. He just, you know, it was stupid. It's like nobody thinks that. You know, well, everyone thinks that, but no, I don't know how to explain it. It was just, oh my God, it was humiliating.
That's rather unfortunate. Hey, good to learn a lesson like that young before you have any responsibilities, huh? Imagine if he took that when he was in charge and he's like, yeah, I'm going to make this decision. Oh, wait, I killed how many people?
Well, see, I've been in my field. I've been in my field now for 20 years, right? And when I first got in, we called them peckerheads for motors, right? That's what the termination point for a motor when you're the electricians will bring in cables to it and it'll terminate there. Well, like here in the last few years, that's offensive for some reason. I don't get it. You know, it's just what it's called. It's called a peckerhead, but like they've changed all the books now. They don't call it a peckerhead anymore.
Oh my days.
Yeah.
That's kind of like some of our tools, electrician's tools. We have two of them. Obviously strippers, but that's, I mean, obviously that's what it does, wire strippers. Then we have one that are called the dikes. Like, and that's just a common use. When I say it, I got to be careful sometimes because if I'm around, some people don't know what I'm talking about, and it's just basically for side cutters.
Those are diagonal side cutters, right. Dikes.
And then we have like stuff like called redheads, which is like the anti-shorts that go inside the MC cable. Those kinds of things too, but that's not really that big of a deal, I guess.
You said you was an electrician. Are you industrial, commercial?
Commercial and residential.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm actually headed to a job right now. I'm on call. I was just about ready to get off work, and I got a call, so that's where I'm headed.
Do you work for yourself?
No, I work for another company. I'm in the service department right now. I used to run job sites, and then the service department was lacking, like needed some people and some help. So they asked me to join in the service department. I never really wanted to, but I've been with this company for a long time, and they've treated me well. So I decided, I was like, yeah, I'll help you out and go in the service department. So now I'm in the service department, which it's fine. I mean, you get to do a lot of different things instead of going to the job site every single day, but you do have to go in people's homes, and you're on call. Those are the kind of sucky parts, I guess.
Yeah, I started out as an electrician. That's the only reason I was asking. I did an apprenticeship. I went that route.
It's a good trade. I've been doing it for 16, now going on 17 years. I did the trade school when I was in high school, and then I did the apprenticeship program through our company. Yeah. It's a good trade. I mean, you learn a lot of things, not just electric alone. I guess that kind of goes along with a lot of, construction work. You learn little bits of multiple of all kind of trades. And trades are just awesome. I mean, you just can fall back on them, and that you get the right trades. I mean, they'll pay well, especially right now. They'll pay well. Trades are severely lacking right now, and like I could go to any electrical. Like if I leave this company, or if I, for some odd reason, whatever, laid off or something like that, I could go to another electric company and be hired and work tomorrow. Like that's how needed everything is right now.
Yeah, that's some of my funniest stories was from when I was an electrician too. Like there's a guy named Tripod. He got his name from the funny story though. Do you know what a power pony is?
No.
It's an electric pipe threader. It's handheld. It's heavy as shit, but it's got the two buttons, one for forward and one for reverse, and it just puts the threads on the end of the conduit.
Yep, I know what you're talking about.
Well, when you're threading it, you have to push it back to break the thread after you thread it. Well, he didn't do that, and he just reversed it. So the tripod vise that he had the pipe sitting on started wrapping around him and started walking.
Oh.
It wrapped him up in circles. Yeah, and he wouldn't let go. He just froze up, and it just did that for I'd say a good 30 seconds till the cord reached its limit and unplugged.
Oh man,
that's where he got the name Tripod. It ain't because he's got a huge thing or nothing. It's good.
We had. You just see a lot of crazy stuff. I mean, anywhere from getting jacked up off of a ladder, or getting hit when your drill gets caught and smacked. I've seen that almost break someone's nose and twist someone's wrist around and snap it.
So great. I've had that happen to me before with a actual, powered drill, not a cordless.
Yep.
A big Milwaukee with the handle on it, trying to bore through a wall, and then you get flipped over onto the ground.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I've done that. I've been thrown.
It hurts, man. It hurts. And
I'm lucky I didn't break my arms doing that.
It actually happened to me today. I was hole sawing. I was doing a garage, and I was hole sawing a floodlight up in the eave in the backside, and it got caught on some 2x4 and just ripped right out of my wrist, right out of my hand.
Get a black eye. I had a guy at work just get a big fat black eye from that. When I used to do HVAC installs for commercial and residential.
That's a good trade too, HVAC.
I don't do that anymore, but it was probably 10 years ago last time I was in that trade. I'm a tool and die maker.
Dude, I saw somebody, one of the guys that worked for me, we were doing a job site, and it was a pretty big one. And he was pulling wire, it was residential, and I don't know how he did it, but he was pulling the wire, the Romex, and I don't know if he fell or slipped or something off the ladder, and it wasn't that far, it was like a 4 foot ladder. and somehow his arm dragged across the truss, and there was a big splinter, like one of those big ones, like sticking out, and it shoved into his forearm and went in probably 4 inches or longer, and you could see it sticking, like it was just under the skin, so the skin bumped out, and you could see it, and we tried to cut it out, and I couldn't. I was like, you just need to go. I'm probably, about to hit some kind of illegal thing here, trying to cut this out of you. So we're just going to send you out, and you're going to go get that done, get that pulled out. It was huge, man. It was this massive splinter. And then this other guy fell off a ladder and popped his knee out, and you could see at the top of the kneecap, it was sitting off to the side, like on the side of his leg.
Could we have more gross anatomy?
Yeah, there was a raccoon one time that came in, and it was like ravenous on a job site, and so we didn't know what to do, so I had to kill it with a hammer.
Oh, nice.
Oh, come on.
Sometimes your raccoons, they're just drunk. Down south, we try to determine which of the raccoons are drunk on, fermented fruit and stuff. We don't just kill them all.
This one was foaming at the mouth, so
you gotta walk up to it and pet it and calm it down.
Dude, it was going crazy.
A raccoon, man. Them things are scary.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I see a raccoon and I just run. I don't know what the fuck they're about. My dog runs too.
They got like little hands, dude. Don't mess with them. They got little hands.
They got hands. That's right. They open up my garbage cans.
They're called hunchback down south. Hunchback raccoons.
Trash.
They got a big old hunchback.
Nice.
They are cute. And they wash their food.
Yeah. I didn't want to kill it. Let me just make that clear. I didn't want to have to do it.
They look
Anyway.
like little robbers in your backyard and stuff.
He forced your hand, yeah?
Forced my hand. I don't know why.
I had to create a lock. I had to create a lock for my garbage cans because they were able to flip that lid wide open, go inside, and climb back out. So I had to make a little plastic thing on there so they cannot get into them.
It'd be different if they took it all.
All your garbage? Yeah, take it with you. If you're going to take it all. Don't leave it in the yard. Then I would have a whole herd of raccoons.
That reminds me of when I got bit by a big old black snake. It was underneath the the chair at our cabin. It was curled up underneath there, and my aunt got it out, gave it to us kids. Don't ask me why. And so we're sitting there holding it for a while, me and my cousin, and I was holding the back of the head of it, and I mean it was a big black snake. And I just let go a little bit of the head. Just you got to pinch the back of it, and it whipped around, wrapped its mouth around my wrist, and I was like flinging this thing on my arm, trying to get it off, and it finally flies off. And then my cousin goes over and picks it up by the tail, and you don't do that. And it curls up and bites him in the finger, and he takes it and he just throws it like a whip right into the woods.
Oh, I think snakes are probably for me, the most terrifying animal that exists.
Oh yeah, they're
horrendous.
I don't mind them. I just would rather just have them be where they are. If I have to deal with them, I'll deal with them. Like, I mean, there's one time I had to cut a head off of one of them because he was big.
Okay,
but,
I'm gonna that you're not allowed to kill animals anymore.
I don't mean to, man. I'm telling you, I don't want to. I don't mean to, but just I always get put in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, like I can deal with spiders, no problem. You know, like I've petted a cheetah. Cheetah? Yeah.
Oh, man.
Cheetah. That was interesting. That was actually terrifying.
Just waiting for it to bite you.
No, cheetahs don't really attack humans. Like,
Okay.
Like we weren't allowed in the leopard den because leopards will just kill you for fun, but cheetahs don't really cause violence. Anyway, like yeah, most animals are fine, but snakes are just like, ugh. I just get I can't even think about them.
Just kill them.
Without roast out.
Sharks, dude.
Yeah, but
Sharks are the one thing that scare me. That's the one thing. I can deal with spiders. I can deal with snakes. I can deal with all that stuff. Sharks. I can't do sharks. That's the one thing I cannot do. Nope. Not happening.
I like they're flying snakes out. I don't know where, Venezuela or something. They leap from trees.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Good
Never
night.
going there.
Travel like hundreds of yards and birds.
Fuck you, Jimbo. Fuck you.
Or those spiders that eat birds in Australia. Who's in Australia over here? Is anyone in Australia? Those spiders that literally attack birds and eat them.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Fucking hell. Is that the Porsche spider? Is it called a Porsche spider? I can't remember.
I don't know. I can't remember either.
Isn't there a wasp that battles a
You
tarantula?
should see what's happening in the jail.
Jail?
What's going on?
Cogdiz.
Please tell us.
Oh my God, they're just spiraling out of control. They came in saying we're homophobic. Now we got like two mods, I think, or a gold, or another mod, and saying, "Well, are you a fag?"
What's there to fear about sodomites? We all know what happens to them in the end.
But I mean, that's the only way to get.
I told them that. I said, "There's plans for you. Don't worry about it."
That's the only way to be like shoo free speech goblins. Like, is just to go even further. Just be like, oh, well, are you a tranny? Do you take dick in the butt? You know, just fucking go, because if they smell blood, they're a bit like sharks. If they smell blood, they'll go
Are you
for you.
are you heterosexually challenged?
Yeah, right. You just have to assert your right to speak freely, and then they haven't got, because their only power is controlling your speech, right? And if you don't give in to that, then they've got nothing.
The old political correctness, eh?
Yeah, are they confused about what's an entrance and what's an exit?
Oh my gosh.
That's it. You all are globophobes. You're a bunch of globophobes.
Globophobes.
Wait,
because y'all are globophobes,
wait, hold on. You fear nothing?
I'm just.
How can
I'm
you
gonna
fear
go ahead
something
and
that doesn't exist?
Hold on a second. I'll explain it.
Okay, sorry.
Hey guys, real quick, I just checked in Demonic Knight. He seems like a really cool dude. More of a Glover,
sweet,
but very honest. If you guys want to chat with him, say hello.
Yo guys, what's up? This is my voice, so you know what I sound like.
All right, cool. I cut off Curve, so let him finish his thought.
Oh no! If there's a Glober here, I don't want to go into globophobia, and I don't want to give no ideas out. Go ahead.
Globophobia.
Have you guys heard of the term globo-homo?
Oh no! Is that?
Well, it's a term that's kind of circling around, I think, in like alt-right circles. What even does that mean? I don't know. But like, kind of like people who don't hate themselves, like whatever you call them. I think some people call them white nationalists, whatever. But in those circles, there's this thing called globo-homo, which basically means like the globalist agenda, right? We all know what that means. It's like you've got these kind of overlords that want one world government, that sort of thing. But they're saying it's globo-homo, and just because basically the tagline is that the new world order is gay, and it seems to have caught on.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Like it. Global homo.
So night with a Y. What's happening?
Over in here.
You're super quiet, bro.
I was just saying there's a Glober in here. Is it y'all gonna do the three questions on him?
Well, I was just saying, how's it going, dude? Is you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sup night with a Y.
Yeah, that's a funny story. That was like my old Xbox gamer tag, and night where an I was taken, so I had to spell over the Y. And I kept it as I migrated over to PC.
Ah. Which part of Ireland are you from, good sir?
Dublin. Dublin.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, we don't get many Irish in here, actually, so it's good to hear your accent. So what brings you to the server?
General curiosity. Of kind of both sides of the story. I kind of held the belief that the Earth was a globe, and then kind of as you kind of put your beliefs through questioning, you just realize how much you don't know. So I thought it was kind of necessary to kind of learn both sides, and this is kind of the best place to do that. You have people who are kind of well spoken in the area on both sides of the coin. That's really why I'm here.
Cool. Well, welcome to the server.
Oh, thank you.
Does anyone want to engage this chap in discussion?
Does the chap want anything particular to discuss?
Yeah, good point. Do you have any questions for us?
No, the guys who were in the what was the name of it? The guys who were in the VC verification were very, very kind of good with answering questions I had and for asking me questions. So as of now, I don't have any pressing questions.
Okay, but do you think you live on a sphere then? I guess I'll ask you that.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
So what would you say is the best evidence for you on a sphere?
Well, one I'd have to point to was the fact that if you get a kind of a plane from kind of say well, I'm in Ireland, so if I got a plane to America going going west over the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean, I can also get the same flight going past Europe over Asia to America in the opposite direction. I suppose that's one kind of thing I kind of point to if I had to prove it to somebody or attempt to prove it to somebody, if you know what I mean. The fact that you can get a flight both east and west, end up in the same destination with a different kind of time. Most of the screenshot.
Okay, but you know that that's possible on both kind of conceptions.
In a straight line, I don't see how that would be possible.
Oh, so Dead Reckoning isn't used by anyone to travel anywhere. So that's a problematic
Dead Reckoning?
assumption. Yeah, so the idea that you just travel in one direction and keep going in that direction, that's actually impossible.
Is it really?
So 2 minutes, I just need to do something.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Roger. I see the GIF you posted. And then I see another link to some website called Flight Trader. I'll open it. Oh, wow, what's this? Oh, this is like intercepting flight paths. Okay. Singapore to San Francisco.
I have so much fun in the lobby.
I think out of the lobby and the debate text, I'd rather be in debate text. I think the lobby
is out of control.
That's the most amount of bands per minute, I think. I just see people getting banned in there too often.
To be VC verified to talk in the lobby.
True that.
Guys, we got to get the people in lobby to get in here right now.
Sure. I see you posted that, so I'm waiting for the rooms to fill so I can go check them in.
Well, what is happening in lobby?
It's a shit show.
Bro, I keeps... Oh, someone tagged everyone. Oh, never mind, it's some ladies' night thing.
I don't think night starts in like 3 hours. Or yeah, start in like 3 hours.
I think it's 2.
Yeah, you're right. It's 2.
2.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Wasn't that guy Buckingham Palace here in the voice call a while back?
I don't know.
I remember somebody with that name in here like a few days ago.
So I believe there was some mockery going on prior to this conversation. So Broken Curves, if you would like to return to that.
Mockery of the globe, I assume.
Well, what else?
This night was the why I want to do the 3 questions. I'll do it. See there?
We can't get any of these guys to go in the... Oh, one just popped in. 2. Oh, it's Creation got him.
Look what the guy just said. He said he doesn't have a mic on his phone.
I would like to address globophobia because I think it's a serious issue.
For me, who doesn't know what that term means, could you explain it?
Well, it's a irrational hatred of a concept.
Okay.
And a philosophy.
What's the concept in mind? Because you just described phobia.
That the Earth's a globe.
Okay. Some people have a fear.
How long till ladies' night starts? 2 hours?
Yeah.
Who's got the reverb?
I can't tell. I don't think it's me.
It's got an echo.
It's like it's Flatman can.
Flatman can.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, that seemed to work.
He got it.
Never mind.
Thank you. As you were.
I'm just throwing globophobia out there. Maybe like we can work on getting that pushed forward and censoring flat Earth some more. I was thinking that might be a good route to take.
The irrational
Positive push
fear of
forward.
nothing at all.
Yeah, it's funny when they talk about like homophobia. Like I don't know anyone who's scared of gay people or of gayness.
What you're addressing there is the overuse of the word phobia. It's like arachnophobia.
Yeah.
People may be uncomfortable with spiders, and they'll umbrella that under like arachnophobia. So then people in turn may also be uncomfortable with the concept of kind of same sexes interacting in a kind of sexual way, and that uncomfortability will then translate over into a phobia. I think there's whether it's the field of clinical psychology, where people kind of overdiagnosing a small uncomfortability with a phobia. Like I know people who are uncomfortable with heights, and they would consider themselves. I think it's arachnophobia. No, it's acrophobia, right?
No.
That's the fear of heights.
Agoraphobia is when you're scared of
crowds,
going
right?
outside.
Yeah. Okay. So it might be a mild uncomfortability diagnosed, graded up until a phobia state. So I think it's an uncomfortability more than a fear.
Yeah, for sure.
Of gay people.
Yeah, and I think when people say like homophobia, it's become so mild now. You can say anything. I don't know. Let's just say that you're not pro-gay marriage. Like,
No,
that's
you
not
don't have to be.
homophobic.
No,
Yeah.
homophobic would be homophobic.
That's just called being sound of mind.
Yeah, homophobic would be when you're denying stuff because of it, like whether it be a job opportunity or a access to a store or a business or to redeem of some service. That would be kind of received as homophobic.
See, I don't agree with
Even that's the wrong.
That's just discrimination.
Yeah, that's just nothing.
Yeah, but
Look it up.
it's discrimination from a root of being uncomfortable.
Wait. What if I'm not afraid of gay people, but I choose to discriminate against them?
Well, then I think that's again. I think it's.
You know what it's called? It's
still a
called
form of
freedom.
discrimination.
I always say I'm not homophobic, but I'm not going to promote the lifestyle. Call me what you want.
No one has to promote the lifestyle. It's just don't stand in the way of anyone's perceived happiness if it's not interfering with anyone else.
No, I'm just saying if some people confuse not promoting it with homophobia.
Oh, I get that. Yeah, there are like in anything. There's a bunch of radicals who think if you're not actively with it, then you're against it. Of course, you're gonna find that anywhere. You'll find that in here. You'll find that in any subreddit. You'll find that on any type of hot topic issue. You'll find people who automatically think because you're not actively promoting something, then you're against the movement or something. That's everywhere.
Well, hold on a second. The refuse service thing. In a free society, are you allowed to refuse service?
Of course you are. But you're also allowed to be homophobic. It's a free society.
Yeah, you're allowed to refuse service, but keep in mind that's worse for your wallet if you're in the economy.
Right.
I'm gonna say what would happen here in Ireland. Of course, I can't speak for America. You have 50 states, which are all which have diverse laws. So over here, I go into a restaurant. I sit down, I have food. I see a gay couple come into the restaurant. They say, okay, sorry, you guys are gay. We don't allow admission to gay people at this restaurant. All the gay people have to do is call consumer protection or some kind of consumer protection agency. And like within a week, there will be discrimination lawsuits on that restaurant. So
you do not have the right to refuse service.
It's strange. Like, so some restaurants would have a dress code where they can't admit you unless you have black shoes. But something you can't change.
See, it wouldn't hold up properly in court because there would be a counterclaim. Oh, the echo.
Here's a good question, kind of similar, I think, to what the other gentleman was pointing out. Could, in this so-called free democratic society, I open a straights-only restaurant?
Of course.
Yeah, it could. Just like the same way people opened a white-only restaurant. Like, there's gay bars which you as a straight man can walk into. So why shouldn't the reversal be acceptable?
Somebody's got an echo again. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, it's Black Man Can when his mic's open.
Is it? Okay.
Okay, people. Yeah, can I jump in for a sec? Okay, people.
Go ahead, Emerald.
Yeah, it's a very fun topic, but it's not for the live stream, please.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, kind of got carried away.
Yeah, Yeah, I know it's easy to fall into political discussions like that, isn't it?
Do you know, I went from globophobia to phobia to other discriminations, and then I went into opening business.
Yeah, and just remind everyone, discrimination is making choices, conscious choices. So that's for every individual different. So let's keep it with that. And back to Flat Earth, please.
Yeah, I want to know if Knight was why I got clarification on that east to west thing. Do you understand how that works on both concepts?
No, I didn't. I'm looking at the diagram, and the diagram.
Well, look at it like a dartboard. Maybe the North Pole would be the
20, right?
bullseye, right? And then all the numbers around the dartboard. You know, you could move your hand around like a little toy plane around the dartboard, going around that circle.
Okay, so north
See
would
what I mean?
change relative to where you are.
So in the general concept of the flat Earth, the North Pole is in the center, and then all the magnets point to the north, so we just go around that central point. So anything away from north, you're going south. Does that make it any clearer as mud, or somebody else want to help us?
No, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, well, another thing, too, is if it were a globe, like, you could follow a straight line east to west and end up back where you start.
You cut out, Curbs.
Yeah, I thought it was me for a second. You cut off, dude.
No, he has dodgy internet sometimes. You just gotta be patient.
So I have another question if anyone wants to pick it up. What about, I remember from geography when I was about 12 to 14 in high school, there's kind of the thing of tectonic plates, of which there's like 7, and when they kind of separate, you have volcanic activity, and when they collide, you have like kind of mountain areas as a result over thousands of millions of years. So in kind of a globe where tectonic plates kind of cover every large landmass and water mass, and then they're all connected. You see, it's like an Easter egg where if you break the Easter egg into 7 parts, you can put them back together. So in a kind of flat Earth model, there would be tectonic plates which have an edge which doesn't connect to anything. You know what I mean?
Problem with that is the idea of tectonic plates is based on something that no one's ever demonstrated or observed.
Really?
So the formation of the question is based on something that doesn't technically exist. So it's not really a question. It's not really a question that we can answer properly.
Okay.
Yeah, because what's a tectonic plate?
Well, tectonic plate would be a large. So in an Earth, you have layers. You have the crust, you have the mantle, and then under that, you have like a hard layer of kind of solidified stone, and that's not generally connected. I'm just going to say that's not generally collected around the whole globe. It's separated, and these separations are what cause the countries on these plates to go in different directions. So, like, you have the concept now, millions of years ago, all the like countries were connected into one mass, and then slowly, as the plates shift, the countries move away from the center of this mass.
So you used an interesting word, which is actually the most apt word for what this topic is about, right? You said this concept. Because
no, I'm saying concept.
As of now, the idea of tectonic plates is just a concept.
Well, I used fully not step on anyone's toes.
No, but you used the correct word because it is fully and wholly a concept. Nothing more, nothing less.
I thought it was proven because I didn't know. For going back to my previous education.
You find this, I mean, even when you're talking about like the mantle and the crust and all this stuff, this is all conceptual. They haven't verified any of that.
Well, don't they drill into the Earth?
How
8
far?
miles. That's the deepest we've ever drilled. 8, not even 8 miles.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how far do you think the crust is supposed?
I'd say 2 kilometers. Without looking at anything or Googling or trying to get one over on anyone, I'm just going to say a rough 2 kilometers.
Yeah, they say about 50 miles.
So more than 2 kilometers. Okay.
Yeah,
they played themselves with that one.
bear in mind, right? They can't verify it, so they could say 1,000 miles. They could say 10 miles.
Well,
who cares? Like, you're just saying numbers at that point, right?
Yeah, but they have seen volcanic activity happening along a straight line, which they sum up to plates separating. Like I think off the coast of not Ireland, but in the Atlantic Ocean, there's a straight line kind of right from Cuba, where there's a lot of volcanic activity in a straight line.
Yeah. That's the classic correlation does not equal causation.
That's okay. I'm not a statistics major, so I don't know how to counter a correlation causation argument. But I thought of if there's a straight line and there's only one vector influencing that straight line, then that would be a causation.
No. So causation has to be. So causation has got nothing to do with statistics. It's a scientific concept. So the idea that something causes something else has to be verified by manipulating it to observe a change in the effect. So correlation is simply noticing that things tend to correlate. You know, and I'll give you an example of why correlation doesn't equal causation. So, you know, as the weather gets hotter, right, murders increase, and as weather gets hotter, ice cream sales increase. So, I mean, I guess I could ask you the question: what causes what? Does the murder cause the ice cream consumption, or does the ice cream consumption cause the murder?
I get that, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm glad that you understand that, because often when I say that, people don't get it. So I can tell you're a very, you know, you're obviously.
I see what you're saying. So what you're saying is if we get more detailed kind of data on ice cream sales as weather goes up and down over time, we can then more easily see if the mapping holds up, and that would be your manipulation. Because obviously you can't manipulate the weather in this situation. So the only way to see if ice cream sales go up as weather gets hotter is to kind of get a lot of data in kind of different subsets of weather temperature and see if that holds true, right?
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't prove it scientifically, right? Because you can't manipulate. But you can look at it and say, well, obviously ice cream sales are not causing murder because there's just this non-sequitur. There's no way that can be true.
Yeah.
So when people, I mean, and obviously this fallacy can be more subtle, which is when you bump into problems. So like you say, oh, well, there's a line of volcanoes, therefore tectonic plates. Well, there's no reason to believe that. It's just that they've said it, and it kind of makes sense because it correlates. But there's no actual reason to believe what they've said.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because you would want to work from first principles. So before the idea of tectonic plates even comes up, you have to observe something. And the only observation you had in this example would be the volcanoes in a straight line. So
and no one would deny that.
And
with
and countries shifting over time.
That one doesn't line up. We can get that one in a bit if you want, but just start with the volcano ones. Right?
I'm looking at the Flight Trader 24 site, and I can see all the countries fit into each other if you were to put them up together. Does not like imply that the countries could fit together?
That's another correlation thingy. But let's just focus with the first thing, right?
I'm looking at how America could fit properly into Africa, and then north of Europe could fit into Greenland, and Greenland could then fit into Canada, and all of the islands.
That's assuming the maps are accurate, and again, that does.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll just stick because we can get onto that in a bit. I have no problem. Just let's focus on the volcano straight line thing for now. So when you do the observation of the volcano straight line, the only thing you know is volcano straight line. You have basically nothing else. So you could speculate, sure, right? But you can't really make any solid conclusions because you don't have any more information.
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying, but like, I guess when I see it, when I kind of see it and think of it, it makes a lot of sense to me that if there was
that's the idea, right?
The plates are like 15 miles, and when you separate the plate, you get to the layer below that, which is kind of like molten lava, and that would shoot up because of pressure. That kind of makes sense to me. But
well, that's what they like. That's what they like to do.
Are they tectonic plates or are they tectonic bowls on a globe Earth?
Yeah, I mean, they would have to be upside down bowls.
Egg fragments, right?
I think the concept of a
regardless,
bowl
like-
means it holds contents. I don't think it applies to large volumes of mass. I think that's just a terminology issue.
Yeah, sure. But regardless, it's like, we're not going to deal with it makes sense to me type arguments, because we're talking about what can be verified and what's real. There are lots of things that make sense that aren't real. Like
Sorry, say that one more time. Sorry, say that one more time.
Oh yeah, so there are lots of concepts that might make sense to a single person that aren't real. So like,
okay, yeah, but problem. There has to be a way to absolutely remove the opinions being facts kind of problem. There has to be a way to get a set of principles which not everyone can agree on, but there can be a consensus. Because you guys say a lot of stuff that makes sense to me, and I'm saying a lot of stuff I hope is making sense to a lot of you.
So you know what the scientific method is?
Yeah, it's where you have a hypothesis and you test a hypothesis and you have a control. I'm probably bastardizing the definition, but that's what I remember from the scientific principle. So having a hypothesis and testing the hypothesis and the different controls to see whether it becomes a theory.
So, okay, so we were talking earlier about how sorry, 1 second. Apply to all good. Yeah. So how we were talking earlier about how correlation doesn't equal causation.
Yep, ice cream example.
Yeah. So the idea is that in order to know that something causes something else, you have to manipulate it and then observe a change in the effect, right? So whatever the effect is, and this is why we can't scientifically validate gravity, just as an aside.
Because you can't manipulate something. Oh, yeah, that makes sense for a lot of concepts in nature. You can't really manipulate them. The only thing you can do is kind of... You can... Like in machine learning, you'll have a target, which is true or false, and then you'll have a bunch of features. And so if you have a bunch of features which are like... So I can say how many... So say it's a cold day. The temperature... I don't have Fahrenheit. I'm going to say the temperature is 10 degrees Celsius. And the ice cream man goes for a neighborhood and he sells 15 ice creams, okay? And then on the next day, it's 30 degrees and he sells 40. And then you'll have these rows of data, which is the same stuff. It's a temperature, it's how many ice creams he sold, it's the temperature, how many ice creams he sold. And then if you have about 10,000 rows of these same very simple two columns, at the end, you're able to very accurately say how many ice creams you'll sell. Because you train a model on these features. You say, if, as an input, it's 40 degrees, how many ice creams will this guy sell on the next day? That's not data manipulation. That's data collection and data
that's
prediction.
Not science.
No. But what I'm saying is that people are able to predict where active volcanoes will be, based on where they have previously been, based on very simple vectors of location, climate, kind of earthquake magnitude surrounding that area, disruption in currents, because obviously when you have a volcano, you have then the uproar of hot kind of steam, which results from the ocean floor heating. So you can tell if a volcano in the ocean is going to happen based on location. You can tell that based on migration fish, because fish are going to get the fuck out of there if it's hot water. So based on all these vectors, then you can predict. And the prediction only holds if all of the base vectors correlate, is what I'm saying. So that could be a way of showing correlation without necessarily manipulating, because when you just flat out say, okay, but we can't know if this is true because we can't test it, that kind of shuts down the argument, because there's a lot of stuff in nature we're never going to be able to test. We can only observe and collect data and then predict and then hopefully avoid stuff like that. But yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, no one here is saying that stuff isn't valid. What you're saying and what you're talking about with regards to statistics, that's valid information for sure, but it's not science, right? So when people talk about science, there is a very established specific method that's used to, get to quote unquote knowledge. That's used for that purpose. So I don't really know what else to say from that point of view.
Yeah, but what you're talking about is experimentation, science from experimentation.
Sure.
What I'm talking about is trying to observe a phenomenon, understand the vectors that influence it, and then try and set
they
a
would be
base
the
of
variables,
axiom-
right?
So yeah, it's trying to set a base of axioms around that, which would make the most sense. And
Well, there wouldn't be axioms.
I don't know about any kind of seismic geology studies, but the fact that when I was in school and I opened a textbook, they have pretty strict boundaries for where they think or know these plates are. I would guess if I was to look into the field, I guess there's some kind of sonar. I know this is going to sound a bit scientific or science fictiony, but I'm going to guess there's some kind of sonar equipment you can use to kind of see the different layers on the Earth. Not the different layers, but the separation of this crust, the separation of this 15-mile long layer.
Yeah, cool. Then go ahead and prove it. I mean, that's all well and good. But what I'm saying is that they haven't been able to yet. So I mean, if you can prove tectonic plates, be my guest.
Okay.
But right now, they're conceptual, and admittedly so, because we've only been a few miles down.
Hey, I got a question. I want your guys' thoughts on it.
Go ahead.
So, I always wondered this: how does flat Earth and hollow Earth coexist together?
It's hollow Earth. I'm actually not familiar with that.
Not necessarily. So there's 2 or 3 different hollow Earth kind of conceptions. One of the hollow Earth conceptions is on the inside of a globe, so lack of curvature, therefore, can't be that.
Hollow Earth and globe Earth don't work though, because globe Earth, they say the interior is all it's all molten lava and stuff, and it's all like filled. Like they don't say the interior of Earth is hollow on globe Earth, right? So it can't.
Yeah, that's right. But there are hollow Earth conceptions that take place inside a globe.
Okay, I see where you're coming from.
But then obviously the molten core wouldn't be a thing, which it isn't anyway. So I mean, whatever. But regardless, that the Earth is provably hollow in places. So we know that there are hollow parts to the Earth. This is established and true, and no one disagrees. So is the flat Earth hollow in places? Yes. Is it hollow in its entirety? Impossible.
Like it doesn't always show this one, but a lot of times it does on the.
Wait, hold on, Red Pill. You're kind of sounds like you're talking under a mask or something. yeah. Very much.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm talking
that's
on.
That's
I'm
perfect.
talking
That's
on
perfect.
my phone right now.
No, that's perfect.
Okay, so.
Nope. Nope. Are you there, dude?
Was that the punchline?
I think so. He jumped down the hollow hole to the center of the Earth, or whatever they live. Sorry, Mr. Island, what's your name?
Call me Demonic. Your name's Crypto, right?
Demonic, yeah. You obviously sound like a YouTuber that I know, and you probably know who I'm going to say.
You're not going to believe me on this topic. I don't watch any of the YouTubers. I think they're getting a fad and they're using the fads to kind of get views. I don't watch any YouTubers on it. Like whenever I speak to you, it's not on stuff I've researched. Again, I know very little about the science. My area is computer science. It's not
Cool.
geology. It's not any other type of science. I'm just
now you make me think even more that you are this YouTuber that I was going to accuse you of being. Because
Who is he,
also has a degree in computer science. There's a guy called Computing Forever, who's an Irish YouTuber. So, you're not redheaded, are you?
No.
Oh. You sure you're from Ireland?
I'm sure. Yeah. He has 2 videos.
He took most of his channel down from YouTube because YouTube basically censored him and demonetized him. So
I can see the punchlines of his videos don't seem the best ad friendly. So,
well, I don't even know what they would say now, but
true.
But anyway, no, he's an interesting guy. But no, you've got a similar way of speaking. It's not just the accent; you have a similar demeanour to him as well.
It might be the case now. If he's from Ireland and I'm from Ireland, we probably had a education. Again, everything I say is based on. I'm gonna say it's based on movies I've watched. It's based on the education I have. I'm not gonna say it's based on my observation. I've been on a few flights and I haven't been into outer space. You know, it's based on it's based on the geography education I had in high school.
Yeah, even astronauts haven't been to space, though. I do appreciate your open-mindedness, though. A lot of people come in with a super snarky attitude.
No, of course, people are going to come in with an ego and try and feel like they're better than people. It's what people do. I'm just here to kind of get everyone's side. I think it's interesting. I'm going to learn a bunch of stuff I didn't know. What's the harm in that?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
There's
as I say, I just
to-
appreciate it. That's all.
Yeah, it's good. There's something I wanted to mention because you did bring it up and we kind of went off about the correlation between the Americas and the Africa continent and stuff like that.
It wasn't a correlation. I was saying if you compress them together, they look pretty. It looks like they fit.
Right. Yeah. So the idea is that prior to them being the way they are now, they were all together. Yeah.
I'm saying that there is based on my geography from like when I was 14, there is an observable of like a few inches per year a drift in which these plates, which would kind of be where the continents are. I think I remember from my education, there's a plate around Europe, there's a plate around kind of Australia and Asia, there's one around Africa, there's one around South America and North America. I think that's one. Then there's one around Antarctica. And then there's a Pacific plate, which doesn't actually encompass a country. And the Pacific plate is interesting, but you have the Pacific plate, which has something called the San Andreas Fault, I believe. I know it because it was in the disaster movie San Andreas, but it's actually a real thing where there's basically a line of volcanoes an earthquake online and offline. And that's because of plates colliding. Because colliding is more likely to cause an earthquake, whereas the separation allows the kind of magma to come up from the layer below. Yeah, sorry, I feel like I'm getting away from your question. Your question was about the way they fit together or something like that, right?
Right, yeah. So I was just going to bring up one example. So you could have like a bunch of houses on one street and then houses on the other street. And from a bird's eye view, they look like they could have been fitted together. And they're all like higgledy-piggledy patterns, but you put them together and they would match perfectly, right? So
yeah, no, I get that. But if you have...
Just let me
go ahead.
Finish this point. So the idea, someone could come along and be like, "What's this? Oh, these things must have been together at once, and they separated, right?" That could be one, maybe plausible idea, right? But it's not the only thing that fits the observation, right? The other option, which is in fact the only option, is that that's just how these funny guys decided to design the street, right? So the reason I bring it up like that, and I know it's kind of silly and crude, but it's just to get the point across. Just because something looks like it fits, right? If there is another possibility, right, to an observation, then you can't say that the one that you choose is the definite one, because if there's another one that fits the situation or the parameters, then by definition your answer is not the correct answer. See what I mean?
Sure, but again, when people build houses, there's a clear intent there to build houses.
Yeah, that's just it was just a crude analogy, right? Because you could do the same with another natural observation. It's just to get the point across. Is just because it's a possibility or it makes sense within the observation doesn't mean that it's definitely the right one. Because if there's any other possible solutions, then by definition, the one that you propose can't definitely be the right one. Do you get it? And it's not about you, it's just about the idea.
I said mine was the right one. I said it's the one that most aligns to my way of thinking, and then I'm looking for people to say another one which aligns to their way of thinking, and then kind of facts or regurgitate on the subject until we all kind of agree or go our separate ways. So I know what you're saying, but like the argument you said, I can basically use on any argument anyone will ever say. It's a broad term of very kind of intellectual.
Yeah, because see, this is the difference, right? Because when it comes to things like volcanoes and stuff, at least in this place, we're not making any claims about that. There's volcanoes. I don't really know the whole depth of how they work. They're just, they're cool. They're devastating. They're interesting, depending on who you are and where you are, right?
You said my way of thinking. Why would you have any way of thinking? It should just be objective reality in front of you, and that's it.
Well, because when I say my way of thinking as a courtesy, because I don't want to. If I say this is the way of thinking, I'm going to offend a lot of people in here. So I say my way of thinking to separate that there is another way of thinking. That's why I'm saying it. It shouldn't say that I'm less confident in what I'm talking about. It's only as a courtesy to other people who think differently.
Well, you don't have to do courtesies in this room, but that's up to you. I do
courtesies everywhere.
That was his choice to jump in. That's not really my topic right now. So I'm just with this thing of the volcanoes, right? Because all these things that you were mentioning about the shift, which, by the way, the observable shift, how did they observe it? Do you know how they observed it? Have you got any citation for this?
No idea where they observe it. However, they taught it to us when I was 14. I'm assuming it's an easy process, but again, I don't know. I think now.
Yeah, that's the problem with this this so-called education, and it's not a slant against you. It's just slant against the way the system works, because they tell you these just so stories, but at no point do they ever really verify them or show you how you can verify them or how you can test them. They just go, oh yeah, here's the thing, do the test, next one. Right, so it's the same with the magma, same with the plate, same with all this stuff. Nothing here is actually tangible or ever been observed. It's just concepts, pure, unadulterated concepts. Well, adulterated, but that's not the point. They're just pure concepts, It's not based on anything. And what they do is they take their concepts, and they impose it upon their observations. So it's like reading someone's mess. It's like taking like a book, right? A whole book, taking a chapter out of the book, taking one sentence out of that book, having an idea already in your head, and then interpreting that verse or that sentence or that discourse between those two characters and interpreting it based on the idea that you already had. That's what has been done with this idea of the magma, the coal, this stuff, right? They've done that, and they've imposed and interpreted and made a conclusion from something that they already thought in the beginning, prior to the observation, and they put it onto the observations. That's not the correct way to critically think on anything. You can't do that if you're going to be intellectually honest. At least one can't do that and say this is the conclusion. The only thing they can say is this is an idea I had, and I'm going to put it into a movie, because really, fundamentally, it's a fiction. Do you understand? Did you follow? You don't have to understand, but do you follow at least?
It's just easier for me to kind of subscribe to a thought that...
Subscribe.
Yeah, again, I'm using these words because it's easier for me to align myself with the idea that the Earth is a globe. Maybe it's in part because I always learned. Maybe it's a kind of the bad reputation imposed on kind of the flat Earth society, which makes me stray away from it. Or maybe it's I even if without the science, I find the concept that kind of people have been lying to everyone for the majority of science kind a bit far-fetched. Maybe it's a combination of those three. That's kind of why
far-fetched. Why?
So what?
Why do you find it far-fetched?
That people have been lying to everyone on the global scale, just because there's no gain. There's no motive that I can see. Yeah, you're controlling people, but maybe they're using the money pumped into the space programs for something else, and if so, what are they using it for?
Does the lack of one's ability...
Sorry, go ahead.
Lied to at a worldwide scale.
Hold up. Does the lack of one's ability or one's ability to see an aim or a motive behind a lie, does that negate the fact that it is a lie? Or that it is not,
a lie is
not accurate?
If you lie to me and tell me you're something you're not, I can think your motive is for boost self-esteem, trick me, give yourself a high feel of importance. That's easy. It's okay. So on a very small scale, it's very difficult for me to ascertain a motive. But on a huge scale, which you suggested, it should be very easy to see.
This comes back to Joseph Goebbels' Big Lie speech, doesn't it? Where he talks about it's actually easier to get away with big lies because people would never believe that large governments and large corporations would tell such falsehoods.
It would strain credulity.
That actually makes it easier to get away with because people think like you. Oh, I don't know why they would lie. Well, sorry, bruh, but we measured the Earth and it's flat, and so they are lying. So I don't need to know why. I mean, it'd be interesting for sure, but I don't need to know why they're lying to know that they're lying.
Okay, well, a lot of people in here, a lot of people I've talked to have a very, because I don't have this when I talk about any of the concepts I claim to know. You guys have a very confident, all figured out kind of way of talking about stuff, but you just you use a lot of kind of philosophers who talk about lying to people, and a lot of kind of don't trust people speech without any kind of practical, I don't want to say evidence, you know what I mean? It's just like whenever I engage in a debate, it starts off with science and it quickly divulges into something that isn't science. It quickly divulges
That's
into
probably because of
human
how you like the
perception
discourse, though.
I'm sorry?
Because you're being cordial, so we're entertaining it. But this is a product of how you like the discourse. Because if we just stuck to the question at hand, right? I could just offhand dismiss every claim made about tectonics and magma and all that because an assertion made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, right? So there is no evidence for any of those things. Now I wasn't going to do that because that's kind of not the most pleasant way to discourse with someone, and that wasn't what you weren't giving me a just so story. You were just saying this is how I understood it from what I learned at 14, right? But if you were going to come in here with like this is my position, well, I'll be like, well, show me. And then the fact that you can't show me means I don't have to give it any time, right? And then we go to the main topic of the nature of the surface of the Earth that we're on, right? There is a claim that has been made, and this isn't even a science question, by the way, because that's cause and effect. But there's a claim that's been made with dimensions as well. And when we test that, those dimensions don't add up.
What do you mean?
Well, the so-called radius of the Earth, we've tested it. It doesn't work. You know, because it has radius. It has a drop value. It has all this stuff, and all you have to do is go outside and test it for yourself. So when you test, when we've tested it, this is what the thing about does it matter the motive of the lie? And it does, and again, doesn't necessitate that everyone's lying. It just few people have to lie, and the rest of people just believe it, right? Same with the school system. If they told you that cheese was made out of, I don't know, red stuff or whatever, some random nonsense, just because they told you at school, everyone's going to believe it because people don't do any tests. You know what people are like? They just go home and that's end of story. But back to the thing at hand, right? Radius of the Earth, you can test it. You go to large bodies of water. You can do long distance observation. There's supposed to be a limit because this is a geometrical thing that they're claiming, right? So there's supposed to be a limit at which you can't see anymore because of the physical horizon. But that's not what's observed. And then this is when someone jumps in with the observation because that's not my style.
Okay.
Come on, somebody.
Yeah, somebody jump in.
I can do the Black Swan if anybody else doesn't want to.
Please do.
Black Swan, the movie.
No, we're not going to be talking about Natalie Portman.
Yeah, the one from Thor. I like her. What's the Black Swan?
She is very pretty, but no, we're not talking about her.
If you have a logical theory that all swans are white, and you find one black swan, does that falsify your theory?
Nope. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Huh?
Yes. I was looking at something else from Air Plata.
Okay. Somebody got it put up. I'm in a grocery store right now, but I can still do it. And it's easy.
Is that there?
Are you looking at the live stream voice too?
I am. There's like a picture of an oil rig or something. So what am I looking
Those
at here?
two oil rigs off the California coast. It's near Santa Barbara, California, I think.
Okay.
This is repeatable. It's been repeated many times. And this isn't the only observation we have. Just get that out of the way. We've got hundreds or maybe even thousands.
Sorry,
people with this
I'm looking at this image and I don't know what I should be looking at. So is
Okay, I'm getting ready to go through it.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to go through it for you. Hang on a second. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're perfectly fine. Dude.
Okay. It's a logical consistency argument. If P, then Q. They're not P, therefore not Q. So if P, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.22 feet times the observer's height. And I screwed that up. 1.22 miles. Somebody help me. I'm stuck. I had a brain.
No, you had it right.
1.22 times the
At 6
square
feet
root
above the ground, the
of the
geometrical horizon should be at 1.22 miles, but we can see beyond that.
No, but there's a
I got it.
specific formula, right? So it's 1.22
I got it. That's
times
the
the
formula.
square root of the observer's height.
Thank you, Crypto. Every horizon distance must be no more than that distance dictated by the globe geometry. You following? Now, so if you look at that picture, that's a guy took his camera down to the beach. He's about 1 foot off the sand, and he's shooting at his oil rig. So can you tell me where the horizon is in that picture? Is it before the oil rigs, in between them, or past them?
Seems to be a kind of dark line. Again, the quality of the image isn't that good, but there seems to be a dark line past both of the oil rigs. It kind of cuts the image in two.
So could we safely say that the horizon is appearing in our view there at least 10 miles away? Can you agree?
No, I can't agree. If I can't accurately make out the second oil rig because one of the antennas is like all benty
Well,
from a mirage.
that's the thing. It's not about how the oil rigs appear. They're just there to mark the distance for us. It's about the horizon. Can you agree the horizon is at least 10 miles away in that picture?
Well, if I can't tell if one of the antennas on the oil rig is straight, then I don't know if the line behind that.
But we know the oil rig is 9.4 miles away. So all I'm asking you to do is agree if the distance the horizon is appearing.
Okay, but we don't know the height of the oil rig.
You're not getting somebody help me.
It's about the horizon. So can you see the horizon?
Yeah, I can see the horizon past the second oil rig.
That could be
cool. Great.
That could be a little rubber ducky floating on the ocean. All we need is a marker of distance. We don't care how the oil rig appears. You understand?
But if the oil rig is appearing warped, then what is to say that the horizon is also appearing warped?
Hey, Demonic, we got to stay focused. It's about the horizon, not the oil rigs. The rigs are there to demarcate distance, and that's it.
Yes, it's about the horizon, but it's also about what appears.
So
you know what? Fuck it. Let's do this then. Yeah. So the whole image is refracted, which is our point. Welcome to flat Earth.
Not the second image. The first oil rig is fine. It's not really refracting. Well, I can't see it. But if you look at the second one, that's refracted to fuck. We can agree on that.
Maybe you don't know the purpose of this argument. I'll elucidate. So, we are told that the ball has a geometric horizon by globe Earth proponents because they need something that ships go over and that makes the bottoms of boats disappear. Correct?
Say that again?
So, we've been told for thousands of years that boats go over a curve, and that's why ships disappear bottom first.
So, boats go over a curve, and yeah, if you were looking at a tall item and it went over a curve, the bottom would disappear first. Yeah, that's correct.
That is correct, but not necessarily for the reason of curvature. We've been told that effect, everyone agrees that effect happens. We've been told that that's because of the curve of the Earth, and we disagree. All right.
Okay.
One second.
Yeah, I've seen that phenomenon myself. I've went to beaches in Ireland and I've seen boats disappear over I guess I would say horizon.
The part you're not getting, sir, is we don't care what the oil rigs look like. All we care is how far away that horizon is. It's supposed to be 1.2 miles away, and it's more than 10.
So can I just finish I was trying to give him the context of the argument, right? So,
Yeah, go ahead.
so we were told for thousands of years that boats disappear over a curve. They disappear bottom up because of the curvature, right? Now, what Elisha was saying earlier is that sometimes there can be different explanations for the same phenomena, and you don't know which is true. So they say curve, we say no, it can actually be an optical phenomenon. Now, the problem you have is that if you realize at some point that the horizon isn't physical and that it's actually optical, which is what we've been saying the whole time, then a boat can't physically descend over an optical phenomena. It would be like saying that the boat's disappeared over a rainbow, right?
Okay.
So that's the point of this. So when you say, oh, but that oil rig is refracting and it looks a bit... That's our argument. So you're actually agreeing with us. Because what the globe tends to say is that horizons are the physical bleeding edge of a sphere. Now, as soon as you say refraction, you're agreeing with us that the horizon is optical and not physical, and therefore not evidence for a ball.
So what's the previous thing this is disproving, that the perceived horizon is like 1.22 miles?
So
did that make sense?
That's just geometry. This is the math of the sphere, using spherical geometry.
Okay.
Right. I sent you the Earth curve calculator. You can see the 1.22 there as well.
I was going to ask you what you're doing, and that looks pretty cool.
I can give you a really simplistic summary of what we've just demonstrated.
Yeah, go ahead. It's a bit lost.
So there's a guy online, and he's selling you a ball, right? And he says, this is the dimensions of the ball. And then you buy it. And you go, okay, well, I'm going to see if what I bought is legit. And you measure it. And it turns out it's a piece of paper. Do you get? Now, obviously, I'm being a bit glib and taking the mick, but that is literally what's happening.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were going to get into some kind of geometry thing. You're just getting into.
No, it's just an analogy to tell you what we've done. It's like somebody selling you an apartment and say, "Oh, it's this many square meters." You go and measure it and say, "No, it's not." But it's even more hilarious because they're saying, "Oh, this is the area of the ball," and then when you go and measure it, it's like, "Hold on, this is a piece of paper. This is a flat circle. What are you talking about?" So it's not that they even lie. It's not that they just lied or just made up the dimensions of the ball, and it's okay, they just sold you a bigger ball than what they really had, right? They didn't even sell you a ball. They sold you nothing. But yeah, back to creation bit, I think we was talking.
Yeah, you can look at the picture I posted at 2 minutes after the hour, and it's just from that curve calculator, plugging in the numbers from the Black Swan. So you have 1 foot off the ground, and then clearly you can see the horizon's past 10 miles. So I just put 10 miles there. But you're seeing the horizon way past where you should. So that's what we're asking. It's like, how can you see that and why?
Sorry, just to decipher this diagram a bit. So H0 is where the guy took the picture?
Correct. 1 foot observer site.
And H1 is one of the oil rigs?
Correct.
Okay.
Past the oil rigs. I mean, you can see they're marked at 9.41 miles and 6.21 miles. You can see the horizon behind platform habitat, which is the 9.41 miles. So you can safely say it's at least 10 miles. I mean, you could go further than that, but we'll just give you the benefit of the doubt, I guess.
Okay. So the argument is you should not be able to see the thing at all if the Earth was actually curved.
Based on the geometry that we're given, right, on the 3959 radius, you should only be able to see the horizon at 1.22 miles at a 1 foot observer site.
Without oil rigs.
Okay. So why is it taking this long for something like this to emerge?
You found it.
It's been emerged. You have to understand they changed. This has been going on for centuries, man. This is not something new.
Okay.
That's the simplicity of this thing. It's been in everybody's faces the whole time, like the natural physics of water don't make a ball, but nobody actually contemplates that and thinks about it.
Yeah, another thing to think about is the fact that this topic is so heavily censored. And if
Well,
it was,
I do see that because I'm coming in here. Well, I haven't done a huge amount. I haven't done any research into the field, but there are a bunch of stuff by you guys, stuff that's either said verbally or shared through resources, which I've never seen before in my life. You know what I mean? That's very interesting to see.
yeah, I mean, we're heavily censored, and in fact, I can't remember who it was. It was one of the members of YouTube. Basically, went to the Senate, and they were talking about censoring specifically flat Earth content, but also conspiracy theories in general. Now, the flat Earth isn't hateful in any way. It's not bigoted. You know, flat Earth as a group doesn't say that people should be killed or discriminated against or any of that stuff. So there's no reason to censor flat Earth.
I can agree. I've been in here for 2 days, and everyone's been kind of really nice.
So, well, I mean, sometimes we get a bit passionate, of course, but I don't think anyone's... But I mean, the group as a whole doesn't advocate for, like, the oppression of anyone or, like, you know, so what I'm trying to say is that let's say that they, for instance... Because I'm a free speech absolutist, so I don't really believe that anyone should be censored from YouTube.
I agree with
narrow
you have corporate interests involved with YouTube, so good luck with that. If YouTube was open source now, you'd be having... I suppose there are alternatives to YouTube.
Well, Library's on the way. There's another one called Lighthouse that's on the way. I think these free speech platforms, the robust free speech platforms, are certainly on their way.
That's funny. Was Google own a platform called Lighthouse?
Oh, do they?
Yeah, but it's for like.
Oh yeah, it's
yeah.
That's
websites.
right. Yeah, but it's not the same. Luckily, but regardless, what I would say is if. So they don't really have a legitimate reason to censor flat Earth. Not that I think that there are any reasons to censor politics anyway. So then the question has to be, why are they so keen on censoring it?
That makes sense. I suppose if educators believe it's spreading misinformation, which is the kind of narrative I hear a lot, then they'll have cause to censor.
But we've already demonstrated to you that they can't possibly know this because they can't prove their own world. And regardless, it's a very convenient worldview to have, isn't it? It's what I think is correct, and I will therefore censor my opponents. Right? Like, how dangerous to hold that as a principle.
Say what holds what as a principle? Hello, Crypto?
Sorry, one second, mate.
No problem.
Yeah, I think I was just saying it's a convenient worldview, isn't it? To just say that my worldview is correct, and anyone saying anything different will be prevented from speaking.
I think stuff like that isn't right, but I think, as you said, if people are trying to suppress you, there needs to be people in this community who are kind of outspoken and kind of open these open forum discussions. I think that would be a step to getting you guys what you want, I believe. You know?
Well, I think most people in here just we want our point of view to be fairly represented by the media, and ultimately we'll want the truth to be allowed to come out, whatever that is.
And let's not forget that you came here. We didn't come looking for you.
That's true. That's true. I wanted to learn again. I'm not pushing an agenda to suppress people. I just want to learn.
The main thing that I would say all of us agree on and we're looking for is proof of the three major globe claims: that it's a ball, that it's in motion, and that it exists in a environment that violates the second law of thermodynamics. The vacuum of space does not exist. They can't prove it. How do you have gas pressure without a container? There, I just did the 3 points on you real quick. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, well, maybe we can pick up on that. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Oh, you're asking me. So that's obviously a kind of comment on the atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
So you're
Being
saying
next to a vacuum.
Okay, so I see now. Okay, that kind of leads on to the viewpoint I was kind of confused on last night, where a lot of people saying we're of the opinion that space didn't exist because of vacuum. Yeah. So you're saying
Yeah, so it's not that.
I know.
It's not that space doesn't exist. It's the outer space. The vacuum of outer space doesn't exist.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you're assuming like it would be not necessarily oxygenated, but as the further you go out, there wouldn't be any kind of vacuum which has no kind of molecules of oxygen or hydrogen in it. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
like,
we don't know.
Okay.
What we do know is what they tell us it is. It can't be.
Okay.
So.
And what we do know is to have gas pressure, you need a container.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And also to have a vacuum, you actually need a container. You can't have a vacuum next to air pressure without the air pressure filling the vacuum. Whether the vacuum is contained or the air pressure is contained doesn't actually seem to matter.
What I see a lot in kind of the debates between Flat Earth and Globe Earth is the Flat Earth would have a lot of small scale kind of experiments, and they say it can't work if we blow it out to a big scale. You know what I mean? I see this with a vacuum, I see this with Horizon, I see this with the Earth being a water ball. You know, there's no kind of proof. Well, I'm saying I know what you guys. You guys are getting the small fundamentals and expanding it and saying it can't possibly be like this because on a small scale it doesn't happen. And then kind of my people's standpoint would be that like stuff changes on a smaller scale. So like you could argue that as oxygen fills the atmosphere and it gets thinner and thinner and thinner as air pressure does, that eventually there would be a point where there's no pressure.
Sure, but there's no reason to believe that because you can't demonstrate it, right?
Can I ask him one question? At what distance does water change its behavior and start holding a curve? What scale does that happen at?
Well, don't we have water? Well, I don't know what your guys' opinions are on planets, right? Is that like what's your guys' opinions on like planets?
To answer that question, you're going to go to the sky? I'm just curious.
We just showed you like a 26-mile patch of flat. You know, and then if the ball is 71% water, how many flat places can you have on a ball?
So that's the thing. Like I would argue, like if you have a degrees of 0.03% curve, then it's obviously going to appear flat unless you get down into minuscule angles. It only appears curved if you get a large enough scale. You know what I mean?
We just went through the calculations, right? We just went through the measurements on the Earth curve calculator. So
there's no flat surface on a ball, man. Okay.
Yeah, philosophically, again.
I'm not saying there's a flat surface on a ball. I'm saying the surface's curve is so small because it's such a small section of that area. Like it would,
No, that's impossible. It's impossible anyway.
But that small section is a small.
Go 100. Why don't you just go 180 degrees? Let's go 180 degrees. Go 180 degrees. Are we not going to notice 180 degrees traveling? Are we not got 19 hours? New York to Sydney.
He's just doing I think Dave calls it the Ron Jeremy fallacy. It's just too big. But the point isn't that it couldn't be the case. The point is that there's no reason to believe that it is the case, right? So understand what the argument is. They're saying that this happens at that scale with no evidence. So there's no reason to believe that that's the case. Therefore, it is discarded. Does that make sense? I'm not saying that because what you're doing is you may even not realize that you're doing it, but you're putting the burden of proof on us. Right, we don't have the burden because we didn't make the claim. They claim that at that scale there is this curvature. There's no reason to believe that.
Okay, so what would be? Someone said it to me earlier, and there's like 3 things you're looking to as potential proof. I think it was the guy with the nice American accent. Wasn't creation.
The 3 main globe claims he was talking about.
I pointed out the 3 main globe claims. That it's a ball, that it's in motion, and it's in a vacuum of space. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I'm not going to try and disprove them. I was just looking for them as potential later research. Again, I'm coming in here with no science information, just trying to disprove what I have. I didn't realize how ingrained it was in my head.
Any of those three, we'd love to see them. I'm sure.
Sure, anyone would.
Try and prove them. Try and prove them exclusively. Let's put it that way.
Exclusively? Why has there been attempts to prove them mutually?
So what people will do, and I'll give you an example. Have you heard of Eratosthenes?
Is he like a Greek philosopher?
Well, allegedly.
Okay. I've heard the name.
So Eratosthenes allegedly put two sticks in the ground, measured the difference in angles at noon from the sun, and then worked out what portion of the ball that was. He then worked out the distance between those two sticks, multiplied the distance between the two sticks by the portion. So they're about 500 miles apart, and it was about a 50th of the quote-unquote ball.
Oh, I've heard that story.
And then came... Sorry?
I've heard that story before. Sorry to interrupt you, but I've heard that story.
Sure. So anyway, he then decided that the circumference was 25,000 miles. And nowadays they say that it's 24,901. So pretty close, right?
Yeah, pretty close.
The problem is that you've assumed a ball to prove a ball, right? So when I say exclusively, Eratosthenes works on a ball and a flat surface. So you can't use it to prove a ball or to prove a flat surface. It doesn't prove either.
But when you say he works off a ball, you mean he's like already assuming that the Earth is a ball when he's...
Yeah.
What you meant?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's assumed the Earth's a ball. He's seen a 7.2 degree angle difference. He's divided 360 by 7.2 to get 50. He's then said, okay, so there's 50 times 500 mile section. Therefore, the Earth is 25,000 miles.
And
So that's how the maths works.
Sorry, I'm looking at a meme someone posted in chat. Is he using the shadows cast by these objects or something?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But of course, if you assume the Earth's flat, then you can still get the same 7.2 degree difference, and you can actually work out where the sun is instead.
Okay.
So whatever the assumption is whatever you prove, right? So therefore, you haven't proved anything.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But you'll notice that all of these globe proofs are also possible on a flat surface. It's just that no one has actually been told what those flat, explanations be, and so they assume that they're only possible on the globe.
And this Aristophanes character is a mystery character because really he only came into the mainstream of our knowledge in the 80s. So before that, there was no mention of this guy.
Yeah.
And then now people are thinking, did he really live now? Is the question.
I'm reading up now, like, it was very difficult to kind of get how long a distance was. I'm reading up now he paid people or probably had slaves to walk that distance or something.
That's right, 500 miles.
Yikes.
And you still got to get a message back as well of what's going on.
Yeah,
how would you relay that back?
The funny thing is that I just attack the philosophical kind of underpinning and how illogical it is, but there's also just methodological issues as far as the eye can see with Eratosthenes. It's ridiculous that people think that this proves anything at all.
Yeah.
And plus all that story that he went, I don't know how much, 1,000 miles, and he put sticks or what, 2,000 years ago. Ah.
That's interesting because when I first came in here, I didn't think kind of any flat Earth theories. Again, I'm not versed in them. I didn't think they would hold up to scrutiny, but they are.
Yeah, I would say a lot of people in this room had that same experience. The one thing that actually pushed...
Red flag. Sorry, go ahead, Crypto.
No, go ahead, mate, go on.
I was just saying that was my first red flag, too. You think it's stupid, and then you actually look at what people are talking about, and wait a minute, this makes sense. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, the main thing that really pushed me over from being like a globe skeptic to being like a fully fledged flat earther is hearing how retarded the globe earth arguments are. and that they're just all based on assumption or presupposition or some other kind of philosophical
Scientism,
framework.
zealotry.
Yeah, exactly. There was nothing that I could go and do myself to prove my globe. There was nothing I could do, and so that made me think, well, these arguments are so weak that it's suspicious.
It's ridiculous. They're so weak. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that weak. That's what I was thinking. This is ridiculous. It's
That's why I
embarrassing.
That's how
Did I
felt
believe
too.
in this? Yeah. How did I believe in this?
Well, you were just told that it was fact without being presented. I understand why people would believe it, but what I don't understand is why people continue believing it after they've spoken to us and are fully aware of all the problems with the globe.
Well,
That doesn't make sense to me.
People, I think, don't want to unlearn what they already know. I feel like that's just a person thing.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
As I'm suffering through that right now. I've a question. It might be off
Yeah, I'm
topic,
sure.
but how do you guys? Again, when I'm talking to all of you, I'm trying to take any assumptions out of my head. Just take it as kind of an open canvas. So what I was gonna say, how do your kind of views on this affect your kind of day-to-day life in terms of interacting with people? Do you not bring it up at all? Are you surrounded by kind of family and friends who kind of have the same viewpoint? Do you get kind of judgment when you say it to new people?
You don't even want to know.
Really?
No. Let me give you an insight into my life. This afternoon, my children were making fun of me because I often ask them, "Is the Earth flat?" So my third eldest son, who is 16, he's asking his older brother, "Is the Earth flat?" And it's the way I say it. So the interaction within the family, it's joyful. They know it is, and they're making fun of Danny because I informed them back in 2015. So you can see, since 2015, that a month doesn't go by that I talk about it with them. Not every day, just once in that month. So today, my son was taking the mickey out of me, right? But asking his elder brother. Okay, there's 4 boys, so that's one kind of thing. And then when I'm out on the streets, I have no problem talking about the flat Earth to anyone. No problem at all. Of course, the response I get are varied, but no problem at all. It's easy. It's where I live. It's the truth, isn't it? So it's no problem for me to talk about the truth, you see.
It can be a little hard to size up who to allow in on or talk to about it. Flatman Can, I muted you because your mic was echoing. Did you want to add something?
I wanted to say that also on the other side, people lost a lot of friends because of this.
Really, I can't imagine. Well, again, I can't imagine one of my friends saying, "I think the Earth is flat." Again, I'm not really the judgment type, but I can't imagine casting someone out of my life for just a difference in something like that. That seems kind of ridiculous to me.
Well, I just
Wait, hold on. Don't you live in Ireland?
Yeah, I live in Ireland.
You should be familiar with how people behave over differences in opinion.
Yeah, but that's why I said
Yes.
I can't imagine me doing that. I can't imagine people people kill each other over here because of difference in Catholic and Protestant religions, bro. People kill each other over here for wearing a different football jersey. I can imagine how the kind of flat Earth thing would cast a rift between people, but no, I think it's good having a kind of group of people who believe in different things. If you're just again, before this, I was just feeding into my narrative, and then I come here and I have different opinions. It's better for me overall.
People get scared because they're afraid of the sort of actions that are informed by your thinking. They think, okay, you're anti-science, you're probably crazy, or you're a religious, wacko nut job who's not going to be socially presentable to me and my friends. And so they start thinking on all of these unspoken levels where they size you up by the ideas that you're willing to, respect and or look into. And so people get really scared with this sort of stuff. So when you're talking to them, you can try to allay their fears as much as possible by just saying it's just the shape of the Earth, if they're even willing to have the discussion. But some people, are too scared to even open the door.
That makes sense.
Now-
Inside middle.
And listen, this. Sorry, Jim. For me, it doesn't matter to pick. Sorry, Jim. Only to say this. Doesn't matter for me to say I'm flat earther. I'm flat earther. I'm with these people. I'm flat earther. Man, the globe is not working. That's the problem.
True.
Yeah. The problem that the whole flat Earth community endure is that we've now become case studies now. So, you know, anyone who's like highly educated will be approaching us like we are. We've got screw loosies. They're trying to do a psychological evaluation. Now, I'm going to post a video that I watched today that answers your question exactly as to what we have to endure, okay? The guy's name is Michael Marshall. He's a young man from the UK. This is last year, yeah? It was the last year's video, but I only saw it today for the first time. Accidentally, okay?
I'll watch it, bro.
Yeah, you can watch it later on because it's a 2-hour one, okay? But I watched it.
Oh, wow.
Now, yes, because it's a case, because what it is he presents the flat earth, you know, flat earthers, and he presents us completely wrong. He talks about Samuel Rosebottom, but he associates him with the Flat Earth Society, which is wrong again, okay? And it's just the way, the typical things that they say about us, even associate us with anti-vaccines and things like this, okay? We have too many conspiracies. We don't believe in the 9/11. We don't believe in Kennedy killings. This guy really does a hatchet job on us.
Don't believe Holocaust also, you know?
Yeah, it was held in a university in Brazil. One guy that was asking questions. This guy asking a question to Michael Marshall, he is a theoretical physicist. And he says, how can you have a serious conversation with a flat earther when they don't know the rules? And I'm thinking, but you have no, you're just a theorist. So how can we take you seriously, actually? I'm thinking. It's theoretical physics. That's all you do. You know, it's just an insult, you know, but you got to look at how they see us. Okay, I'm going to post it in a minute. But to see how it's a joke, it's an insult. So we have to endure that as well. Remind people that we're not people that you do case studies on. You have no proof. So you're the one that's crazy walking around believing in something that you cannot prove. We're saying something's amiss here. We don't see the curvature. We don't feel the spin. How are we in space without a barrier in the back, according to the globe, in the vacuum of space? You know, these are valid questions.
They are.
But we're a case study now. Yep.
We're a case study in basically what happens when you go outside of the narrative, because some of these people actually want to agree with us, but they're like, they see the shouldersome burden that we carry as going against, you know, the groupthink. That's why they lump us in with a basket of deplorables: conservatives, white people, Trump supporters, anti-vaxxers, anti-science people, Luddites, whatever, saying that these ideas are unacceptable. So if you want to be acceptable in society, believe it's a globe, go along with the programming and go along with the conditioning.
Yeah. I have posted said video. It is an in-thing what?
Okay.
You know, you'd have to bite tongue because you want to. Yeah.
I was all okay. Put on the background tomorrow.
You want your TV up. Yeah, take your time with that one. It's 2 hours. I watched it all the way through because the interesting question and answer session as well.
Okay.
And Michael Marshall from the UK, he's there with his wife. But you don't see his wife. His wife's behind the scenes. But, you know, he also goes on about how he tries to approach the flat earthers to try and convince us that the earth is a globe. And basically, it's the reverse of our tactics, really now. Our approach, in a way. And I was laughing. I was just laughing. I think, no, this is what we do to you. We're never going to go back to the globe. You can't. And then when you look in the comments, one of the first comments this is, once you go flat, you never go back. That was the first comment I read right at the top. I thought, yeah.
I see it there.
Man. And
it's the second one now. The first one is like Brazilian or something, or Portuguese.
There you go.
I see it.
There you go. Yeah. So it's a great video to watch. 2 hours. You know, you need a lot of patience if you're a flat earther, you know.
Well, the coveted position of any Satanist, postmodern anti-truth zealot, is to take the truth, pervert it, and condition people to believe anything, even something that's not true, like the heliocentric, cosmology.
Yeah. sorry to go on about this video. It's actually called The Rise of the Flat Earth. And this was published in January 2020, last year, a year ago now, right? Just over a year ago. The thing is, it's a problem for them, isn't it? This is the overtone. This is what I feel. Flat Earth is a problem. They want us to go down. They can't wait for us to go away. So in my comment, I put there, Flat Earth isn't going away anytime soon. The heliocentric model is absolutely dead. Flat Earth truth, smashing the heliocentric model to smithereens. And at the bottom, you've got a snowball's chance in hell right at the end.
Sorry, just because there's something that's lost on me. So the heliocentric model, is that like the traditional model I would have I'd be familiar with?
That's the solar system as we know it today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Helio is in the sun god, right?
Alright, I thought Sol was the sun god.
Pagans! Yeah, so Night with a White.
Yeah,
Do you have any other conceptions that you might have held that you might want to get reformatted in your mind while you're here?
No, I think what Jim said. Is it Jim? Yeah, it's Jim. What Jim said was really actually accurate because you guys are kind of grouped in a lot with other groups, and I think Meadow also chimed in on that as well. That's something I didn't see. That's something I just thought. Before now I was actually like, okay, yeah, they are all these different groups, but now I realize that you're just groups together.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of these marginalized groups have a point. And I think that's you start to realize is that these people who run the show and tell you about all these groups being bad, it's not objective. It's just that the people who run the show don't like these disparate groups.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all it is they're saying we don't like this group, but we don't like. They know that they can't just say, oh, we don't like this group, so they have to tell you bad things about the group without allowing you to access their legitimate points, right? So that's all it is. It's just propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
They think we're ignorant and we're not rational. That's what the video overtones are there as well. They see us as ignorant. We're irrational. Yeah, and that's that's slander. That is just slander in itself.
But again, with no evidence for it, right? There's no evidence that we're ignorant. Why would you believe it? Just because they're saying it. I mean, that doesn't mean anything.
No, definitely.
People
The first
can make all
surprise
sorts of claims.
the first surprise I was hit with when I came in here is that like a lot of you are like very well spoken, intelligent, you know your stuff, but there are a lot of members of this community which kind of do you guys a disservice, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, but some of them might not even be legitimate. That's another
you think they're just kind of okay?
Oh, of course, there's
yes.
shills. I wouldn't want to name names or anything, but yeah.
No. They've come into the Flat Earth community. They know the argument. They pretend to be with us, and then they leave and go back to the ball just to undermine the Flat Earth in that way. They've come and gone like this.
Well, I can give you an example. There's a guy called Jose Gonzalez, I think his name, and he pretended to be a flat earther for about a year. Yeah, so he pretended to be a flat earther for about a year, and then decided that actually the flat Earth's silly and he's going to go back to the globe. And I had a conversation with him about 4 months ago, and I asked him, so what would you say is a good argument for the flat Earth? Which you would have thought an ex-flat earther could answer that question. And so he couldn't answer. He couldn't give me a single argument for the flat Earth, and I was just like, well, why were you convinced in the first place if there were no arguments for it, right?
I think
very, very suspicious.
Didn't want to answer it.
No, but I said to him, I recognise that you're...
No, he didn't want to answer it. He knows the arguments very well.
But I said to him, Jin, I said to him, I recognise that you're on the globe side now, but what was a good argument that got you into flat Earth?
No.
And he had nothing.
Jose is the guy who realized that he can profit with these things, be on neutral side in one moment.
That makes sense, yeah.
100% correct.
Yeah, that
100% correct.
I know
You don't need to shout into your microphone, Jen. Relax.
He was just really agreeing.
Well, the thing is, there is a lot of, psychological study, infiltration. I think it's a big government psyop. The flat Earth tends to bring people to belief in some sort of a creator. Not always, but some people are coming to belief in a creator, even in some cases a Christian one. But people are different. But I think they want to basically intercept, especially belief in a creator in this, age of nihilism and, hopelessness. They want to rob people of that purpose from being in a flat encased system that's obviously created by some sort of creator like, God.
Well, they're calling us creationists, and we believe that the earth is 6,000 years old only because it's biblical. They've thrown that on us as well.
So just to do a kind of a quick survey, would like the majority of people who also believe in flat Earth, in your guys' opinion, because you guys have obviously been exposed to more people who are kind of like-minded in your thinking, would they also be kind of religious people who believe in a god and kind of they don't believe in evolution, they don't believe in stuff like the Big Bang?
Yeah, none of us believe in evolution.
Like a third, I'd want to say like a third are creationists. Christians maybe or something like that, or a third or some sort of creationist at the very least. A third are just like, it's flat, and a third are just like, kind of, a combination or something like that.
Because I think I would consider myself an atheist, and the reason I say this is because I think if you're an atheist, then your only option is to align yourself with a very scientific way of thinking, and of course, if you do that, you're gonna believe what NASA say, you're gonna believe what all the kind of studies on kind of the stuff say. You're gonna align yourself with the astronomy.
You will not when you find out that they didn't use scientific methods.
Yeah, the correct word for that kind of thinking would be a consensionist.
Consensus.
I think, yeah, because you're just going with the consensus. Probably that's a wrong word. It's a made-up word. Doesn't matter, right? The point is, what you described. And it's no slight against you. It's just a product of culture, I guess. The echo, please. So what you described is just appealing to the consensus of the so-called quote-unquote scientists, right? So Science Today, NASA, all these guys. But when you actually hold them up to the simple standard of the scientific method, it's not real science. So if someone actually wants to be to the scientific method, yeah, that's cool. Just don't let somebody dictate to you what that is, right?
Well, let's actually, what the paradigm is under science. They want materialism. They want it to form itself as much as possible without appeal to a creator, which is understandable from a scientific materialist standpoint, but is that justified? Is it justified to say that this ball has to make itself with some sort of gravity-making force with or without appeal to a creator? Is that even justified? I mean, that's just basically saying this unjustified thing on the materialistic side, that it has to scientifically make itself to be scientific. Who justified that? We can still explore it with or without a creator, without appealing to a creator in a scientific, systematic way.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah, a lot to unpack, but I think I got a gist of it now. See, it's very interesting to me.
Well, basically, it's saying that
go ahead.
The heliocentric model doesn't really follow the scientific method, whereas Earthers, we adhere to that. That's our foundation. That is our standard. When you meet the heliocentrists and the heliocentric model, there's nothing there. It does not follow the scientific method. It's what I'm looking for. It's against natural law. Okay, it flies in the face of the scientific standard. You can't work with it. Okay, basically.
Well, you have scientific method and you have a framework that is the general just so story to guide what you would like to be scientific exploration. Did we see gravity pulling stuff into balls? Not really. Do we see gravity making orbits in our lab on Earth? No, they say that the gravitational pull of the Earth is too big to do so. So at that point, it becomes demonstrated and a little unscientific on that regard. So at best, it would be a framework where they're saying, we're going to hope that we're going to see gravity pulling stuff into balls and say this just so story to guide exploration toward that front. So we need to see if it has been demonstrated in a consistent way and or backs up the just so story that science told itself to guide exploration.
it's been said of us here, we have too high a standard. Or you've heard people from other servers who are protecting the heliocentric model. They want to do away with the scientific method. It's too high a standard, apparently. This is crazy.
Well, they're asking us to have faith that their gravity pulling into balls just so model will work, and that's fine. We got to have faith eventually, but are we getting any real evidence? Or could we go with something else to get the same thing? Could we have electromagnetism, say, over a flat plane?
You know what's pretty good is remembering that this was a conversation with Knight with a Y, yeah? So don't go philosophizing off into the air.
No, I'm going to disappear soon. I'm going to disappear soon, but I like talking to everyone. Everyone was really good.
Yeah, it's just that people have fun and they forget that there was actually someone that was talking. So I just reminded them who's here.
Mm-hmm.
And also keep in mind that you need to take the narrative with the facts. And by the facts, I mean what we're observing with or without this just so story narrative to explain what's going on. There are several facts that could go with several narratives, but not all narratives go with the facts in a consistent way. They're saying this narrative that everything forms into a ball by gravity. Do we see facts to back that up here on Earth? No. We're asked to go to space and have faith that that's what's occurring in space. Is that good enough for, me, the conspiratard flat earther? No. I'm going to probably, go back to the scriptures with a first-person-ish account of this guy saying that it's pressed out like clay under the signet ring. And that's flat. But different strokes for different folks. We got to look at their narrative and or the facts that narrative can account for or not.
It's interesting. I never, whenever when you're discussing something, whenever you're talking with someone, I never really thought to look from their narrative. But
there's several different narratives. And that's why I look at the narrative mostly, because the narrative will inform how you look at the facts.
It's about applying wisdom and critical thinking, right? If you haven't found out all about a matter, how can you come to a correct conclusion or judgment on the matter, right?
Yeah.
Like imagine a judge who just hears the defense and doesn't hear the prosecution, or vice versa. Mm-hmm. He's going to make a decision based on half the story at best, and any decision he makes is going to be fundamentally foolish, right?
Yep.
Look at all the narratives, and as much as possible, all the facts. Are facts being suppressed? Are narratives being boosted and suppressed as well?
Yeah. So to go back to the ball being too big, demonic Knight, when you travel from one point to the other, let's take it the UK to Australia, that's almost 180 degrees of that ball. So it doesn't matter how big that ball is. It could be as humongous as the universe. You're going to be in two different positions. Are you not going to notice it on the ball? Are you telling me you're not going to notice that? Think about it for yourself.
So you're saying if I'm traveling from one location to the other, that whole... So that how long would that journey be? Like 14 hours? 20 hours?
19 hours. 19 hours.
So I'm observing for, say, 30 seconds. And as I observe 30 seconds of that 19-hour journey, I'm observing a very small section of that journey.
Yeah. But
so that small section of that journey will look flat, but then how can I know? How do I trust my observing? How can I distinguish a tiny...
even 30 seconds of that journey, there's got to be curvature there. That's the thing. It's a ball, you see. There can be no flat surface on a ball. It's just not possible. Because in engineering, the slightest blemish on a ball bearing will not be put into an engine.
In engineering, they round pi to 3.
Yeah, I'm talking about ball bearings and bearings that are using crankshafts and, camshafts and the like, yeah. But ball bearings are used in a motorcycle wheel, in a bicycle wheel. These things are perfectly spherical because if they were not, it's doomed to failure, doomed to noise and overheating. The Earth is an oblate spheroid, okay?
We see initial logic with a ball versus a flat table. The flat table appears to rise toward the level of the eyes, much like the surface does as you go up higher and higher in elevation. You see a surface that appears to ramp, and it doesn't appear to curve down and drop immediately. The only time that you would have something rising up above the level of the eyes on a curved surface is if you were somehow below the surface and lower in elevation beyond this hump of curve on some level. So if you can't say contradictory things like we're at the top of a ball, but it looks like the ball is going upward because we're below the ball and not at the highest position on the ball. That's contradictory. So it appears to be more logically consistent with a surface that's ramping up toward the level of the eyes, even if it doesn't rise perfectly at that level. But it wouldn't be expected to be at that level perfectly anyway, since you're dealing with a surface that's actually below the level of the eyes anyway. But you would see ramping that's more consistent with a flattish surface.
Getcha. I'm trying to get you again. Every
Demonic
time
Knight. My point is this. Sorry, Demonic Knight.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I was just saying, you've got to, you've got to experience that curvature. If you can experience it on a roller coaster ride, if you can experience it when you're driving your car or riding your bike and it over hills, stands logically that you're gonna notice a 180 degree, curve there. Okay, from on this ball flying, you're gonna notice it. There's no way. There's no getting out of that. I'm afraid. You know?
Can I answer this question?
Yes, please.
Well, I just did the math, and it turns out when you travel by plane in 19 hours to the other side of the world, allegedly, it is 1,140 minutes, and that turns out to be 0.157 degrees per minute of curvature that you are experiencing. So I don't think you can notice that.
I'm sorry, you're going to notice it because hang on a second. We're going from point A, which is 0, to New Zealand or Australia, which is almost the other side of a ball. That's 180 degrees. So there's no way you're going to fly a plane level and you're not going to notice this curve. The attitude of the plane has to follow the curvature of a spherical ball. Has to follow it. So and that's the law of nature. Okay. So you're going to be upside down without a doubt. Without a doubt. It's impossible to even begin not to think that.
Sorry, Jim, from this perspective, are you like a passenger on the plane or the pilot? Because I'm thinking as a passenger.
You could be the passenger or the pilot. It doesn't matter. The attitude of the aircraft has to follow the.
I'm the bird on the plane, sitting.
Yeah, I think there's some points of order required now. There's some cross talk. There's some cross talking and like missing the point.
Sorry, I just gotta say one thing.
Yeah, I would just like to mention that. Can I just mention that this is a red herring anyway? Saying that you are on a ball and you wouldn't know that you're on a ball because X. None of that is proof that you're on a ball in the first place. It's just explaining away why no one actually can tell that they're on a ball. It doesn't mean that you're actually on a ball.
Okay, so we had two guys speaking. I think Jin was saying if you're going from point A to point B, it's 180 degrees. And then Ard is saying you are going that distance in that degrees, but you're not experiencing the 180 degrees at once. You're experiencing it in 1 minute of 0.127 or something. I don't know what the exact number was. But I think those were...
Yeah, So this is a common claim. This is a common fallacy that the Globers use called a fallacy of scale. So what they'll do is they'll put things in terms that make them seem small or insignificant.
I see.
But when you're talking about when you're talking about like 10 degrees on a ball or whatever, of the ball that they say, that's like thousands of miles, or at least hundreds of miles. So when you put it in those contexts and you realise that I forget exactly what it is, but you're meant to be dropping something like 200 foot a second or something ridiculous.
I can tell you that now. It's at 500 miles an hour. At 500 miles an hour, an aircraft would have to nose down 1 mile every 2 minutes. to follow the curvature of the Earth, which is 24,901 miles. That's every 2 minutes. It's got to be doing a 1 mile nose dive, basically, bringing the nose down.
Yeah, so that's 5,280 feet in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So what's that?
And how much is that compared with the speed of the plane, the horizontal speed?
That's about 60. That's about 60 foot a second, right? So the point is that if you were dropping 60 foot a second, you would absolutely know that was the case.
We would know it being passengers in the plane if we had the nose down. We would feel that.
Well,
Plus,
I don't think you would really feel that all much because.
It's a good thing that I've flown before. I know that doesn't happen, and my cousin, who's a pilot, says that doesn't happen. So it's flat. He just flies in a straight line.
Hold on, Raj, for a second, because this is actually very interesting. You said your brother who's a pilot, right? Interesting.
Cousin.
Oh, sorry, cousin. Yeah. Is he also kind of a flat Earth believer? I'm just interested.
Haven't talked to him about it. Maybe I will when I see him.
You should, man. His perspective as a pilot would be interesting. That'd be cool.
Yeah, all he knows
I don't know.
Goes to work and picks up passengers, takes them on a plane and drops them off, and then comes back. That's his day's over.
But he also have a plethora of information on navigating, so I assume he might have some input for this conversation. All right. I know.
We have several pilots that are members of this server, just to let you know.
Oh, damn.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. We have pilots in here.
Yeah. Would you be interested in hearing an ex co-pilot? Her name is Lucinda, I think her name is. She got grounded because she discovered that the Earth was flat, and the reason for her discovery was that her son had been injected with some vaccines, okay, and he got very sick, and it somehow switched her on. So prior to her son getting these injections, she must have heard about vaccines being dangerous, okay, but she ignored that, vaccinated her child, has brain damage of some kind for a while, sickness. I think the child recovered, but it got her thinking about other things, and somehow she kind of like realized a few things didn't make sense, and she could see the flat Earth, and she was talking to the pilots about it. I mean, both being men, they took a negative stance on what she said and reported her. Then she had to have psychological evaluation, which resulted in her like not flying in the plane anymore and getting a desk job. Okay, wow. It's a wonderful story. It's 53 minutes long, and it's a great one, you know. And she tells you about gyroscopes. Yeah,
just DM him the video. You don't need to go on
live stream, please. Live stream.
There was a point he had that I don't think anyone actually addressed correctly, right? So he was talking about how he can trust his observations, and he brought up the plane. So Night with a Y.
I want to give the gents a reminder. It's ladies' night.
Yeah,
about 7 minutes.
We got 8 minutes. So I just want to address this quickly. So Night with a Y, you were talking about whether you can trust your observations, and you brought up the plane. So this is a pretty simple thing to do, because you already established and gone through the modus tollens with you, and that one you understood that, and it was all pretty simple, right? So all you have to do with whether you can trust your observations, talking about the length or the distance, or does it have to be this big? Crypto was right, and some of these things were red herrings. Focus on what you know. You have the modus tollens. You've already established that. We don't need to rehash that. And you have what you can actually observe and is a fundamental of nature, which is that water always finds its level. And this you can test anywhere, right? That's why the observations are done over water. Please, no echo. So because you don't need to deal with topology, it's all out of the way. You have that fundamental of at rest finds its level. And you can verify this wherever you go, right? You pour a cup, you leave the cup, water level. You go to a lake level. You go to a pond level. So this is something everywhere. So if you have the observation over a large body of water, then you don't need to get these ideas of, oh, how high do I need to see or anything like that. You've already tested it over one body of water. You know that all bodies of water act the same way. So now this isn't to say that you shouldn't go and test it out more, because why not? Because it's always good. The more data you can have, the more tests you can do, good. But just on the fundamental, if you already know that that's how water behaves, it's not going to change its behavior anywhere. That would just be ridiculous, right? That's why it's a foundation, a first principle. So you put that together with the modus tollens, therefore it's all sorted. You don't have to go into these ideas of, oh, am I in a plane? What if I can't see far enough or I don't have enough distance or range? That is not relevant. Does that make sense? Regardless of whether you agree with me, does that make sense?
It makes sense. It makes perfect sense.
Perfect. It's just that for whatever reason, nobody brought that up. And we're running low on time, at least for the guys.
It's a good closing remark. I'm gonna say thanks for everyone who jumped in. I definitely learned a lot. Definitely got some preconceptions.
Feel free to hang around, talk to ladies. I'm sure they'd love to talk to you, man, if you got time.
It's getting late over here. It's almost 10 o'clock. I'm gonna do a few things. So I'll definitely be around, but I'll be on mute with my phone or something, okay?
Thanks for popping in.
No,
we're here 24/7. Thanks for being cordial and come back anytime.
Nah, you guys are great. Thanks for talking to you all.
Yes, may the luck of the Irish be with you. The Irish
Thanks for and I'll check out those videos you sent in.
Isn't that bad luck?
Nice one, buddy.
So let's all rumpus each other for 5 minutes before the ladies take over.
What? Hey, I want to talk first. What are you talking about? I'm going to be talking
Hold on, man.
next.
You guys kept trying to cut me off
I want to
earlier,
talk
man.
first.
I wanted to say something.
I want to get in on this conversation right now.
Huh?
That didn't last.
Where's Creation Bear when you need him?
How the hell did we all stop at the same time?
Telepathy.
I think everyone's waiting for the next person to start talking so we can rumpus them.
Wait a second. I was going to say something first.
That was kind of therapeutic.
I'm talking right now.
We should have 5 minutes so everybody just rumpusing each other every day. Get it out
of our system. Get it out of our system before they go live.
Yeah. I think it takes too long to get your stuff out.
Speaking.
You got to be more concise. You're taking too long to get it all out, you lot.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
To communicate.
Full Hand
Great movie.
1975. One of my favorite.
That's a great movie. Let's have some eggs.
I mean, to think of that. They think of flat earthers as case study. We're a case study, guys. Okay?
Wow.
Yeah.
Case study in independent thinking.
Wait, is this an article or a video?
Irrational. It's a video, 2 hours, man. You watch it, I'll tell you, man.
You know what? If you don't watch it, it has no value and no impact on you.
True, but I think it's nice to know what the opposition
Breathe in.
is thinking.
Breathe in again. Hold. Out. Repeat. And don't say anything.
You should check to make sure that he's got a mask.
Those swines.
He's got to be safe from viruses, right?
Yeah.
What's a virus?
So who did the case study?
Oh, for flip's sake.
They were doing a case study on South African women and why they think that English people are called British when they're actually just English.
What did they find?
I thought it was flat Earth
And
case
why
study.
they giggle like little chihuahuas.
Well, they found that English people come from England.
What? I'm not from England.
Yeah, they are.
Wait, Radman, you're not English.
Yeah.
Speak English.
You speak American.
Do you even speak American?
Just
Speak
remember that
American.
I'm European.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely sound it.
You have 1 minute left.
Make it good. Yep. I'm going to do a declaration of men's rights. Oh, I think they're out of time.
Men's rights. That was quick.
Yeah, good job. You're just the man for that job. I don't know if Ballphobic, aka Lulu's coming back down here. She's in the green room.
Yeah, she'll probably be right in.
Might as well wait for her.
You know what? I'm so stupid. I was waiting in the wrong room.
Oh, you heard me because you were listening in there, right? You just didn't realize you were in there. That's funny.
I don't know how I was listening to you though. I'm so confused.
Because it's in there. Because that live stream on audio is playing the.
Oh,
live
that's
stream in
what
there.
that is.
Yeah. So you can like.
Can I
listen
pretend to be a
the
lady
radio.
just for a second? You might
yeah,
want
please.
to get the admins to extend the size of the room because the room is meant to be larger for ladies.
CJ put it up to 75, but it's already 56 out of 75. I wonder if we should have him make it even bigger. What do you think?
Just in
I volunteer to go to the green room. Everybody else should too. We're not going to talk anyway.
That is true. Guys
Oh,
could go
makes
up there and listen. That's true. Yeah. If we, I'll move Job in there. But if we happen to see, CJ said he was going to be around. So if we need him, he can also make it bigger.
1 second.
The queen bee. This ladies' night, what? It must be Angie on the mic. The butter pea, honey, got the sugar, got the spice. Roll the L side.
Okay, there we go. I was supposed to start that way, but I was in the wrong room. So maybe it'll be better next week.
We can just start over.
Nah, that's okay. I already messed it up. And hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Evening. I see Bible literalists. Hello, welcome. Nice to see you again.
Thanks. Thank you.
And I see Crypto. Hi. What's up, girl? Oh, wait, sorry. That's the other.
Yeah, she's here too. She's an English girl. No, she's a British girl.
British girl.
Yeah.
Ildiko, hi. Welcome. Nice to see you.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you. I am I'm really wanting to see you flat smack somebody, Ildiko.
Oh no. I'm a pacifist.
She usually does.
I abide stupidity very well.
You just flat pat them. Pat them.
Yeah, flat pat. Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, flat pat.
You were? I like it. It's a new phrase. Ildiko can develop a new style called flat patting. I think
I like
cool.
that.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what is the softer pacifist way of flat smack, but that's perfect.
Flat pat, flat hug. I like flat pat.
Flat hug.
Flat hugging.
Yeah, you're not a moron. You're just having a bad day.
Absolutely. That's yeah.
That should be on a shirt, I swear.
Yeah, that's my style.
You sound so much alike.
Who does?
Ildiko and Dandelion.
Oh, cool. Well, except
You
she's much
could be
nicer than I am. Yeah, well,
That's a compliment.
yeah, we're kindred spirits, aren't we, Ildiko?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We watched or listened to Art Bell.
That's right. Yes. Art Bell sisters.
I imagined us both there listening all night to the then conspiracy theory night show that was broadcast all over America called Art Bell. What was the
That's right. It's called wasn't it called Coast to Coast? Coast to Coast with Art Bell.
It was literally coast to coast.
Back in the old days, we sat around the living room, the fireplace, listening to the radio.
We did listen to the radio. So, all right. Good luck again.
Thank you. And we got okay, cool. I hope you'll be able to talk today. Hey.
Hey. I can talk just for a little bit though. We're in town. Thanks for saying hi, everybody, all the ladies. Hello. So great to hear you.
You too. We missed you.
I missed you.
All right. Let's see who else is here. No, that's a guy. Oh, Sophia, of course, Meta. I've heard you. Every time I see Sophia, I'm like thinking, wait, that's a different person. But no, it's Meta.
No, it's me.
I know.
And please note that it's Sophia, because there's someone who keeps calling me Sophie.
Oh.
Sophia.
They keep forgetting the ah.
Yeah, they make it an E. Don't know why.
Get it right, whoever that is. It's Sophia. Okay. I think that's all. I don't see any other ladies in the house. Unless I missed somebody, please speak up. No. Okay. We shall continue then.
Well, I saw this lady in the text, but she's not in here. Oh, somebody might need to DM her because of the time problem, unless they change their time. Clouds is in the voice text and has Ladies Night Roll, but I guess she's not in the actual live stream. Do you know who she is? Clouds.
Clouds?
No, I've never.
Yeah.
I don't see Clouds. Is that with a K or?
I mean, she's typing in the voice text. Yeah, I'll say hi to her and then you see.
Let's see. I see Karma in the text. Oh wait, no, that's MJ. Pinging Karma.
Okay, cool. It's inviting her. That's cool.
Yeah, both Drace and Karma are not on. I hope they're okay. Usually one or the other is on.
I will write to Bambi and see if she knows the time.
Okay.
Do you remember how mad she was last week? Was it last week? 2 weeks ago? When the time changed?
Yes.
I think it was, last week. Oh, Cloud said okay.
Oh, good.
Oh, we got sirens.
Oh, you guys can hear that? My bad.
That's okay.
Okay, so I'm getting a DM that they're saying learner. I see they don't got it's a Glover that they want to speak. 1 second. Let me just check out. Oops, wrong button. Okay, do you guys mind if I unmute this learner person?
Please do.
Go for it.
Okay. Learner, you got control of your mic. You may speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. Welcome.
Yes.
Hey.
Hey. What brings you to the server?
Friends. I don't know. I just want to hear more opinions about a lot of things, and you know.
Okay, cool. Welcome. We're glad to have you here. So, someone told me that you are a globe believer.
I'm sorry, I don't really know what globe river means. English is not my first language, you know.
Oh, it just means that you believe that the shape of the Earth is a globe. Is that true?
Yes. For now, you know.
Okay, cool. You're here with an open mind, it sounds like you're willing to change your mind if you're presented with the truth, I suppose. Okay, well, any of you ladies would like to proceed with the learner? I'll step back.
Well, I don't know. Learner.
What?
I didn't hear. What was his answer? Did you say you do think you live on a spinning ball?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Because that's what everyone think, and I never heard about other opinion. That's one of the reasons I joined to this server.
Okay, so do you know about any evidence that they have for everyone believing this? Besides everyone believing it? Any physical evidence?
I didn't understand.
Okay, so you say that you believe you are living on a globe because everyone believes that. So I just want to know.
Yeah, and all the scientists think that, and all the people that research the space and the world think that the world is a globe.
Okay, so that basically means that you believe the Earth is a globe because someone tells you to believe that. You haven't done anything for yourself to prove that. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that means that you have no evidence that you can give us that will prove to us and to yourself that you are living on a spinning globe. You are simply believing it because you are told to.
Yeah, but what proofs do you have that the Earth is flat?
Well, we don't have the people who claim that the Earth is a globe are the ones who's making the claim. So we don't have to prove that we are living on a globe. We simply say that what the globe people are saying is that's not what we observe. That's not what's measured. There's nothing you can physically do yourself that can be provided as evidence for a globe. So I guess if we're going to look at evidence for a flat Earth, we can start with, has there ever been a measurable curvature? Something that is there anything that you can do to go out and to measure the curvature of the Earth?
But I think that it's better to believe to people that research the world and the space on daily basis than a profile in the Facebook or in the Instagram or on YouTube that say the Earth is flat. But
Yeah, but you don't have to believe anyone. You can go out and test it for yourself. So you don't have to go on anything that we say. You don't have to blindly believe what we say. You can actually go outside and you can do things to prove to yourself and to test the globe claims for yourself. You don't have to believe any of us. You can simply go outside and do it yourself and test and see what you
can I
find.
do?
Okay, so what would be the first thing is, if the Earth is a globe, then there must be measurable curvature. So the first thing you can do is to go outside. Usually you can go to next to a lake or someplace that's open, and you can measure how far you can actually see, because if you're on a globe, there should be a limit to the distance that you'll be able to see, because it's supposed to be curving downward.
In the sea, that well, I didn't understand. Did you say that I can go to the sea and see that I can see something in the other side, and it means the Earth is flat?
Well, you can do it at the sea, but you can do it pretty much anywhere on the Earth, anywhere where you have an open space, and we see too far. So you're not supposed to be seeing the distances that we can see. So you can go to basically any place. It doesn't have to be at the sea, but yes, the sea will also work. And you can test whether you can see past the distance that you are supposed to.
But just for example, I live in Israel, and we have a sea, and near to Israel in the sea, there is Kafrisin. So if the Earth is flat, when I go to the sea, I'm supposed to see Kafrisin, but I can't see Kafrisin. So how is it possible?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Okay.
Say it again.
I live in Israel, and in Israel we have a beach to the Middle Sea.
Yes.
Okay. And really, really near to Israel, at the Middle Sea, or in the Middle Sea, I don't really good in English. There is Kafrisin. Okay?
There is what?
Kafrisin. Kafrisin is a country.
Oh, okay.
And something between Israel and Greek inside the Middle Sea.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So if the Earth is flat, Kafrisin, I supposed to see Kafrisin because it's really close to Israel, but I can't
Sorry to
see.
interrupt.
Kafrisin.
He's talking about Cyprus, for anyone who's...
Oh,
thank you.
All right, got it.
Well, you do know that we can't see forever. Our eyes are limited. And so it also could be atmospheric conditions that aren't letting you see as well. Have you ever taken a camera and tried to zoom in?
Yeah, I can't see Kafrisin. And Kafrisin is really, really big island. I supposed to see Kafrisin.
Hold on, I'm gonna look up how far away it is. All right. You said Israel, right? You're in Israel?
I'm in Israel.
Okay. Continue until then.
While she's looking that up, I would ask, why is it if you can't see that far because the Earth is curving down and everything on the surface is curving down with it, then you should be able to see into space, because basically you're looking straight a tangent to a circle, and you should be looking out into space. Why don't you see at night, especially? You should see, well, even in the day, out into space instead of, if the Earth is curving away from you. Why doesn't that happen?
Because there is the atmosphere between.
So the atmosphere explains why you can't see to space, but it doesn't explain why you can't see Cyprus?
Okay. I need to think about it.
That's always good. But it is true that in either case, looking along the ground horizontally in front of you, you can't see forever no matter what the conditions, because angular resolution has a limit. And if whatever telescope you might use, often you bring back things that supposedly disappeared over the edge, which shouldn't be possible, especially after, depending on the distance and your height above sea level. There are charts calculating how far you should see. And we see there are some pictures, especially in infrared, which eliminates a lot of atmospheric distortion, can see hundreds of miles, which should be impossible if the Earth is a ball or it's the size they tell us. How would you answer that?
I need to check, to research. Look, there is a lot of big scientists, universities and all that stuff that I think I can believe too. For example, if there is a book of the MIT or Harvard or Stanford or something like that say things about our world, I believe it, because I think that's the people that research the world. That's what they do in their life. And if I don't know how to research the world, I never learned how to do it, but they did, so I can believe them.
But these are the same government/science people who tell us that there's a mega virus that's killing people around the world, and that even if you wear a mask and social distance, then you still have to have a shot of what we call bug juice, a lot of us. And they tell us there's always another mutation around the corner. But other scientists say, no, none of that is true. So who do you believe when scientists disagree? You can't just blindly follow official stories about things. And the Earth is something you can go out and look at yourself. You can even get a good telescope or a good camera and see the world around you and observe the world around you. Because it's dangerous to blindly trust authorities, especially in a world where these authorities routinely lie to the people.
I think if something is not sure, is not sure if it's true or not, so the scientists will disagree with one each other. But if all the scientists in the world agree that something true, I think I can trust them, because that's a lot of people from a lot of countries and a lot of agents. So
yet at the same time, when it comes to not just that topic but other scientific topics, we routinely find that people are silenced for ideological differences and for reaching different conclusions, even though they're amply qualified in their field of study. They are silenced and ostracized and often lose their jobs if they disagree with the majority view. And this has been a long-term problem in scientific communities, especially regarding peer review, which is a popularity contest. It often comes to a vote on whether something is a scientific fact because they can't decide or they don't like the conclusion. It happens on a daily basis, especially with statistics and people telling you how many people have died of a disease. They lie all the time, and they silence people who expose the lie. So again, I think it's very dangerous to trust such people, especially when it comes to something you can test yourself. You can go out and look at the Earth. You can get a telescope and check the distance and do the calculation. Other people have done the calculations. You can just look up the distance and see that you shouldn't see that far no matter what. So it doesn't make sense to appeal to authority or appeal to popularity. Those are both fallacies. And when you do this on something you yourself could check, I don't see why that's something I should also do. It doesn't make sense.
The old dude has put in the voice text that Cyprus is 242 miles away from Israel. He put a picture of the map up there. So the problem here. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I put the closest beach coastline, which is Haifa, Israel, to Lamisol, Cyprus, and it showed me about 170 miles, which is, still pretty far away. So, I mean, there have been,
but it's also a really big island.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say was there have been pictures taken because this is about 270 kilometers approximately. There have been the longest distance pictures taken up to 400 kilometers with infrared cameras. So it's not that you're not able to see it because of, like the girls were saying, it could be because of atmospheric refraction, at what time you went, stuff like that. But you have to consider the other, events or situations where people are able to see in longer distance than from Haifa to Cyprus. So, so just because you can't see, because that's what we get a lot of questions from Globe Earthers is like, oh, if the Earth is flat, then why can't I see from New York to Japan or something? And it just, that's not how it works.
Is really far. They're really far.
Yeah. It falls into the same category. You can't see forever, and it does depend on the atmospheric condition that is that you're looking at, as well as like what city are you in? Like, have you tried to go there and do actual observations on different days?
I live near to the sea. All my life.
Which city are you in?
I live in Binyamina. I know it's not a really famous city. It's somewhere between Haifa and Tel Aviv.
Okay. Okay, so you're like near Haifa. Okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
So you're approximately about 170 miles away from Cyprus, the closest part of Cyprus that you should be able to see. And if you don't have the proper equipment and the proper conditions to see it, you won't be able to. So my suggestion is, if you really do want to make to kind of falsify this, if you do have the equipment to do this, especially like an infrared camera, and then you can go out there and do your own observations, not just once, but do it in different time of the year, when it's a drier condition versus, I guess, more moisture in the air, whatever, and see if you're able to see anything or not.
Okay, I'll try.
Yeah, but I don't know if anybody went through the curve calculation with you. Did you guys? Okay.
No, I mentioned it, but I didn't. I saw somebody posted it later in the chat.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you guys want to go ahead with that, because then he could, he's supposing that he should be able to see that much far away, but even smaller distances, that with the curve calculation, he shouldn't be able to see on a globe. And if he's able to see those, maybe then he can be convinced, I guess.
Okay, you said it. How many miles did you say it was? 100 and
about 170 miles.
Okay, there should be, let's see, 26,000 feet drop if it's a globe. That's about let's see, between 1 and 5 miles. There's, it's between those two numbers in the chart. 1 and 5 miles of drop, which means you should be looking that far into the sky because you're looking horizontally, a tangent on a circle. You should be looking fairly high in the sky at that point. But the thing is that many miles, not just the atmospheric conditions, but also the fact that that's how tall that island would, how many feet drop that island should be, it would not be visible. And yet you could get a good telescope and bring it back into view, which should be impossible. No matter how big the island is, it should be impossible to bring it back with a telescope. And there's other images on the light on the 24/7 chat that show people doing exactly that, bringing things back into view that should be well beyond the curve and impossible with no matter what size of telescope you would have, and they bring it back. Therefore, it is not over a curve.
Lerner, did you get what she said?
Not really. I'm sorry.
Okay, what I'm saying
By the way,
is
that's more reason that I joined this server to study English, to practice and talk in English with people around the world.
Okay, it makes it kind of difficult to discuss something like this, though. But at this, let me just try again to say that if by scientific calculations that you would agree with, the whole world agree, it says, all the scientists say, we should not see things beyond a certain distance depending on how far away they are and how tall they are. And yet we do see them. We see them all the time. We see things that are supposedly beyond the curve because we can see them with telescopes. How is that possible? It is not possible if the Earth is a ball.
Okay, you say that it's not possible to for me to see a Capricin is not possible if the Earth is a ball, right?
No, I'm saying you can see it, but you shouldn't be able to see it, yet you can if you have a telescope. How can you see something that has gone over the curve? You would have to look through the Earth to see it, and you can't. So since you see it, the Earth must not be curving away from you.
Do you think if I take a telescope and try to see, I'll success?
Yeah, depending on conditions and depending on how good of a telescope you have, and your height above sea level.
Okay, I'll try. He came with an open mind.
Good.
Wonderful.
Yep. Quick question before we move on to the other lady. Have you seen anything where I guess from the coastline that you're in? Have you seen anything that's a few miles away from you? Learner?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you can, next time you go out on the beach, try to find out the distance to that object that you're seeing, and then whatever your height is, calculate that into the Earth curve calculation, and see how much of that object should be hidden from you by the Earth curvature.
Okay, I'll try.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
They just posted something that says a world record distance photo is for 273 miles. That is not possible if the Earth is a ball. Therefore, the Earth is not a ball because we see way too far.
Okay, and you say that I suppose do not trust what people say to me, right?
Right. So if you have the equipment, you can
how
check
can
that.
I trust this calculator? How can I know that this?
Well, you could trust
the way that it
could see the
calculated
mathematical
is
formula.
true.
Yeah, and you can understand that these calculations, these charts are made by people who believe the Earth is a ball. So what motive would they have to have a bad calculation chart?
Okay.
Well, here's the thing. We Sorry, Sophie, go ahead.
That's fine. Will you come back and tell us what you found?
Okay.
In a
Yes.
few
I'll do
days
it.
or so.
What?
Yeah, take a few days, see what you find. Will you come back and tell us?
Okay. Okay.
Your English sounds good.
Yeah, I know.
And you're confident. What's your first language?
Hebrew.
Oh, okay.
By the way, if there is a Hebrew speaker here, I don't think so, but it's a global server, so maybe. So I really advise to listen to the podcast by Jerome Fischler. He has a chapter on the flat Earth. It's really interesting.
There is a Hebrew speaker, but he's not in the server now.
Hmm?
There is someone who speaks Hebrew, but he's not in the server at the moment.
Ah, okay. So, yeah.
He said global server.
No, he's one of us.
Who is the Hebrew server, Meta?
Shepherd.
Okay, maybe we can.
SHEPARD. He's in Rob Skiba's server as well. I know he lives in Israel.
Okay, we can possibly ping him or so that they can try to talk.
Yeah, I think that'll help.
All right. Do you have access to him? Because I don't see his name on here.
Yeah, I'll send him a message.
Okay. Is it Shepherd of Truth? No,
No, it's just Shepherd.
Okay, I think I see him.
He has a blue
Oh yeah, I think I found him.
1910.
Oh, there's. Oh, okay, cool. All right. Okay, cool. Never mind. She's on.
Yeah, he
it.
lives in Israel. I know I've seen him in Skiba's server as well. He usually comes after the Torah portion.
Okay. All right. Learner, do you have any more questions?
Not for now.
Okay, sweet. If you do, just let us know.
Okay, I will.
Dandelion, I don't see the other person. What was the name?
Yeah, I think they left. It was Olivia. It was exclamation point Olivia. They were down toward the bottom. They're not there now. Maybe they'll come back.
Oh, okay.
Truth Prevails is here now. Hi, Truth Prevails.
Hi, Truth.
Okay.
The Truth ET is also a new person in the
Truth
server
ET.
that we checked out the other day.
I like that name.
Hey girls, sorry I was away from the mic. I just had to get it plugged back up.
No worries. What's new? What's up?
How is everyone? Oh, Safe Moon's up. I saw that this morning.
Yeah,
I know
did you
that's
see
not
it?
about flat Earth, but I was like, dang, man. It's like down to $400 this morning, and then I got back later, like just a little while ago, and it was over $1,000, and I was like, dang, shot right up.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's what's up right now.
What was $1,000?
God, it's an altcoin in cryptocurrencies.
Oh, okay. I don't know anything about that. Your voice. I thought you were saying you bought $1,000 microphone because somehow your voice sounds like way clearer. I'm just kidding. I know you wouldn't spend that much, but you're like whatever you're using right now. It sounds really clear. Don't you think she sounds good?
Oh, does it? Well, this is my headset that I've been using actually because I did buy another mic, and I tested it out and tried it, but the person, well, I asked Riggs to. I asked him to listen to me and see if it sounded okay because I didn't want it to. I wanted to try to use my headset for sound and that for voice, and he said that it sounded just like the headset. So I'm like, well, I'm not gonna, be dealing with push to talk if I can just use my headset if they sound the same. So I guess I'll get my money back for it.
Yeah, you sound good.
But he thinks it might just be, computer problem, or internet connection or something.
I don't want to take you off topic, but I was just curious. What crypto coin was that?
It's SafeMoon.
SafeMoon.
Yeah, SafeMoon.
Oh, Olivia's back. Olivia's back.
Hi,
Olivia.
Where
is it a new one?
She?
Well, hello, Olivia.
Hello.
Hi,
welcome.
Thanks.
You're
So,
welcome.
are you new to the topic of flat Earth, Olivia?
What?
Are you new to the topic of flat Earth?
Yeah.
What brought you to the server?
I don't know. I just saw randomly one day I was in here.
And what do you think?
I think the Earth is round, so...
Yeah? Why do you think that?
Because... how would you explain seasons and stuff? How would that work? Or lunar eclipse? It just...
Do you know how it works in the standard model where Earth is a ball? Can you explain that first so we know whether see how much you understand it?
What?
How do seasons work on the ball Earth?
Oh.
What's that?
You got your Earth's rotation and the way it goes around the sun. and whenever the sun is... Oh man, okay. Not y'all putting me on the spot like this. Oh wow, okay.
Well, that's the thing is, if you're going to ask us to explain how it works on a flat Earth, we need to ask you how it works on a round Earth, because just, if you didn't like our answer, what answer would you give if you don't even know what that is?
Okay. So basically, Earth's tilted axis causes the seasons. Throughout the year, different parts of Earth receive the sun's most direct rays. So like when...
Can I ask where you're reading that from? I mean, you looked it up, right?
No.
It sounded like you were reading something off a page.
Y'all,
it's okay if you did. It's no problem.
Science.
Yeah, I'm just curious where you were reading.
Do you see Truth Prevails? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool. Do you see where in the live stream voice text where Truth Prevails? Put a little graphic up there that says season 3. The channel right above this one where we are, where it says live stream hyphen voice text. Okay, good.
Yeah, I see it now.
Yeah, so basically, well, the thing of it is, if you studied that Ball model and the claim about seasons, you might find some holes in the heliocentric model, which is why all of us are here. We found, a multitude of holes. So you'll find that many of these things, and people who are new to Flat Earth, it's normal to think like there's a gotcha question because you've been taught this very flawed heliocentric model from from youth. So a lot of people assume that it does explain all these things just because you're starting with the presupposition that you live on a ball and then you experience all these things. So you assume they must work on a ball. But then usually we find when we get down to the mechanisms that most people, like you questioned about us putting you on the spot. It's not just you. It's like most people are unable to explain how these things work on the ball because a lot of them don't make sense. And in fact, they make more sense on a flat Earth model, including the eclipses, as you mentioned earlier. So if you do look at that graphic that Truth Prevails put up, it shows you there the sun circles above the Tropic of Capricorn from December 21st to January 2nd, and the sun circles above the Tropic of Cancer from June 21st to July 22nd. So the Tropic of Cancer is in the north. So at that time when the sun is closer to the regions that are, as we see it, closer to the center or north, magnetic north, then it's going to be warmer in that area. And then when the sun is circling above the Tropic of Capricorn in the south, then it's going to be warmer there and colder in the north. So that's what we observe. We observe the sun moving. That's all you've ever seen. You are on an Earth, a world that's flat and stationary. That's what you were born into. You watch the sun and the moon move across the sky. That's where the motion is coming from. You see the stars rotate in the constellations that have been behaving in the same way since we started recording the constellations. All of these things make sense if the Earth is flat and motionless. It does not make sense if the Earth is, as this failed heliocentric model claims, not only rotating but also moving through, this alleged medium outer space, which is also impossible to exist in the manner claimed due to our atmosphere, which we can explain to you if you're interested. And rotate around the sun and all that. There's way too many motions going on for this repeated pattern to have occurred in the way we observe. So you'll find that all of these things are much easier explained if you just accept the world the way it's presented to us. And there's a nice little gift there of what the heliocentric model claims, kind of a graphic of all this motion that's going on, even though we never see any of it. So Olivia, have you ever experienced any motion on the Earth or seen any curvature anywhere?
I mean, like when you're on a plane, can't you kind of see kind of round?
Nope, you cannot. You can't see curvature from a plane, even in the claimed heliocentric model. The heliocentric pseudoscientific entertainers such as Neil deGrasse Tyson will say that you cannot. So sometimes people think they've seen it because of wishful thinking fallacy. Sometimes they think they've seen it because the curvature of the plane windows. Rogers just put up the video there where this Neil deGrasse Tyson character claims that. So the thing of it is, you've got these spokespersons, that people think are scientists, when in fact they're just storytellers. So they tell different stories depending on their audience and depending what fits into the current narrative that they're trying to push. So you got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying you can't see curvature from a plane or even further above than that. And then you've got his buddy, Bill Nye the Pseudoscience guy, saying ships go over the curve and that's why they disappear on a flat body of water, even though, I don't know if you were here earlier when we were explaining how that is a misconception, that you can actually bring, with high-powered optical equipment, you can actually bring those boats back into view, showing that they never did actually disappear over any curvature, because there is no curvature anywhere. It's never been measured. It's never been verified. It's just a fairy tale.
Okay, so can you explain time zones then? Because wouldn't the sun be visible throughout the whole Earth at the same time, since it's like much bigger? So
does anybody else want to talk about time zones?
Well, I mean, that comes into like pretty much the same kind of explanation that the seasons, how she explained, that the sun moves, in between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. But, not only does it move like from the, in distance from the center to get, further away or closer to it, but it also, moves in some kind of circular path. So, that's also the same explanation that you have for the time zones, because you got to let go. When you let go of the ball, you have to also let go of this, preconceived idea that the sun is 93 million miles away. And it kind of reveals itself to be a much smaller and much more local sun.
okay, so let's say you have a stick and you put it in the ground. Throughout the day, it'll start to produce a shadow. The shadow moves as time passes, right? So if the world was flat, then the two sticks in different locations would produce the same shadow, right? So like, what?
No.
Okay, so this thing about the sticks and shadows, if you think about a sun really huge, 93 million miles away, and then if you think of one like it presents itself much smaller and more local, like you would have the same effect. So that doesn't really determine anything either way. Which myself, I don't even think it would work if it were. I don't even think it would be the same. But I mean, everybody explains it as it would, and maybe it will. Maybe but I don't even think that it would. I don't think that we would get the same effect if it were 93 million miles away and we were getting parallel light rays. I don't think it would be the same, because there would be more diffuse light, and I don't think you would. Honestly, I don't think you would even have as many shadows. But conceptually, you get the same effect.
Oh,
there's a graphic on the chat just doing that exactly same thing on a flat table, different shadow lengths for the same sticks or whatever those are, batteries or something.
You can do this like at home. You can do this in your room. You can.
So how would you explain the pictures from space? Because why would NASA spend millions of dollars trying to get rockets out of space and everything? Why would they lie about the Earth being flat? Why would they make it look round?
Well, we don't really question why they lie. Just Crypto likes to say that. What?
I'm sorry, that was background noise. Please continue.
Oh, okay. No, I was just saying that the fact that we don't ask why would they lie. Yes, because we can only speculate about that. So some of us think it's to hide a creator, Some people think it's just to get money. So there's lots of different reasons that they might lie, but that doesn't change the fact that we know they are lying.
Right. They lie about everything.
That's
Lies
not true,
24/7.
okay.
Oh, it is true. It is true. They lie. Agencies lie. Governments lie.
Yeah, they
Like,
do
you
lie,
can
but
say
why would they
anyone
lie
lies.
about something like this?
Do you look for a motive before you figure out if there's been a murder? The fact is that they lie. We don't care why yet. First, you have to figure out whether somebody's lying, and then ask why.
They wouldn't get money by spending money. They don't waste millions just to find fake information.
So you're speculating on
finding
motives.
information.
You're speculating on motives without agreeing a crime has been committed.
Well, I've got a question. I've got a question.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
And also another thing you got to keep in mind, exactly like how much would you think that they're actually spending if it's just if all they need to do to present us, you know, so-called pictures from space is to do CGI or augmented reality and Photoshop. Like, how much does that actually cost? That's a great way to, you know, black budget money of, you know, laundering money or however you want to look at it, whatever you want to call it, stealing money. Let's just say it, you know, call it what it is. I mean, they can take that money and just put it towards whatever they want to. And I would also want to add to the thoughts on this. If, like, I would say right now at where we're at this point in time, they have to tell every lie that they can to keep this thing going, because they've been telling us this for 100 years. Or, I mean, so they're even if they wanted, even if someone got in there right now and they wanted to, like, stop lying and tell them, well, let's just tell them that the earth is, you know, level and stationary, just like it is, that they can't do it, because then we have all of these different agencies that have been working together to support one another's stories, and all the nations of the world doing the same thing. I mean, they're not going to reveal their hand. They're not going to reveal their cards. They're going to keep this thing going regardless. And they're not really pictures from space anyway, by the way. They're artistic renditions and images.
Right. So, if you were let's say you put on a rocket, or like Elon Musk was for you to go in a rocket to take you to space, would that change your mind? And you got to go up there. If you got to go up into space, right, on your on your own, or like with a group of astronauts, they drove you up in space or fly you up in space in a rocket, would that change your mind?
Maybe back away from your mic. Just
Oh, is it a bit?
Yeah.
Me?
No, not you, the other guy.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Right. So if you were given the chance to go up into a rocket and you could see the world from outside view, would that change your mind? Or what evidence would you bring up then that it's still flat?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if I could see curvature, or, you know, see rotation or feel rotation, if I could experience the Earth curving, then that'd be fine. I would accept whatever it presented itself as.
Right.
Yeah, we
so
just want to know what the truth is.
So all it takes is you to go in a rocket and see that.
Yes, but my prediction is if when I go up there, it'll still be flat.
And I didn't say that all it takes. Like, there's other ways that we could experience it if it were spherical. And so either one of the methods that it could present itself as spherical would be fine, as long as, you know, it's something that we could observe or experience in some way.
All right. Also, if we're talking about
Hold on. Owen, if we take you up there and you see that it's still flat, would you be convinced it's flat?
Yeah, if I saw it as flat, then yeah.
Okay,
Do
then
you guys
we're on
think
the
the Earth
same
has a
page.
core?
What do you mean by core? We don't know.
What do you mean?
Because we can't drill down that far. What's the furthest that they've ever drilled into the Earth?
I don't know.
It's like 8 miles. So
No, I'm pretty
how
sure
do
it's
they
longer
know
than
what's
that.
in there?
No, it's 8 miles
definitely,
or 8
definitely
kilometers.
8 miles. That's confirmed. Oh, and if you want to
I
research it, go
swear
ahead.
there's mines bigger than that though.
No, no one has dug deeper than that. No one.
Okay, I'm gonna go look at this quickly.
Yes.
Okay, go look it up.
Can you put some links then, or what?
You look it up. There's
Just
plenty of
look
links
at-
on the
if we
research
provide
channel.
a link.
Look up the what is it called? The Boris something. I'll
Deepest
get
borehole.
you. Yeah, I'll get you the link. That's not a problem.
They've got it in the chat there. 7.6
Oh,
miles.
there you go.
Okay. I'll search
Yeah,
this
so
up
if they've only ever drilled down for 8 miles, how can they tell you what's down way further than that?
Yeah, it's speculation on their part.
Yeah, that's why we're saying we don't know.
But to support their going story, like, the heliocentric model with everything starting from the Big Bang, and they need it to be like, that's why they tell us that's what it is, because they need it to be that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, with the Earth being flat, yeah. Does that mean it's just the Earth is flat, or does it mean that other planets are flat as well? Or are they just completely fake?
So when you think of flat Earth, are you imagining like a flat disk, the flat planet, third from the sun?
Well, I'm asking what you think.
Well,
I'm asking
I want to know what's in your head first, because
what you say
the
flat
comment.
Earth. It's going to be flat. It's like a disc.
Right. So is that what you're imagining? Is we're the third
Well, you
disk from the
tell
sun?
me. You tell me what a flat Earth is. Is it a disc or is it what?
It's measurably and observably flat on the surface that we're on. What it is as a whole, no one knows. We don't know.
So it could be like a half circle, like a semicircle or something.
I don't know what it is.
It could be like.
What's the point of the question?
Yeah.
Because
I'm
we
saying,
could ask.
is every other planet flat, or is it just Earth that's flat? So we've gone. If you think about it like this, if the moon landing's real, yeah, if it is real, then how? That means the other planet isn't flat.
The shape of other
And you can
planets
see-
tell you what one you're standing on, especially when we don't know that Earth is even moving and therefore a planet.
Right.
How
We
does
don't know that
looking
the
at the
Earth is
ceiling?
moving.
Huh?
Yeah, how does looking at the ceiling tell you what the shape of the floor is?
What do you mean by that? If the ceiling's going to be square, then the floor is most likely going to be square.
The ceiling could be vaulted and the floor would be flat.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? If the ceiling is vaulted, it's an arc above you. Does that mean the floor you're standing on is also an arc?
Depends. It could be if it's like a boat or something.
Depends.
Right.
No. Floors are normally flat, okay? Because people walk on them, and a slanted floor, you're going to get people hurt or whatever. The point is, there are many, many flat floors and some vaulted ceilings. If you look at the ceiling, do you know what the shape of the floor is?
What? Just from so if I look at my ceiling right now and then look at my floor.
No, if you just look at the ceiling, will it tell you about the floor? If you look at
Most
something other than the floor.
In most cases, then yeah.
The thing is, by looking at the sky,
I said
if you
most
look at the
cases,
sky,
so-
what will it tell you about the Earth you're standing on if you look everywhere but the Earth? If you want to know the Earth's shape, you have to look at Earth.
Right, so you go onto a different planet then. You could land on the moon and then look at it from there, couldn't you?
Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's do the 3 points with this guy. Let's bring it back to Earth. Yeah, who wants to do the 3 points? but before anybody starts, Owen, this is just simple 3 questions we're going to ask you. It's not a trick question. It's not, anything like a gotcha question or anything. It's just to know how much you know about the globe, and to see because these 3 points are the basic fundamentals of the heliocentric model. So we just want to know how much you know. So if you don't know yeah, I get you, but this will help you in the learning process, okay? So if you don't know, just say I don't know, and then we can just move on. Sounds good?
Yeah.
Clouds, before somebody does that, Clouds was asking if she could say one more thing about the planets question.
Yeah, girl. Don't put it in the chat. Just rumpus us.
Go ahead, Clouds. Are you there?
I don't see her unmuting.
I don't know.
Can one of you maybe unmute her?
She has VC Verify. She should be able to.
Oh.
Well, we can go on. Somebody can do the 3 points, and then she can always, hopefully she'll remember what she was going to say.
Yeah,
there she is. She unmuted.
There you go.
We could start with air pressure next to a vacuum. How does that work? Do you know how gases disperse when there's a vacuum?
Oh, hold on, literalist. Cloud.
Okay.
Clouds. Maybe you have push to talk. Is that? That's in your.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just wanted to answer his question about the planet. My point is, the Earth. We do not believe in space, so when we are talking about the Earth, it's not related to the planets because the planets belongs to the sky, and we're the base of it. We are the base of the world. So the shape of the planets doesn't really reflect on the shape of the Earth. That's what they were trying to say, basically.
Yeah.
Thanks, Clouds. Great to hear your voice. Yeah.
Yep. Welcome. Okay. Did you understand what she meant, Owen?
Something good. I have my headset off. I mute my headset. I was texting someone. Because some kid just texted me. So if you want to repeat it, then you can.
That was rude.
It was someone in here. It wasn't someone else.
Just try to pay attention. Yeah.
Yeah, I will.
You want to repeat it one more time, Cloud? Cloud, you still there?
Yes, I was trying to say that. I was trying to explain what I was trying to say. They were trying to say. So, basically, the planets, the shape of the planets really doesn't reflect the shape of the Earth because the Earth is the base of the world and the planets are parts of the sky. We do not believe in space. So the Earth really isn't floating in an empty space, basically. It's the base of the world and it's where everything belongs. The sky beyond us is where there are planets, and planets are just stars. We cannot live there. They are really small, and their main role is to light the skies, and also it's used to be a way to direct travelers long before.
Alright, okay, I get it.
The seas.
But surely, if you're saying that the planet, you said the Earth isn't in space, didn't you? That. So how does that work then? So what, is the Earth just standing there? It's what? Surely it's got to be somewhere.
Owen, can you please take a step back from your mic?
Is it fucking up? Alright. surely the Earth. She said the Earth isn't in space. So how does that work then?
No.
Are we separate or what?
So we're gonna go through the 3 points with you, but space as a vacuum, it's an impossibility. So I think literalist, you wanted to take on the 3 points with him. Oh, and I wanted to say hi to Blaze. Sorry to interrupt. I saw her earlier.
Guys, how you doing? I'm just listening.
Hi, Blaze.
Okay.
Hi, Blaze.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so there's been a demonstration where they have this clear glass box, right? And it's divided in two, and one half is a vacuum, and the other half has a gas in it. When they remove the divider between them, what happens? What do you think happens?
Will it all just become a vacuum, or will it just completely just stop being a vacuum? Either one of the two.
What actually happens is the gas fills whatever space it can in all directions.
Well, that's
okay, so as soon as they remove the... What's that?
That's just basic diffusion, though. Gas moving from a space in the room to a different space in the room.
Right, but it goes from high pressure to low pressure. Okay, it always moves that way. Right. So, yeah, a gas will move into the vacuum. What is keeping Earth's atmosphere, which is made of gases, from going into the vast vacuum of space? Why hasn't it dissipated completely?
Could it add something to do with gravity?
How does gravity hold down the atmosphere but not keep, say, smoke from rising?
Because surely certain gases could be lighter than the other ones.
Smoke is heavier than air.
Is it?
There's particles in it that are heavier than air.
Mm-hmm.
What like?
What like? What's in smoke?
Yeah, it depends on what you're burning, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it depends. But
See, there you
the
go.
thing
Then.
is,
Depends what you're burning. So you could be burning something.
But it's still
different, couldn't you? You could be burning wood, or you could be burning plastic. So it's going to let off different gases.
Right.
So then
what about clouds? They form particles.
Water vapor.
Molecule. Yes, water vapor. It forms around particulate matter in the atmosphere, and it kind of sits at various levels, and it doesn't go anywhere. I mean, it goes sideways, but it doesn't go up or down after it reaches a certain height. Why doesn't it just? Why does gravity not pull those down? But it does pull down the entire atmosphere, which has a lot more mass than the clouds.
Why? Okay, fair enough. So let's turn it into a sense. Okay, so you're saying that gravity doesn't pull anything in, yeah?
Right. What is gravity?
So explain to me why you think nothing's leaking out then.
No, you're answering the question. I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I need something to answer off. So I need another opinion.
Listen, after you're done, we'll answer all your questions.
All right then. Okay. So
all right.
Read the question.
So the question is, you invoke gravity to explain why the atmosphere doesn't dissipate into a very vast vacuum, and yet other things are not being pulled away by gravity, such as helium. It just keeps rising. And it doesn't hold that down, yet it holds down the entire atmosphere. And yet we have winds within it and all sorts of things. Gravity does not explain why the atmosphere sticks to the Earth, especially if the Earth is spinning and corkscrewing through space behind the sun. The atmosphere should be long gone, but it isn't. Gravity can't explain that.
So what explains the atmosphere then? That's what I don't get.
We'll answer your questions later. I'm asking you how you explain why the gas of the atmosphere hasn't dissipated into space.
Well, let's get the next question then, so you can answer my question.
Okay, so you're giving up on that one.
Yeah,
all right,
if you don't have to say, I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. My bad.
I was good. Okay, so we're putting that one on the back burner, right? The atmosphere next to a vacuum. I think the second one is, let's see, curvature. We were kind of on that with the guy before. Where do you see curvature on the Earth?
Where do you see curvature on the Earth?
Yeah. How do you know it's a ball? that you're standing on?
Well, if you were going to say when we were younger, we've been taught to believe it's a ball, haven't we? So I guess in this case, we just grew up to see it and like stuff like on the TV and that when people go into space and stuff like that. But you can't. I understand where you come from when some people say you can't feel it on the Earth. Yeah.
Right. I'm saying, how do you know you're standing on a ball without relying on the TV set or something like that? How do you know you're standing on a ball?
Well, I can't. That's a judgment I'm making, isn't it? It's like a judgment you're making that
Right.
the Earth is flat.
Right. The problem is what we see is flat. We don't see curvature. Things don't go behind a curve because we can bring them back with a telescope, given the limitations of optics. So we were already over that before, but what proof is there to you that you're standing on a ball? Why do you believe that?
Well, from evidence outside of the world.
So somebody else told you?
Well, somebody else has shown us, photos.
Outside of the
Shown us
Earth, you said?
photos?
Outside of the world, so in a spacecraft or something like that.
Oh.
Okay, so you're relying on someone telling you they went to space and took a picture, and all the pictures have evidence of stitching together and CGI and processing, but there is no one shot of the Earth without a stitched together photo.
Have you looked through every single one then yourself?
A lot of people have also looked. Yeah, I've looked at quite a few. A lot of other people have looked. The burden of proof would be on you to find one that is not stitched together among all the millions. I mean, there's probably many hundreds of thousands of photos and not one found yet. Yeah, well, find one. Why are none of them, why are they all composites?
Why they're all composites?
Yeah.
But I'm sorry to interrupt, literally, but before they went to space, they had to have measured the curvature, right? So who has
Why
measured?
would they have to measure the curvature?
Well, they have to know the radius, orbital mechanics in order to launch their rockets up into space, right? So before all that, somebody had to have measured the curvature. So who measured the curvature? Can you give
tell
us
me, but surely if you're taking a rocket into
Oh
space,
no! I don't believe that there is curvature. So because
I can tell this is a flat Earth. This is a flat Earth.
Yeah,
discourse.
obviously, right. So I believe. Well, not believe. I know the Earth measures flat. So I'm asking you, since you're the one claiming that the Earth has a curve, when and where in history was it ever measured?
I'm not claiming anything. I'm asking how there's evidence for either side.
Okay. So this is part of the three questions. If you don't know, just say I don't know, and then we can just move on. It'll just make it easier.
Okay, then move on then and answer that question. Then we can answer some of the questions I've got. So then we might be able to backtrack onto the questions you've asked me.
Okay, so then you don't know when or where or the Earth was measured to be curved.
No, but I don't think anyone so you could say that. How do you know it's not been measured? Like stuff like that.
Okay, cool.
Maybe from back in ancient times, some like old bloke sitting in his house could have measured something really in a stupid ass way, and then could have said this. But then it's changed over time. No, but do you know?
Yeah, I do. But I'm asking you if you know.
But we've skipped the question now because we've done the 3 points. So can you send me some?
No,
evidence?
we have one more. We have one more. Yeah, this is.
That's a long question.
Well, because you're not being
All right, go on.
Not honest, but you're being more of like you want to hold on to the globe, and you don't want to say you don't know.
I just want evidence and different opinions about it.
Okay, we can do the last question since he concedes about the curvature.
So we did curvature, we did gas pressure next to a vacuum. I think, what's the other one? Spin?
Axial rotation, yeah.
Axial rotation, yeah, I knew it was something like that. So, supposedly, in your model, the Earth spins on its axis. How can you prove that to be true?
I'm not a scientist, all right? Like I said, I'm here to learn. So it spins on It spins on an axle.
Axis.
It spins on an axis.
Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I know what
Okay.
axis is. I've done graphs and I know what that tough axis is.
Alrighty.
Right.
Has there ever been measurement of the
Well, I
actual?
guess there could be measurements of speed, maybe if someone's outside and they're looking at it, into it. But then, what would the Earth be rotating on if it was a disc or a flat or a semicircle? That's what I don't get. Because if you're asking me questions about the curvature, like, how would it work differently if it was a disc? Would it still be
Okay.
spinning?
Hold on. So, are you going to concede to the actual rotation? You don't know how. You just think somebody had done it, correct?
I don't think anybody's done anything. I'm just asking. Yeah, we can skip that one if you want to answer what I just asked.
Well, here's the thing. It's like you're not answering any questions, but I want to know if you know anything about what you've learned in the past. I don't know how old you are, but all your life, basically, about the globe. These three, like I said earlier, these three basic fundamental things are a necessity for the globe to exist, right? So the curvature measurement, you have to have a curvature measurement for a ball to exist. And so far, we've done the measurement. Many people have done it. You can do it yourself. The Earth measures flat. The Earth measures flat.
How do I do it myself?
Oh, how do you do? Anybody want to go through that with him?
On
You
what
can
now?
use
I'm making...
Go ahead.
how you can see whether it's flat for himself.
How can he measure it? He says.
Well, the easiest thing would be to get, say, spirit level or a plumb bob if you want to do the vertical thing, and see if you can find any deviation left to right, say looking out to sea where there's not, a lot of topography on to worry about, hills and things, and see if you can find any dip from left to right.
Okay.
That'd be cheap and easy, simple.
Yeah, okay. Alright, okay. Right, so let's answer my questions now.
We are answering your questions.
Alright, I got another question, right? So
wait, we're not done though. We're not done answering
well,
this
I thought
question.
that was a free fucking... I thought that... Sorry, language.
No, we're answering the question you just asked though. How can I measure the flat Earth?
Yeah, I know. You go to the sea with a spiral.
Oh, okay. All right, fine. Fine, we can move on.
Alright. So, what made you start thinking that the Earth was flat? Like, when did you start breaking it down and stuff? When did you decide to look into it properly? And what claims and evidence should be trustworthy and shouldn't be? If you think that NASA and all that are lying, how can I not tell the stuff you're saying is not lying? How can we trust anyone who
You can
promotes
go
any
and measure these things
information?
yourself.
How do I measure the whole world though?
Bro, you
don't
literally
have to measure
interrupted
the whole
us
thing.
when we were explaining how to measure the Earth, and then you're asking the
You
same
just
question.
told me to. You go to a sea with a spirit level.
Yeah, then why are you asking the
And then
same
look
question,
either
bro?
side. But then how do you know that works?
Because we've
How do you
done
know that
it.
works? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence you're right, or where's the evidence NASA's right? You could
Hey,
both
everybody.
be wrong. You could both be right.
Did you listen?
One of you could be
Hi,
right, one of you
Jen.
could be wrong, or both it completely wrong. And we get something else
You
completely
need to
different.
listen a little bit. You can't just run us like that.
Owen.
I've been listening to you girls for a little bit, and what I'd like to say to the gentleman speaking right now, this is a process for everyone because essentially what you're doing is investigating two different paradigms. And so
I'm just-
you yourself are going to have to ask the questions and seek the answers. I mean, we can...
Surely,
you know,
if
do
you're
some-
the
I mean, we
teachers
can't-
about this, you're the ones that are
Well,
pushing
we're
the
not-
idea of the flat Earth. So you should be explaining it to me.
but
I
this
shouldn't have
is
to
your
seek out the answers
journey.
myself. But it's not
Your
a journey.
life,
It should
your
be
life
something.
is your...
Stop interrupting her, bro, please.
But I was just
Yeah,
talking
I'm trying-
about something, innit?
Well,
Alright,
if
carry
you
on then.
came in here thinking that you were going to be convinced, you're here at the wrong time, I think.
But isn't that your job to show me some evidence
No.
to convince me?
No, it's not our job.
I mean,
No.
I'm not getting paid.
So then, why is your evidence any more trustworthy than NASA's? That's what I was trying to say. So
You can measure it for yourself.
I've
We're
just
not asking you to trust us.
Man, how am I meant to? You've already said about going to a beach, but how does
Yeah,
that do the whole thing? How does that do the whole thing? How big? Do you want me to get a fat,
You
like,
don't
fat spirit level that reaches across the world?
No.
Or
Okay,
what?
here. Let me just explain to you. For a ball to exist, do you agree that there needs to be curvature?
Yeah, completely.
Okay.
What you see eating your cereal out of, you're eating your cereal out of a bowl that's curved. aren't you?
Okay. So we're good on that part. So with this, for NASA, the reason why we say they're lying, right, is they give us a specific calculation and numbers to the ball that we're living in, supposedly, right? And these calculations, that's why I asked you earlier how and where and who did it, how did they measure it, is because they have a very, very specific calculation to this. So what we did was we go out there, we take these numbers and we compare it to reality. Does it match or does it not match?
This is with
So far,
the
hold
same
on, I'm not
thing.
done. I'm not done yet. So far, with every measurement that everybody has done, the calculation that they give us has not been found. Meaning the curvature that they've said exists does not exist in the real world. It
if
exists
I can-
beautifully on paper, however, it doesn't exist in the real world. Therefore, NASA lies. Sorry.
And to piggyback on what Lulu said, essentially what is happening all over the earth is that we see too far.
Yes.
We
should
see
be
too far.
We should be looking down a ball, and it's not happening like that.
We
'Cause there's
see
no
too
curve.
far.
Yeah, we see too far.
So how do you
Well,
say we change that then to stop us seeing through too far? Like that makes no
Well,
sense.
you have to do the-
Seeing too far. What's
Yeah.
it's got nothing to do with seeing too far. That's just the human eye seeing.
No. Sorry, go ahead.
What? That
If
makes
there's
no
a
sense.
curvature, you shouldn't be able to see that far.
What Lulu was saying is that if you do the math, it doesn't comport with reality.
Right, okay. Also, right, so if say NASA and all that are quite big companies, yeah, why hasn't someone made a company to do with saying about the flat earth? So they sent rockets into space to see if the earth is flat. Because this is going on for a long, long time now, hasn't it? Flat earthers. Ever since.
It's been like 7
the moon
years at
landed.
most.
No. Flat Earth has gone much longer than that.
Well, yes, in ancient times, yes, but I'm talking about now the group or like the organization of Flat Earth, I guess. It's only been 7 years.
Individuals have thought much longer than that though, because
Oh, yeah, like 100 years ago?
No, the 80s. There have been people
Yeah.
or whatever.
Oh.
Everyone's had speculations, haven't they? So then, where's that one person that's going to set up a company to prove the majority of the world wrong?
Like I
Why do
said,
you need to set up a company?
Because
yeah, it's so weird.
Are you going to go to space on your own then, Sophia?
You can't go to space.
We don't
have-
have to.
Do you have the money?
You can't go to space though. Hold up. We went through this already. The first question that you were asked was about getting to space. The space as a vacuum cannot exist. Therefore, you cannot go there, right? Even if we had the millions and millions of dollars to build a rocket and go up there, you still can't get there. Do you understand that?
So where's the rockets gone as soon as they've gone out the atmosphere then? Are you saying we've just seen a false thing?
You're still assuming that
that's
they're
not. I
going
didn't say
outside.
that.
Right, so where does it go then? If it's
Have
not
you?
going outside.
So whenever you see a rocket launching, it makes like a projectile, right? It goes to the side. It never really goes all the way up straight. So there are theories and speculation to where these rockets go, but at the end of the day, they're speculations. We don't know where they go.
Exactly, it's a speculation.
Yeah, but it's not going to space because space
But
as a
how do you-
vacuum is a violation of natural law.
So it's a violation of natural law.
Yeah, and literalists tried to explain that to you earlier. I highly doubt you were listening or understood, but
But surely loads of things have broken natural law before.
like what?
The whole entire human race, pretty much.
I have a question.
What? Do you understand what natural
That's
law
not
means?
the law.
Do you understand what that means?
We shouldn't be as intelligent as we are. So you
Do
could
you?
count that as
Hold
natural
on.
law.
Hold on.
Talking about evolution. My gosh.
Yeah, that's way off topic. We're
But it's
talking
still
about
natural
the
law,
laws of
We're still
physics.
talking about natural law.
The laws of physics. Do you know what they are and why they can't be broken?
Is that the shit that must what goes up must come down? The laws.
The laws of physics.
That is physics, isn't it? Sure. What
Yeah,
must,
it's not the
what
sum
goes up
total of
must
it,
come
but
down.
I'm asking you, do you understand that laws of physics are laws because they're observed and they are never broken? You can't
where's-
break natural law.
So that's what I'm trying to say. So where do the spaceships go then? Do they go off to sea or what?
Do you know where they go?
If they
Tell
can't
us.
break the law.
Wait, you're saying that they have to break the laws of physics?
Well, that if you're going on about it like that, right?
Wait. Okay.
If you're
Which
going on
law?
about
Which
like that,
law
you
are we
said-
talking about? Which law? Can you?
You said the laws of physics. You said
Yeah.
the laws
Which?
of physics.
Which law?
Which law?
What do you mean? You haven't said anything but the laws of physics.
And yet you're convinced that
And
they
then
can,
natural- then
they
you said
can break
natural
this
law.
law. Yeah.
And you
There
said
are
natural
many
law.
natural laws, bro.
Ladies, I
Sorry,
have a
Jen.
question for our gentleman that seems to be going in all directions. but-
I'm here to learn, and I'm not learning anything right now.
That's
Okay,
because
well, you
you're
seem-
trying to
you
lead
seem-
the discussion.
Yeah, you seem to be a little bit confrontational, possibly. Like
I've
you
been
don't seem to
listening
want to have a
happily.
discussion. You just want to say nuh-uh to everything.
No, I'm taking everyone's opinion into thingy, like into.
Well, I
into,
was
like,
going to
into my
ask you
brain,
what
like-
your I was going to ask you what your purpose is for being here.
to
State your
learn to think why could it be an actual flat
Okay.
Earth? So
There
where's-
are
I want
things that
to-
you can do for yourself and do
You've
your
already
own
said that.
research. And do your own research.
So you're gonna tomorrow. You want me to go down to the sea, right?
Yes.
With the spirit.
Yes.
Why not?
Yeah, and then see if there's curvature.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
And if okay, then I'll come back here after I've taken a photo or something. Or
Yes.
recorded myself doing it.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
You just have
How
to
many
use-
people in this?
And if you take a photo, make sure if you have like a 50 millimeter lens, that's the least amount of distortion. Otherwise, we need to know what kind of lens you got so we know how much of that is lens distortion and not actual curvature.
Right.
You
So you
just have
think
to buy
lens
that.
distortion can affect it as well?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
And you just want to be sure to use verified locations for distance.
Where's the
and
verified
calculation.
location?
Wherever you're at, you need to let us know what you're looking at, the distance to it.
Yeah,
right?
coordinates.
Your eyesight, your height, your eye height. Oh my gosh, your eyesight height, whatever. All that, okay? And then come back
Right.
and let us know. Hmm.
Okay. And then if that doesn't play out how it's meant to, if something messes it up, then that's on me, or is that on something else?
And you need to let us know the atmospheric condition. You need to let us know the atmospheric condition.
Yeah, and I've
Oh.
done everything right. But
Roger,
if
I'm
it's still,
gonna mute you.
if something fucks up, if something messes up, then what happens? Like, how do I know it's a foolproof plan?
Why don't you go there, do it, and then
doesn't
come
bring
back,
back-
and then we can discuss it.
Okay, yeah. So I do it, record it, find out the atmospheric. I can't say it now.
Atmospheric condition.
Atmospheric conditions.
Yep.
So I need to do the coordinates, and then I need
Mhm.
to do the distance that I am looking at and my
Mhm.
height.
Hmm.
Right.
Yeah,
then-
do all of that. Bring all of your findings, your calculations, and then we'll discuss it. Let's not go into hypotheticals.
Right.
All right.
Okay, I'll do this.
Perfect.
I wanna see what this is all about.
Yeah, man. And we tell everybody here, like, don't believe us. Go do your own research. A lot of people here, you'd be surprised, came here to prove the flat Earth wrong, and came back and be like, well, I'll be damned, it's flat. So you might be one of them too.
Yeah, all I want to do in the future, all I want to know in the future, right, is I want someone to step out of the part of what we just said is an organization of flat earthers, and take the first step into making something, like creating the big leap of saying it, like going against NASA and all that, not little things like this, because in comparison to a big company, this is quite little, isn't it?
No, it's not. This is a big thing because this is the basic thing that they rely on, right? So if your basic foundation is wrong, then you have nothing to stand on. So why would I need to go to make a big company for what? What's the reason?
Because then surely you could prove everyone wrong, and then you correct the world on their wrong ways.
But the simple calculations that we do are proving them wrong. So there's no need.
They're not going to take into consideration the simple.
Doesn't matter. I don't care what they take. It doesn't matter. They've been falsified. They've been proven wrong. It's up to every individual to look into, to it themselves.
But
and
surely
Lulu's right.
If you want more individuals to look into something, surely you need to advertise it in a bigger way. And like, how do you think NASA have got such a big following now and tricked people? Maybe is what you'd say. You tricked and lied to people.
Now you're getting into motive, though. We're talking about taking measurements.
Yeah, I know, but surely we've got to have a motive to do it. Like, if you want people to join,
well, it doesn't matter what the motive is. If it's a lie, it's still a lie.
Mm-hmm.
All right, okay, fair enough. Yeah, but I just want to make sure that either way, I'm not convinced by anything. I'm not convinced by one side or the other. Yeah,
the
I
truth
want to find out the
speaks for
truth.
itself. The truth speaks for itself, man.
Okay, so surely
and there are organizations that they're not as big as NASA, obviously, but there are organizations, the FE Corps, Field Engineering. They've done measurements. There are a bunch of engineers that do all types of experiments. They've done measurements.
Thorough documentation.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And
so
so the thing is, NASA we're never going to be as big as NASA because they get like 50 billion something a day, or 20 something million a day. I don't know the calculation. They get a whole bunch of money, right?
Oh yeah, but they also, to be fair, they've also used the money to push their cause, haven't they? So they've been smart about it.
But we're not trying to be like NASA. We hate, well, not hate. We passionately dislike NASA, right? So we don't want to be like them. Why would I want to be like something that I dislike?
I don't think anyone would, but that's not the point, is it? It's not about disliking or liking something. It's about
you're telling us
to the table.
We have brought evidence, and you're just not accepting it.
I'm not saying you haven't. I'm not accepting anything yet because I'm not accepting neither side of this. Neither side of wrong or right. I'm not saying you're not wrong. I'm not saying they're wrong.
what's I'm missing the point. I don't get it. What's the point?
Well, I'm stuck in the middle. I don't know who to believe. Do I? So,
I posted something in live stream.
Here's the thing, Owen. We are not here to convince anybody. We just present information and the truth. And if whoever is listening, it's up to them whether they want to look at this information, go out there, test it, and come back with their own conclusion. So I personally don't care if anybody becomes flat earther or not. That's because I'm already convinced. I don't care. But it's just about presenting the information. Sorry, Jenny, what did you post?
I posted a screenshot this time.
If someone could, what evidence would it take to convince you that Earth is round?
There is none.
We were all round earthers before, right? So,
yeah, but that's fine. That's like you change over time with what the information you see or what you seek out. If you seek out something, you're going to find answers, aren't you? That doesn't matter if it's wrong or right.
It's interesting you say that because it's really interesting you brought that up.
Yeah.
Once you find out the truth, you don't go back to the lie again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm not saying it's a lie or not. I'm not saying you guys are lying. I'm not saying they're lying because I don't know. Because we've got to still seek this information out, haven't we? Because everyone's.
We have an echo. Somebody's mic is open.
Back to what you were asking a lot of questions about NASA. How could so many people work for an organization and all be a lie?
I completely agree that a lot of big organizations lie. I don't trust a lot of big organizations.
But you want us to become a big organization. I don't get it.
I want you to become an organization people can fall back on to trust. I didn't say all organizations are lying and scumbags.
We're not here to convince anybody, just for the record.
I know you've said that loads of times.
I know.
But then how do you expect people to believe it?
No, we're not expecting you to believe it.
Choice. You say it's their own personal choice, which is fair enough because people can believe it if they want to.
Well, there's a difference between believing something and going out and verifying something for yourself.
Yeah, verifying something. But then how do you... It's just, I don't get it, right? It's difficult because either side of the story, you're going to have people that disagree with each other, aren't you?
For a myriad of reasons, yes, of course. Mainly ego. Mainly ego is what people...
And then both sides of the argument have big egos, don't they? People here can have big egos, but people in NASA can also have big egos, can't they?
I don't know if I'd use that word.
Yeah, what is your point, bro?
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I don't trust either side of the story.
Okay, we're not asking you to trust us. We've already agreed to do the experiment. Go do the experiment and then come back and then we'll discuss it further.
Right. Okay. Have you got some links I can look at and stuff like that to read now?
Probably Indio's.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to suggest Indio's. Doesn't he have a wiki page?
Yeah,
I don't know about that. But
That's a good one.
We got a bad echo still. Somebody's mic is open.
I think it's Jen.
Oh, sorry, guys. Okay, did you hear me? I recommended Indio's wiki page.
Indio's wiki.
Yeah, CJ posted it in the chat.
Okay, cool.
And also, there's if you scroll all the way down, you're gonna see a whole bunch of information about pretty much almost all topics. It's under additional information.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Go take your time.
So basically, this is just... It's an opinion, isn't it, at the moment? Right,
No.
so for me, it's an opinion, isn't it? Because I've still got to look into it, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what it is for you, but it's not an opinion.
How is it different for everyone else?
It's objective reality.
Objective reality. Everybody's going to see it differently.
No. So everybody experiences a flat, motionless Earth. That is an objective reality for everybody. I don't care who.
Mm-hmm.
But when they do put a causation to whatever we see, now that could be an opinion. However, with the flat Earth, again, we've measured it, and that confirms what we see in reality.
Oh, okay, because earlier you said it's everyone's own journey to figure out this thing. So surely you could, I could say it's just complete rubbish and that, couldn't I? And that'd be my journey over.
Well, yeah, that's up to you. I mean, again, when I say objective to reality to everybody is when we go outside, what everybody on Earth experiences is the same thing. So with NASA, what they say is the reason you experience the flat and motionless Earth is because this and this and this and this. And everybody believes it, and they go on with their daily lives.
Yeah.
With a flat Earth, you experience it because it is actually what it is. So it's up to you, whichever road you want to take.
Right. Okay. So it's like a fork in the path, and you've got to decide which road you go down.
Yeah, I guess pretty much based on the information you gather.
Right. What if, for say, someone was trying to, I don't know, changed their mind about it and they gathered the wrong information, surely that could lead down to something completely different, and that would
Well,
mess
here's
it
the
up.
thing: if you're gonna go by what information people tell you, because you keep talking about like scenarios where someone can run across some different information, or it being someone's. So this is the thing: it's not just with flat Earth, but with anything, right?
Yeah.
You just start questioning everything and learn to get some kind of verification for all things, not just this, but everything, and that's pretty much the crux of it. So instead of listening to NASA tell you that it's a sphere or an oblate spheroid or whatever they want to call it, and then listen to someone else try to say, that it's something different, you go find out for yourself what it is.
Yeah, so you
Yeah,
just take everything they say with a pinch of salt.
or
Like, just be
start
careful what you.
requiring some kind of verification before you believe something.
Yeah.
And that way you don't have to believe it, and you know it, and that's just all there is to it.
Like, that's what I'm not trying to be stubborn here. I'm just trying to be selective of what I take in. But that's the same with how I act with things like outside of this. Like, I'm not saying your point's completely invalid or anything. I'm just here to learn about different things.
Well, if you're going to be selective, apply that to all areas.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Not very
You don't-
selective when it comes to accepting that it's a ball.
No, you just want to make sure you're getting the proper way to do it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to be looking into a bunch of fake news and stuff. I want to be doing it properly. If you're gonna put if I'm coming here to learn about stuff, I want to have good sources and stuff like that. I kind of learn off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can be your own source. Go look and go find out.
Mhm. Okay, I'll do that then, and I'll come back with my research.
Cool.
This will be interesting. I think it's all very interesting. I don't think what we're doing is a bad thing, but I don't think it's bad or good or anything. But it's just neutral, isn't it? I think if it's proven to be true one day, then yeah, it'll be very interesting. I think so. But yeah, I think it's been a good discussion. I've learned a few things, and now I'm going to go do my own research.
Sounds good, man. It's 24/7, so whenever you have your results, just bring it back.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sick. All right.
All right.
Just know that when you come back and it's the boys, they tend to be a little bit more passionate than we are. It's just a slight warning.
I like that, passionate.
Excuse me.
Hi, yes.
May I ask you some questions, please?
Sure. Hi, Alexis.
Yes, Alexis.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering, when and how you started believing that the Earth is flat.
Kind of the default position. The real question is when people decided it must be a spinning ball. I mean, it's counterintuitive to think that people are all stuck to the outside of a ball, isn't it?
So is gravity not a thing? Or
did we just change topics already?
No, because you're saying no. I'm sorry. I worded it wrong. I'm very sorry. But I'm talking about if people. I can't talk, but I'm just wondering if people are standing on a disc, then why was not a disc? I'm sorry, a flat surface. Why did they think or invent gravity?
Well, I mean, they
to invent gravity to make people stick to a ball. I think first they had to attune the ball.